Chapter 1. Sudden Increase in Strength. Please subscribe. Deep within the cosmic starry skies, whether it be an 11th rank life or an ancient god, or even the ultimate existences, they were all certain it was a 10th rank who had comprehended the rule of time, currently breaking through to tier 11. Because the fissure in the universe that had been torn open, and the chaos void origin that was pouring in, were much lower than the shock of an 11th rank, peak reaching its ultimate state. But the Shachen Supreme Being and the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being knew it was not so. The cause of such a grand disturbance was merely the Galaxy Master breaking through to the 10th rank, from the 9th rank breaking through to the 10th rank. This left both Supreme Beings somewhat bewildered. Even though they had high expectations for Lin Yuan, thinking that the gap torn during the breakthrough would be around 10 million miles, this was already overestimating Lin Yuan, for normally, a 9th rank breakthrough to the 10th rank would tear a gap in the universe of only about 1,000,000 miles. A special 9th rank might manage to tear a 2 to 3 million mile gap, but that was the limit. And the aforementioned gaps torn during a breakthrough were merely internal gaps within the universe, infused with the origin source of the universe. However, comprehending the rule of time and having a complete, independent inner world, the fissure torn in the universe would connect to the external chaos void. The quality of chaos void origin is far higher than that of the universe's origin source, and if the Galaxy Master hadn't developed over 200 million spatial layers, the Shachen Supreme Being might even think that the gap torn during the breakthrough was less than 1,000,000 miles. The gap torn in the universe over 12 light-years, chaos void origin infusion, such disturbance shouldn't appear when breaking from the 9th rank to the 10th rank, right? Shachen Supreme Being and the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being looked puzzled. It wasn't that they doubted Lin Yuan, but they found the scene before them somewhat incredible. A temporal life that had comprehended the rule of time, when breaking through to tier 11, could potentially tear a gap in the universe up to 10 light-years. But that would be at the 10th rank, having gone through a 9th rank breakthrough. Even if it were only infused with the universe's origin source, it would still result in a tremendous metamorphosis of their physical soul, spirit will, and inner world. Additionally, during the 10th rank, various fusion rules were constantly comprehended and absorbed into the inner world, significantly enhancing the inner world's accumulated foundation. And these enhancements could not be made up for by merely developing an extra 1 or 200 million spatial layers. When a 9th rank life develops more spatial layers, it can indeed add some foundation for stepping into the 10th rank, but it's only a bit. The various fusion rules comprehended during the 10th rank, especially the fusion of pillar-level rules, would offer greater assistance to a 10th rank life. The Galaxy Master had only comprehended the rule of time and had not yet discovered even a single pillar-level fusion rule, so how could he withstand the infusion of so much chaos void origin? Shachen Supreme Being and Feather Butterfly Supreme Being were full of doubts in their hearts, but the commotion of the breakthrough before their eyes was real and genuine, with an endless downpour of chaos void origin. This little guy must have a big secret. Shachen Supreme Being and Feather Butterfly Supreme Being glanced at each other. It's likely that the strength he's showing now in the Xuanhuang secret realm is just for show. Given the amount of chaos void origin that Lin Yuan is bearing now, the Galaxy Master's accumulated foundation at the 9th rank must be incredibly strong. If he had only developed 200 million spatial layers, how could he possibly bear the infusion of so much chaos void origin? Excellent, excellent, excellent. Shachen Supreme Being's eyes shone bright. Originally, he thought that Lin Yuan comprehending the rule of time at the 9th rank had already been a huge surprise. But there were even greater surprises yet to come. Given the commotion Lin Yuan had caused during his breakthrough, it seemed that upon entering the 10th rank, he would be comparable to those at the peak 10th rank on the grade A list. The Feather Butterfly Supreme Being also smiled. The two Supreme Beings did not blame the Galaxy Master for having concealed anything from them. To grow, it was necessary to hide oneself. Before the beginning of the Starry Sea era, human civilization's long years of lying dormant were also spent desperately hiding itself. Not hide? In its weaker days, human civilization would have been divided up by the different species and supreme beings already. As for the great secrets and great opportunities on Lin Yuan, your next read awaits at My Virtual Library Empire. Shachen Supreme Being and Feather Butterfly Supreme Being didn't care. No matter how great the secret, could it compare to the grand secrets once obtained by human civilization? No matter how great the opportunity, could it compare to the grand opportunities once obtained by human civilization? Deep within the spatial layers, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged above his head. The 12 light-year wide gap connecting to the chaos void rapidly healed. The time for bearing origin source infusion during a breakthrough from 9th rank to 10th rank was fixed at 333 seconds. Hence, the more profound the foundation of the breaking 9th rank, the larger the gap would be, under the same duration, to satisfy different foundations of 9th rank life breaking through to the 10th rank. The only variable is the size of the gap. The larger the gap, the more origin source is infused in 333 seconds. The gap Lin Yuan tore in the universe during his breakthrough reached 12 light-years. Even though the duration remained only 333 seconds, the amount of origin source obtained was immeasurable. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt as if he was stuffed. His true body, both primordial spirit avatars, were all stuffed full. Finally stepped into the 10th rank, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his spirit invigorated. Even the most ordinary 10th rank, after experiencing the infusion of the universe's origin source, would see their strength increase by 100 or 1,000 times compared to their 9th rank state. And Lin Yuan had experienced an infusion of chaos void origin, naturally attaining a greater increase, his physical soul, spirit will, and inner world, all reaching new heights. The commotion I caused during the breakthrough must not have been small, right? Lin Yuan glanced at the space above, where the gap had completely healed. Chapter 1. Sudden Increase in Strength. Please subscribe. To normally, a 9th rank existence breaking through to the 10th rank wouldn't cause such a disturbance. It merely attracts the infusion of the cosmic origin source from 1,000,000 miles around. Not to mention those at the 11th rank, even a supreme being would hardly notice. Breaking through from 10th rank to 11th rank? If it still triggers an infusion of the cosmic origin source, the amount of disturbance it causes is still insignificant. Choosing a deserted star domain to break through, one could pass through completely unnoticed, and a 10th rank understanding the rule of time breaking through to 11th rank? Since the beginning of this cosmic era, such occurrences can be counted on one hand. Such 10th rank beings will seek the protection of a supreme being before breaking through. Just like how Xiaqin Supreme Being and the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being set up a space-time barrier for Lin Yuan's breakthrough. Human civilization, the insect race, the Tianyu clan, and other peak clans don't wish to see an ultimate being emerge from outside their own races, but the 12th rank life of the Star Alliance does not share this view. The Star Alliance is a force composed within the cosmic starry skies, by many special existences to resist the oppression of peak clans. Their supreme beings are very willing to protect powerful beings with no background. As for breaking through from the 11th rank to the ultimate, the resulting disturbance far exceeds what happened when Lin Yuan broke through. But an 11th rank being making the ultimate leap cannot be influenced by external forces. At that time, 11th ranked beings will try to fully break free from the constraints of the River of Time. If a supreme being were to interfere during this period, it would be tantamount to contending against the entire River of Time. Such backlash would even be unbearable for a supreme being. And once the assault on the ultimate begins, there are only two outcomes: success, death. Xiaqin Supreme Being, Lin Yuan took the initiative to step out from the spatial layers. More than a decade ago, when the Xiaqin Supreme Being reached the Milky Way star region, he had informed Lin Yuan, telling him to transform at ease. Before the breakthrough, Lin Yuan was undistracted. But now that he had completely entered the 10th rank, it was natural to meet with the Xiaqin Supreme Being. After all, this Supreme Being had guarded the Milky Way star region for nearly 20 years, which counted as placing great importance on Lin Yuan. Whoosh! Lin Yuan took a step forward, and his figure appeared outside the Milky Way star region. At this moment, there were two figures standing there quietly. Xiaqin Supreme Being and the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being. Lin Yuan felt a slight shock in his heart. Of the 9 supreme beings in human civilization, even if he hadn't witnessed them all, he was naturally aware of their outer appearances. Tower Master Xiaqin, Tower Master Yudi. Lin Yuan bowed slightly. The 9 supreme beings of human civilization each preside over one of the 9 evolution towers, and can also be addressed as Tower Masters. The 2 supreme beings, wearing smiles, looked at Lin Yuan and scrutinized him for a moment. Lin Yuan, you really surprised me, Xiaqin Supreme Being said with a trace of emotion. The Feather Butterfly Supreme Being beside him nodded slightly too. As a supreme being, free from the River of Time at the 12th rank level, what scene had they not seen? What thing had they not experienced? But with this little fellow Lin Yuan, they kept being shocked one after the other. Supreme beings, Lin Yuan hesitated, intending to first reveal a count of the spatial layers he opened, lightly disclosing some information. As for the mysterious gourd, Lin Yuan faintly sensed it was of great importance, and no matter the situation, he absolutely could not acknowledge possessing this treasure. No need to explain, Xiaqin Supreme Being waved his hand. It's quite normal for you to have secrets. I have secrets, and so does Yudi. Xiaqin Supreme Being's smile widened as he looked at Lin Yuan. At his level, he simply couldn't be bothered to investigate thoroughly. It was enough that Lin Yuan was a human evolver. Yes, Lin Yuan immediately responded. I'm not sure about your current strength, Xiaqin Supreme Being scrutinized Lin Yuan, pondering for a while before speaking, but you should be comparable to a grade A tier 10, right? The standard for a grade A tier 10 is the comprehension of a new rule after the fusion of 2 pillar-level fusion rules. Although Lin Yuan had not yet grasped such fusion rules, his foundation was too profound, similar to the notion of one force breaking myriad laws. More or less, Lin Yuan nodded. In fact, Lin Yuan felt that his current strength even exceeded that of an ordinary grade A tier 10. It couldn't be helped, after thoroughly understanding the rule of time, and with his inner world fully independent, followed by the chaos void origin infusion, the enhancement Lin Yuan received was far beyond expectations. Very good. A smile emerged on Shatin Supreme Being's face. With the magnitude of human civilization, adding another grade A tier 10 being wasn't a big deal. At most, it would affect the local situations on large battlefields, nothing more. However, Lin Yuan's strength, comparable to grade A tier 10, was not the same as a normal grade A tier 10. Whether it was human civilization or other different species, all grade A tier 10 beings had reached the limit of strength and potential. Aside from breaking through to tier 11, there was no space for further improvement. Having just stepped into the 10th rank, he was already comparable to grade A tier 10. What would happen once he mastered various fusion rules, or even the pillar-level fusion rules? If an 11th rank powerhouse didn't intervene, who could be Lin Yuan's opponent? But don't get cocky. Shatin Supreme Being's tone shifted slightly, becoming more serious. Our expectation for you is not to remain at the 10th rank or even the 11th rank. It is the ultimate, the 12th rank. Shatin Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan, and the smile on the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being's face had also faded. Read the latest on My Virtual Library Empire. In the cosmic starry sky, what measures the strength and weakness of the Peak Clan's foundations is always the combat power of the Supreme Beings. Without becoming a Supreme Being, one is ultimately just a being within the river of time, bound by the limits of lifespan, fated to grow old and die one day. No matter how unprecedented Lin Yuan's talent and qualifications are, only by entering the realm of the 12th rank level can he maintain eternity. Chapter 1, Surge in Strength, please subscribe. 3. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. He was equally eager to become the ultimate. To begin with, only by stepping into that level could one truly have self-preservation power. As for now, relying on the power of human civilization was also enough to ensure self-preservation. But between relying on external power and one's own abilities, Lin Yuan preferred the latter. After stepping into the 10th rank, your inner world will establish a connection with the origin source of the universe and will naturally and slowly evolve. So what you need to do now is to enlighten as many fusion rules as possible and then integrate them into your inner world to enhance its foundation. Xiaqin Supreme Being spoke. Enlighten more fusion rules, Lin Yuan suddenly understood. The more fusion rules a 10th rank strong one enlightens, the stronger their power is assumed to be. In theory, even among grade A tier 10s, there is a clear distinction in strength. A grade A tier 10 who has enlightened one pillar level fusion rule is clearly weaker than a grade A tier 10 who has enlightened two. Moreover, distinguishing between someone who has created a new rule after fusing 3 pillar rules and another who did so with only 2 is also quite easy. Even involving the rule of time with basic rules in fusion can significantly enhance the methods available to a grade A tier 10. The rule of time, even when merged with an ordinary rule, can produce, might far surpassing that of a new rule formed by the fusion of 2 pillar rules. Right, actually, even at tier 11, it's mainly about fusing more rules. However, an 11th rank life fuses the rule of time with the space rules. If possible, the more pillar rules fused, the greater the benefits. Xiaqin Supreme Being nodded. Chaos rules? Lin Yuan couldn't help asking. You actually know about chaos rules? Shatin Supreme Being was astonished. Human civilization couldn't possibly know about chaos rules without that enormous opportunity falling from beyond the universe. I once obtained a little information about chaos rules at a place of opportunity within the Xuanhuang secret realm, Lin Yuan said, half-truthfully. The matter of chaos rules, indeed, was something he learned from within the Xuanhuang secret realm. Nevertheless, it wasn't from a place of opportunity, but rather from the spirit of the mysterious realm, the 6-armed silhouette who spoke to him. It came from that Xuanhuang emperor who had vanished for endless ages. The Xuanhuang secret realm was indeed left by an incredibly powerful being, so it's normal that he had some information about the chaos rules. Shatin Supreme Being didn't think too much of it. Extrapolating from the present to the past, Shatin Supreme Being was aware that Lin Yuan's strength while he was in the Xuanhuang secret realm was significantly reserved. Under such circumstances, entering a place of opportunity that defies common sense and obtaining high-level information was nothing strange. An 11th rank life would indeed greatly benefit from enlightening the chaos rules when challenging the ultimate, Shatin Supreme, being said with a hint of sentiment, but don't pursue this matter too much. For an 11th rank life to enlighten chaos rules is almost impossible. So that's how it is, Lin Yuan inwardly exclaimed. The disturbance he caused during his breakthrough had already confirmed his innate potential. Even so, Shatin Supreme Being still didn't believe Lin Yuan could enlighten the chaos rules, obviously indicating the extreme difficulty of the task. By the way, announcing the advancement to 10th rank can wait a few more years, Shatin Supreme Being said. The commotion caused by your breakthrough was immense. Those alien strong ones from the outside world believe that our human civilization has given birth to an 11th rank evolver who has thoroughly understood the rule of time. So, I plan to go with the flow and first announce that a reclusive evolver of human civilization has comprehended the rule of time, and then has broken through to Tier 11 in the Central Star domain. Shocking Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan. Comprehending the rule of time at 10th rank, although inconceivable, there were precedents after all. The reactions of those alien strong ones wouldn't be too severe. But comprehending the rule of time at 9th rank? And causing such a big disturbance during the breakthrough? Those alien strong ones would probably become restive, seeking all means to target Lin Yuan. While the human supreme beings would pay more attention to Lin Yuan and not let those alien strong ones succeed, it was still better to avoid such incidents if possible. Can it really be concealed? Lin Yuan was quite curious. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that a breakthrough from 9th to 10th rank could cause such a grand disturbance. Shatin Supreme Being glanced at Lin Yuan. The look the feather butterfly Supreme Being beside him cast towards Lin Yuan also flashed with astonishment. Compared to the illusion that human civilization is about to present to other species, the true truth is even more unbelievable, isn't it? Alright, now that you've stepped into 10th rank, I should be going back. Familiarize yourself well with the power after 10th rank, Shatin Supreme Being said, then vanished from view. Even a normal breakthrough from 9th to 10th rank would lead to an infusion from the universe's origin source. Everything about oneself would be significantly improved, so the most important thing for a newcomer to 10th rank is to adapt to the surge in power. Lin Yuan's induction was beyond 100 times that of the origin source of the universe from the Chaos Void origin, and the amount was unfathomable. The magnitude of his strength's increase was also well beyond what is normal for a 9th to 10th rank ascension, by tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of times. Feather Butterfly Supreme Being glanced at Lin Yuan one last time before she too disappeared without a trace. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan turned and returned to the Milky Way main star. Because the Supreme Beings intervened to isolate space-time, none of the evolvers in the Milky Way star region noticed, not even the 8th layer administrators on the galactic star knew, that their Star Lord had become a 10th rank evolver. Whoosh! Read new chapters at My Virtual Library Empire inside the Star Lord's Great Hall. Lin Yuan's figure appeared. He then sat down cross-legged. Having broken through to 10th rank, Lin Yuan went to see Shatin Supreme Being and Feather Butterfly Supreme Being immediately, not even having the chance to carefully compare his own changes in strength. Now was a good time to slowly feel them out. Each Chapter 2, Chikun, Star-Lord, 9th rank. This is 9th rank. Please subscribe. My physical body and soul have both skyrocketed by 1,000-fold. Lin Yuan was carefully savoring the sense of control brought about by his powerful physical form and soul. At this moment, he was like a colossal celestial body. If he released his suppression, all matter within several light years would turn to dust and then orbit around him. With my current state, even if I only used the strength of my physical body, a single punch would be enough to shatter layers upon layers of space. Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself. The 1,000-fold amplification of Lin Yuan's physical body and soul wasn't based on an ordinary 9th stage peak. It was based on a terrifying physical body that had been strengthened by the mysterious gourd, with a fundamental increase of over 20 times. Moreover, the world force derived from his vast inner world was constantly nurturing Lin Yuan's physical body and soul at every moment. Add to that, the martial Tao cultivation system was inherently skilled at tempering the physical body. That is to say, even before breaking through to the 10th rank, Lin Yuan's physical strength was already hundreds to thousands of times that of a peer at the same 9th rank. No wonder I've only heard of 8th layer invincibles surviving against 9th rank powerhouses, but never of a 9th rank managing to survive against a 10th rank. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The increase was far too great. Even if other 10th rank powerhouses only sustained infusion from the universe's origin source, they were far superior to any life on the 9th rank. Even special 9th rank beings had no power to fight back in front of a powerhouse who had just entered the 10th rank. The higher you go, the wider the gap between realms becomes. It's like this from the 9th to the 10th rank, from the 10th to the 11th rank, and so is the gap between the 11th rank and the ultimate existences. Lin Yuan thought silently. Especially from the 11th rank to the ultimate, it was a chasm of whether or not one had broken free from the shackles of the river of time. Despite there being extremely powerful and ancient 11th rank lives in the cosmic starry skies, which possess the confidence that makes ultimate beings hesitant to take action against them, such as the Mother of the Tree Realm. However, this hesitation doesn't mean that these ancient and powerful 11th rank lives can withstand the methods of ultimate beings, but rather they can obliterate themselves before an ultimate being comes close to completely destroying them, leaving the ultimate existences to return empty-handed. Inner world, Lin Yuan dispatched a thread of his consciousness to descend into his inner world as an incarnation. After sustaining the infinite chaos void origin, Lin Yuan's inner world showed no drastic changes in terms of size at first glance. Stay tuned for updates on My Virtual Library Empire. But within the world itself, a significant transformation had occurred in all aspects. To put it simply, it was much like the difference between the central divine continent and the spirit realm. Space became more stable, and the rules more balanced. A strike of the same might create gulches spanning thousands of miles in the inner world at the ninth rank, but in the present inner world, perhaps it could only split a boulder? I can feel that, after receiving the Chaos Void Origins infusion, my inner world has made a connection with the Chaos Void, thereby improving moment by moment, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even without Lin Yuan taking any action, the layers of spatial realms within his inner world were being slowly developed. Lin Yuan's inner world was entirely independent and could slowly absorb the power of the Chaos Void. Other 10th rank evolvers were a bit inferior, able to absorb only the power of the main universe, but probably not much different from Lin Yuan's current state. The spatial layers were unfolding slowly of their own accord, it was just much slower in terms of speed. This is also why 10th rank powerhouses didn't care about how many spatial layers their inner worlds had, because at the 10th rank level, the inner worlds would actively synchronize with the main universe, Chaos Void, which would autonomously develop spatial layers. Certain ancient 10th rank lives had an inner world with spatial layer counts that could reach hundreds of millions or even billions of layers. In such cases, some 9th rank powerhouses intentionally developed more spatial layers to receive more of the universe's origin infusion. A normal 9th rank powerhouse transcending to the 10th rank would tear open a gap millions of miles wide for the universe's origin infusion, whereas special 9th ranks that had developed tens of millions of spatial layers would tear a 2 to 3 million mile gap upon ascending to the 10th rank. Given that the time spent in breakthrough remained at 333 seconds, the difference in the amount of main universe origin infusion received by the two was like night and day. This is the greatest benefit of developing more spatial layers at the 9th rank. Lin Yuan had developed more than 23 billion layers in his spatial realms. The direct size of his inner world also exceeded 200 million miles. Combining various factors, the gap torn in the universe reached 12 light-years. The resulting infusion of Chaos Void Origin was immeasurable, allowing Lin Yuan's strength to increase far beyond expectations. My current true combat power is roughly equivalent to 3 to 5 Black Star Lords. Lin Yuan gauged his own strength and made an objective assessment. The Black Star Lord was a veteran grade A tier 10, having understood 2 pillar-level fusion rules. Although Lin Yuan had yet to comprehend one such pillar-level rule, the power he wielded was too formidable. If the Black Star Lord indeed faced Lin Yuan, the outcome would be the Black Star Lord's full-force attack wouldn't break through Lin Yuan's defense, and a casual strike from Lin Yuan, if it even grazed or brushed against him, would leave the Black Star Lord spitting blood from serious injuries. Elemental body. Lin Yuan thought of this physical body divine ability from the world of gods. The combat among 10th rank powerhouses mainly depended on the strength of their fusion rules. And fusion rules are also rules, simply a perfect counter for the elemental body. After getting somewhat accustomed to the changes in himself, Lin Yuan moved his thoughts, and his 2 primordial spirits appeared in front of him. During the period of Chaos Void Origin infusion, the 2 primordial spirits also benefited and gained strength almost as much as the main body. You go to the large alien battlefield. Lin Yuan looked towards the Taiyang Divine Spirit. Having stepped into the 10th rank, Lin Yuan naturally planned to visit the large alien battlefield. Putting other things aside, at the very least, the speed of accumulating world-breaking origin force there would be much faster than at medium-sized otherworldly battlefields. After breaking through to the 10th rank, the last bit of threat from the large alien battlefields to Lin Yuan gradually disappeared. As long as the supreme beings of different species didn't take action against him, he had nothing to fear. Time slipped away. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Under the operation of the ultimate beings like Shachen's Supreme Being and others, the news of Lin Yuan's breakthrough to the 10th rank finally began to go public. Actually, if it were not made public soon, the outside world would also speculate whether the Galactic Star-Lord had stepped into the 10th rank. With the strength Lin Yuan showed in the Xuanhuang secret realm, breaking through to the 10th rank should not be difficult for him. 10th rank. Did Lin Yuan really step into the 10th rank? 200 years, a 10th rank evolver in less than 200 years. Our Kanglin star has actually given birth to an existence like Lin Yuan. After years of development, Kanglin star was already not much inferior to the main stars of some star systems, but still celebrated wildly upon learning that Lin Yuan had become a 10th rank evolver. Many young citizens of Kanglin star had no idea what it meant to be a 10th rank evolver, but the fact that their own planet had produced such a great person was exhilarating to them. In the virtual world, Lin Yuan was chatting leisurely with the Black Star Lord, the lustrous Star Master, and several other grade A tier 10 beings. Galactic Star-Lord, when you broke through to the 10th rank and experienced the infusion of the origin source of the universe, how did it feel? The Black Star-Lord couldn't help but ask. This was also the biggest difference from the previous breakthroughs. 10th rank evolvers had already set one foot at the peak beneath the supreme beings. They could receive the gifts of the origin from the main universe. This was an unprecedented great opportunity, and even for the most amazing evolvers, they would experience it at most 2 or 3 times in their lifetime. Not bad, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Although it had been 5 years since he had entered the 10th rank, the sensation of the Chaos Void Origin infusion still made Lin Yuan quite addicted. The feeling that everything about oneself was crazily improving under the Origin infusion was highly addictive. Ha 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 ha. A smile appeared on the Black Star Lord's face. The lustrous Star Master beside him also wore a smile. If the Galactic Star Lord, who had not yet entered the 10th rank, was something they only valued for his potential, now the Galactic Star Lord had broken through to the 10th rank and stood at the same height as them. With the talent and aptitude of the Galactic Star Lord, reaching Grade A was only a matter of time. The major powers in the outside world estimated that in at most a few thousand years, human civilization would have another Grade A Tier 10 being. What the Black Star Lord and the Lustrous Star Master didn't know was that Lin Yuan's current strength had already surpassed Tier 10 Grade A, and in a few thousand years, Lin Yuan would probably have already stepped into Tier 11 in the Ziyun Star domain. The great Peak Master of the Red Kun lineage sat in the Grand Hall, with numerous pieces of information flickering across the light screen in front of him, mostly about the Galactic Star Lord stepping into the 10th rank. Little junior brother has become 10th rank. The great Peak Master touched his nose and shook his head. I remember back then, I stepped into the 8th rank just before my junior brother did. Now, I'm still struggling in the early 8th rank, and my junior brother has already reached the 10th rank? The great senior brother felt a suffocating sensation. The little guy who needed his protection to even break through to the 6th rank had now grown to become a pillar of human civilization that would continue to grow into the future. Thank goodness I got along well with my junior brother back then. A smile spread across the great senior brother's face. After stepping into the 8th rank, he was in charge of a star domain, and the surrounding Star Lords were all trying to befriend him, banking on the face of the Galactic Star Lord, of course, in the Wanyang star domain. Wanyang Holy Sun looked at the message in front of him. His mentality had completely changed. 13 Peak Master has become 10th rank. Wanyang Holy Sun rubbed his forehead. The 13 Peak Master, whom he once regarded as his goal, had now grown to be a giant that even his own teacher had to look up to? No, that's not right. Wanyang Star Lord was but an invincible 8th rank. Facing a 10th rank evolver, he couldn't look up to him even if he wanted to. But no matter how monstrous 13 Peak Master is, what can he do about it? Didn't he lose to me once in the arena match? Wanyang Holy Sun thought cheerfully. Just this incident alone would give him, Wanyang Holy Sun, bragging rights for the second half of his life, and even the Wanyang Star Lord could only watch enviously. Time flew by. Another 2 years passed in a blink. Chikun Star Domain, Chikun Main Star. A majestic spatial fluctuation began to permeate, and a gigantic starry sky wanderer Kun slowly wandered among the various spatial layers outside the main star. The next moment, this starry sky wanderer Kun rapidly shrank, transforming into an old man wearing a red robe. 9th rank. This is the 9th rank. The Chikun Star Lord cried tears of joy, overwhelmed with excitement, silently feeling the power from the many spatial layers. After more than 100 years of seclusion, he finally took that step and entered the 9th rank. 30,000 years, and I, Chikun, have also stepped into the 9th rank. The Chikun Star Lord wept, and with the Starry Sky Wanderer Kun's affinity with space, he had just stepped into the 9th rank and had already opened nearly 1,000 spatial layers. Now, in front of my disciple, I can finally hold my head up. The Chikun Star Lord restrained his aura. After Lin Yuan entered the 9th rank, his teacher had remained at the 8th rank. This had put a lot of pressure on the Chikun Star Lord. Although human civilization was no stranger to disciples surpassing their masters, the Chikun Star Lord also cared about his dignity. Now that the Chikun Star Lord had stepped into the 9th rank, he felt a bit more confident. Thinking this, the Chikun Star Lord began to connect to the virtual world, intending to announce his successful breakthrough and to catch up on what had happened in human civilization during his 100 years of seclusion. However, he felt somewhat bewildered upon getting updated. Not understanding was one thing, but understanding left the Chikun Star Lord somewhat astonished. Chapter 3, The Cycle of Life and Death goes on. Please subscribe. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The commotion caused by the Chikun Star Lord's successful breakthrough immediately caught the attention of many powerful beings on the main star. All the Peak Masters sensed it at once and hurried towards the location of the Chikun Star Lord. There are 13 Peak Masters in the lineage of Red Kun, with the Great Peak Master and 13 Peak Masters stationed in other star domains. Only 11 Peak Masters remain on the main star. At this moment, with the powerful aura of the Chikun Star Lord spreading, 10 Peak Masters were quickly approaching. Teacher, have you made a breakthrough? Congratulations on advancing to the 9th rank, teacher. The Peak Masters, upon seeing the Chikun Star Lord standing with hands behind his back and eyes closed, offered their congratulations one after another. As disciples of the Chikun Star Lord, the more powerful their teacher became, the more benefits they naturally reaped. In human civilization, the bond between master and disciple is even closer than that of kin, for becoming master and disciple means their life levels won't differ too much. They can endure the long years side by side. But kin? How many of them are still alive? Those who are kin to 10th rank evolvers, 11th rank evolvers. Even the kin of supreme beings have mostly died, and while supreme beings can swim against the current, resurrecting past beings. However, if they died due to the end of their natural lifespan, even if they were resurrected by force, they would die once again when their time was up. To achieve eternity, one must become a 12th rank life, stepping out of the river of time. You have arrived. The Chikun Star-Lord glanced at the numerous peak masters and nodded slightly. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil, having just connected his consciousness to the virtual world and received countless pieces of information from the past 100 years. The most dazzling was naturally the Galaxy Master. Within the Xuanhuang secret realm, he unleashed a massacre with his power alone, forcing the 9th rank powerhouses of several opposing peak clans of human civilization to willingly die within the secret realm. Years later, he stepped into the 10th rank and stood near the pinnacle just below the supreme beings. My disciple, the Chikun Star-Lord, fell silent. Initially, he had merely suggested that Lin Yuan explore the opened Xuanhuang secret realm to see if he could figure out any connection between the Xuanhuang evolutionary path and the secret realm itself. He had never anticipated Lin Yuan would cause such a stir. Back when the Chikun Star-Lord entered the Xuanhuang secret realm, he was extremely cautious, for an 8th layer invincible being belonged to the lower levels of the secret realm. But how domineering was Lin Yuan's performance in the Xuanhuang secret realm? Those aloof special 9th ranks had to scurry away like rats, dying if they were too slow to escape. As for Lin Yuan stepping into the 10th rank, the Chikun Star-Lord, despite his complex feelings, secretly felt a sense of relief. When Lin Yuan had ascended to the 9th rank, the Chikun Star-Lord was an invincible 8th ranker, hoping to impact the 9th rank level to become an evolver on the same level as his junior disciple. This was also why the Chikun Star-Lord had been in seclusion for over 100 years. If not for Lin Yuan's provocation, perhaps the Chikun Star-Lord would have taken a few thousand years to brew. When naturally reaching the peak, he would then consider advancing to the 9th rank. After all, he had a long lifespan left. As a Starry Sky Wanderer Kun with peak lineage, the Chikun Star-Lord's lifespan was much longer than evolvers on the same level. But now, Lin Yuan had entered the 10th rank. The Chikun Star-Lord actually felt a sense of relief because reaching the 10th rank level was not something he could achieve by merely entering seclusion. Even though the Starry Sky Wanderer Kun's cultivation at the 9th rank brought great benefits, opening up numerous spatial layers for one favored by the origin source of space, it was considerably easier. But to completely traverse the 9th rank, to open up millions of spatial layers, without 100,000 years, one need not even think about it. That was if everything went smoothly. If it didn't, falling into several bottlenecks could greatly delay the timing. The Chikun Star-Lord's thoughts were tumultuous, and for a moment he even felt sentimental. As long as the gap wasn't significant, there was the thought of overtaking, but when the gap became a vast chasm, the Chikun Star-Lord completely lost such thoughts. Teacher, our junior brother, he has stepped into the 10th rank, the 10-peak master immediately said, eager to share the good news with the Chikun Star-Lord. I know, replied the Chikun Star-Lord, giving the 10-peak master a glance. In the future, you all should learn more from 13. At these words, the 10-peak masters looked at each other in dismay. Stay connected through my virtual library empire. Learn from the junior brother? What could they learn from the junior brother? Deep in the cosmic starry sky, within a certain secret realm, the Tuoba ancient god was sitting cross-legged, his terrifying aura affecting the surrounding space and time. The Galaxy Master, that little fellow, has entered the 10th rank. Tuoba ancient god had just finished a brief period of seclusion and received this news from human civilization. Tuoba. A powerful consciousness descended, coalescing into a huge phantom figure. It was the Xizhong ancient god. You should have returned the Galaxy Master's friend back then, and look at how things turned out now. Not only did you not gain any advantage, but you've also offended the Galaxy Master, Xizhong Ancient God said, shaking his head slightly. So what if he's offended? Tuoba Ancient God didn't care. Considering the talent and aptitude shown by the Galaxy Master, it was only natural for him to advance to the 10th rank. Tuoba Ancient God was not worried about this matter at all. Even if the Galaxy Master ascended to Tier 11 in the future, what of it? As an ancient god like him, already standing at the zenith of Tier 11, unless the Galaxy Master became a supreme being, he couldn't bother him in the slightest. But a supreme being, was it so easy to become one? You may not care about the Galaxy Master, but what about that human evolver who has comprehended the rule of time at the 11th rank? Do you also disregard him? That human evolver has a great chance of becoming a supreme being, and once that happens, the emergence of the 10th supreme being from human civilization will have a profound impact on the situation of all major forces in the universe. Xizhong Ancient God continued. Chapter 3, The Endless Cycle of Life and Death. Subscribe, please. 2. This way, can you still not care? The Xizhong Ancient God spoke. Years ago, the phenomenon that triggered the Chaos Void origin and fusion was revealed by the supreme beings of the different species, and even the ancient gods learned that it originated from human civilization. Afterwards, human civilization also made public that a seclusive 10th rank evolver had broken through to the 11th rank. It matched the conjectures of the supreme beings from the different species. A 10th rank understanding the rule of time, Tuoba ancient god fell into silence. The Galaxy Master could be indifferent after all, even a transcendent talent has little direct help in impacting the ultimate. But a 10th rank understanding the rule of time? This indeed provides no small benefit to the ultimate, allowing one to endure the Chaos Void origin infusion, another time more than a normal 11th rank peak powerhouse. The inner world would gain great benefits. In the future, the ultimate leap towards transforming into an inner universe would also be much easier. It doesn't affect me either. Tuoba Ancient God gave Xizhong Ancient God a glance. Even if human civilization has one more supreme being, it's just a shift in the dynamic among the major peak powers. At worst, I'll join the insect race. The emergence of another supreme being in human civilization only enhances the foundation and strength of human civilization, far from being brazen. You plan to attack the ultimate within 10 million years, and during that time, joining the insect race really has no impact at all? Xizhong Ancient God said with a smile. Tuoba Ancient God did not reply. At this moment, he also faintly regretted how could he have anticipated that the Galaxy Master would be so unthreatened. And human civilization's foundation is too terrifying. How long has it been since it birthed 9 supreme beings, and now there is hope for the birth of a 10th? Had he known this, decisively handing over that friend of the Milky Way main star would indeed have been the best choice. At least not to offend the Milky Way main star to death, nor to offend human civilization to death. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Teacher has stepped into the 9th rank? Lin Yuan received the news, a smile emerging on his face. Although stepping into the 9th rank is trivial for the current Lin Yuan, for Chikun Star Lord, it was a many years' wish. Go congratulate teacher. Lin Yuan connected his consciousness to the virtual world, personal space. Lin Yuan and Chikun Star Lord sat facing each other. Congratulations, teacher, on stepping into the 9th rank. Lin Yuan said with a smile. Are you making fun of me? Chikun Star Lord rolled his eyes. He hadn't even mentioned Lin Yuan breaking through to the 10th rank yet. In comparison to the birth of a 10th rank evolver, what is a break from the 8th to the 9th rank? Afterwards, the master and disciple chatted casually for a while. Enjoy more content from my virtual library empire. Chikun Starlord could feel that, even though his disciple had completely surpassed him, he did not display any airs of a 10th rank evolver. He was still like the junior disciple from years past. This warmed Chikun Starlord's heart a bit. By the way, between the Xuanhuang evolutionary path and the Xuanhuang secret realm, Chikun Starlord tentatively asked. He was quite curious about the relationship between the two. This exploration of the Xuanhuang secret realm did not reveal any connection with the Xuanhuang evolutionary path. Lin Yuan did not tell the whole truth. Primarily because the Xuanhuang secret realm was too important. Perhaps when Lin Yuan becomes a supreme being without fear of anything, he might disclose this matter. But for now, it's better to keep it under wraps. There's no connection at all? Chikun Starlord felt somewhat disappointed. Right, what could an evolutionary path that even I could obtain count for against the Xuanhuang secret realm? Chikun Starlord quickly figured it out. Obtaining the Xuanhuang evolutionary path was not very difficult for him. If the Xuanhuang evolutionary path really had a key connection with the Xuanhuang secret realm, how could it possibly have surfaced through him, a mere 8th rank powerhouse? What Chikun Starlord did not know was that the spirit of the Xuanhuang secret realm, in order to better disseminate the Xuanhuang evolutionary path to the outside world, almost gave away the evolutionary path. However, most powerhouses, upon obtaining this evolutionary path, try repeatedly and find it absolutely unfeasible to cultivate, and so gradually give up and no longer pay attention. Occasionally, life forms that meet the requirements of the Xuanhuang evolutionary path appear, and they too often perish midway, failing to reach the prerequisites necessary to call upon the Xuanhuang secret realm. Teacher, about the Xuanhuang evolutionary path, I intend to make it public and find a few evolvers within my human civilization who can cultivate this evolutionary path. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, then spoke. This was also what he had promised to the spirit of the Xuanhuang secret realm. As for other evolvers cultivating the Xuanhuang evolutionary path, would it shake Lin Yuan's control over the Xuanhuang secret realm? That possibility no longer existed, as in today's scenario, Lin Yuan had refined the core of the secret realm, becoming the undisputed master of the Xuanhuang secret realm. Even if someone cultivated the Xuanhuang evolutionary path to the 10th, 11th rank, it would not affect the Xuanhuang secret realm in the slightest. No problem. Chikun Starlord nodded. Thank you, teacher, Lin Yuan immediately said. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan successfully uploaded the first tier chapter to the 7th rank chapter of the Xuanhuang evolutionary path. As for the 8th layer part, 9th rank chapter, 10th rank chapter, 11th stage volume, and even the 12th stage chapter, if one can't even get through the initial first tier chapter to the 7th rank chapter, there's naturally no need to cultivate the later stages. The 3 goddesses don't think highly of the Xuanhuang evolutionary path. Lin Yuan received the evaluation from the Goddess of Wisdom on the Xuanhuang evolutionary path. The most important criterion for evaluating evolutionary paths in human civilization is their level of adoption. That is, the number of people who can cultivate this evolutionary path. Even if it's a supreme evolution path, if the threshold is extremely high, resulting in no one being able to enter, then its value won't be very high either. The Xuanhuang secret realm might not be such that no one can enter, but cultivating this evolutionary path is not an easy matter. Battlefield A098, Chapter 3, The Unending Cycle of Life and Death. Please subscribe. 3. Battlefields starting with A signify large alien battlefields. Human civilization has established as many as 2 million battlefields of different races, the vast majority of which are small-sized otherworldly battlefields. There are 860,000 medium-sized otherworldly battlefields. As for large alien battlefields, to date there are only 135. Each large alien battlefield is a meat grinder between peak clans, where the strongest beings of the cosmic starry skies converge the most. The gaze of supreme beings is always watching closely. Battlefield A098 is located near the central region. Lin Yuan's Taiyang divine spirit is flying cautiously. Whether it is a small-sized otherworldly battlefield, a medium-sized otherworldly battlefield, or a large alien battlefield, space is extremely unstable, and transposition errors would be greatly magnified. Such errors might be harmless in the cosmic starry skies, but on a battlefield? If one carelessly transposed into the enemy's lair, wouldn't that be seeking death? Therefore, under normal circumstances, no strong being dares to use transposition in the battlefields. Lin Yuan is no exception. Even though with the 9 steps of space-time, Lin Yuan could minimize the errors to the lowest. But the consumption from using this secret technique is too great, and the movement it generates is also significant. It would create ripple after ripple in space. After all, this secret technique is meant to be a life-saving method when there are no other choices. When one is already in such a desperate situation, who still cares about the magnitude of the disturbance? This large alien battlefield is really too vast. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. It had taken him just over half a year to travel from the Milky Way star region to this battlefield. In the years after that, he had been slowly flying on the battlefield, heading towards the eternal spatial rift. According to Lin Yuan's understanding of Battlefield A098, this large alien battlefield has a diameter of over 500 light-years, and even in the vastness of the cosmic void, it is considered a colossal entity. It is said that the 135 large battlefields established by human civilization were all crafted by the hands of supreme beings. They are the work of ultimate existences themselves, capable of enduring the battles between 11th rank lives. However, even just after entering the battlefield, I can already smell the scent of world-breaking origin force. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. In the past, in both small-sized and medium-sized otherworldly battlefields, he could only accelerate the accumulation of world-breaking origin force when he was near the eternal spatial rifts. But in a large alien battlefield, even at the edges, Lin Yuan could sense that the rate of accumulating world-breaking origin force had increased. Even if it was just a slight increase, it was nevertheless an increase. Compared to the small-sized and medium-sized otherworldly battlefields, this was a qualitative change. I wonder, once I truly approach that eternal spatial rift, to what extent will the rate of accumulating world-breaking origin force increase? Lin Yuan was somewhat expectant in his heart. Xuanhuang secret realm. Lin Yuan Taiyin primordial spirit stood suspended in the air. Since breaking through to the 10th rank, Lin Yuan occasionally entered the Xuanhuang secret realm to acquaint himself with the power that surged after his breakthrough. The Xuanhuang secret realm could even block the prying eyes of supreme beings, allowing Lin Yuan to display his power unbridledly here, with no need for any reservations. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying energy fluctuations nearly swept across 1/10 of the secret realm. Compared to a normal 10th rank, Lin Yuan's strength foundation was unfathomably stronger. After passing through the chaos void with a gap of more than 12 light-years and receiving an origin source infusion for 333 seconds, Lin Yuan underwent a complete metamorphosis from the inside out. Compared to when he was at the 9th rank, Lin Yuan had become far too powerful. It was as if he had transformed from an ant into a divine dragon. Whirling, the many layers of space were torn apart. The power Lin Yuan unleashed with mere gestures was enough to obliterate 10th rank grade C and grade B beings. Only a 10th rank grade A who had comprehended the pillar-level fusion rules could endure in the aftermath of Lin Yuan's unrestrained power. But that was just enduring, like a small boat floating on a vast ocean, vulnerable to sinking at any moment. Master, your strength now has already surpassed the pinnacle of the 10th rank without the aid of any rule's power. The 6-armed silhouette of the spirit of the Xuanhuang secret realm appeared in the distance, looking at Lin Yuan in the center of the vast power, utterly shocked. The main method of cultivation for a 10th rank life is to constantly fuse various rules. And fusing rules is also the most important means of attack for a 10th rank life. But now, without utilizing any rules, Lin Yuan's burst of power had surpassed the 10th rank category, which was simply unthinkable. Merely surpassing the pinnacle of the 10th rank, Lin Yuan reined in his aura, somewhat disappointed. Compared to his initial step into the 10th rank, Lin Yuan's strength had increased greatly. He thought he might barely reach the threshold of the 11th rank. Master, the six-armed silhouette fell silent. The 10th and the 11th rank belong to completely different realms. Continue your journey on my virtual library empire. It's not about surpassing the pinnacle of the 10th rank to reach the 11th. If the pinnacle of the 10th rank is 100, then the 11th rank is 1,000 or even 10,000. Surpassing the pinnacle of the 10th rank, reaching 110 or 120, is still a long way from the 11th rank. During the glorious times of the profound yellow lineage, there indeed were some abnormal 10th rank lives who, with the aid of secret technique weapons, momentarily stood against 11th rank life. But Lin Yuan now wanted to reach the threshold of the 11th rank with his own pure power alone. This left the six-armed silhouette at a loss for words. If merely with one's pure strength one can rival the 11th rank, is that still a 10th rank life? After numerous attempts in the Xuanhuang secret realm, Lin Yuan had a rough idea of his current strength. He was basically invincible among the 10th rank, with ordinary grade A tier 10 beings unable to last long against him. If Lin Yuan disregarded everything, paying a huge price, he could perhaps briefly elevate his strength to the threshold of the 11th rank. For instance, by using the divine skill enhancement. Enhancing everything like his physical soul, spirit, will, inner world by 10 times could lead to an estimated 100-fold or 1,000-fold increase in strength, certainly breaking into the 11th rank realm. Fusion rules. After examining for a while, Lin Yuan continued his cultivation and started to comprehend the Dao. The rules of life, the rules of death. Lin Yuan raised both hands. His left hand was filled with warm vitality, while his right hand emanated a cold aura of death. Life and death, the cycle never ends. In Lin Yuan's mind, numerous inspirations emerged, and the forces of life and death between his hands slowly began to merge. Chapter 4. Revisiting the Dark Planet. Please subscribe. For D. Breaking through the 10th rank. For Lin Yuan, besides the most direct aspect of a dramatic increase in strength, there was another benefit. That being the perception of rules became much easier. The heights at which the 9th rank and the 10th rank stood were different, and the scenery they observed naturally differed as well. Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding was the same, when at the 9th rank, perceiving the fusion of pillar-level rules felt obscure and difficult to comprehend. But at the 10th rank? It couldn't be said to be easy, but it likewise couldn't be described as obscure. Having stepped into the 10th rank for several years, Lin Yuan first gained a deep perception of the fusion between the life rule and the death rule, these two kinds of pillar-level rules. At this moment, all of the perceptions transformed into inspiration, propelling Lin Yuan to make that final step. You possess against heaven's understanding. Perceiving the life rule and the death rule, beginning the fusion of rules, less QW, Ru possess against heaven's understanding, perceiving the life rule and the death rule, beginning the fusion of rules, less QWW, Ru possess against heaven's understanding, perceiving the life rule and the death rule, successfully completing the fusion smoothly, less QW. Broom. A rumble exploded in Lin Yuan's mind, as the life rule and the death rule completely fused, forming a completely new rule power. This type of rule power encompassed both life and death, causing the two to continually reincarnate, as if there was no end at all. I finally comprehended a pillar-level fusion rule. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Normally speaking, a 10th rank evolver who comprehends a pillar-level fusion rule, which is at least the new rule formed after the fusion of two pillar-level rules, would then be able to rank among the grade A of the 10th rank. However, this step for 10th rank evolvers took a very, very long time. It's just that Lin Yuan's foundation was too robust, having thoroughly perceived all the major pillar-level rules even before stepping into the 10th rank. Secondly, Lin Yuan possessed an against heaven's understanding. Other 10th rank evolvers, when they first enter this level, haven't even fully comprehended a few pillar-level rules, let alone developed a pillar-level fusion rule. The two weren't even on the same level. Fusing the life rule and the death rule, the fusion rule I've comprehended should be the life and death samsara rule, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The life and death samsara rule, among many pillar-level rules, is a very powerful fusion rule, encompassing the two pillar rules of life and death, which are completely extreme and opposite rules. The difficulty of fusing the life rule with the death rule exceeds the fusion of other pillar-level rules, but once successful, the might of the formed life and death samsara rule is extraordinarily formidable. With my current strength, under normal circumstances, should I be able to reach the threshold of 11th rank now? Lin Yuan thought to himself. For a regular 10th rank powerhouse, comprehending one kind of pillar-level fusion rule completely transforms their own strength. Different types of pillar-level fusion rules exist, with various focal points, but no matter which kind of pillar-level fusion rule, all can enable a 10th rank powerhouse to jump straight into the grade A threat list. So, after Lin Yuan comprehended the life and death samsara rule, his own strength likewise welcomed a significant increase. To put it simply, if the pillar-level fusion rule is compared to a sharp blade, in the hands of ordinary people, it can cause tremendous lethality, and in the hands of evolvers, the lethality will be even stronger and higher. The same degree of life and death samsara rule when initiated by Lin Yuan compared to when initiated by a normal 10th rank grade A powerhouse, the power unleashed is naturally worlds apart. Let's try again. A thought flickered through Lin Yuan's mind. The Taiyan primordial spirit immediately descended upon the Xuanhuang secret realm. After becoming the master of the Xuanhuang secret realm and with the Xuanhuang seal, Lin Yuan could enter the Xuanhuang secret realm from any location in the universe. As for getting out, apart from those fixed 333 secret realm exits, one can also establish a guiding marks between themselves and the Xuanhuang secret realm, serving as a connection and pull. Lin Yuan had already established that long ago, using his true body as the guiding marks for when he exits. Previously, when the Xuanhuang secret realm was closed, he exited along with the other 9th rank evolvers to create a scenario that he too left the Xuanhuang secret realm. Xuanhuang secret realm. The Lin Yuan Taiyan primordial spirit descended once again. Master. The six-armed silhouette appeared, looking at Lin Yuan with a slight hint of confusion, and asked, "I want to test my strength again," Lin Yuan said directly. "Okay," the six-armed silhouette nodded. Although unclear why Lin Yuan wanted to repeat the process, the six-armed silhouette would only follow the commands of its master. "What is this secret realm's limit of endurance?" Lin Yuan asked before acting. "Limit of endurance?" The six-armed silhouette pondered for a moment. "Attacks below the ultimate shouldn't be a problem." The reason why the Xuanhuang secret realm could evade the lockdown of a supreme being was because of the technique of blending into the gaps within the countless spatial layers of the main universe. As for the Xuanhuang secret realm itself, it had no ability to block supreme beings. However, while it couldn't stop a supreme being, the secret realm was more than sufficient to withstand attacks from 11th rank life forms. "Then, that's good," Lin Yuan nodded. "I have just understood a type of fusion rule and want to try it out. You help me see if the power has reached the threshold of 11th rank." Lin Yuan finished speaking and raised his right hand, lightly pressing towards the front. The terrifying power of the life rule and death rule after fusing began to burst forth, the breath of both extreme rules continuously infiltrating the numerous spatial layers, vaguely starting to affect the stability of the Xuanhuang secret realm. "This?" The six-armed silhouette's expression changed slightly. "Master, you can't continue attacking," the six-armed silhouette hurriedly said. Lin Yuan also noticed the changes in the Xuanhuang secret realm. When he exerted the life and death samsara rule in an attack, it was far from shaking the Xuanhuang secret realm, but it produced a continuous and lingering influence on the core essence of the realm. Indeed, the life and death samsara rule is formidable, Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. With the foundation of his strength, the destructive power he unleashed under the life and death samsara rule had definitely reached the threshold of tier 11. "Master, that strike just now reached the tier 11 threshold," the six-armed silhouette immediately said. At the same time, a trace of shock appeared on its face. Just entering the 10th rank and already capable of delivering such a terrifying strike, was this still a 10th rank life? "I know," Lin Yuan said, feeling quite pleased. However, although that strike reached the tier 11 threshold, it's still a bit weaker compared to a true 11th rank powerhouse. The so-called tier 11 threshold simply refers to a casual strike from a powerhouse who has just entered the tier 11 level. But Lin Yuan wasn't discouraged. After all, how long had it been since he stepped into the 10th rank? To achieve this extent was already impressive, and after several decades or centuries, challenging an 11th rank powerhouse would be entirely possible. Virtual world. After Lin Yuan grasped the life and death samsara rule, he joined Black Star Lord and Lustrous Star Master for a casual chat. "Ha ha ha, Galaxy Master, your 10th rank celebration is almost catching up to the grandeur of Nalan's tier 11 celebration." Black Star Lord laughed. "I didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic," Lin Yuan said with a smile on his face. After stepping into the 10th rank, Lin Yuan also held a 10th rank celebration, and as a result, he received various congratulations and celebrations. Evolvers of the 10th and 11th rank from human civilization, as well as many powers, all sent their congratulations. Of course, along with the congratulatory letters, the gifts were naturally quite significant. Even Black Star Lord and Lustrous Star Master sent over quite a generous gift. After the celebration, Lin Yuan, just in gift money, had received 7 to 8 million cubic universe crystals. "That's because the one holding the celebration is the Galaxy Master," someone remarked. "When I broke through to the 10th rank and had my celebration, it wasn't of this scale," Black Star Lord said, shaking his head. The potential of the Galaxy Master was limitless, and with the talents and capabilities he had shown so far, entering tier 11 was a sure thing. Hence, many evolvers and powers naturally sent gifts. Black Star Lord, at the time of his own entry into the 10th rank, had a celebration that was only a bit more lively than normal, and at that time, Black Star Lord's displayed potential was far from what Lin Yuan was showing now. "When you hold your tier 11 celebration, it will definitely surpass mine," Lin Yuan immediately said. "I hope so," Black Star Lord said, a smile appearing on his face. He too longed to step into tier 11, but to take that step, accumulation alone wasn't enough. If it weren't for the stimulus provided by Lin Yuan leading to a change in mindset, it might have taken Nayland tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years to make the breakthrough, and even then, it would only be a possibility. After chatting with Black Star Lord and Lustrous Star Master for a while longer, Lin Yuan disconnected from the virtual world. Now that I've grasped the life and death samsara rule, I might as well go and explore the Black Planet, Lin Yuan thought. The Black Planet was a mysterious planet that Lin Yuan Tai-Yin primordial spirit had stumbled upon while returning from the Xuanhuang secret realm. There were 12 doors in the center of the planet, and the prerequisite to enter each door was understanding a pillar-level fusion rule. Lin Yuan remembered that one of the doors required the life and death samsara rule as its pillar-level fusion rule. The Black Planet, Lin Yuan's expression became solemn. According to the Goddess of Wisdom's explanation, the Black Planet came from an ancient past, from an event where countless treasures descended from outside the universe. The rise of human civilization was greatly attributed to this, as it was said they obtained part of a key treasure's heritage. Therefore, Lin Yuan paid great attention to that Black Planet. Let's go take a look. Lin Yuan's Tai-Yin primordial spirit appeared and then vanished in an instant, rushing towards the star domain where the Black Planet was located. Experience tales with my virtual library empire desolate star domain. Outside a seemingly ordinary Black Planet, Lin Yuan's figure emerged. As was his custom, he left a drop of his essence blood outside. Then he descended onto the Black Planet. In the center of the planet, 12 black doors stood tall, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. Lin Yuan observed carefully for a while and eventually stood before one of the black doors. This door was the one corresponding to the life and death samsara rule. Only upon grasping such a pillar-level fusion rule could one enter. What should I do now? Lin Yuan stood outside the black door, his brow slightly furrowed. He then reached out, attempting to push the black door open, but the black door remained immovable. Life and death samsara rule. Lin Yuan looked at the patterns engraved on the surface of the door. The patterns were complex, but Lin Yuan understood their meaning at a glance. Grasping the life and death samsara rule is required to enter. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan tried to congeal the power of the life and death samsara rule and slowly infused it into the black door. Shortly after, under Lin Yuan's gaze, a deep voice echoed in his ear. Qualifications met for entry. The next moment, the black door began to vibrate, thunderously opening. Without any hesitation, Lin Yuan stepped inside. What is this place? Walking into the black door, Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly as he looked around. Chapter 5, Lin Yuan's One Strike Additional Release, Seeking Monthly Votes. At the beginning of the month within the black door, there was a vast expanse of heaven and earth. Contained space within the Jiezi? Lin Yuan was cautious and kept observing his surroundings. The black sphere was not large, yet the space within the door was so vast, Lin Yuan did not find it strange. It was just a deeper application of the space rules. Lin Yuan's inner world extended over 200 million miles, but was hidden within a fist-sized Qi Sea. It was a similar principle. The suppression in this space is so strong, Lin Yuan secretly exclaimed. The massive suppression was far beyond that of the Xuanhuang secret realm. Lin Yuan was now unable to even blend into the spatial layers. Over there, Lin Yuan looked ahead. Beneath his feet there was a path made of black pebbles. Aside from this path, everywhere else appeared white. It's only safe to walk along the path of black pebbles. Lin Yuan's third eye twitched as he looked toward the white area, a sense of dread rising in his heart, yet the narrow path of black pebbles brought a sense of safety. Can't go back? Lin Yuan turned to look. He found that the door behind him had already disappeared. Now, the only option for Lin Yuan was a single path. That was to keep moving forward. So be it. At most, I'll just lose this primordial spirit. It's not unacceptable. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan directly followed the path of black pebbles. Regarding this black sphere, Lin Yuan had already informed the Goddess of Wisdom. The three goddesses surely knew by now. If the three goddesses knew, then the Shachen Supreme Being and other ultimate existences must definitely be aware. In such a situation, if the Shachen Supreme Being did not specifically inform him, it indicated that there might not be any significant danger associated with the black sphere. The black sphere was related to the distant past event where countless treasures fell into the cosmic starry sky, and human civilization had acquired the key treasure and its heritage from that event, so the Shachen Supreme Being must be quite knowledgeable about the black sphere. The fact that the Shachen Supreme Being did not actively inform Lin Yuan signified that there were no irreparable dangers present. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half an hour went by. I feel other rule fluctuations rapidly becoming vague, and only the life and death rules are starting to become clearer. Lin Yuan noticed the changes around him. Life and death rules? Is this world related to the life and death samsara rule? Many speculations arose in Lin Yuan's heart, but they were just that, speculations. To understand clearly, he had to continue onward. Shaya Yu Evolution Tower. Shachen Supreme Being seemed to sense something, slightly lifting his head to look towards a certain area. If Lin Yuan were present, he would have noticed that the Shachen Supreme Being's gaze was directed at the star domain where the black sphere was located. That kid went in. A smile appeared on Shachin's Supreme Being's face. A figure quickly condensed beside him, the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being. That heritage star probably originated from an oversight of the past. We've gone so many years without discovering it, yet that kid stumbled upon it so easily, he's really lucky. The Feather Butterfly Supreme Being smiled slightly. The Black Sphere's aura was completely concealed. Even Supreme Beings couldn't detect it unless they were within a certain proximity. Otherwise, with the perception of Supreme Beings that can see through millions and tens of millions of light years at a glance, searching the entire cosmic starry sky would not take too long. Divine treasures conceal themselves. Some treasures cannot be detected unless one is close by. Even for certain kinds of treasures, if one does not meet the criteria, they might not detect any anomalies even when close. Just like the mysterious gourd Lin Yuan possesses, if it weren't for the physical body divine ability, blood rebirth, that Lin Yuan happened to master, it's likely he would still be clueless about the use of that gourd now. Inside the Heritage Star, there are paths of pillar-level fusion rules that only 10th rank life can enter. If that kid can get through 3 or 4 types, he might be able to step into Tier 11, said the Shachin Supreme Being. 3 or 4 types? The Feather Butterfly Supreme Being pondered for a while. Normally, a 10th rank evolver only needs to get through 1 to step into Tier 11, but considering Lin Yuan's previous outstanding feats, going through 3 or 4 types is not out of the question. I just don't know how many realms of fusion rules the paths contained within that Heritage Star reach, the Shachin Supreme Being muttered to himself. According to the highest secrets owned by human civilization, heritage stars from outside the universe also vary in rank. Depending on the maximum realms reached by the contained fusion rules paths, the higher the level, the more precious it is, but the harder it is to pass through as well. Of course, to know the maximum realms, one must first traverse a path of the fusion rules. Without doing so, even Supreme Beings cannot know its limits. Supreme Beings have the means to destroy the Black Sphere, but such heritage stars will go into self-destruct mode if they sense an unstoppable threat within the Black Door. In the vast expanse of heaven and earth, Lin Yuan was walking step by step along the path made of black pebbles, not knowing how much time had passed. Lin Yuan arrived in front of a black ritual altar. This place, Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks and began to sense carefully. Here, he could no longer perceive fluctuations from other rules. Only the life and death rules became incredibly clear. Not sensing rule fluctuations meant he could not borrow the power of the rules. For example, the spatial rupture fusion rules that Lin Yuan comprehended came from a fusion of the space rules and the golden rules. But in this world, the efficacy of such fusion rules would be greatly weakened, because he could not feel the space rules or the golden rules at all. He could only rely on the spatial rupture fusion rules he had mastered. But now, where should I go? Lin Yuan looked over the altar before him. After waiting cautiously for a while and noticing no changes, he stepped onto the altar. The moment Lin Yuan set foot on the entire altar began to shake slightly. Massive amounts of black light rapidly converged, condensing into a black-robed man with an ancient demeanor. Who are you? Lin Yuan looked at the black-robed man, his expression growing slightly solemn. Greetings. I am the altar spirit, and I shall now subject you to some trials. Should you pass, you will obtain the ultimate reward for this path of fusion rules. The black-robed man's tone was calm as he looked at Lin Yuan and said slowly, The altar spirit? Lin Yuan quickly understood the position of the black-robed man, similar to the stone statue Shenji in the Demon Jade space and the six-armed silhouette in the Xuanwang secret realm. May I ask, Senior, what is the ultimate reward? Lin Yuan immediately inquired. You'll know once you go in, the black-robed man shook his head. Only those who pass the trial may know what the ultimate reward is. However, I can hint that the ultimate reward is related to the life and death samsara rule. I see. Lin Yuan's face showed realization, but inside he was rather speechless. He naturally could speculate that the ultimate reward was related to the life and death samsara rule. Could it be that behind this door, which one could only enter upon comprehending the life and death samsara rule, lay a reward related to the Great Destruction rule? What is the trial? Lin Yuan asked again. The trial tests your mastery of the life and death samsara rule, the black-robed man stated succinctly. Presumably you have already felt that, in this world, only the fluctuations of life and death rules exist. No other rules can be perceived, the black-robed man said. Correct. Lin Yuan nodded. In short, the strongest rule that Lin Yuan could now wield was the life and death samsara rule. Now. The black-robed man gestured with a wave of his hand, and dozens of black stone walls descended, erecting themselves not far away. The dozens of black stone walls stood in a row from front to back. Your next chapter awaits on my virtual library empire. The life and death samsara rule is a rule of slaughter, and testing such a rule is based on the level of destructiveness caused. Now, operate the life and death samsara rule with all your strength and attack the black stone walls. The more walls you penetrate, the more hope you have of passing the trial, the black-robed man said directly without mincing words. Operate with all my strength? Lin Yuan repeated. Yes, full strength. Let me see the limit of your destructive power, said the black-robed man, giving Lin Yuan an extra glance as if he wondered why Lin Yuan would ask such a question. Don't worry. Seeing the aura of your life and death samsara rule, you must have just grasped it. Under such circumstances, even if you stimulate the life and death samsara rule with all your might, the strength that erupts will barely penetrate the first black stone wall, not to mention completely pass through, the black-robed man patiently explained. Although he had predicted the scope of destruction Lin Yuan would cause by ultimately stimulating the life and death samsara rule, it was just the scope. As for how much power, like how much of the first black stone wall would be penetrated, it still needed Lin Yuan's own effort to verify. All right, Lin Yuan nodded. Since comprehending the life and death samsara rule, he had never yet fully utilized this rule in action. Even in the Xuanhuang secret realm, he had stopped as soon as he realized the impact this fusion rule had on the realm, exercising restraint. Begin. After the black-robed man spoke, he became silent. When Lin Yuan opened the outer door with a trace of life and death samsara rule's power and entered, he made a rough estimate of the power of life and death samsara rule Lin Yuan had grasped. Life and death samsara, Lin Yuan raised his right hand and stretched out his index finger, solemnly touching each black stone wall that wasn't far away with a gentle tap. The black-robed man's face was initially expressionless, but soon after, his expression changed dramatically. He looked at Lin Yuan's gently extended finger in disbelief. What? The black-robed man's pupils shrank sharply. The next moment, the power of life and death samsara instantly pierced through billions of spatial layers, tearing open a hole. The black stone walls were crushed without a doubt, and that hole continued to spread swiftly towards the distance, piercing through the entire world in an instant and moving on to even deeper realms. It wasn't until a faint vibration echoed that everything settled down. Even so, in the gray area that the hole had passed through, the power of life and death samsara continued to operate ceaselessly. Everything was distorting, and everything was being annihilated. Shayu Evolution Tower, Shachin's Supreme Being and Feather Butterfly were leisurely chatting while observing the black star. At that moment, Shachin's Supreme Being's complexion showed a strange change. He then looked carefully at the black star many light years away. After a moment, Shachin's Supreme Being narrowed his eyes and spoke. Feather Butterfly, did you notice that the Heritage Star seemed to tremble just now? BIEPs, this chapter is a bonus update. Seeking a monthly vote guarantee for May. It's the beginning of the month with double benefits. Casting one monthly vote is like casting two. These 3 sentences are not charged for. Chapter 6, Exaggerated Accumulation Speed of World. Breaking Origin Force, Subscription Request. There was a tremor? The Feather Butterfly Supreme Being was astonished. These kinds of heritage stars were divided into 3 types: 9th rank Spatial Heritage Star, 10th rank Fusion Rule Heritage Star, 11th rank Fusion Rule Heritage Star. The Black Planet was a 10th rank Fusion Rule Heritage Star, which only allowed 10th rank life to enter. Experience exclusive tales on My Virtual Library Empire. Besides understanding the corresponding pillar level fusion rules, it also had intrinsic requirements for life level higher. 11th rank life or lower 9th rank life did not qualify. Given the weight of the 10th rank Fusion Rule Heritage Star, if it were in the external world, even an 11th rank powerhouse could not budge it by an inch. If it were inside, an attack of an 11th rank level could potentially have an impact, but that introduces a paradox. That is, 10th rank Fusion Rule Heritage Star does not allow 11th rank life to enter. 11th rank life cannot enter, and 10th rank life is far too inferior to 11th rank life. Furthermore, the heritage space inside the heritage star suppresses other rule fluctuations, only allowing the operation of corresponding fusion rules. External forces, secret treasures, and other methods are all useless. This makes each heritage star extremely stable, not subject to changes due to external forces. Therefore, Shachin's Supreme Being was a bit astonished. Let me take a look. The Feather Butterfly Supreme Being's thoughts stirred slightly. An incarnation immediately descended outside the Black Planet. At the same time, centered on the Black Planet, the time over millions of miles range suddenly began to reverse. It was as if a scene playing at normal speed suddenly started to rewind. Time reversal. This was a secret technique that any life that thoroughly understood the rule of time could perform. However, even for Lin Yuan, the area of his time reversal was at most tens to hundreds of miles. Any more would be too much to handle, yet the time reversal area of the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being spanned tens of millions of miles. And this was still just an insignificant incarnation of the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being, who could have as many such incarnations as she wanted within the territorial scope of human civilization under the coverage of the virtual networks. Indeed, there was a tremor. The Feather Butterfly Supreme Being nodded slightly. Through the time reversal, she also discovered that a minor tremor had occurred in the Black Planet. Why is that so? Shachin's Supreme Being was somewhat surprised. The possibilities could be merely one of 2. One is that there might have been an issue or an accident with the operation itself inside the Black Planet. The other possibility is that a powerhouse within the internal heritage space of the Black Planet unleashed an 11th rank level attack, exceeding the internal thresholds of the Black Planet, thus causing the recent incident. The first possibility remains unspoken for now. The second possibility? At present, Lin Yuan is the only person inside the heritage space of the Black Planet. That is to say, if this possibility is true, then the person who unleashed the 11th rank attack is Lin Yuan. But how is that possible? If the gap between 8th layer and 9th rank is 1, then the gap between 9th rank and 10th rank is 100, and between 10th rank and 11th rank, it's 10,000 to 100,000. Fighting beyond one's rank? At the 3rd rank, 4th rank, and 5th rank, it might be realized by relying on one's own bloodline physique, mastery of secret techniques, and so on. But the higher the realm, the less likely such an event occurs until it becomes impossible. Both supreme beings knew that when Lin Yuan broke through to 10th rank, he had endured the massive infusion of Chaos Void origin, gaining tremendous benefits. But even significant benefits cannot change the fact that Lin Yuan is 10th rank life. Perhaps with Lin Yuan's talent and having endured so much Chaos Void origin infusion, training to the peak of 10th rank, he might hope to elevate his attack ability to the threshold of 11th rank. But how long has it been? A normal newcomer to 10th rank as an evolver is still not completely accustomed to his newly increased power, yet Lin Yuan's attack has reached the threshold of 11th rank? This young fellow, the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being, shook her head slightly. Ever since the two of them started paying attention to Lin Yuan, the frequency of their surprises almost matched the total of the past several million to tens of millions of years. Human civilization in the Starry Sea era has only extended over slightly more than 2 million years, but before the Starry Sea era there were long periods of dormancy. Jiaqin Supreme Being and Feather Butterfly Supreme Being were naturally far older than 2 million years. They were born before the long periods of dormancy, inside the Black Planet, within the vast universe. The man in the black robe blankly stared at the terrifying scene caused by Lin Yuan's strike. The power of life and death samsara, exuding strands of terrifying aura, constantly spread towards the outside world along the holes, even distorting and erasing the space under its influence. Is this the newly comprehended life and death samsara rule? The man in the black robe was silent for a long time. At least it matches the life and death samsara rule of the second realm or even the third realm. The man in the black robe's gaze shifted, looking at Lin Yuan, who dealt the recent strike, his mind replaying numerous scenes. As the altar spirit, he had absolute control over this space. The life and death samsara rule operated by Lin Yuan was indeed newly comprehended, merely at the early stage of the first realm. Whether it's an ordinary fusion rule or a pillar-level fusion rule, based on the depth of comprehension, it is divided from the first realm to the 9th realm. For a 10th rank evolver to break through to tier 11, the threshold is at least to comprehend one pillar-level fusion rule and cultivate this rule to the second realm. The understanding of rules is extremely difficult, let alone the fusion of rules. If understanding the inherent rules of the universe, one just needs to quietly comprehend the fluctuations of the rules. Chapter 6, Exaggerated Accumulation Speed of World, Breaking Origin Force, Subscription Request, 2 having a direction for the path ahead, although difficult, at least provided an end in sight. But fusion rules? Fusion rules were created by the strong according to their own understanding, blending different rules characteristics. In the practice of fusion rules, every realm varied drastically. Why does the life and death samsara rule of the first realm possess such great power? The man in the black robe closely observed Lin Yuan. Without the aid of any external forces, nor any fluctuations from a secret treasure weapon, could it be his own strength. His physical vitality far exceeds that of a normal 10th rank life. The man in the black robe faintly discovered something. The tests of this world did not permit the use of any external forces. But here, external forces referred to secret treasure weapons or other high-level reserves and so on. What about one's own strength, such as physical soul and spirit will? Did that count as an external force? In the original rules of the Black Planet, it did not count as external force. Lin Yuan activated the life and death samsara rule, which he had only recently comprehended, staying at the beginning of the first realm. But his own foundation was too powerful, like the same knife when swung with the force of 100 pounds. Compared to the swing with 100 tons, the unleashed power was obviously different. And here, the knife referred to the life and death samsara rule. The depth of understanding the life and death samsara rule certainly affected the power of this type of fusion rule, but it also related to the master of this rule. Senior, have I passed the test? Lin Yuan unleashed a strike with all his might, then immediately looked towards the man in the black robe standing not far away and asked. The man in the black robe had told him not to hold back, and Lin Yuan naturally did not hold back either. His strike was generated with full force, pouring in the vast power of his inner world, the strength of his physical vitality and soul, along with the mysterious yellow strikes cultivated to the 3rd stage. As for the divine skill strengthening, Lin Yuan did not use it, for if he activated this divine skill, it wouldn't be a strike with all his might, but a desperate one. According to the rules, you naturally pass the test, the man in the black robe said tonelessly. Explore more stories with my virtual library empire. The original test set by the Black Planet was, as long as Lin Yuan possessed the power of the life and death samsara rule at the peak of first realm, he could pass. This was essentially the peak that a 10th rank life could reach. What about the life and death samsara rule of the second realm? Cultivating pillar-level fusion rules to the second realm would quickly step into tier 11. Although Lin Yuan's life and death samsara rule was only beginning at the first realm in terms of understanding, the power had even reached the threshold of the third realm. That's good. A smile emerged on Lin Yuan's face. The test within the Black Planet wasn't too troublesome, merely one strike was enough. Through that door lies the ultimate reward of this path. The man in the black robe looked at Lin Yuan for a while before speaking. Not far away, a black door appeared there, unnoticed. Compared to the 12 massive gates on the outside, this black gate, standing only 5 meters tall, seemed rather modest. But let me remind you, any life only has one chance to enter this door. If you leave in the middle, even if you pass the test again, you cannot enter, the man in the black robe cautioned. I wonder if there is any danger inside the door? Lin Yuan asked tentatively. There is no danger. The man in the black robe shook his head. He didn't know what was inside, but he was sure there was no danger. Then, inside the door, will there be any need to use strength? Lin Yuan continued to inquire. Since you have already passed the test, there is no need for another test, the man in the black robe replied. Can I send an incarnation in? Lin Yuan thought for a moment before speaking. An incarnation, unlike an avatar, was a vessel formed by gathering a strand of spirit will and cosmic forces. Its strength was far inferior to that of the original's avatar. The man in the black robe had reminded him that once he left the door during the period, he would not be able to re-enter. Lin Yuan naturally had to be cautious. Yes, the man in the black robe nodded. Good, Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. A phantom figure condensed in front of him. He immediately exchanged a glance with Lin Yuan, then stepped through the black gate. Where is this? Lin Yuan's incarnation, after a brief darkness akin to a fish leaping out of water, finally arrived at the destination. This was a space with a circumference of several miles. The left half was filled with fluctuations of life rules, the right half brimmed with death rules fluctuations. The two types of rules transformed into each other, merging together. The end of life is death, the end of death is life. Life and death samsara, an endless cycle. Fusion rules guiding the path? Lin Yuan's mind churned. Fusion rules, unlike the inherent cosmic rules, had no general direction. Understanding fusion rules was mainly up to oneself. However, nothing is absolute. If a being who had reached the 7th realm in understanding fusion rules was willing to strip their understanding, it could be crafted into such guidance paths. Just 7th realm fusion rules? Even just ordinary rules between fusion rules, reaching the 7th realm was the limit for an 11th rank life. If it was pillar-level fusion rules' 7th realm, that was a domain only supreme beings could step into. The life and death samsara rule before him was indeed a pillar-level rule, which meant the present life and death samsara rules guidance path originated from some supreme being's stripping of understanding of this kind of fusion rules. This form of stripping was a permanent removal. Even for a supreme being, it was a substantial sacrifice. Life and death samsara rules guidance path reaching the 4th realm, Lin Yuan briefly comprehended and concluded in his mind. The guidance path of the 4th realm meant that Lin Yuan, while comprehending the life and death samsara rule, could obtain specific guidance from the 1st to the 4th realm. Chapter 4114, 20, Meeting the Supreme Being, subscription requested. 20, Chapter 4114, Chapter 20, Meeting the Supreme Being, subscription requested. 2. At Lin Yuan's life level, he simply couldn't withstand the true door to the Myriad Realms. However, as Lin Yuan's strength continually increased and his life constantly transformed, the projection of the door to the Myriad Realms clearly began to solidify gradually. It's a pity that stepping into the 8th layer, the door to the Myriad Realms didn't reveal any extra functions. Lin Yuan felt somewhat disappointed, but he quickly cheered up. The assistance that the door to the Myriad Realms provided him was already significant enough. Without the door to the Myriad Realms, he might still be struggling on Kanglin Star. How could he possibly have attained such a lofty status now? I wonder what level of strength one needs to fully bear the door to the Myriad Realms, Lin Yuan thought to himself. At least the current 8th layer was far from sufficient, and the 9th rank was probably also doubtful. He continued observing the door to the Myriad Realms. After confirming that he hadn't missed anything, Lin Yuan's mind returned to reality. Demon Jade Space? Lin Yuan utilized the perception of the magic jade mark deep within his soul. He sensed a vast and boundless mysterious space, which Lin Yuan could enter with just a thought, as long as he wished, using the magic jade mark. Forget it. Although I'm not weaker than a peak 8th layer now, it's only in terms of combat power. My realm is still in the early stages of the 8th layer. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Entering the Demon Jade space required at least the utmost peak of the 8th layer. Lin Yuan planned to train for a while longer and make more preparations before considering entering it. After all, the magic jade mark had already condensed out and the Demon Jade space was there. It wasn't going anywhere. Martial path, evolutionary path, finally, I can continue to perfect it. Lin Yuan's face showed a smile. Previously constrained by the heart demon tribulation and stuck at the 7th rank, he forcefully initiated the 8th stage martial Tao, where even with against heaven's understanding, the results had been half as effective. Therefore, Lin Yuan focused most of his energy on comprehending the space rules model and understanding the many evolution paths within that segment of the body. Now this restriction was lifted. The 8th stage of martial arts is extremely important. To be precise, all 8th layer parts of the evolution paths are very important. The 3 goddesses of human civilization consider whether one can open up a stable, complete 8th layer evolution path as a prerequisite for becoming an evolution scholar. Lin Yuan quietly thought to himself. Evolution scholars hold a special status in human civilization, being gems of the entire civilization. Take it slow. Opening the 8th stage martial Tao can't be rushed. Lin Yuan was very cautious. This was not only related to the potential of the martial path evolutionary path, but also to his own potential, virtual world. Lin Yuan's figure appeared at the mountain peak's summit. That segment of the body? Lin Yuan raised his head, looking towards that segment of the body beneath the sky. After stepping into the 8th layer, Lin Yuan's realm was enhanced, and now contemplating that segment of the body gave him entirely different sensations. At the 7th layer, Lin Yuan observed that segment of the body, utilizing against heaven's understanding. It was about seeing the mountain as mountain, seeing the water as water. But now, Lin Yuan observing that segment of the body once again, it had become the case of seeing the mountain not as mountain, seeing the water not as water. Even starting from the top, the parts of the body that he had previously fully understood could still reveal entirely different evolution paths. Is this what being a supreme being is like? Merely a segment of a body that's been dead for who knows how many years can still give me a feeling of immense benefit. Lin Yuan was amazed internally, and this was still based on the foundation of against heaven's understanding. Supreme beings stand at the ultimate of a supreme evolution path. They fully comprehend the complete space rules, fully comprehend the complete rule of time, and also wield a certain authorities. Going against the current to save persons, resurrection is just the most ordinary capability of a supreme being, something every supreme being can do, or rather anyone who has mastered the rule of time and space rules can achieve. However, resurrecting a dead being entails enduring the backlash of the entire universe. Only a supreme being can lightly withstand such backlash. At my current rate of understanding, to comprehend 33 evolution paths, I would need only a few months at most. Lin Yuan estimated internally, the effectiveness of against heaven's understanding depends on the heights he has reached. If Lin Yuan were just an ordinary person, observing a plant or a flower, he probably could only comprehend ordinary martial arts. But if Lin Yuan were a higher rank evolver, he might realize insights related to the life rules. Similarly, after stepping into the 8th layer, Lin Yuan's rate of understanding had already ascended to another level. To fully comprehend 33 types of evolution paths, I can become an ordinary member of the Magic Jade Tower. What about 6,066 types, or 9,999 types? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although he didn't know what the use of ordinary members and core members of the Magic Jade Tower was, Lin Yuan instinctively felt that the higher the membership level, the greater the benefits for him. Regardless of whether there were gains from increasing membership levels, Lin Yuan would continue to come here to understand more evolution paths in order to provide nourishment for the 8th stage martial Tao, on the other side of the firmament. Atop a high platform, several figures fixed their gazes upon Lin Yuan. Is that the 13-peak master of the Red Kun lineage? Did he step into the 8th stage not long ago? An 8th layer before the age of 100, huh? Red Kun sure is lucky. Indeed, to cultivate to the 8th layer so quickly, could there be other opportunities involved? These figures conversed among themselves. As 9th rank evolvers standing high above, it was rare for anyone to catch their attention. Previously, as a 7th rank evolver under the age of 100, Lin Yuan had only drawn a few extra glances from them, but that was all. Although rare, a 7th rank under 100 was still a long way from 9th rank. But now, Lin Yuan had reached the 8th layer. Although he was still far from 9th rank, he was now worthy of their attention. In this generation of our human civilization, among those under the age of 10,000, only the few progeny of the supreme beings and those few who have received special heritages can compare, right? A figure said softly. The progeny of the supreme beings, nurtured meticulously from birth and even sleeping within the origin source of space before being born, naturally grasped the space rules and were exceedingly close to other rules, like children of the great Tao, along with various encounters and resources. Even so, in the eyes of these figures, they could only just compare to Lin Yuan. As for the others who received special heritage, they were even more irreplaceable existences, in a mysterious space. A towering figure enshrouded in a haze of gray mist suddenly opened his eyes, entering the 8th layer before the age of 100? Interesting. Scenes flickered before this towering figure. Do you know of the second method of exploration for that body segment? This towering figure generated many speculations in his mind. Related to extraterrestrial forces? A chosen one? Guided by the cosmic origin? This towering figure sank into thought. Goddess of Wisdom. The towering figure's voice resonated, shaking the vicinity for trillions of miles. Respected Supreme Being, what are your commands? The solemn, cool voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through. I plan to meet this young fellow in the virtual world. There wouldn't be any problems, right? The towering figure said casually. Respected Supreme Being, this citizen is very important to human civilization. The evolutionary path he has established might become a new supreme evolution path in the future, the goddess of wisdom cautioned. Don't worry, I know my limits, the towering figure sneered. So you, goddess of wisdom, know to protect the genius descendants of mankind on Shikun main star? Lin Yuan ended his contemplation. Has reached the 8th stage, then has that psychic will pressure also ascended to 8th layer level? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The psychic will pressure from that body segment was entirely dependent on the realm and strength of the contemplator's own spirit will. Not to mention the 8th layer, even a 9th rank evolver, contemplating that body segment, would still have to endure immense psychic will pressure every single moment. Just as Lin Yuan was planning to step out of the Grand Hall for a stroll, the voice of the Goddess of Wisdom suddenly reached him. Respected 7th level citizen Lin Yuan, someone wishes to meet you. Wants to meet me? Lin Yuan halted, puzzled. He had never seen the Goddess of Wisdom relay messages for someone else. At least a 7th level citizen like him couldn't command the Goddess of Wisdom to do so. Who? Lin Yuan asked. A supreme being. Bursta, 1 s, hor is. Here I'll clarify. I've never written about the specific rank of a supreme being. Neither 9th rank nor 10th rank equates to a supreme being. Regarding that previous Vice Tower Master, the protagonist believes he is at least 9th rank, just at least. With the combat power shown by the Vice Tower Master to shatter a light-year area of the Haiyuan secret realm in a snap of the fingers, his power clearly surpasses 9th rank. Chapter 697, 6. Exaggerated Accumulation Speed of World, Breaking Origin Force, Seeking Subscriptions. 3. Chapter 697, Chapter 6. Exaggerated Accumulation Speed of World, Breaking Origin Force, Seeking Subscriptions. Third. According to the degree of separation from their own insights into the fusion rules, supreme beings formed different guiding paths. Merely from the second realm to the guiding path, the impact on supreme beings wasn't very significant. They could regain their cultivation by continuing to comprehend for a few thousand years. If it were a third realm guiding path, it would significantly affect the supreme beings, needing at least several tens of thousands of years of recomprehension to recover. A fourth realm guiding path was the limit a supreme being could recover from. If it were a fifth realm guiding path, the stripped supreme being might as well give up on that fusion rule. What exactly is the origin of this black planet that compels a supreme being to pay such a price? Lin Yuan secretly thought. No, not right, not one supreme being. Perhaps 12 supreme beings, because there were 12 black gates on the black planet. Each black gate corresponded to different pillar-level fusion rules, such as the life and death samsara rule of the fourth realm guiding path that Lin Yuan could currently see. The ultimate rewards of the other 11 black gates were likely similar. Never mind, I will begin comprehending now. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and immediately started observing the rules of life and death around him. Your understanding is against heaven. Viewing the essence fusion of the life and death rules significantly boosts your comprehension of the life and death samsara rule. Merely after a brief moment of comprehension, Lin Yuan felt the bottleneck that had once trapped him dissolving. At this moment, the life and death samsara rule seemed like it had switched to easy mode for him. Based on my current speed of comprehension, in at most 50 years, I can elevate the life and death samsara rule to the second realm. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled. 50 years? For a 10th rank evolver, 50 years pass in a blink. 10th rank evolvers who wish to train up to the 10th rank summit and achieve pillar-level fusion rules don't know how many tens of thousands of years it would take, eventually elevating the pillar-level fusion rules to the second realm. This bottleneck has trapped a large number of 10th rank summit evolvers. The previous Nalan, as well as seasoned grade to 10th rank individuals like the Black Star Lord and Lustrous Star Lord, were also stuck here. Even for Lin Yuan, who possessed against heaven's understanding, it would probably take several hundred years to cultivate the life and death samsara rule to the second realm. But now, just 50 years? That is to say, as long as Lin Yuan wishes, he could try breaking through to Tier 11 after 50 years. What a major opportunity! Lin Yuan's mind was exhilarated. This formation of the fusion rules guiding path involving the levels of supreme beings had only been heard of by Lin Yuan so far, and he had never seen it. Within human civilization, there might be similar opportunities, but it would definitely require queuing. For instance, inside a black gate on the black planet, only one life could be admitted at any one time. For example, currently, an incarnation of Lin Yuan was comprehending the guiding path of the life and death samsara rule. Even if other 10th rank evolvers passed the test behind the gate, they would have to wait until Lin Yuan finished his comprehension before they could enter. Milky Way main star. A smile also appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Lucky I let my incarnation go in. Otherwise, if it was an avatar, it might have been trapped there for quite some time. Lin Yuan was in a good mood, even though having a complete guiding path, he knew that elevating the life and death samsara rule to the fourth realm would also take quite some time. If the Taiyan primordial spirit had entered that door, Lin Yuan estimated that he would be unable to use that divine spirit's combat power for a long time. After all, during the period of comprehending the fusion rules guiding path, once you leave, you can't continue to go in, which was a price Lin Yuan found hard to accept. Now, the incarnation is there perceiving the life and death samsara rule. Both major divine spirits can still be used, which is the best outcome. Lin Yuan thought for a while, then took out the mysterious gourd, inverted its mouth, and condensed a drop of purple liquid. Since stepping into the 10th rank, having endured a massive chaos void origin infusion, Lin Yuan's flesh, inner world, and soul had all surged several levels. This led to a rapid increase in the absorption of the purple liquid inside the mysterious gourd. It was estimated that it wouldn't take long before he could completely absorb the purple liquid, and by then, the direct size of Lin Yuan's inner world would reach an unprecedented 233 billion square miles. Has the Taiyang divine spirit already reached beneath that eternal spatial rift? Just as Lin Yuan was absorbing the purple liquid, his thoughts suddenly stirred and his gaze turned toward that large alien battlefield, Battlefield A098, near the central northern region. A 1,000-mile-wide eternal spatial rift stretched across. Just then, a figure appeared silently. Eternal spatial rift? Lin Yuan looked up at the 1,000-mile-wide fissure in the heavens above. The gray, misty airflow occasionally floated in, emitting fluctuations that made Lin Yuan's spirit tremble. The biggest difference between the eternal spatial rifts on the small-sized otherworldly battlefield and those on the medium-sized otherworldly battlefield is that the ones on a large alien battlefield, due to the excessively large torn area, were already allowing some things from beyond the universe to squeeze in, such as the body of a supreme being that drifted in over 100 years ago. Over the long years, many things have drifted into the large battlefield through the eternal spatial rifts, though the vast majority are extremely dangerous. For example, as recorded in human civilization, during the dormant years, the insect race and Tianyu clan opened up a large battlefield with an eternal spatial rift that squeezed in a bizarre life form. This bizarre life form almost brought an irreversible disaster to the cosmic starry skies. Finally, over 10 supreme beings had to collaboratively banish this bizarre life form back outside the universe. There are many such examples, and basically, 9 out of 10 things that drift in through the eternal spatial rift will cause disasters of varying degrees. In a large alien battlefield, I have to be even more cautious. Aside from facing those alien strong ones, I also need to be vigilant about the changes in the eternal spatial rift at all times. Lin Yuan's expression grew solemn, but then a smile appeared on his face. Because upon arriving at this 1,000-mile-wide eternal spatial rift, Lin Yuan had already felt the speed of accumulating world-breaking origin force reaching nearly exaggerated levels. Chapter 6987, The Transformation of the Mysterious Gourd. Please subscribe. Chapter 698, Chapter 7, The Transformation of the Mysterious Gourd. Please subscribe. Without any enhancement, the door to the Myriad Realms operated on its own, accumulating world-breaking origin force at a pace of 1 strand every 333 days. The eternal spatial rift in Alien Battlefield BDD-1001 increased the accumulation speed of world-breaking origin force to 1 strand every 150 days. And now, Lin Yuan clearly felt that the absorption speed of the world-breaking origin force had once again ascended a level. It reached an unprecedented 90 days per strand. In other words, every 90 days that passed in the main world, it could accumulate 1 strand of world-breaking origin force. In 1 year, it would accumulate 4 strands, in 10 years, 40 strands, in 100 years, 400 strands. With the world-breaking origin force one now possessed already exceeding 200 strands, wouldn't staying in this large alien battlefield for a while enable me to easily surpass 1,000 strands? Lin Yuan's spirit was elated. The world-breaking origin force was linked to the operation of the door to the Myriad Realms. The more the better. The 10th traversal, wait until my strength hits a bottleneck, then undertake the 10th traversal. Lin Yuan's consciousness plunged deeper into his mind, gazing at that majestic and magnificent door to the Myriad Realms. At present, Lin Yuan had just entered Tier 10 and was comprehending the fusion rules pathways on the Black Star, his strength in its fastest period of growth. Traverse now? That would be somewhat wasteful. Where else to cultivate if not in cultivation? For Lin Yuan, traversing worlds was no different from being in the main world. Continue cultivating. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. The improved speed of world-breaking origin force accumulation only required Lin Yuan to stay underneath the eternal spatial rift. There was no need for mental engagement. Lin Yuan could completely turn to comprehend the secret techniques of the rules. Lin Yuan was practicing enlightenment. Suddenly, Yuan was practicing enlightenment. Xiaqin Supreme Being is looking for me. Lin Yuan split a sliver of will, connected to the virtual world, and entered the personal world of the Supreme Being. Supreme Being? Lin Yuan bowed slightly. Xiaqin Supreme Being had helped him numerous times, and showing respect to a 12th rank ultimate being was only natural. Lin Yuan. Xiaqin's Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan with a smile and asked, "Have you passed the test of the Heritage Star and seen the Fusion Rules Pathway Guide?" Heritage Star? Lin Yuan instantly understood that the heritage star referred to by Shaoqin's supreme being was the Black Star. It didn't surprise Lin Yuan that Shaoqin's supreme being was aware of the Black Star's existence, as anything the three goddesses knew, Shaoqin's supreme being could also know. Lin Yuan had uploaded the information about the Black Star to the Goddess of Wisdom and thus had anticipated this day. I have seen it. And I'm currently contemplating it, Lin Yuan replied truthfully. Through the information about the Black Star provided by the Goddess of Wisdom, Lin Yuan could guess that human civilization also possessed a similar heritage star. How is it? And the Fusion Rules Pathway Guide, how far have you reached? Shaoqin's Supreme Being asked with slight curiosity. Fourth Realm, Lin Yuan stated directly. A Fourth Realm Pathway Guide? Shaoqin's Supreme Being looked surprised. He had thought it would only be a second or third realm pathway guide, which is why the Goddess of Wisdom ended up offering 500 million merit points. But a fourth realm? That meant the value of the Black Star exceeded 500 million by tenfold or even hundredfold. Your luck, it's unparalleled. Shaoqin's Supreme Being couldn't help but express his admiration, chancing upon a heritage star worth tens or even hundreds of billions of merit points just by traveling. Lin Yuan couldn't help nodding. Indeed, over the past more than 100 years, having undergone 9 traversals and opened up the martial path evolutionary path, the total merit points he had reaped were also in the hundreds of millions, not even close to the real value of the Black Star. This was the chance encounter, the main reason most evolvers were keen on venturing out, because one critical opportunity could greatly enhance their foundation. Of course, no matter how great the opportunity, it needed to be built on one's own strength. If the discoverer of the Black Star wasn't Lin Yuan but an ordinary human citizen, they absolutely couldn't have a fair trade with human civilization. It was precisely because Lin Yuan, the strongest genius in human civilization's history, that he obtained the qualifications to negotiate. How do you plan to dispose of this heritage star? Shaoqin's Supreme Being asked. Please advise, Supreme Being, Lin Yuan said at once. My suggestion is, lease it out, Shaoqin's Supreme Being said with a smile. A Fourth Realm Fusion Rules Pathway Guide is enough to drive our human civilization's 10th rank evolvers mad. They would be willing to pay a huge price to come in and comprehend it, Shaoqin Supreme Being explained. Regarding this suggestion, he had no ulterior motives, but rather was considering the maximization of Lin Yuan's interests from his perspective. Lin Yuan can only enter 12 doors on the Black Star at most, a maximum of 12 times. What about after those 12 times? The Black Star wouldn't be destroyed, leaving it idle and leasing it out to create more benefit was the best choice. What does the Supreme Being think the rent should be? Lin Yuan wasn't opposed to leasing out the Black Star, mainly whether the price was satisfactory to him. 1 billion, Shaoqin Supreme Being stated calmly. 1 billion? Lin Yuan blinked in surprise. 1 billion merit points for one opportunity to enter and comprehend, Shaoqin Supreme Being clarified. 1 billion merit points? Lin Yuan took a deep breath. He had been wondering what unit Shaoqin Supreme Being's 1 billion referred to, cosmic crystals or something else. The result was merit points? Merit points of human civilization, one of the most stable currencies in the cosmic starry skies, even above cosmic crystals, could purchase many restricted-level resources within human civilization. Merely for one chance to enter and comprehend, demanding a sky-high price of 1 billion merit points, Lin Yuan felt somewhat reluctant. 100 million merit points for one contemplation session isn't high, explained Shaoqin Supreme Being. You should know that the guide path within that heritage star reaches up to the fourth realm. Every evolver who enters to comprehend will elevate their fusion rules to the fourth realm before leaving. This takes up a considerable amount of time, and the final gain is a fourth realm fusion rule. Even within the tier 11 level, that wouldn't be considered weak. Even so, the Dark Planet had a total of 12 black gates, theoretically capable of accommodating up to 12 evolvers at the same time. 100 million merit points per person, 12 people would make it 12 billion merit points. Such a colossal sum of merit points could easily elevate an ordinary citizen to the heights of a 9th level citizen, and this is only the rent for the first round. Once this batch of contemplators leave, wouldn't the rent for the next batch come in? However, Supreme Being, I think I will wait until I step into tier 11 before I rent it out. Lin Yuan contemplated and then said. Although the rent was tempting, Lin Yuan likewise valued his own advancement. Other evolvers, even if they possessed this dark planet, would have limited energy and could at most contemplate 1 or 2. But Lin Yuan, with his Against Heaven's understanding, could completely comprehend all 12 pillar-level fusion rules. And during this period, Lin Yuan would not let other evolvers come in to contemplate. Otherwise, if he wanted to comprehend the fusion rule guide path that others were contemplating, he would have to wait for them to finish. No problem, Shaoqin Supreme Being said nonchalantly. What of it? In the eyes of Shaoqin Supreme Being, with Lin Yuan's talent, stepping into tier 11 wouldn't take too long. And suggesting Lin Yuan to rent out the Dark Planet would also enhance the overall strength of human civilization. With every additional 4th realm fusion rule evolver, the overall foundation of human civilization would be improved, and Lin Yuan would gain considerable benefits as well. It was a win-win situation, after leaving Shaoqin Supreme Being's personal space. Lin Yuan disconnected from the virtual world and sat in the Star-Lord's Great Hall on the Milky Way main star. 12 billion merit points? Lin Yuan's heart was joyous. As long as he comprehended all 12 fusion rule guide paths within the Dark Planet, he could then rent out the 12 contemplation opportunities of the Dark Planet. By then, he would have 12 billion merit points credited to his account. Even without opening the 10th stage Martial Dao chapter, he would be able to steadily rise to become a 9th level citizen. However, having stepped into the 10th rank for so long, which rare treasure should I choose? Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted, and he became somewhat conflicted. The rare treasures here refer to the rewards obtained for passing the 5th floor of the 9 floors Dark Tower in the Demon Jade space. Early in his 9th rank, Lin Yuan had fully comprehended the rule of time, taking time to penetrate through the 5th floor of the Dark Tower. After all, passing the 5th floor at 9th rank, compared to doing so at 10th rank and Tier 11, was an entirely different concept. The Dark Tower's rewards also depended on the potential of the cultivator. If one could pass the 5th floor at 9th rank, what did that say about their potential? Therefore, the final reward list given by the stone statue Shenji had left Lin Yuan hesitant to decide until now. There were 5 rare treasures on the reward list. Lin Yuan could choose only one out of the 5. And these 5 rare treasures, according to the standards of the main universe, they were all 12-star rare treasures, corresponding to the treasures of the Supreme Being level. The eternal spring that Lin Yuan once immersed himself in was a 12-star rare treasure. It was for this reason that Lin Yuan had not yet decided. After all, the reward was there. Delaying the selection would not make much of a difference. Let's look again. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yuan felt that it was better not to rush. He would wait until he had practiced for a while longer, determine his needs, and then make the most beneficial choice. Half a year later, Inner World. Lin Yuan looked down. At this moment, the peripheral area of this inner world was expanding once again. The direct size of the inner world had reached 2 to 33 billion square miles. That was the limit size the inner world could achieve after fully absorbing the 7 types of liquids in the mysterious gourd. Yes, just now. Lin Yuan had completely absorbed that drop of purple liquid. I can feel it. My inner world has reached some kind of ultimate state, Lin Yuan silently thought, after a while. Lin Yuan's consciousness left the inner world, returning to the outside. And then he looked solemnly at the gray-purple gourd in front of him. Now that he had absorbed all 7 types of liquid, what would happen next with this mysterious gourd? With this thought, Lin Yuan held the gourd in his right hand. As Lin Yuan's physical body touched the gourd, this mysterious gourd seemed to detect the changes in Lin Yuan. A torrent of information burst forth from the gourd, exploding in Lin Yuan's mind. Chapter 699, Chapter 8, Aurora from Beyond the Universe, subscribe requested. The grayish-purple gourd vibrated. Streams of information flowed into Lin Yuan's mind. So, after absorbing the 7 liquids, there's a follow-up. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples. The information transmitted by the grayish-purple gourd was scant. To sum it up, it was essentially this. Following the 7th purple liquid, there was an 8th liquid. But to condense this 8th liquid, there were requirements for both the physical body and the spatial aspect within. The flesh had to reach the level of the 12th rank, while the inner space had to transform into the scope of an inner universe. Only a body and inner space of this caliber could support the amplification brought about by the 8th liquid. The 12th rank level? An inner universe? Lin Yuan was inwardly astonished. An existence that simultaneously met these 2 conditions was probably only a supreme being. Among the myriad informations of the profound yellow lineage, with the aid of numerous external secret techniques and specific fusion rules, there was a slim hope of elevating an 11th rank life's physical body to the threshold of the 12th rank. But an inner universe? It was only from striving for the ultimate leap, reaching the utmost sublimation, that there was hope to form it. Even for Lin Yuan, his current inner world was far from meeting the minimum criteria for an inner universe. Even with another infusion of Chaos Void origin, causing the foundation of the inner world to soar several tiers, it would still fall short compared to an inner universe. The inner universe of a supreme being was the source of their power, their reliance to step beyond the river of time, akin to a weakened version of the main universe. What is the origin of this gourd? Lin Yuan's expression was solemn as he observed the grayish-purple gourd floating before him. Although he didn't know what use the 8th liquid from the gourd had for the inner universe, comparing to the effects the first 7 liquids had on Lin Yuan's own inner world, it was easy to deduce that even a supreme being would undergo some kind of transformation because of it. And this was incredibly astonishing. How high was the level of a supreme being? Some treasures and rare items have significant advancing effects on 10th rank lives and 11th rank lives. But in front of a supreme being, they were commonly of little use, let alone transformation. A treasure or rarity that could induce a transformation in a supreme being, at least Lin Yuan had never heard of such. I must secure the gourd well, Lin Yuan's thoughts converged. Originally, Lin Yuan thought that the mysterious gourd was only effective for lives below the 12th rank. Even so, its value far exceeded that of the eternal spring. But now, even a supreme being could undergo a transformation with it. The mysterious gourd's value was immeasurable. Put it away? Where to keep it? Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred slightly. He communicated with the Xuan Huang's secret realm, placed the mysterious gourd into a space bracelet, and then sent it to the deepest part of the Xuan Huang's secret realm. Although Lin Yuan's true body presided over the Milky Way main star, located within the territory of the human civilization, under the watchful eyes of supreme beings, it was not completely foolproof. For instance, if several supreme beings of different species were to join forces and come, it was possible that they could kill Lin Yuan and seize the mysterious gourd before the supreme beings of human civilization could respond. Of course, this possibility was slim. How could such beings ally to strike at a mere 10th rank life? And with the presence of the soul-settling pearl, the supreme beings of different species wouldn't be able to completely kill Lin Yuan, but the possibility remained. Lin Yuan had to be cautious. Placing the mysterious gourd into the Xuan Huang secret realm, one could basically say it was completely secure. At least since the Xuan Huang secret realm appeared, no supreme being had entered it yet. To put the mysterious gourd in the Xuan secret realm was much safer than having it on Lin Yuan himself. It would just be a bit more of a hassle to use it later. But Lin Yuan didn't mind. The Black Planet. The life and death samsara rule guided the space for the pathway. An incarnation of Lin Yuan sat here, continuously observing the merger and alternation of life and death. Almost every second, Lin Yuan gained new insights into the life and death samsara rule. His against heaven's understanding, along with the guided pathway, almost made his progress in cultivating this fusion rule soar. Sublime, sublime, sublime. Who would have thought that life and death could combine in this way? Immersed in the process, Lin Yuan's mind was filled with flashes of spiritual light. For a normal 10th rank life to have any enlightenment on pillar-level fusion rules, it would take an unknown amount of effort and sacrifice. But for Lin Yuan now, it had virtually become a daily affair. Life, it's not simply about living. Death is not just the end. The more Lin Yuan meditated, the deeper his understanding of these two rules became, and the deeper his comprehension of the life and death samsara rule grew. The rules of life and death, if it were just one of them, would not be considered a very strong pillar rule. But when fused, the power of life and death samsara that burst forth suddenly made it one of the several fusion rules best known for its lethal force. Code A076 Alien Race Battlefield. Compared to the large alien battlefield where Lin Yuan was, this large alien battlefield was a bit more intense. It brought together the human civilization, the Tianyu clan, the prison tribe, the insect race, and other 4 peak clans. The entire battlefield was akin to a meat grinder, with 8th layer and 9th rank powerhouses dying daily. Even for a 10th rank powerhouse, without reaching grade A in the heat of a fierce battle, it was easy to fall. Of course, the powerful individuals who dared to come to a large alien battlefield generally only sent avatars. However, the fall of an avatar still significantly affected the true body. Uplifting an avatar to be nearly as strong as the true body required nearly as many resources as the true body itself. A 10th rank powerhouse who lost an avatar would likely not recover for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Chapter 700, 8 Auroras from Beyond the Cosmos, please subscribe to Chapter 700, Chapter 8, Auroras from Beyond the Cosmos, please subscribe to Hoosh. In the center of battlefield AO76, deep within an eternal spatial rift thousands of miles long, a gray fog slowly dissipated. Deep within the eternal spatial rift, the gray fog was omnipresent. This was the Chaos Void, the birthplace of countless universes, the Chaos Void. And at a far distance outside this eternal spatial rift, an aurora-like radiance, scintillating with brilliant colors, shot through with incredible speed. Where the aurora passed, all the gray fog was evaporated completely. Just a few breaths had passed. The dazzling aurora had penetrated deep into the eternal spatial rift. Battlefield AO76. Many strong entities were engaged in battle. Even powerhouses of Tier 10 Grade A and Tier 11 occasionally entered the fray, influencing the tilt of the scales in localized wars. At that moment, above the battlefield, within the eternal spatial rift, a dazzling aurora burst forth. Boom, boom, boom. The aurora tore through everything. Even the incredibly stable space of the large battlefield was as fragile as thin paper, and even the battlefield itself was exceedingly weak. Ark? What is this? On the battlefield, many 11th rank lives hadn't even reacted before they were reduced to dust by the aurora. In the blink of an eye, battlefield AO76, spanning hundreds to thousands of light years in diameter, collapsed rapidly, with countless lives, including 11th rank powerhouses, all perishing. Moreover, an invisible wave, following each dead life form, spread towards all directions of the universe. This aurora? Around the battlefield, towering figures appeared, their faces grave as they observed the shattered large alien battlefield and that still mighty, undiminished, brilliant-colored aurora. Stop it. More than 10 towering figures took action swiftly, power transcending time and space spreading unceasingly, and ultimately, they contained the aurora. This aurora carries the power of a causal curse killing. Every life that dies under the aurora has to bear the corresponding causal curse killing. Lives below the 10th rank should not be able to withstand it. Which ancient relics method is this again? The more than 10 towering figures were all supreme beings. They exchanged a few words and started to study the aurora. Over the long years, various variables often poured into the eternal spatial rift, like the body of a supreme being over 100 years ago, as well as the brilliant aurora that just appeared. Both entities clearly reached the 12th rank level, especially that aurora. After traversing an endless distance, the remaining might was still tremendously terrifying. What happened in Alien Race Battlefield Code AO-76 quickly spread to all the myriad clans of the cosmic starry sky. What? A large alien battlefield has disappeared? Lin Yuan blinked, looking at Naylan, the tower submaster. The size of each large alien battlefield was hundreds of light years in diameter, and even within the vast cosmic starry skies they were considered colossal. How could it just vanish into thin air? It is said that it was shattered by an aurora from beyond the universe, Naylan, the tower submaster, said with an unusually shocked tone. Normally, large alien battlefields, personally refined by supreme beings, are difficult to destroy. Even in battles between supreme being, only parts of it would be shattered at most, as they tend to avoid damaging the battlefield as much as possible when clashing. An aurora from beyond the universe? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Exactly, said Naylan, the tower submaster. An aurora from beyond the universe shattered the entire large alien battlefield. If not for the supreme being's intervention, that aurora's might could have caused widespread devastation. This incident was no secret. Now the entire myriad clans of the cosmic starry sky were abuzz with it. Terrifying. Lin Yuan fell silent for a while. He had long known that the dangers on the large alien battlefields were not limited to the different species. Outside the eternal spatial rift, the many perils of the Chaos Void also threatened all the strong entities on the battlefield. What has become of that aurora now? Lin Yuan couldn't help asking. Not sure, replied Naylan, the tower submaster, shaking her head. It's likely fallen into the hands of a supreme being. That aurora carries the power of causal curse killing. All lives below 9th rank and 8th rank that died under the aurora, along with their avatars, perished completely. Our human civilization has lost over 1 million 9th rank and 8th rank lives because of this, Naylan added. Causal curse-killing power. Lin Yuan's expression grew solemn. Such a widespread curse-killing power against 9th and 8th rank lives, even to a supreme being, would be a burden. So, the next date for human civilization's resurrection should be moved up, said Naylan, the tower submaster. Based on past patterns, the next time supreme beings would act to resurrect lives should be in 2,000 years. But with the collapse of a large alien battlefield, the number of evolved human civilization lives lost has suddenly surged several levels, effectively filling up the resurrection list for the next 2,000 years. Under such circumstances, supreme beings usually take action to resurrect earlier than planned. The resurrection date will be moved up? Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He wasn't entirely clueless about this. When supreme beings resurrect dead lives, it's not based on intervals of time. It's based on the number of dead lives, that is, the number of evolvers on the resurrection list. Once the number of evolvers on the resurrection list reaches the threshold, supreme beings will act to resurrect en masse. In the personal virtual world of Shaqian Supreme Being. Supreme Being. Lin Yuan's figure appeared, bowing slightly to Shaqian Supreme Being seated on the throne. How is it? How's your comprehension of the fusion rules within the Heritage Star going? Shaqian Supreme Being asked with a smile on his face. Chapter 701, 8 Auroras from Beyond the Cosmos, please subscribe. 3. Chapter 701, Chapter 8, Auroras from Beyond the Cosmos, please subscribe. 3. It's manageable, Lin Yuan nodded with the guidance of fusion rules and his against heaven's understanding. Lin Yuan's comprehension of the life and death samsara rule had advanced rapidly. To say it progressed by leaps and bounds each day was not an exaggeration. This meeting with the Supreme Being is for a matter. Lin Yuan hesitated before speaking up. Oh? What matter? The expression of Xiaqian's Supreme Being remained unchanged, but he was quite pleased internally. He was not afraid of Lin Yuan asking him for favors, only that Lin Yuan would have no requests at all. I heard that the resurrection date will be moved up, Lin Yuan inquired. Yes, the next resurrection time will be set for a year from now, Xiaqian Supreme Being nodded. When the resurrection list was full, naturally, the sooner the resurrection, the better. For ultimate beings, going against the flow required a cost, which was already set here. Resurrecting one life or tens of thousands, the cost of traversing upstream was the same. The backlash that follows would depend on the strength and number of lives resurrected. I have a good friend who has just entered 6th rank, not included in this resurrection list. Lin Yuan spoke up. To get on the resurrection list, there were 2 ways. One was to have an extremely astonishing natural talent and capability. Such an evolver, if they met an untimely demise, would be listed for resurrection by the goddess of wisdom. The second was for evolvers who fell on the battlefield. Every evolver who went to battle did so for humanity. Those killed by different species were typically resurrected by their own supreme beings. Of course, whether the first or the second. The resurrected evolvers had to bear part of the cost. But compared to living once more, this cost was naturally negligible. Do you wish for me to also resurrect your friend by any chance? Shatin Supreme Being asked. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. Feng Qing had previously lost his spirit will to Tuoba Ancient God due to the Ancient God's evolution path, threatening Lin Yuan with it. Lin Yuan naturally did not succumb to threats. He took action first, preemptively, cursed killing that trace of Feng Qing's spirit will. This act might seem ruthless, but it was Feng Qing's best chance to survive. If Lin Yuan didn't act and let Tuoba Ancient God replace the experience, Feng Qing's memories would be contaminated, rendering him unable to be resurrected. However, given Feng Qing's talent and ability, he had not yet met the prerequisites for resurrection. Thus, he was not on the Supreme Being's resurrection list, necessitating Lin Yuan to personally plead for mercy. A small matter. Just send me the resurrection candidate's citizenship number later, Shatin Supreme Being said nonchalantly. For an ultimate being, what was resurrecting a 6th rank evolver who had just entered the ranks? Especially since it was done along with a large batch of evolvers. Thanks, Supreme Being, Lin Yuan said with some solemnity. To the Supreme Being, what seemed a trivial favor was an unimaginable scenario for those below the ultimate, a year later. Aya-Yu Evolution Tower. Lin Yuan stood alongside numerous 10th rank evolvers and 11th rank evolvers. Every time a Supreme Being personally performed a resurrection, many higher rank evolvers would watch nearby. Such an event that involved the workings of the space-time rule and the rule of time had considerable stimulating effects for any evolver who comprehended these rules. Galaxy Master, this must be your first time seeing a Supreme Being perform a resurrection, right? Nailin the Vice Tower Master asked Lin Yuan in a low voice, standing beside him. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. Based on the rate of evolver casualties on the battlefield of human civilization, it typically took between 10,000 to 50,000 years to accumulate enough for the resurrection list. This meant the Supreme Being would perform a resurrection once every 10,000 to 50,000 years. Then you better watch closely, Nailin the Vice Tower Master quickly said. The Supreme Being going against the flow will cause some manifestation of the River of Time. Watching carefully will benefit your comprehension of the rule of time. Understood, Lin Yuan immediately replied. In fact, not to mention a portion of the River of Time becoming apparent, Lin Yuan had even seen the entire scope of the River of Time before. Of course, he naturally would not share this with Nailin, the Vice Tower Master. Soon, under the gaze of all evolvers present, Shatin Supreme Being's figure silently appeared. Although not emitting any aura, just by standing there, Lin Yuan felt the cosmic rulings of the cosmic starry sky making way. The Supreme Being possessed an inner universe, containing many complete rules, his life essence transcending the main cosmic starry sky. The Supreme Being, Lin Yuan, was witnessing a Supreme Being's true body within the cosmos for the first time. Previously, although Lin Yuan had been taken out of the River of Time by the Supreme Being, at that time he was merely a strand of spirit will. It's beginning, Nalan, the Vice Tower Master, suddenly said in a low voice. He had experienced many of the Supreme Being's resurrection scenes and knew much about it. As soon as Nalan, the Vice Tower Master's words fell, intense space-time fluctuations surged forward. A spectacular imaginary long river manifested in front of Shatin Supreme Being. Lin Yuan also felt tremendous fluctuations of the rule of time, though not as intense as the time he had surveyed the entire site of the River of Time, but still far stronger than normal studies of the rule of time. Meanwhile, Shatin Supreme Being continued to traverse upstream along the River of Time, arriving at specific temporal nodes and then extending his vast hands, scooping out amber-like figures from the ephemeral river. With each extension of his hands, thousands of amber-like figures were scooped out, while at the same time, the invisible backlash from the universe and the River of Time began to descend on Shatin Supreme Being, but he blocked them all. Unless resurrecting a large number of 11th rank powerhouses or particularly exceptional beings among the 11th rank powerhouses, such backlash was unlikely to affect the Supreme Being, the River of Time. Besides the ultimate beings, all things, all spirits exist within the River of Time, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although life below 12th rank resided within the River of Time, depending on the strength and status of the life forms, their size within the River of Time also varied. When Lin Yuan initially comprehended the rule of time as a 9th rank evolver, his form within the River of Time was as minute as a mason. But now I have been at 10th rank for some time. I wonder to what extent my form in the River of Time has reached. With this thought, Lin Yuan began to feel the true River of Time and his own form deep within it. Chapter 702, 9, 50 years subscription requested. Chapter 702, Chapter 9, 50 years subscription requested. The River of Time flowed magnificently. From the distant past, it flowed toward the endless future. In the River of Time, 10th rank beings barely counted as small fish and shrimp. They were only slightly better than intermediates. Beings of the 11th rank could be considered big fish. Some especially unique existences within the 11th rank exhibited forms in the River of Time that could be described as colossal, covering a substantial part of the riverbed. Am I also considered a big fish now? Lin Yuan examined himself, though he was only a 10th rank life. But his foundation was so robust that, reflected within the river of time, he was fully comparable to those 11th rank lives. I wonder what my size will be like in the river of time when I step into the 11th rank, or even the peak of the 11th rank. Lin Yuan silently pondered. The forms of all beings reflected in the river depended solely on the essence of life. They were unaffected by external forces. While Lin Yuan was feeling the intense fluctuations of the rule of time and examining himself, the Xiaqin Supreme Being had already fished out all the evolvers on the resurrection list. These evolvers, upon returning to the present space-time, immediately started synchronizing their memories, stopping right before their deaths. The river of time was vast and endless. Even a mere tributary contained countless lives. Thus, for a Supreme Being to resurrect a certain strong being, it was essential to lock onto their life brand, which would act as a guiding mark. Without a life brand serving as a guiding mark, even a Supreme Being could not locate the life they wished to resurrect precisely within the vast river of time. Supreme Beings may step out of the river of time, but that doesn't mean they control it. Where is this? Have I been resurrected? I remember fighting fiercely with a warrior from the prison tribe in the AO-76 battlefield and then suddenly dying. Countless evolvers who were fished out showed confusion in their eyes at first, followed by a swift realization. In human civilization, the fact that Supreme Beings had resurrection capabilities was no secret, especially among evolvers who were resurrected, who generally knew the possibility of their resurrection by a Supreme Being. Once the Xiaqin Supreme Being completed the resurrection tasks on the list, he glanced at the multitude of resurrected evolvers and then disappeared. Soon after, evolvers from the Xiaoyu Evolution Tower stepped forward to guide these recently resurrected evolvers. A significant portion of the evolvers had died tens of thousands of years ago. They were unfamiliar with the current era and needed time to acclimate. I've been resurrected too? The resurrected evolvers were divided into different circles based on their strength. 6th rank evolvers had their circle, 7th rank evolvers theirs, 8th rank evolvers theirs, and 9th rank evolvers theirs. As a freshly promoted 6th rank evolver, Feng Qing naturally found himself within the circle of 6th rank evolvers. Around him were other 6th rank evolvers who had been resurrected like him. I am an evolver of the ancient god evolution path. Logically, I shouldn't have been eligible for resurrection, Feng Qing pondered inwardly. Many of the other 6th rank evolvers around him were also familiar, all being geniuses who excelled across star domains. And himself? Although he had reached the 6th rank in a mere few hundred years, he had taken the ancient god's evolution path, which was essentially a shortcut. Compared to other normal evolution paths, the ancient god evolution path had no particular requirements for talent or understanding, but only required one to be sufficiently similar to the corresponding ancient god. Human civilization didn't allocate substantial resources to evolvers on the ancient god evolution path, let alone include them in the resurrection slots. Thus, Feng Qing was perplexed as to why he had been resurrected. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, Star-Lord. Feng Qing looked up, his spirit lifted, and respectfully spoke. Correct. How does it feel to be resurrected? Lin Yuan turned toward Feng Qing and asked. I don't know, I just felt like I was in a long dream, Feng Qing answered truthfully. Star-Lord, was I resurrected because... Feng Qing couldn't help but ask. I pleaded with the Supreme Being to put you on the resurrection list, Lin Yuan replied. The resurrection list isn't supposed to be modifiable. Feng Qing was secretly shocked. As far as he knew, each life on the resurrection list had been repeatedly judged by 3 goddesses. Finally, they were handed over to the Supreme Being for resurrection. During this period, no one was able to alter the judgment of the 3 goddesses, which was considered an iron law of human civilization. But Lin Yuan had forcefully added him to the resurrection list? Feng Qing didn't know that Lin Yuan had added him to the resurrection list without going through the 3 goddesses at all. Instead, he went directly to Xiaqin, the Supreme Being who led the resurrection. For him, resurrecting an additional 6th rank evolver was nothing more than a mere thought. It couldn't be simpler. Thank you, Star-Lord. Feng Qing took a deep breath. Although he didn't know by what means Lin Yuan had managed to get him on the resurrection list, it must have come at a great price, and his life was essentially given by Lin Yuan. No need to thank me now. Next, I will take action to cleanse the original traces of your physical body's evolution path. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Although Feng Qing had been resurrected, he still cultivated the ancient god evolution path. As long as Tuoba Ancient God wished, he could still take away Feng Qing's spirit will at any time. What Lin Yuan intended to do was to completely erase the numerous traces of Feng Qing's cultivation of the ancient god evolution path. Only by doing so could he completely sever the connection with Tuoba Ancient God. Please proceed, Star-Lord, Feng Qing said, showing no resistance. In his last memory, the evolution path he was cultivating had suddenly erupted, dragging his spirit will into an unknown region. Looking back, it must have been the influence of the ancient god evolution path, swish. Under Lin Yuan's intervention, the traces of ancient god evolutionary path cultivation on Feng Qing's body were quickly erased. This was also because Fang Qing had just entered the 6th rank, and Lin Yuan, with his powerful strength comparable to the usual 11th rank evolvers, could easily dispel the influence of the ancient god evolution path. In the depths of the cosmic starry skies, Tuoba Ancient God's thoughts stirred as he looked in the direction of human civilization. The friend of the Galaxy Master has been resurrected? Tuoba Ancient God thought silently. Just a moment ago, Tuoba Ancient God had sensed the vital essence of that friend of the Galaxy Master. However, almost immediately, that vital essence disappeared, likely due to the erasure of the Ancient God evolutionary path he was cultivating. Tuoba Ancient God was not surprised by this at all, and he had no intention of interfering either. One reason was that it was very difficult to take action again in such a short span of time. Moreover, the human civilization's supreme being who had just resurrected the friend of the Galaxy Master was probably nearby. Even if he wanted to act, he could not evade the gaze of a supreme being. Secondly, it was meaningless. After experiencing the Galaxy Master directly cursing the spirit will of his friend, Tuoba Ancient God realized that the Galaxy Master would not face any threats. What could he do if he obtained Fang Qing's spirit will again? It would only cause the Galaxy Master to curse again. If the cursing failed, the Galaxy Master would not submit, only causing the enmity of human civilization towards him to deepen further. The insect race has invited me to Battlefield AO98? Tuoba Ancient God frowned slightly. As a unique life at the peak of the 11th tier, he often received invitations from alliances of peak clans to go and support them on a large alien battlefield. But generally, Tuoba Ancient God would refuse such invitations. He was too lazy to meddle in the affairs between those peak clans. But now, having assured that he had offended the Galaxy Master, Tuoba Ancient God began to prioritize his relations with other peak clans, especially the insect race, humanity's sworn enemy. Being an enemy to human civilization himself, if he did not accommodate the insect race, his options for retreat in the future would become very limited. Fine, I'll go this time. Tuoba Ancient God had made up his mind. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Rule of death, rule of destruction, great destruction rule. Lin Yuan had fused the rule of death and the rule of destruction, two pillar-level rules, to form the great destruction rule. The great destruction rule, a purely offensive rule, was even purer than the life and death samsara rule. It was also one of the powerhouse pillar-level fusion rules that could surpass the life and death samsara rule in killing power. Since breaking through to the 10th tier, Lin Yuan, besides contemplating the life and death samsara rule, had also been contemplating the fusion of other pillar-level rules. Now, the Great Destruction Rule was the result. Great Destruction Rule, one of the 12 Great Gates on the Black Planet, corresponds to the Great Destruction Rule. Moved by this thought, the tie-in primordial spirit of Lin Yuan immediately departed and descended onto the Black Planet. Great Destruction. Lin Yuan stood in front of the gate that symbolized the Great Destruction Rule. He then channeled the essence of the Great Destruction Rule and pushed open the gate, walking inside. Suddenly, he arrived at an altar similar to the path of the Life and Death Samsara Rule. It's you again? A surge of black mist emerged, forming into a man in a black robe. He glanced at Lin Yuan and shook his head slightly. Senior, Lin Yuan immediately greeted the man in the black robe. When will the test commence? Lin Yuan went straight to the point, not wanting to waste time. Test? The man in the black robe fell silent. He could sense that Lin Yuan had probably just realized the Great Destruction Rule not long ago. But with the scene of the Life and Death Samsara Rule test before, the man in the black robe knew that the tests set by the Black Planet were basically non-existent in Lin Yuan's presence. Forget it, you better go in. The man in the black robe didn't want to waste time either, raising his right hand and creating a black portal about 5 meters large. Instead of making Lin Yuan struggle again, shaking the interior of the Black Planet, it was better to let him go in quickly to meditate. Out of sight, out of mind. Thank you, Senior. Lin Yuan saw this and did not decline. He immediately conjured an incarnation and stepped into the black portal. It was a space only a few miles in area. However, it was filled with an endless aura of the Great Destruction Rule. Great Destruction. Lin Yuan carefully observed the fluctuations of the Great Destruction Rule. Under the empowerments of his Against Heaven's understanding, terrifying inspirations and spiritual lights continuously surged up to him. Just like that. Lin Yuan's 2 great incarnations rapidly comprehended the Life and Death Samsara Rule and the Great Destruction Rule. His original body and the Taiyang Divine Spirit and Taiyin Primordial Spirit were contemplating and cultivating other rules, secret techniques, and so on. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 703-10. The First Type of Second Realm Fusion Rules. Please subscribe. Chapter 703, Chapter 10. The First Type of Second Realm Fusion Rules. Please subscribe. Black Planet. Life and Death Samsara Rule. Guiding Space. The cycle of life and death rules seemed endless, as if without a conclusion. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, immersed in the comprehension, in comparison to directly fathoming the cosmic life and death rules. At this moment, the life and death rules continually intertwined and fused before him, giving Lin Yuan the impression of watching a standard answer. Every moment, his understanding of the life and death samsara rule was improving. The life rule, filled with endless vitality, and the death rule, permeated with boundless death energy. Their fusion creates the life and death samsara rule, which essentially emphasizes the concept of reincarnation. Lin Yuan lifted his right hand, and the same life and death rules intertwined and fused in his palm. Therefore, the life and death samsara rule needs to construct a stable cycle model, so that the life and death rules can freely transform and interweave. Lin Yuan attempted to analyze the life and death samsara rule using the human civilization rule model approach. Even the most basic 5 elements rule is interpreted differently by thousands of people. The fusion rules are even more so, with the slightest discrepancy between the two rules involved causing divergence in the final formed fusion rule. A stable, perfect cycle model. In front of Lin Yuan, the life and death rules kept altering, eventually forming an infrastructure resembling a dark vortex, subtly starting to influence time and space. Unaffected, Lin Yuan continued to delve deeper into his comprehension. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Observing the fusion of life and death and deriving the first stable cycle model, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, a thunderous noise in his mind as the life and death samsara rule advanced to the second realm. Finally cultivated this fusion rule to the second realm. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The comprehension of the fusion rules was much harder than imagined, especially the transition from the first to the second realm. Who knows how many 10th rank grade A individuals dragged on to the life limit of 10th rank life without crossing the threshold. The previous Naylan, the Black Star Lord, and Master Lustrous were all like this. Although the latter is said to have a chance to step into the 11th rank, it is just a possibility, and it's more likely they won't cross it. Even Lin Yuan, upon initially comprehending the life and death samsara rule and feeling the vast breadth of life and death, thought it would take him 500 to 600 years to cultivate this fusion rule to the second realm. But now, merely 50 years had passed, and he had already cultivated it to the second realm. Theoretically, Lin Yuan can now use the second realm's life and death samsara rule to break through to the tier 11 level. The life and death samsara rule, at the level of the second realm, combined with the foundation of my physical soul's inner world, spirit will, mysterious yellow strike, among others. The ultimate power burst forth might reach the peak of the third realm, or even approach the power of the fourth realm's life and death samsara rule. Lin Yuan wondered to himself. When he initially grasped the life and death samsara rule, Lin Yuan, with the support of his many foundations, forcibly enhanced the samsara rule from the primary stage of the first realm to the second realm and even touched the threshold of the third realm. Now, with his understanding of the life and death samsara rule reaching the second realm, Lin Yuan felt his standard maximum attack should be close to the fourth realm. It should be known that the pillar-level fusion rules of the fourth realm, even among 11th rank life forms, are considered quite powerful. Theoretically, the fusion rules of the 7th and 8th realms are the domain of the supreme beings. Of course, the abilities of 11th rank life are far from limited to the fusion rules. However, this at least indicates that in one aspect, Lin Yuan has reached the normal standard of 11th rank life. He was no longer awkwardly at the threshold. The second realm's life and death samsara rule, Lin Yuan operated the already established cycle model, attempting to affect the surrounding balance of life and death. Boom, within the guiding space. Massive life and death rules continuously intertwined and coiled, and the shadow of a stable, colossal cycle model began to emerge. However, under the influence of Lin Yuan's constructed minor cycle model, a trivial part of the guiding space's major cycle model began to show faint turbulences, but they quickly returned to normal. Lin Yuan wasn't surprised by this. Inside the guiding space, the life and death samsara rule large model symbolizes the fourth realm's samsara rule. He was currently only at the second realm, so it was naturally difficult to cause an impact. His attempt was merely to gauge how far he was from the fourth realm, outside the guiding space. The black-robed man's figure suddenly appeared. The balance of life and death within the space is being affected by an external force? The black-robed man's expression changed slightly. As the spirit of the altar and the spirit of the black planet, he was acutely aware of all the changes inside the guiding space. The balance of life and death within the life and death samsara rule guiding space can only be affected by those who also wield life and death samsara rules. Has that young fellow cultivated his life and death samsara rule to the second realm? The black-robed man immediately surmised the cause. Second realm? How long has it been? The black-robed man was dumbfounded. He didn't consider the second realm's life and death samsara rule that impressive, as it was just the threshold standard for 11th rank life. Yet what shocked the black-robed man was that 50 years ago, Lin Yuan's understanding of the life and death samsara rule was only at an introductory level. And now only 50 years had passed, and it had soared to the second realm. There has been no change in the flow of time. The black-robed man confirmed that Lin Yuan's comprehension time did not deviate from the main time flow. With only the guiding space, there couldn't possibly be such a significant effect. The black-robed man's expression grew serious. Chapter 704, 10, the first type of second realm fusion rules, subscribe please. 2 Chapter 704, Chapter 10, the first type of second realm fusion rules, subscribe please. 2. The essence of the life and death samsara rule within the guiding space manifested, making it slightly easier for the later generations to comprehend this type of fusion rules. Some bottlenecks that had trapped evolvers for 10,000 years could now be broken in 7 to 8,000 years. It just became a bit easier. Not that the difficulty was directly reduced to zero. Even so, such guiding spaces made countless 10th rank lives fervent. At critical moments, being slightly easier constitutes a qualitative difference, not to mention a bit easier. For instance, discerning the pillar-level fusion rules of the second realm just a bit earlier could allow one to break through to 11th rank before their lifespan limit. It was not only the gap between 11th rank and 10th rank, but also the difference between life and death. However, at this moment, Lin Yuan's performance caused the man in the black robe a bit of confusion, because over the past 50 years, Lin Yuan had steadily understood other pillar-level fusion rules, sending out incarnations to comprehend them within the guiding spaces of other doors. That is to say, over a span of 50 years, the time Lin Yuan actually spent on the life and death samsara rule was, arguably, only a portion. Do the lives outside nowadays all disregard reason to such an extent? The man in the black robe stayed silent for a long time, suddenly harboring this thought in his mind. His memory was significantly lacking, but he vaguely remembered that Lin Yuan's speed of comprehension was exaggeratedly terrifying, Nokiwei main star. I can now attempt to strive for tier 11, Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. The biggest threshold from 10th rank to 11th rank is to elevate a pillar-level rule to the second realm. In addition, there are other requirements regarding the physical soul, inner world, and so on, but with Lin Yuan's accumulated foundation, naturally all are satisfied. That is to say, if Lin Yuan wished to strive for 11th rank, he could step into the 11th rank. From just entering 10th rank to stepping into 11th rank, it only took 50 years. If this were to be spread, it would definitely drive a group of 10th rank lives insane, and even 11th rank lives would hardly believe it. The leap from 10th rank to 11th rank is a cross of a great realm, a leap in the essence of life. There exist 10th rank lives who have stayed at this realm for millions of years or even tens of millions of years. And you used just 50 years? Still, there's no rush. I currently only occupy 6 out of the 12 guiding spaces in the depths of the 12 gates on the dark planet. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, suppressing the urge to break through to 11th rank. The main reason is that there's no significant benefit. Currently, Lin Yuan is under no pressure, human civilization is exceedingly strong, and he can certainly break through to 11th rank a bit later, because once he breaks through to 11th rank, he won't be able to enter the remaining 6 gates on the Dark Planet. The Dark Life Planet is a star of 10th rank heritage, allowing only 10th rank lives to enter, neither 9th rank nor 11th rank may go in. Therefore, the most correct action for Lin Yuan is to discern all the fusion rules corresponding to the 12 gates on the Dark Planet, and then send out incarnations into the guiding spaces. He should secure the slots for enlightenment first. As long as the incarnations occupy the guiding spaces, even if Lin Yuan breaks through to 11th rank, he won't be expelled. And at 10th rank, the more fusion rules one comprehends and the higher the level of cultivation of the fusion rules, the greater the benefit to oneself. From any perspective, there's no reason for Lin Yuan to rush into 11th rank desperately. Other peak 10th rank powerhouses, after elevating a pillar-level fusion rule to the second realm, would hesitate no more to strive for 11th rank. It's because their potential at 10th rank is already exhausted, and there's no point in delaying any longer. But Lin Yuan is different. He still has plenty of room for improvement. In 50 years, apart from the life and death samsara rule and the great destruction rule, I've also comprehended 4 other pillar-level rules, which correspond to the pillar-level rules of those 12 gates on the Dark Planet. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the pillar-level fusion rules are far more than just 12. However, knowing the effects of the guiding spaces behind the 12 gates of the Dark Planet, Lin Yuan naturally focused on those 12 pillar-level rules in his comprehension of the pillar-level fusion rules. The 6 pillar-level fusion rules I've discerned so far are the relatively simple ones, involving the fusion between 2 pillar rules. The remaining 6 pillar-level fusion rules are much more difficult, encompassing the fusion of 3, 4, or even 5 pillar rules. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Even within pillar-level fusion rules, there naturally exists a hierarchy. Leaving aside the inherent attributes of the pillar rules themselves, just the number of pillar rules involved in the fusion also absolutely determines the height of the final fusion rule. Incorporating space, life, and destruction as 3 pillar-level fusion rules naturally makes it stronger than just space and life pillar-level fusion rules. Take it slowly. I have plenty of time, Lin Yuan thought to himself. 10th rank evolvers can easily live for hundreds of millions of years. He's hardly at that point yet. To fuse the time rule with the space rules, both being pillar-level fusion rules, Lin Yuan thought about his own attempts in the domain of space-time over the years. Though the rule of time is also a pillar-level rule, it reigns supreme over other pillar-level rules, aiming to fuse space-time. Up to now, Lin Yuan's progress in this area can be said to be slow. With the might of the rule of time, even fusing it with an ordinary rule would be much stronger than usual, pillar-level fusion rules. fusing space-time and then elevating the space-time rule to the 5th realm. That is one of the thresholds for 11th rank powerhouses to strive for the ultimate. Lin Yuan's thoughts spread out. At his level, he was privy to information that was once incredibly secret, including intelligence on the 11th rank strive for the ultimate. Chapter 705-10, the first type of second realm fusion rules. Subscribe please. Third Chapter 705, Chapter 10, the first type of second realm fusion rules. Subscribe please. Third, the most crucial aspect of ultimate beings is to break free from the shackles of the river of time, which requires control over time and space. Of course, the more chaos rules one integrates, the greater the benefits, and understanding the legendary chaos rules could greatly benefit the pursuit of becoming an ultimate being. This chaos crystal, Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred slightly as he took out a gray crystal, in which numerous rules' essences were fused and scattered. If it were 10 times, 100 times larger, it might help me more than the Black Planet. The chaos crystal was too small, and the depth of the rules it contained was not profound. Of course, if the chaos crystal were 10 times, 100 times larger, Lin Yuan wouldn't have acquired it. In the 9 floors dark tower of Demon Jade space, the chaos crystal was considered a 12-star rare treasure, and if it were 10 times, 100 times larger, it would definitely be categorized as a 12-star supreme treasure. Battlefield A098. The Taiyang divine spirit sat cross-legged beneath that eternal spatial rift that spanned thousands of miles. Lately, the insect race has been quite restless, inviting several Tier 11 special beings to join, probably to intensify the war. Though Lin Yuan had never left the area under that eternal spatial rift, his true body was very concerned about the intelligence on this large alien battlefield. After all, so far he was quite satisfied with the rate at which he accumulated world-breaking origin force on this battlefield. If there were no other compelling reasons, Lin Yuan naturally would not be willing to leave. I now have nearly 500 strands of world-breaking origin force, most of which I've amassed here. Lin Yuan felt good. Nearly 500 strands of world-breaking origin force gave him a sense of wealth he had never felt before. I hope the increase in war intensity is not too great, Lin Yuan pondered for a while. The historical battles with the highest intensity of war had nearly devastated the large battlefields, with supreme beings themselves entering the fray. If it really came to that, Lin Yuan naturally would not have the time to peacefully accumulate world-breaking origin force here. Just 50 years ago, how did the supreme beings handle that aurora from beyond the universe? Lin Yuan suddenly thought. The power of that aurora reached an incredible level, effortlessly shattering a large alien battlefield. If it were not for the joint efforts of numerous ultimate beings, the impacts would have been even greater. The greater the power of the aurora, the more precious it proves to be, and for the supreme beings to intercept it was certainly a significant gain. Did the supreme beings create the eternal spatial rift and not repair it, perhaps for such a time? Lin Yuan looked contemplative. The eternal spatial rift contained extreme destructive power, which the main universe couldn't heal by its own regeneration capabilities. But if the supreme beings were willing, they could actively eradicate the destructive power within the eternal spatial rift. Once the power of destruction was gone, with the powerful healing abilities of the main universe, the rift could easily be repaired. Milky Way main star. After resting for a while, Lin Yuan resumed his cultivation. Great Destruction Rule. Wisps of destructive essence appeared in front of Lin Yuan, and in terms of pure killing power, the Great Destruction Rule surpassed even the Life and Death Samsara Rule. Of the 6 pillar-level fusion rules Lin Yuan currently controlled, the Life and Death Samsara Rule was the highest realm, having reached the 2nd realm. The Great Destruction Rule was next, only a hair away from the 2nd realm. Lin Yuan estimated that, whether sooner in a few days or later in a few months, he could elevate this fusion rule to the 2nd realm. At that time, Lin Yuan would have 2 fusion rules at the 2nd realm, which would significantly enhance his combat power. Great Destruction Rule. In the Great Destruction Rule guiding space of the Black Planet, Lin Yuan immersed himself in understanding the essence of the Great Destruction Rule. Simultaneously, while contemplating the Great Destruction Rule, Lin Yuan was also studying other fusion rules, borrowing insights from each, stimulating mutual understanding, deep within the cosmic starry sky. In a twisted area of space-time, more than a dozen majestic figures stood around, and in their center, a 100-mile-long, dazzling aurora quietly floated. This aurora, a rare 12-rank material, can be used as the main ingredient to forge an ultimate weapon. How shall we divide it now? A figure with a single horn on his forehead spoke. All present were supreme beings. 50 years ago, more than 10 supreme beings joined forces to intercept that aurora from beyond the universe. After 50 years of suppression, they finally removed the alien essence from the aurora, and now it was time to divide this aurora. Actually, each supreme being at the scene wanted to monopolize this aurora, but doing so would inevitably provoke the other supreme beings to act. Under such circumstances, the more than 10 supreme beings who were wary of each other eventually proposed the relatively peaceful idea of dividing the aurora. There was no choice. At the level of supreme beings, there was no need to fight to the death over an external object. This aurora was indeed precious, classified as a supreme item among 12 ranked materials, but before it was crafted into an ultimate weapon, it hardly enhanced the combat power of the supreme being's level. Battlefield A076 is one of the main battlefields of our human civilization, and it was pierced by this aurora, causing severe casualties among our evolvers. So, among the dozen evolvers, human civilization's ancient power evolver spoke authoritatively. We humans require 1/5 of this aurora. 1/5? The other supreme beings looked displeased. Among the more than 10 supreme beings, 1/10 each wasn't enough, yet you take 1/5? Ancient power? Isn't that too much? The first speaker, the single-horned supreme being, spoke. Too much? How do you account for the heavy losses suffered by our young humans? They are the elite of our human civilization, our future. The eyes of the ancient power supreme being narrowed. Without 1/5, I cannot persuade my people. No sooner had he finished speaking than another 8 supreme-level presences forcefully broke through the spatial barriers and aggressively entered the scene. Chapter 706, 11, that white paper, please subscribe. Chapter 706, Chapter 11, that white paper, please subscribe. How is it? Our human civilization only wants 1/5 of the aurora. That's not excessive. The ancient power supreme being spoke in a calm tone, yet within this twisted space-time, the breaths of 8 other supreme beings were unmistakably unmasked. The other 10 or more supreme beings glanced at each other. There were also ultimate beings standing behind them, but the combat power of the 9 supreme beings of human civilization was indeed difficult to deal with. Very well. The one-horned supreme being eventually compromised. There was no choice. If they didn't first satiate human civilization, the subsequent division would be impossible to complete. Search. The ancient power supreme being raised his hand and took 1/5 of the aurora. He then vanished from this space-time. As soon as the ancient power supreme being left, the breaths of the 8 human civilization supreme beings also rapidly receded. My Tianyu clan has also suffered heavy losses, began the clan Tianyu progenitor slowly, wanting to replicate the recent actions of human civilization and take a portion of the aurora first. Human civilization territory. The 9 supreme beings were rapidly exchanging thoughts through their spirit wills. Within this aurora segment, there is a profound presence of the causal curse-killing power. Before it's refined into the ultimate weapon, it could be utilized to let those talented evolvers comprehend it for a while. Indeed, the causal rules, though not pillar-level rules, are the most mysterious and special. The more one comprehends the causal rules, the better, with no downsides. Then I will refine this segment of aurora first. The 9 supreme beings quickly determined the use for the aurora. It would be refined into the ultimate weapon. But before refining, they could allow some talented successors of human civilization to closely sense the essence of the aurora. Shachen Supreme Being's personal world. Shachen Supreme Being sat high on the throne, seemingly deep in thought. Not much later, the figure of Lin Yuan appeared. Supreme Being, Lin Yuan bowed slightly. The more he cultivated, the more Lin Yuan felt the greatness of the Supreme Beings. This greatness wasn't limited to strength. Their life essence, their heights, were beyond what any life within the river of time could look up to. Shachen Supreme. Being looked at Lin Yuan and a smile appeared on his face. How has your cultivation been lately? Have you encountered any bottlenecks? Shachen Supreme Being was very concerned about Lin Yuan, as in his eyes, Lin Yuan was the evolver most likely to reach the ultimate in this era of human civilization. If human civilization could birth the 10th Supreme Being, the pressure they bore would naturally lessen considerably. It's going well. Lin Yuan nodded. More than just well. 50 years ago, Lin Yuan had only comprehended 2 pillar-level fusion rules. But now, Lin Yuan mastered up to 6 pillar-level fusion rules, among which the life and death samsara rule had even reached the 2nd realm, and the great destruction rule was also nearing the 2nd realm. Achievements unattainable by typical 10th rank evolvers over millions of years, Lin Yuan had achieved in just 50 years. Not to mention, beyond the fusion rules, Lin Yuan had made significant progress on space rules, the rule of time, and the profound yellow lineage's 3 Dao protecting secret techniques. Good to hear. Shachen Supreme Being did not probe further. The path of evolution is a very private matter. With Lin Yuan's talents and aptitudes, he had already forged his own path. If he intervened forcefully, it wouldn't be beneficial. What Shachen Supreme Being could do now was to resolve all of Lin Yuan's potential worries as much as possible. In some time, there will be an opportunity to comprehend that segment of Aurora essence. I will let you go, Shachen Supreme Being said directly. The essence of the Aurora? Is it the Aurora from the destruction of the large alien battlefield marked AO-76? Lin Yuan's eyes brightened, and he immediately asked. Exactly, Shachen Supreme Being nodded. There was no need to keep secrets about this matter. After negotiations with those different species supreme beings, our human civilization finally got 1/5 of the entire Aurora, Shachen Supreme Being briefly explained. Negotiations? 1/5? Lin Yuan blinked. Among peak clans, power was always supreme. Negotiations? What negotiation? And 1/5? According to Lin Yuan's knowledge, there were more than 10 supreme beings involved in blocking the aurora initially. That doesn't yet count those who later wished to share in the spoils. Directly taking 1/5 for human civilization was utterly domineering. Supreme being, where did this aurora come from? Lin Yuan asked. He knew that the aurora originated from beyond the eternal spatial rift, that is, within the chaos void. But exactly where and why such an entity as the auroras would form? Lin Yuan was not very clear. This aurora, it likely comes from the Taiyuan relic, Shaqian Supreme, being pondered for a moment before speaking. The Taiyuan relic? Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. Yes, currently within the detected scope of the Chaos Void, the Taiyuan relic is ranked among the 9 most dangerous places, Shaqian Supreme Being said. Lin Yuan listened obediently. The matters Shaqian Supreme Being spoke of, clearly, were no longer confined to within the universe. Is the Taiyuan relic very dangerous? Lin Yuan noticed that the Shaqian Supreme Being described the Taiyuan relic as a perilous place. Naturally, it's extremely dangerous. The Shaqian Supreme Being nodded. Even for a 12th rank life, a moment of carelessness can lead to complete ruin within the Taiyuan relic, the Shaqian Supreme Being explained. Moreover, the dangers of the Taiyuan relic are not limited to within the relic itself, but occasionally also involve the forbidden items that erupt from its depths. These forbidden items vary in influence, some strong and some weak, immeasurable in their impact. In the universe, a 12th rank life is invincible, at most severely wounded, the Shaqian Supreme Being said with a sigh. But outside the universe, in the Chaos Void, even a 12th rank life can face death. Lin Yuan nodded. A couple of 100 years ago, that corpse of a supreme being that drifted in from beyond the universe made Lin Yuan realize that even supreme beings can die. A supreme being merely steps out of the river of time and is not bound by lifespan, but that does not mean they cannot die. Of course, the Chaos Void is dangerous, but it also holds opportunities. We, as 12th rank, wish to evolve further, to transform into a perfect time being. Such a chance exists only in the Chaos Void, albeit very slight, the Shaqian Supreme Being continued. Perfect time being? Lin Yuan's thoughts expanded. A 9th rank life is also known as a multispatial life. From a 9th to 11th rank, every step involves the evolution of multispatial life towards temporal life, until reaching the 12th rank. A 12th rank ultimate is already barely considered a half-formed temporal life. They occupy the past and present, meandering on the shores of the river of time. Yet even ultimate existences still aspire, and that is to transform into a perfect temporal life. Simply put, the goal of a 12th rank ultimate is to attempt to occupy the future. Only a life that occupies the past, present, and future simultaneously qualifies as a perfect time being. It is said that a perfect time being can see the infinite future at a glance and return to the ancient past. Theoretically, as long as a perfect time being so wishes, they could alter the course of history and shape the future into the vision they desire. However, thus far, Lin Yuan has not heard of any existing perfect time being. Even Xuanhuang and the Moyu Tower Master do not qualify as perfect time beings. They are merely significantly stronger than most 12th rank ultimates. The Chaos Void holds great opportunities, but sadly we, creatures of the universe, even at 12th rank, cannot leave, the Shaqian Supreme Being said, seemingly recalling something, and sighed. Unable to leave? Lin Yuan looked puzzled. The eternal spatial rift is right there. Why can't they leave? The universe has a will, and beings like us at the 12th rank, who have absorbed so much cosmic energy, would inevitably face the universe's will fighting fiercely to prevent us from escaping to the Chaos Void, once we break free from the universe, the Shaqian Supreme Being explained. I see. Lin Yuan suddenly understood. Thus, if we wish to venture into the Chaos Void, we can only wait until this cosmic era ends and everything is destroyed. Only then might there be a chance. The Shaqian Supreme Being's voice wavered subtly. Obviously, the matter was not as simple as he had stated. The end of the cosmic era, the collapse of everything, supreme beings only survive if they endure past it, fully freeing themselves from cosmic restrictions. If they do not endure, they naturally perish with the cosmos. However, after the destruction of the universe, there will be rebirth, a capability supreme beings do not possess. A supreme being, along with the universe, ends, and all their essence transforms into the most chaotic energy to support the birth of a new cosmic era. Typically, among 10 12th rank ultimates, at most only half can survive the end of a cosmic epoch. Only those 12th rank ultimates who endure the end of a cosmic epoch have the confidence to venture into the Chaos Void. Upon leaving Shaqian Supreme Being's personal world, Lin Yuan's mind slightly fluctuated. This time, from the mouth of Shaqian Supreme Being, he learned much higher-level information, such as the 9 dangerous places of the Chaos Void and the restrictions on supreme beings within the universe. All this is still too far from me. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, then stopped thinking about it. He's currently only 10th rank, far from reaching 12th rank. And the end of the cosmic epoch? According to Shaqian Supreme Being's estimation, from the birth of the universe to now, only 1/10 of a cosmic epoch has passed. That means, until the end of the cosmic epoch, there are still 9/10 of a cosmic epoch remaining, which, in years, is countless quintillions. Lin Yuan, thus far, has spent less than 200 years in the main universe. Meanwhile, outside the universe where Lin Yuan resided, amidst the grayish chaos void, a piece of white paper was rapidly moving in a certain direction. If one observed carefully, they would realize that this white paper seemed not to possess the concept of thickness, having only length and width. Within the white paper, fog swirled, subtly encompassing a vast world. This entire piece of white paper, akin to a scroll of painting, was graceful yet mysterious. Yet, what was strange? Wherever the white paper passed, the space of the chaos void subtly began to collapse, rapidly losing the concept of spatial thickness, and even time became abnormally narrow, as if it suddenly reduced from 3 dimensions to 2. Swoosh. In a blink of an eye, that white paper disappeared into the dense chaotic currents. Chapter 7 of Aletti, 12 Dimensionality Reduction. Please subscribe. Chapter 707, Chapter 12, Dimensionality Reduction. Please subscribe. Great Destruction Rule, Second Realm, achieved. Shortly after parting with the Xiaqin Supreme Being, Lin Yuan had comprehended the Great Destruction Rule to the Second Realm, any 10th rank grade. A powerhouse would be extremely thrilled once they realized a pillar grade fusion rules dual realm, wouldn't they? This meant that they could step into Tier 11. In the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky, 11th rank life was the strongest below supreme beings. The strongest here refers to all aspects, not merely strength, for instance, mastering the rule of time. It's too tall an order for 10th rank life to fully understand the rule of time. It's an occurrence that hasn't happened too many times since the universe began. But for 11th rank life wanting to master the rule of time, although still very difficult, it is at least much easier than for 10th rank life. Once the rule of time is mastered, it means a significant extension of lifespan. By slowing down their own passage of time, 1 year for an 11th rank life could equal thousands or even tens of thousands of years for a 10th rank life. However, none of this had much significance for Lin Yuan. Rule of time? Lin Yuan had already mastered it at the 9th rank, and even without mastering it, Lin Yuan didn't care much about his own lifespan. How old was he now? The longevity that those ancient 11th rank lives yearned for, Lin Yuan now had in abundance. As for cultivating the Great Destruction Rule to the Second Realm, in truth, gaining an additional Second Realm Fusion Rule did not enhance Lin Yuan's strength as much as one might imagine. After all, Lin Yuan's current benchmark was against 11th rank powerhouses. With his current foundation and techniques, even without realizing any dual realm fusion rules, he could still be considered invincible at the 10th rank. And within the 11th rank, realizing 1 pillar grade fusion rules dual realm was just a slight breakthrough. Next, the remaining 4 pillar grade fusion rules will also be cultivated to the 2nd realm, Lin Yuan thought to himself. And the 3rd realm, Lin Yuan pondered. The most hopeful rule for advancing to the 3rd realm was the life and death samsara rule. However, even with the Black Planet's guiding space to study, Lin Yuan estimated that reaching the 3rd realm would take him between 100 to 200 years. As for the 4th realm, not yet at the 3rd realm, Lin Yuan didn't know the extent to which he would have to go to reach the 4th realm, but it would not take more than 500 years at most. To cultivate from the 4th realm to the 4th realm, spending a little over 700 years is still acceptable, Lin Yuan mused, nodding slightly to himself. 700 years is a blink of an eye to a 10th rank evolver. But Lin Yuan could use that time to cultivate a pillar-grade fusion rule to the 4th realm. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied with that. Moreover, in those 700 years, Lin Yuan would have comprehended not just 1 but 6 pillar-grade fusion rules. On top of that, new pillar-grade fusion rules might be uncovered at any time, in addition to continual contemplation on the rules of time and space, among other things. Where do I stand in the hierarchy of 11th rank life with my current strength? Lin Yuan suddenly wondered. So far, the Starry Sky races had divided 11th rank life into 6 tiers. The first tier of 11th rank life had just entered Tier 11. They had not yet mastered the rule of time. The second tier was 11th rank life that had mastered the rule of time. The third tier was those who had cultivated a certain pillar grade rule to the 5th realm. The fourth tier was those who had fused time and space to understand the space-time rule. The 5th tier was those who had elevated the space-time rule to the 5th realm. The 6th tier represented those who had reached the pinnacle in all aspects and could attempt the ultimate breakthrough at any time. Theoretically, an 11th rank life at the 5th tier has the capability to strive for the ultimate, but the chances are slim, which is why there's a 6th tier. Even for 11th rank life at the 6th tier, the probability of successfully making the ultimate breakthrough is very low. To become ultimate, to break free from the shackles of the river of time, to have infinite longevity, involves many aspects. Throughout history, many peak 11th rank lives favored by all sides ultimately failed in their attempt and vanished from existence. Therefore, the various clans came to a conclusion. Striving for the ultimate requires a certain luck. Without luck, no amount of preparation or sufficient foundation will help. Roughly the 2nd tier, Lin Yuan compared and concluded, positioning his current strength at the 2nd tier within Tier 11. An 11th rank life at the 3rd tier would have already cultivated a certain pillar grade fusion rule to the 5th realm, a level Lin Yuan couldn't reach in the short term. If I could cultivate all 12 pillar grade fusion rules within the Black Planet to the 4th realm, I should be comparable to an 11th rank life at the 3rd tier, Lin Yuan thought to himself. 3rd tier 11th rank life requires at least one pillar grade fusion rule cultivated to the 5th realm, but 12 4th realm pillar grade fusion rules would incite a qualitative change from the quantitative buildup, especially considering that the next 6 pillar grade fusion rules are not your average pillar grade. They should be comparable to one 5th realm pillar grade fusion rule, of course. The gap between 10th rank life and 11th rank life is far more than just the comprehension of fusion rules. There are many other differences, such as the physical soul, spirit will, inner world, and so on. Normally, 11th rank life would have one more infusion of the cosmic origin source than 10th rank life, a gap as wide as a chasm. But Lin Yuan's reception of the Chaos Void origin infusion greatly bridged this gap, allowing him the possibility to be comparable to 11th rank life. Virtual world. Lin Yuan was chatting leisurely with Naylin, the Vice Tower Master. Battlefield A098 is expected to see a marked increase in the intensity of the war. The Goddess of Freedom has already started the summoning, asking me to send an avatar there. Chapter 708, 12 Dimensionality Reduction. Subscribe please. To Chapter 708, Chapter 12 Dimensionality Reduction. Subscribe please. To Naylin's side. As an 11th rank evolver, each one of them was crucial, even on a large alien battlefield where an 11th rank powerhouse was a suppressing force. As for a Supreme Being, unless they were truly provoked to wrath and other factors emerged, a Supreme Being would not enter the fray. Below the Supreme Beings, 11th rank was the strongest. Even for an evolver like Nalin, who had just entered the 11th rank, they could influence the outcome of widespread regional wars. I've heard about this too, Lin Yuan nodded. In fact, Battlefield A098 was the very large alien battlefield where his Taiyang divine spirit resided. Some time ago, Lin Yuan had faintly sensed a change in the situation at the large alien battlefield and realized that a more intense war might be imminent. As long as the intensity of the war doesn't reach the level where a supreme being needs to step in, it shouldn't affect me much. On Battlefield A098, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged beneath an eternal spatial rift, using his understanding of space and time to hide, making it difficult for other 10th and 11th rank powerhouses to discover him, Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan's figure sat in the deeper spatial layers. Awe-inspiring vital energy circulated, and within 100 miles around him, a profound yellow-colored force field faintly spread. One of the 3 great defensive secret techniques of the profound yellow lineage, the Xuan Huang physique. No matter the heritage, the most crucial aspect was surely survival. Only by living could there be hope. This was the case with the profound yellow lineage, where survival was ensured with the Xuan Huang physique and spatial temporal steps. The 3rd layer, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and sighed softly. The Xuan Huang physique is divided into 4 layers, with the 4th layer being the ultimate realm. A 12th rank life with a perfected Xuan Huang physique was said to be unbreakable and immortal, easily able to withstand the devastations at the end of a cosmic epoch. However, as he continued to practice, Lin Yuan became increasingly aware of the difficulty of this secret technique. The resources needed for cultivating the Xuan Huang physique were indeed vast. Initially, Lin Yuan thought that with the abundant Xuan crystals inside the Xuan Huang secret realm, along with the corpses and treasures of nearly 10,000 9th-rank alien races, he could cultivate this technique to a deeper level. This was also what Lin Yuan deduced from the many pieces of information about this secret technique, but the result was that Lin Yuan had overlooked a crucial factor. That being, he was not like a normal 10th rank life. If it were an ordinary 10th rank life with the vast resources of the secret realm, their cultivation needs could naturally be met. But Lin Yuan? Before transcending to the 10th rank, his physical body was already hundreds of times stronger than others of his tier. After entering the 10th tier, having been infused with the Chaos Void origin, the disparity had reached a scale magnified by tens of thousands. And this was just the physical body. There were also the worlds inside his soul bodies. A normal powerhouse needs one set of resources to elevate their Xuan Huang physique to the next layer. Lin Yuan needed hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of sets of resources. Though ultimately satisfied with his enhancements, the resources required were indeed numerous. And this was just Lin Yuan's original true body. His 2 primordial spirits were still on the sidelines. Since stepping into the 10th rank and discovering a surge in his resource needs, Lin Yuan had decisively halted his 2 primordial spirits from cultivating the Xuan Huang physique secret technique. This kind of defensive secret technique should definitely be prioritized by the original body. As for the 2 primordial spirits, they had to be slightly wronged for the time being. On Battlefield A098, Lin Yuan still sat beneath the eternal spatial rift cultivating. In recent months, at least 100 more 11th rank powerhouses have appeared on the battlefield. Lin Yuan glanced at the distant region in between his cultivation sessions. The total visible 11th rank evolvers of the entire human civilization also didn't exceed 1,000. Now, just on one battlefield, there were over 100 11th rank, and that didn't include those 11th rank powerhouses who were originally stationed there, and those who secretly came over, evading Lin Yuan's perception. Tuoba Ancient God, Lin Yuan's eyes were deep, having heard about Tuoba Ancient God on this battlefield. Tuoba Ancient God was invited by the insect race to bolster their forces. Tuoba Ancient God was also the ancient god corresponding to the evolution path initially cultivated by Feng Qing. Because of an issue involving Feng Qing, Lin Yuan had quite a grievance with this ancient god. Since Lin Yuan became an evolver, Tuoba Ancient God was the first life form bold enough to openly extort him. According to the information Lin Yuan obtained about Tuoba Ancient God, this ancient god was a powerful 11th rank life of the 5th tier, ranking among the top ancient gods, audacious enough to disregard Xizhong Ancient God, and even aiming to reach the ultimate within 1,000,000 years. Xizhong Ancient God once stated that Tuoba Ancient God only had a lifespan of 100 million years. But an 11th rank life's 100 million years lifespan isn't measured by the flow of time in the main world. With Tuoba Ancient God's manipulation of the flow of time, by the time of the main world's 100 billion years, he might still be alive. However, the fact that Tuoba Ancient God had the ambition to strive for the ultimate indicated that he might not continue to delay his time and barely cling to life. Indeed, many ancient special beings born at the creation of the universe had already lived long enough. Slowing down their own time flow rate to achieve an alternative form of immortality held little significance. Even if they survived era after era, could that make them achieve the ultimate? Yet every 11th rank life's viewpoint differed. Some 11th rank lives believed that in the distant future there lay the hope of becoming the ultimate, while others thought that since they must die sooner or later they might as well strive for the ultimate as soon as possible. Of course, those with the latter belief tend to be solitary and special beings. Chapter 709, 12 Dimensionality Reduction, please subscribe. 3. Chapter 709, Chapter 12 Dimensionality Reduction, please subscribe. 3. If there are ties of kinship, it is definitely best to live as long as possible to protect the clan for a longer time. Tuoba Ancient God, with no relatives or friends, is a unique being in the cosmic starry skies, which is why he dared to make such a bold request to Lin Yuan. My current strength is far from being a match for Tuoba Ancient God, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Tuoba Ancient God was of the 5th tier of 11th rank, while Lin Yuan was currently only comparable to a 2nd tier 11th rank, with no comparability in strength between them. The 6 tiers of 11th rank life each have a massive gap in strength. Give me another 1,000 years. Lin Yuan bore a killing intent towards Tuoba Ancient God, but also knew it was not realistic. Just based on his rate of growth, he estimated it would be possible in another 1 or 2,000 years. Of course, that was just a possibility. With the strength of Tuoba Ancient God, Lin Yuan estimated he would have to become a supreme being to be assured of killing the other. Shiyu Evolution Tower. Lin Yuan Taiyin Primordial Spirit personally rushed over. At the same time, other Tier 10 Grade A evolvers arrived. You have only 100 years. In 100 years, try to comprehend this segment of Aurora as much as possible. The figure of Shaqian's Supreme Being appeared, and without any unnecessary words, a segment of colorful, splendid Aurora floated in the air. According to the agreement with the other 8 supreme beings of human civilization, this aurora would stay in each evolution tower for 100 years. After 900 years, it would be the main ingredient in forging an ultimate weapon. At that time, the potency of the aurora would be condensed, and it would be difficult to comprehend any further. Is this the cosmic aurora that easily shattered a large alien battlefield? Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the aurora for the first time. Your perception defies the heavens, observing the unknown aurora. Your understanding of the rules of light deepens. Right. Your perception defies the heavens, observing the unknown aurora. Your understanding of the rules of cause and effect deepens. Your perception defies the heavens, observing the unknown aurora. Your understanding of space rules deepens. It was only a single breath. Lin Yuan had already comprehended dozens of rule fluctuations from this segment of aurora, among which the rules of light and cause and effect were the most intense. Rules of light, Lin Yuan vaguely felt that the rules of light within the aurora were not normal. They must have fused with other rules, otherwise they could not be this powerful. And the rules of cause and effect, these rules are easy to start with but extremely hard to master in depth, and Lin Yuan's understanding of them was not very high due to his lack of full concentration. The remaining 6 pillar-level rules on the Black Planet, 2 of which involve the rules of cause and effect. Perhaps with the help of this aurora, I could meet the requirements in the understanding of the rules of cause and effect, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Though the rules of cause and effect are not pillar-level fusion rules, they are nonetheless more important than most, and their comprehension difficulty exceeds most pillar rules. And pillar-level fusion rules that encompass the rules of cause and effect are extremely peculiar and unpredictable. Battlefield A098 of different races. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Above his head was an eternal spatial rift spanning 1,000 miles, emitting slow spatial fluctuations. It was at this moment, Lin Yuan's expression shifted subtly. This feeling? Lin Yuan suddenly looked up, gazing at the eternal spatial rift above his head. In a vague sense, he felt that an unknown change had occurred within this eternal spatial rift. The next moment, under Lin Yuan's watchful eyes, a piece of white paper squeezed in. The white paper had only length and width, with no concept of thickness, giving a very contradictory impression. White paper? Lin Yuan stared intently at the piece of white paper, which made his scalp tingle somewhat. Rustle, rustle. After the white paper squeezed into the universe, it instantly penetrated the entire large alien battlefield. However, the large alien battlefield did not shatter. Instead, some sort of dimensional collapse occurred, losing the concept of spatial volume. In just an instant, the large alien battlefield, nearly 1,000 light-years across, was compressed into a painting scroll, then assimilated into the white paper. Buzz. The white paper continued to fly towards the cosmic starry sky. Wherever it went, all matter was compressed, including space itself, forming painting scrolls that fused into the white paper. What is this? A towering figure staggered back a few steps, staring incredulously at the rapidly receding white paper. He was a 12th rank ultimate. A moment of inattention had also sucked him into the white paper, but as a being who stepped out of the river of time. The white paper's dimensional reduction ability couldn't completely suppress him, and that was how he escaped. Only, he had escaped, but countless lives on battlefield AO98, including those 11th rank powerhouses, had all fallen into the white paper. Even space itself swiftly collapsed as if a part of it was cut out of thin air. The Taiyuan relic. This direction is towards the Taiyuan relic. One supreme being after another appeared, all staring solemnly at the departing white paper. What exactly has happened to the Taiyuan relic? The single-horned supreme being had a grave expression. 50 or 60 years ago, the cosmic aurora also came from the Taiyuan relic. Now, this eerie white paper had likewise come from the direction of the Taiyuan relic. This made them speculate whether the Taiyuan relic had undergone some unpredictable change. Gentlemen, let's not worry about the Taiyuan relic for now. If we let that white paper continue to fly, 1/10,000th of our universe will be completely dimensionally reduced. One supreme being spoke up. Although the white paper's dimensional reduction effect was ineffective against supreme beings, the numerous lives within their races were all within the scope of the reduction. Let's join forces. Together, we can hold that white paper in place. Right, we can't let it keep flying around recklessly. The supreme beings quickly decided and began to take action, slowly restricting the white paper's movement with their space-time might. Soon, the flight speed of the white paper slowed down. Finally, it stopped beneath a certain expanse of the starry sky. The white paper slowly unfolded, revealing a painting scroll exuding a mysterious aura before the supreme beings. Chapter 710, 13 Two-Dimensional World, subscribe please. Chapter 710, Chapter 13 Two-Dimensional World, subscribe please. In a daze, Lin Yuan finally came to his senses. Where is this? Lin Yuan looked around, realizing he was lying in a narrow room. Me? Lin Yuan rubbed his brow. Just before losing consciousness, he had seen a white paper that had squeezed in from the eternal spatial rift. Then afterwards, Lin Yuan felt a violent change in space-time, as if some pivot was collapsing. What exactly happened? Lin Yuan re-established contact with his true body, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Not right. Lin Yuan's expression suddenly turned grave. Where are the spatial layers? And the fluctuations of many rules? Lin Yuan couldn't believe that, at this moment, he couldn't feel any rule fluctuations at all. And the spatial layers? He couldn't detect even a trace of the space rules, nor any spatial layers. It was as if this world had only a very thin layer of space. But how could that be possible? If there were no spatial layers, it meant the world was incomplete. How could an incomplete world possibly accommodate the arrival of a 10th rank life like him? Even if it could barely contain him, with just a thought he should be able to tear everything apart. Yet now, Lin Yuan felt no such ability. Nokiwei main star. Lin Yuan's frown deepened. The fluctuations from many spaces are still there. The spatial layers are still there. Lin Yuan doubted internally. Why couldn't he feel any fluctuations of the space rules where the Taiyang divine spirit was? You must know, time and space are the basic pillars of the spatial world. Other rule fluctuations can be blocked or suppressed, but time and space cannot be suppressed. Just like in the space inside the black planet, one can only feel the corresponding fusion rules fluctuations, but aside from that, faint space fluctuations are still perceivable. Supreme Being. Lin Yuan immediately contacted the Supreme Being. You and all the lives on the battlefield have fallen into that white paper, Shatin Supreme Being said directly upon seeing Lin Yuan. Everything near that white paper will downgrade itself, only 12th rank life can resist it, Shatin Supreme Being said. But don't worry, I am trying to see if I can fish you out. Shatin Supreme Being. Lin Yuan roughly figured out the situation of the Taiyang Divine Spirit. Inside the white paper scroll, Lin Yuan's thoughts spread. I am now inside that white paper, forcibly downgraded. No wonder I can't feel any rule fluctuations, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even my inner world has been directly compressed into a plane. Lin Yuan examined himself, noticing that his inner world had completely vanished, leaving behind only a slight trace. My physical body, my power, my soul, all have been forcibly reduced to a very low level. Lin Yuan sensed carefully, his expression grave. However, the door to the Myriad Realms is still there. Lin Yuan's consciousness sank into his mind, looking at the still majestic and imposing door to the Myriad Realms. Even in this two-dimensional world inside the white paper, the door to the Myriad Realms still exuded a supreme presence, unaffected by anything. A two-dimensional world? This was the first time Lin Yuan had encountered such a world. In the past, through the 9 transits via the door to the Myriad Realms, although all were to other dimensions, the levels of the dimensions he transited to were all on the same level as the main universe. As for lower dimensions, Lin Yuan had not encountered them. That white paper can automatically cause everything nearby to downgrade to two-dimensional. The Chaos Void is indeed wonderful, possessing even such strange objects. Lin Yuan was not panicked, instead awaiting the Supreme Being's response. In fact, if he hadn't invested a large amount of resources on this Taiyang divine spirit, Lin Yuan would now be inclined to directly annihilate this avatar and leave. But being fished out by the Supreme Being would naturally be a better outcome. Nokiwei main star. Lin Yuan waited for a moment. He met with Shaxin's Supreme Being again. Compared to the initial calmness, Shaxin's Supreme Being now appeared solemn. Things are a bit troublesome. Shaxin Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan and spoke gravely. That white paper is of too high level. We can't refine or interfere with it. The implication was that they couldn't fish Lin Yuan out. Then I will just abandon that avatar, Lin Yuan immediately spoke. Although he was quite curious about the two-dimensional world inside that white paper, without knowing specific details, Lin Yuan naturally didn't dare to stay there for long. What if he encountered the causal curse-killing force of the cosmic aurora? Wouldn't that be even more troublesome? Although the cosmic aurora could only curse-kill life below 10th rank, and Lin Yuan had left a lot of essence blood in the Xuanhuang secret realm, by leveraging the Xuanhuang secret realm's ability to isolate causality, even a supreme being's curse kill could be easily resisted. But who could clarify the matters of the Chaos Void? So it was better to leave sooner rather than later. A wise man does not stand under a dangerous wall. Don't do that, Shaxin Supreme. Being shook his head. Different species have already tried that, exploding avatars that fell into the white paper. But the result, the Supreme Being paused for a while and continued, we found those exploded avatars can never be restored. Eternally irrecoverable. Lin Yuan was startled. The essence of creating avatars involved severing a part of one's spirit will and then using it as a core to generate a second physical body. For any being, the spirit will is the most crucial part, as only those from the same spirit will can achieve shared memories and consciousness. To maintain the connection between the severed spirit will and the original self, the total amount of spirit will is fixed. For instance, a 10th rank being has a spirit will of 10 points. If they sever 2 points of spirit will to create an avatar, then henceforth, the original body's spirit will would be 8 points. The avatar spirit will would be 2 points. If another 2 points of spirit will are severed to form a second avatar, then the original self spirit will would be reduced to 6 points. Each of the 2 avatars would have 2 points of spirit will. This is why most powerful beings have only one avatar. The more avatars are formed, the weaker the original self-spirit will becomes. And the weakening of one's spirit will affect everything, from understanding the rules to the functioning of one's own combat power, and so on. The decline is quite severe. If an avatar perishes outside, then the original self-spirit will is restored, and then one could continue to sever the spirit will to create avatars. But did Shaxin Supreme Being mean that the avatar self-destructed within the two-dimensional world inside white paper would be lost forever? Does that mean the spirit will carried by the avatar can't be recovered, and the original self permanently loses part of its spirit will? In a flash, Lin Yuan immediately realized what this meant. Devastating. The cost is simply too devastating. Permanently losing a portion of one's spirit will could seriously demote a powerful being's potential and strength by several levels. Although creating an avatar also requires severing a part of the spirit will, as long as the avatar is reclaimed, this portion of the spirit will can be restored. But now, eternally irrecoverable? Lin Yuan thought of himself. If the Taiyang divine spirit dies in the two-dimensional world inside white paper, does that mean he can't recondense this divine spirit either? And the Taiyin primordial spirit and Taiyang primordial spirit are Lin Yuan's foundation in martial Tao, supporting his grand martial Tao. Permanently losing the Taiyang primordial spirit would severely affect Lin Yuan's martial arts evolution system. With only the Taiyin primordial spirit, the martial Tao would become imbalanced between yin and yang and could potentially collapse. Door to the Myriad Realms. In the two-dimensional world inside white paper, Lin Yuan's consciousness immediately plunged into his mind, looking toward that majestic door to the Myriad Realms. If his spirit will enters the door to the Myriad Realms and arrives in the world of another dimension, waiting for the Taiyang primordial spirit to die in the two-dimensional world so that this spirit will can return to his true self, then could it avoid the permanent loss effect of the Taiyang primordial spirit? Lin Yuan wasn't sure. This method could only be used as a last resort. The best choice, naturally, is to escape from this two-dimensional world, but how to escape? Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated. The supreme beings of human civilization know nothing about that white paper. The only certainty is that it's associated with the Taiyuan relic. Right. Ask them. Lin Yuan's thoughts slightly moved. Xuanhuang's secret realm. Lin Yuan's consciousness incarnation descended there. Master, a six-armed silhouette bowed slightly to Lin Yuan, respectfully saying, "Do you know about this white paper?" Lin Yuan didn't waste words, simply manifesting the appearance of the white paper. The six-armed silhouette was the spirit of the Xuanhuang secret realm, created by Xuanhuang, and definitely knew much more than the supreme beings of human civilization. After all, Xuanhuang was a powerful being renowned even in the chaos void. This white paper contains a two-dimensional world. Nearby materials will be forcefully reduced in dimension and plunge into the white paper. Lin Yuan tried to convey everything he had learned. Two-dimensional world? White paper? The six-armed silhouette was momentarily taken aback. Is Master talking about low-dimensional space? The six-armed silhouette said immediately. Low-dimensional space? Lin Yuan's spirits lifted. Please explain in detail. Yes. The six-armed silhouette didn't dare to hesitate, perceiving the importance of this to Lin Yuan. Low-dimensional space, according to the few records obtained by His Majesty from a perilous place, the six-armed silhouette hurriedly said. Low-dimensional space is an artifact created by beings close to perfect time beings to explore other dimensional spaces. However, later, some powerful beings found out that low-dimensional space allows two lives of different strengths to start from the same beginning. A sliver of spirit will, in the form of an avatar, descends into the low-dimensional space, needing to start from scratch. Discarding everything, starting fresh, without the influence of lineage, without the influence of secret techniques, without the influence of understanding the rules. Thus, the greatest use of low-dimensional space is to test aptitude. At the same starting point, under the same environment within a fixed time, whoever's strength improves the fastest indicates who has the strongest aptitude. Eventually, low-dimensional space became a sort of entertainment. Life forms of different levels often divide a sliver of spirit will to engage in a battle within the low-dimensional space. As the six-armed silhouette spoke, it paused and seemed to be recalling something. Of course, there are two types of low-dimensional space. One is a purely recreational low-dimensional space with no restrictions. The other is a gamble-style low-dimensional space. This type of low-dimensional space has many rules, and leaving midway carries a severe penalty. Of course, if you defeat your opponent in the end, you would receive a substantial reward. The six-armed silhouette spoke with a hint of nostalgia. His Majesty once said, "The ultimate winner in low-dimensional space would win everything." Chapter 71114, The Theory of Heaven's Gate, please subscribe. Chapter 711, Chapter 14, The Theory of Heaven's Gate, please subscribe. Low-dimensional space? Lin Yuan looked solemn. According to the six-armed silhouette's description of low-dimensional space, Lin Yuan was almost certain that the white paper was the low-dimensional space. Master, did you encounter the low-dimensional space? The six-armed silhouette asked curiously. Low-dimensional space involves exploring even lower dimensions. Even Xuanhuang had not obtained a complete low-dimensional space in the past. The Chaos Void had gone through several cosmic eras, and too many strange treasures had vanished into the past. Such treasures as low-dimensional spaces might only be found deep within those large perilous places. It was only possible, as Xuanhuang had explored many such large perilous places during his time, obtaining only some intelligence regarding low-dimensional space. As for the real low-dimensional space, he had no chance to see it. Not only did I see it, one of my avatars even fell into it. Lin Yuan roughly explained the course of events. He could fully trust the six-armed silhouette and had no need to conceal anything. Master, do you mean that along with you, a large number of other powerhouses fell into the low-dimensional space as well? The six-armed silhouette widened its eyes. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. The number should be more than 100 million. Battlefield A098, a large alien battlefield, usually hosted a large number of powerhouses during regular periods. Especially since before the arrival of the white paper, various powers were about to trigger intense battlefield activity, continuously mobilizing powerhouses from all quarters. Lin Yuan roughly estimated that the number of 11th rank powerhouses in this battlefield would exceed 300. There would be up to 200,000 at 10th rank. The remaining powerhouses of 8th and 9th ranks combined approached 100 million. This was only the actual number of strong beings alone and did not include entities like puppets and so on. For example, the strong beings of the insect race specialized in nurturing a large number of insect race warriors. These warriors lacked independent thought and were not counted as part of the powerhouse numbers. 100 million? How can a mere simplistic space of a low-dimensional world possibly accommodate 100 million lives instantly? The six-armed silhouette was somewhat flabbergasted. According to the intelligence about low-dimensional space that Xuanhuang got, a normal low-dimensional space, whether for entertainment or gambling purposes, could accommodate only very limited numbers of lives at the same time. At most, it would not exceed 100. As for 100 million? The heritage and essence of the low-dimensional space were far inferior to the normal chaos void. It simply couldn't support that many lives. Unless, the six-armed silhouette's expression turned grave. Master, I suspect that the low-dimensional space you fell into is one of the earliest generations of low-dimensional spaces, created by beings close to perfect time, beings who paid a tremendous price and exhausted infinite resources. The low-dimensional space originated from beings close to perfect time, beings exploring dimensions. The low-dimensional spaces that spread later were mere imitations of those original spaces. The earliest generation of low-dimensional spaces? Lin Yuan appeared slightly puzzled. Yes, the six-armed silhouette spoke. Regarding the earliest generation of low-dimensional spaces, His Majesty isn't highly informed, only knowing that they contain opportunities bestowed by beings close to perfect time, beings. The life that falls into such a low-dimensional space, as long as it meets the conditions, could receive the bestowed gift, the six-armed silhouette spoke. How to leave? Lin Yuan asked the crucial question. The method to leave shouldn't be hard to discover. You just need to explore the low-dimensional space more and you will probably find out, the six-armed silhouette hesitantly said, inside the white paper. Lin Yuan still sat cross-legged in that narrow room. Through exchanges with Xiaqin's supreme being, Xuanhuang's spirit of the mysterious realm, and stone statue Shenji, he had the most basic judgment of his current situation. First, if the Taiyang divine spirit were to die within this two-dimensional world, then he would completely lose this primordial spirit. Second, there should be a way to leave, but managing to leave smoothly was not an easy task. Leaving this low-dimensional space midway would incur severe penalties, and it was highly likely that one would need to defeat other life forms that had fallen in before being able to leave. Third, as long as certain conditions were met, one could receive the reward from the creator of this two-dimensional world, which is the being close to a perfect time being. Fourth, the flow of time here was different from the main universe, with the rough ratio reaching 100 to 1. In simple terms, as 1 year passed in the main universe, 100 years would go by in this two-dimensional world. Lin Yuan's focus was currently on leaving this two-dimensional world. Whether or not he could retrieve a reward was not within his considerations. Situated in this two-dimensional world, the means of enhancing strength from the main universe are rendered 99% obsolete, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In the main universe of the 10,000 universe races, whether it's human civilization or other groups, the enhancement of strength is geared towards the understanding of many rules. Using the power of rules, one could easily unleash strength far beyond one's limits. And once the understanding of rules reached a certain level, one could create an inner world, leveraging the power of the inner world to achieve strength enhancement by hundreds or thousands times. But here, rules? There are no rules. Inner world? Lacking the support of spatial dimensions, there is no semblance of creating an inner world. Lin Yuan's inner world was compressed into a piece of paper. Therefore, in this world, there are only two ways to enhance strength. One is the physical body. The stronger the body, the stronger the strength. This is the most primitive comparison of strength. Secondly, there are skills. Under absolute power, skills are of little use. But if the strength is comparable, or the difference is not significant, the one with superior skills will have a more powerful composite strength. Chapter 712-14, The Theory of Heaven's Gate. Please subscribe. Second Chapter 712, Chapter 14, The Theory of Heaven's Gate. Please subscribe. Lin Yuan was unaware of what conditions were needed to leave this two-dimensional world, but improving his strength was definitely the right approach. The martial path, evolutionary path, is inherently good at strengthening the body. It's just that in this two-dimensional world, the way to enhance the body is starkly different from that in the main universe. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Ever since the perfect time being created, low-dimensional space, such spaces have been widely spread for use in leisure or gambling competitions to test understanding. Since the lives in low-dimensional space find most of their usual cultivation methods useless, if they wish to grow stronger, they must start from scratch and create new cultivation methods suited for this low-dimensional space. I have against heaven's understanding, so creating a cultivation method that suits this world isn't difficult, Lin Yuan thought to himself. However, he didn't underestimate the thoughts of other powerhouses who fell into this two-dimensional world. Especially those 11th rank lives on the same level, Lin Yuan believed that no one could match his understanding. But when compared with higher-level lives, under the perspective of looking down from a great height, the gap was bound to shrink. Moreover, having lost the support of the powers of rules, the upper limit of this two-dimensional world was inevitably not high. Take it slow. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts. Since he had fallen into this two-dimensional world, he could only take one step at a time. Let's see what's outside the room. Lin Yuan steadied his mind and stood up to push open the wooden door. Outside the door was lush greenery, and at a distance there was a stream. A dark-skinned, middle-aged man was fishing by the stream. Wa-ka-ka. Upon seeing Lin Yuan walk out of the room, the middle-aged man immediately came over with big strides, speaking in a language Lin Yuan couldn't understand. A completely new language? Lin Yuan listened carefully and observed the middle-aged man's facial expressions with each intonation he uttered. After a brief pause, he tried speaking a few sentences tentatively and continued to watch the middle-aged man's reaction. After 3 or 4 minutes, he was more or less able to communicate normally with the middle-aged man. Although everything about Lin Yuan was suppressed in this two-dimensional world, his original self located in the main universe could share memories. With the thinking speed of a 10th rank life and combined with against heaven's understanding, learning the language of this world was child's play for Lin Yuan. In fact, if he wasn't in this two-dimensional world, Lin Yuan could completely read the middle-aged man's every memory silently, a method far more efficient than the current way of language interaction. Are you saying that 2 days ago countless meteors fell from the sky, and as it happened, one meteor's landed nearby which you went to find, and then you found me? After conversing with the middle-aged man for a while, Lin Yuan appeared to be in deep thought. The so-called meteors should be the same as him, the powerhouses drawn into the battlefield within white paper. After a while, by continuously guiding the middle-aged man, Lin Yuan roughly obtained basic information about this two-dimensional world. From the middle-aged man's perspective, he lived on a vast and boundless continent. This continent's lifestyle was very primitive, with most people gathering in the form of tribes. Occasionally there were some cities, and cities were indeed very powerful forces, supposedly with great witch kings in charge. Witch kings were the strongest entities the middle-aged man knew of, able to easily move mountains and split rocks, infinitely terrifying. My luck isn't too bad. Lin Yuan glanced at the middle-aged man and thought to himself. At least the middle-aged man didn't harbor any malicious intentions when he found him. Given the information Lin Yuan had just received from Xiaqin Supreme Being, many powerhouses had found themselves in dire straits after falling into this two-dimensional world. Some powerhouses were unfortunate enough to fall into hands of the cannibal tribe, where they were directly hung on a roasting spit. To know 9th rank, 10th rank, and 11th rank powerhouses, the moment they fell into this world, all their powers and methods were dimensionally reduced and couldn't be used, rendering them no different from ordinary people in this two-dimensional world. The only thing unchanged was their memory. But relying on memory alone was of no use, especially when encountering those cannibal tribes. With no common language, their fate was predictable. Some of the powerhouses who ended up in the hands of the cannibal tribes, unable to bear the humiliation, chose to self-destruct or eradicate the consciousness that had fallen into this two-dimensional world. Then, there came the discovery that death in the avatar of this two-dimensional world would result in a fundamental loss. Beyond ending up in the cannibal tribes, some fell directly into nests of ferocious beasts and were promptly devoured. Still, some landed in prosperous cities, astonishing some native powerhouses who then captured them to study slowly. In any case, according to what Lin Yuan knew, a significant portion of the powerhouses who fell into this two-dimensional world were not in good situations. Of course, there were also those who were in good situations, such as being treated as sacred beings descended from heaven by some tribal forces, or being valued by native powerhouses, and so forth. Lin Yuan's situation was not particularly good, but it was not bad either. At least he was quite satisfied. Pato, where is the nearest gathering place? Lin Yuan looked at the honest middle-aged man before him. From their conversation, Lin Yuan knew that the man's name was Pato, and he lived by fishing and hunting. After finding Lin Yuan, he had brought him back home. That direction, Pato pointed in a certain direction, but it's better to wait for others if you want to go there. Otherwise, encountering a ferocious beast on the way could be deadly. There were other natives living around Pato's dwelling, totaling about dozens of people. On this continent, all sorts of ferocious beasts were rampant, and humans in this world could only survive by sticking together. Chapter 7:13-14, The Theory of Heaven's Gate, please subscribe. 3. Chapter 7:13, Chapter 14, The Theory of Heaven's Gate, please subscribe. 3. Of course, those powerful settlements and cities are capable of indiscriminately hunting down those ferocious beasts, and safety need not be mentioned. But to settle in such places comes at a steep price, something ordinary people like Pato wouldn't even dream of. That night, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. At this moment, every bone in his body was trembling, and his skin was continuously oozing black impurities. As a 10th rank evolver, even in this two-dimensional world, he could initiate a transformation akin to marrow cleansing by leveraging control over his own body. I now, after all, possess the power to protect myself. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the most dangerous times for powerhouses from the main universe who fall into this two-dimensional world are the first 3 days. The first 2 days were spent in slumber, and the third in adaptation. Once those 3 days were endured, one could, to a greater or lesser extent, gain some self-protective abilities based on one's own capabilities. My physical body now, has it reached the level of a witch in this world? Lin Yuan wondered silently to himself. The cultivation in this two-dimensional world was extremely straightforward, being a constant enhancement of one's physical strength, progressing from weak to strong, witch, witch king, witch emperor, witch emperor. It was said that above the witch emperor existed the witch ancestor, but they were so rare that whenever one appeared, all beings across the continent would worship them. According to the information Lin Yuan indirectly obtained from the natives other than Pado, a witch ancestor would be born in this world only every several thousand to tens of thousands of years. Witch ancestor? It's nothing more than having transformed the physical body to the limit. Even eighth-layer beings, given enough time, can easily achieve it. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, foreseeing that as time went by and the strong from the various races of the main universe gradually adapted, a group of extremely terrifying powerhouses would emerge on this continent. The witch ancestor is just the beginning. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm, a level easily attainable by 8th-tier beings, not to mention those of 9th rank, 10th rank, and even 11th rank life. In the following time, Lin Yuan would rest during the day, and at night he would secretly leave to hunt those terrifying beasts. After one transformation, Lin Yuan realized that in order to continue to develop the potential of his physical body, he needed to consume enough energy. But where could that energy come from? The force of heaven and earth? The concept of heaven and earth's force did not exist in the two-dimensional world. All energy was acquired in the most primitive way, devouring other powerful, ferocious beasts. Boom. A 10-meter-tall giant elephant fell to the ground, and Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in front of the giant elephant, taking the most core part of its flesh and blood and eating it raw, rustling. A great deal of blood energy poured into his body and was quickly absorbed and refined by Lin Yuan, slowly strengthening his physique. Time passed. Before long, over half a month had elapsed. Witch King. Lin Yuan's body underwent a second transformation. His strength and speed greatly improved, far surpassing that of a previous witch. Based on the scarce information from Pado and others, Lin Yuan should now be a Witch King. A Witch King level powerhouse could already command a region. The strongest in an ordinary settlement was no more than a Witch King. Even within city-level forces, a Witch King carried significant influence and belonged to the ranks of the top powerhouses. Huff, huff, Lin Yuan took a light breath, having become a Witch King at the cost of hunting down and devouring all the beasts with a size greater than 10 meters within 10,000 miles. As for those under 10 meters, their contained blood energy was too little. Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to take action, and he left some for Pado and his people anyway. If the nearby ferocious beasts were exterminated, Pado and his group of natives would likely have to migrate to other places to live. And on this continent, migration was very dangerous. However, I can go to the nearest settlement tomorrow. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Every 2 months, Pado and his people would join forces to make a trip to a settlement to exchange goods they had gathered. Main universe, virtual world. While over half a month had passed in the two-dimensional world, little more than an hour had gone by in the main universe. Personal space. Lin Yuan and Nalin, the deputy tower master, sat opposite each other. Under the descent of that white paper, an avatar of Nalin, the deputy tower master, was also caught up in battlefield AO98 Te, therefore it was naturally swept into the two-dimensional world within the white paper. However, Nalin had better luck than Lin Yuan. His landing place was a city, and by chance, he was found by the daughter of the city's master. The city master's daughter immediately took Nalin back for treatment. Here are the cultivation laws I've collected from that two-dimensional world. Take a look. Nalin, the deputy tower master, immediately took out dozens of cultivation laws and passed them to Lin Yuan. Nalin was favored by the city master's daughter and had access to high-level materials, especially the cultivation laws. In that two-dimensional world, cultivation laws were almost monopolized, and ordinary people wouldn't know how much they would have to pay to get their hands on them. Thank you, Lin Yuan nodded. Through these cultivation laws, Lin Yuan could more directly observe the essence of the power of that world. When Lin Yuan established the martial arts evolution system, he also observed a great deal of other evolution systems, even those from other dimensional worlds. Therefore, observing the cultivation laws of the two-dimensional world would also be of great use to him. By the way, I've heard some news, Nalin, the deputy tower master, said softly as if he had just thought of something. What news? Lin Yuan inquired immediately. Heaven's Gate, replied Nalin with brevity. Heaven's Gate? Lin Yuan's eyebrows rose. According to the records of the city I was in, every 10,000 years, Heaven's Gate would manifest in the world. At that time, only Witch Emperor level and Witch Ancestor level beings could approach Heaven's Gate. In the end, only one individual can stand before Heaven's Gate. If someone could open Heaven's Gate, they would leave this world and head to a higher level one, Nalin spoke with a heavy tone. While he was not certain whether opening the Heaven's Gate meant returning to the main universe, it was the only method he knew of so far that explicitly mentioned leaving this world. Chapter 714, 15, 20 years subscription request. Chapter 714, Chapter 15, 20 years subscription request. Only one person can approach the Heavenly Gate, Lin Yuan asked. Exactly. Nalin nodded affirmatively. The information he received indicated that every time the Heavenly Gate opened, it would be the most bloody and brutal period for the entire continent. At that time, even Witch Emperor-level powerhouses would fall like rain, and everyone would crave entry into the Heavenly Gate. As for the Witch Ancestor, not every era would give birth to one. But if a witch ancestor existed when the heavenly gate opened, there was no doubt that it would be the witch ancestor who eventually stood before the gate. Before many powerhouses from the main universe descended into the two-dimensional world, the witch ancestor was undoubtedly the strongest on the continent. When was the last time the heavenly gate opened? 9,800 years ago, Naylan answered, having taken great interest in such intelligence after hearing about the heavenly gates and made sure to gather clear information. So, you mean the next time the heavenly gate will open is in 200 years? Lin Yuan furrowed his brows. This was not good news. If there were no other powerhouses from the main universe, Lin Yuan was very confident in appearing before the heavenly gate. But in reality, in that two-dimensional world, there were already over 300 11th-rank powerhouses from the main universe alone. The 11th-rank powerhouses, with extremely terrifying speed of thought processing, might not have an understanding like Lin Yuan, but with only 200 years remaining, Lin Yuan was not sure about sweeping all the 11th-rank powerhouses. Especially those who had reached the 6th tier of 11th-rank peak life, they could strike at the ultimate level anytime, for they had already reached perfection in every aspect. The ability of understanding, no doubt, the longer the time, the greater the advantage it brings. And judging by the timing of the heavenly gates opening, the next time would be in 10,200 years. In the two-dimensional world, one could not comprehend rules or create an inner world, meaning lifespan was significantly shortened. Lin Yuan was not confident about surviving for 10,200 years, and as long as one died in the two-dimensional world, whether killed or due to old age, it would cause a fundamental loss to one's spirit will. Does the Supreme Being know about this? Lin Yuan immediately asked. I have already informed the Supreme Being, Naylan nodded. Regarding the matter of the heavenly gate, it was not too secretive. Even if Naylan had not mentioned it, Lin Yuan would have come to know of it soon after. The Supreme Being's idea is for us to do as much as we can, Naylan spoke. Lin Yuan remained silent. With just a few sentences, he could feel the brutal nature of the competition. The adversaries of human civilization's evolvers are those special beings, especially those at the 6th tier of 11th rank peak. Being special beings with terrifying innate talents, it's tough for other beings to compete under the same starting conditions. Blank paper inner world. The cultivation methods passed to him by Naylan floated in Lin Yuan's mind. There are 13 sets of cultivation methods in total, 6 of which have the greatest potential, capable of cultivating up to the Witch Emperor realm. The remaining 7 can reach the Witch King level, Lin Yuan read carefully. Although he had also reached the Witch King level, the cultivation method he practiced was created temporarily according to the Against Heaven's understanding of his body. Compared to these methods, which have been handed down for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, there were inevitably some deficiencies. It's not that the cultivation methods Lin Yuan created on the spot were inferior to those transmitted for tens or hundreds of thousands of years, but rather they lacked thorough consideration in some minute areas. Crack crack. While reading through the 13 sets of cultivation methods, Lin Yuan's body subtly began to vibrate, making local adjustments according to these 13 methods. Which king-level powerhouses can move mountains and split stones? Which emperors can punch through a mountain range with one fist? Which emperors can tear apart hundreds of miles of land with one foot? As for which ancestor-level powerhouses, there are currently no definitive records, because which ancestors have never gone all out. While pondering the cultivation methods, Lin Yuan thought about the cultivation system of this world. I wonder how those 11th rank powerhouses are doing now? Lin Yuan looked up into the distance, silently thinking. Inside a primitive dense forest, a figure 3 meters tall stood on the treetops, his aura making the fierce beasts in a radius of dozens of miles tremble. I've finally cultivated to the Witch King realm. This 3-meter-tall figure had a cold gaze. I am a great ancient god of 11th tier, destined to strike at the ultimate level. If this avatar dies here, causing fundamental damage to my spirit will, the time to strike at the ultimate will be indefinitely postponed. This 3-meter-tall figure was unwilling to accept such a consequence. The heavenly gate opens in 200 years? And at last, only one can stand before the gate and leave this world? The eyes of the towering figure narrowed slightly. 200 years, over the next 200 years, all my focus will be submerged in this world, doing everything possible to maximize my strength. The next moment, this 3-meter-tall figure vanished into the distance, within an ordinary gathering place. Tuoba Ancient God, disguised as an ordinary human, walked on the street. I should not have agreed to the insect race, Tuoba Ancient God regretted inwardly. He discovered that after offending the Galaxy Master, his fortune had never been good, initially standing fully on the opposite side of human civilization. Now he was even trapped in this two-dimensional world. If not for considering a way out, why would he agree to the insect race's invitation to come to the battlefield? If he hadn't been in the battlefield, he wouldn't have been drawn into this two-dimensional world. Regretting now is pointless. The most important thing now is to strengthen myself to the maximum before the heavenly gate opens in 200 years. Tuoba Ancient God steadied his mind, thinking to himself. Originally, he had planned to strike at the ultimate within 10 million years. If he fell in this two-dimensional world during this period, causing his spirit will to decline, don't bother aiming for the ultimate anymore, because it's doomed to fail. I'm just a whisker away from advancing to Witch Emperor. On the calm sea surface, a four-armed man stood, his aura spreading in all directions like an abyss. Even for a supreme being, killing me won't be easy. How could I possibly fall in this two-dimensional world? The four-armed man's eyes shone brightly. He was a mighty special being capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the mother of the tree realm. Long ago, he had met all the prerequisites for aiming towards the ultimate. If not for the fear of failing, he would have already started attempting it. This two-dimensional world, for me, might not be a bad thing. If I can leave smoothly in the end, I have a premonition that my state of mind will greatly improve, the four-armed man thought to himself. Even he was feeling some pressure at this moment, which was rare. Luo River gathering place. Lin Yuan and Pato, among others, entered this large gathering place. Wherever Lin Yuan looked, he saw a multitude of people coming and going, some of whom even exuded the aura of witches. Still, witch kings were rare, at least for now. Apart from a witch king lurking deep within the gathering place, Lin Yuan hadn't discovered a second one yet. Pato, I need to leave for a while. Lin Yuan bid farewell to Pato. This time, Lin Yuan had no plans to return. Settling in the gathering place was very beneficial for Lin Yuan. At least it was easy to obtain the various cultivation resources he needed on a regular basis. And in such gathering places, information was often very well informed, which Lin Yuan greatly needed. As for the cost of settling, for Lin Yuan, who was now a witch king, it couldn't be simpler. Okay. They had come here to exchange the resources they had obtained and to buy some daily necessities to take back. Lin Yuan parted from Pato. Lin Yuan quickly arrived at a shop. My lord. A charming woman greeted him. Though Lin Yuan was dressed plainly, the subtle aura he emitted was indeed not to be ignored. I want to sell some items, Lin Yuan said calmly. My lord, our shop offers extremely fair acquisition prices. Please feel at ease selling, the charming woman immediately said. Lin Yuan nodded, then took out a bundle of soft white fur. This is? The woman's expression changed slightly. White sky fox's fur? And it's from its most precious part? The woman was internally shocked. White sky fox was a witch-level fierce beast, extremely fast, and even a witch king would find it hard to capture, let alone catch it alive and then skin it. The fur of the white sky fox was quite popular in large cities, not only warm and soft, but also nutritive for women. How much is it worth? Lin Yuan asked directly. My lord, I cannot decide on this. Let me call our manager, the woman said cautiously. Go ahead. Lin Yuan spoke indifferently. Ordinary witch kings might not catch the white sky fox, but Lin Yuan was no ordinary witch king. Before long, a bearded man walked briskly over. My lord. This batch of white sky fox fur, our shop is willing to offer a price of 30,000 witch crystals for it. The bearded man pondered for a moment and then spoke. That's acceptable, Lin Yuan nodded. 30,000 witch crystals was indeed a substantial fortune and matched the normal acquisition price for white sky fox fur. Both parties quickly completed the transaction. The bearded man watched Lin Yuan leave. Manager, why not press down the price? The charming woman asked, somewhat puzzled. She could see that Lin Yuan was eager to sell the white sky fox fur. This was the best time to press the price. Press the price? The bearded manager glanced at the charming woman. You think a witch king who can capture a white sky fox alive and sell its fur is someone we can pressure? Witch king? The charming woman was startled internally. Was that young man just now a witch king? The strongest in the Luo River gathering place is only a witch king. I don't know, the bearded manager shook his head, but since he could offer white sky fox fur, I treated him as a witch king, leaving the shop. Lin Yuan entered several other shops. He nearly polished off the harvest of his hunting during this period. He gained another 23,000 witch crystals. Pato, I won't be returning. If you have any issues in the future, you can always come to this place to find me. Lin Yuan still met with Pato one more time. After saying goodbye to Pato, Lin Yuan went to the residence he had purchased. This was a manor that Lin Yuan had spent over 20,000 witch crystals to buy. Owning a property was one of the conditions for settling in the gathering place. Let's focus on cultivating slowly. Lin Yuan cherished every minute, aware that once the news of the Gate of Heaven's opening spread, all the strong beings of the main universe descending on this two-dimensional world would elevate their own powers at all costs. If the Gate of Heaven opened in 2,000 years, Lin Yuan was confident that he could sweep away all the supreme beings of the main universe. But with only 200 years, time was still too short. Soon, 20 years flickered by. Chapter 715-16, Generous Bounty, please subscribe. Chapter 715, Chapter 16, Generous Bounty, please subscribe. 20 years in the two-dimensional world, but only 2 to 3 months have passed in the main universe, virtual world. Lin Yuan was exchanging intelligence with Naylan, the Vice Tower Master. In the two-dimensional world, the powerhouses from various major forces had mostly begun to collaborate. Even those unique and exceptional beings were no exception. In the main universe, those 11th rank, 6th tier special lives were terrifying in strength. But in the two-dimensional world, 11th rank peak lives that hadn't fully matured might die at the hands of a 9th or 10th rank life. The power ceiling in the two-dimensional world isn't high, and even 8th layer lives could easily reach it. Under the same power ceiling, an 11th rank peak life, relying on powerful spirit will and skillful insights, might manage to sweep away 10 or 8 existences of the same level. But what about 100 or 1,000? It should be noted that the number of Myriad Tribe's powerhouses who fell into the two-dimensional world exceeded 100 million. 11th rank lives which have not grown to their limits might indeed suffer setbacks if they are careless. Of course, given time, an 11th rank life is destined to surpass those of the 8th layer. An 11th rank powerhouse, through mastery of power, could rise again even if starting from scratch. But they need time to grow. 11th rank peak powerhouses need time, and Lin Yuan also needed time. With Against Heaven's Understanding, starting from the same point, Lin Yuan was confident he could reach heights and go further than those 11th rank peak lives. Galaxy Master, as an evolver of our human civilization, I've established a stronghold in the capital of Molin ancient country. Are you interested in coming over? Nayland, the Vice Tower Master, asked with a smile. Although, within the two-dimensional world, every time the Heavenly Gate opens, only one person can leave. Within the ranks of human civilization's evolvers, there is still much unity before completely clearing out the different species' strong ones. Molin ancient country? Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. In the two-dimensional world's vast continent, ancient countries are behemoths surpassing gathering places and cities. So far, Lin Yuan knew of only 12 ancient countries, each established by a witch ancestor and commanding vast territories. My current location is too remote. Molin ancient country is too far. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, casually finding an excuse to brush it off. In reality, Lin Yuan simply did not want to gather where there were many people. As one of the 12 ancient countries, the capital of Molin is exceedingly prosperous, meaning that it was very likely for other Myriad Tribes' powerhouses to head there. In that place, encountering powerhouses from the main universe was all too likely. That's a pity. Nayland, the Vice Tower Master, sighed, not insisting further. The vast continent in the two-dimensional world was too expansive, and, without the ability to utilize space rules to leap, traveling became a huge problem. Following that, Lin Yuan continued to chat with Nayland, the Vice Tower Master. The topics were mainly about cultivation and the whereabouts of certain well-known different species strong ones. So far, the Luochuan gathering place where I am located is still very safe. There is no trace of any different species strong ones, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although more than 100 million Myriad Tribes powerhouses had fallen into the two-dimensional world, they seemed exceedingly rare when dispersed across the entire continent. While the Luochuan gathering place is a major gathering spot, it's far less significant than city-level forces, let alone ancient country-level forces. Truly powerful Myriad Tribes powerhouses almost always gravitate toward prosperous areas, where resources are plentiful and would greatly enhance their strength. Galaxy Master, if you have any questions, feel free to contact me at any time. Nayland, the Vice Tower Master, finally said, Surely. Lin Yuan nodded. Luochuan gathering place. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. External forces are still unreliable, Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. Over the years, he had been waiting for news of the Supreme Beings, for if the Supreme Beings could refine that white paper, they would have the capability to pull him out. But now it seemed that hope wasn't very strong. My greatest advantage compared to those 11th rank lives is still my understanding. Lin Yuan pondered. Upon realizing he couldn't rely on external forces to leave, he began to assess himself. 11th rank lives, in terms of thought process speed and mastery of basic power, would surely surpass Lin Yuan. But understanding? Even with the lofty perspective it provided, Lin Yuan believed his was far superior to those 11th rank lives. Yet, such an advantage could not directly translate into combat power, especially in the early stages of cultivation, following the two-dimensional world's cultivation system, which didn't demand much in terms of understanding. The 5 realms, Witch, Witch King, Witch Emperor, Witch Ancestor, follow this two-dimensional world's method of cultivation, and it's feasible just to cultivate step by step. The real need for understanding comes after reaching the Witch Ancestor realm. After the Witch Ancestor realm, when there's no path ahead, to continue to enhance one's strength, one must forge a new path by reliance on oneself. At that moment, Lin Yuan's Against Heaven's Understanding would reveal a great advantage. Simply put, before reaching Witch Ancestor, Lin Yuan's cultivation speed couldn't keep up with those 11th rank peak lives. But beyond Witch Ancestor, Lin Yuan would overwhelm those 11th rank peak lives. That was also why Lin Yuan declined Nayland's invitation, hiding in the secluded Luochuan gathering place. As long as he could get through the initial phases of cultivation, those 11th rank lives should prepare to be crushed by him. For now, Lin Yuan didn't want to interact much with those Myriad Tribes powerhouses. 20 years' time, and I've also cultivated to the peak of the Witch Emperor realm, Lin Yuan silently thought. In fact, had he not hidden here but moved to a more prosperous area to utilize vast resources, Lin Yuan might have already stepped into the Witch Emperor realm. Chapter 716, 16, Generous Bounty, please subscribe. Second 16, Chapter 16, Generous Bounty, please subscribe. Second, Generous Bounty, please subscribe. 2. But the risk of such behavior was encountering the Myriad tribe's powerhouses prematurely. Shooting the leading bird exposes oneself too early and is very likely to be targeted by ill-intentioned people. At the Witch Emperor peak realm, my true combat power should be no weaker than the Witch Emperor, Lin Yuan was confident. Compared to native powerhouses, Lin Yuan, as an outsider, had a broader perspective and a more profound mastery and application of power, vastly outstripping the local witch emperors. Over the years, Lin Yuan had utilized his against heaven's understanding to create various techniques and combat methods, bringing his killing tactics to an astonishing level. The upcoming Witch Emperor realm, by deduction, is a critical phase related to unlocking all my potential once stepping into the Witch Ancestor realm, Lin Yuan thought silently. In the beginning of his cultivation, Lin Yuan had started calculating the path beyond the Witch Ancestor realm due to his against heaven's understanding, aware of the importance of the Witch Emperor realm. Indeed, starting from the Witch Emperor realm, Lin Yuan had gradually discarded the original cultivation system of this world and began creating a cultivation method completely suited to himself and adaptable to this world. Still, I need to reference a large number of cultivation methods from this world, otherwise stepping into the Witch Emperor could waste a lot of time, Lin Yuan thought. The martial path evolutionary path was also developed by observing and integrating various other evolutionary paths. While Lin Yuan was deep in thought, a voice suddenly came. "My lord, come in." Lin Yuan glanced at the door. Soon, a skinny man walked in. This skinny man, named Jia Ran Gu, was the controller of the Luochuan Gathering Area, a Witch King-level powerhouse. 12 years ago, as Lin Yuan stepped into the Witch Emperor realm, he conveniently subdued Jia Ran Gu, becoming the true master of this large gathering area. Of course, Lin Yuan's identity was unknown to outsiders. All maneuvers remained clandestine. Master Jia Ran Gu was respectfully poised. Only he knew how terrifying Lin Yuan's strength truly was. When Lin Yuan first appeared before him and expressed his desire to take over the gathering area, Jia Ran Gu was skeptical, but everything that happened afterwards still made him tremble with fear. The strength Lin Yuan displayed had far surpassed that of a Witch King, and many years ago, Jia Ran Gu had fortuitously seen a Witch Emperor-level powerhouse, but even that seemed inferior to Lin Yuan. "Did you find out what I asked you to investigate?" Lin Yuan asked with a calm tone. Since he was in hiding in the Luochuan Gathering Area, the entire area must be under his control, which was why Lin Yuan had subdued Jia Ran Gu. After becoming the true master of the Luochuan Gathering Area, at least during the Witch Emperor stage, the cultivation resources were somewhat alleviated. But that was just an alleviation. Stepping into the Witch Emperor realm would require a vast amount of resources that the Luochuan Gathering Area could not provide. Thus, not long ago, Lin Yuan had Jia Ran Gu keep an eye on the surrounding information. "My lord, the whereabouts of the Yunshan 18 robbers have been confirmed," Jia Ran Gu spoke softly. The Yunshan 18 robbers, notorious as 18 utterly vile Witch Kings. These 18 Witch Kings, all at the peak of Witch King level, were nefarious and carried many bounties and warrants on their heads. Adding up the bounties, each Witch King could fetch over 2 million witch crystals, making up nearly 40 million witch crystals in total, a tremendous price. Lin Yuan needed a massive amount of resources for cultivation, but how to obtain them? The quickest method was raiding, but that bore great risks and was too high profile. Thus, accepting the bounties from the ancient country and hunting down those high bounty fugitives seemed like the safest method Lin Yuan could think of. Firstly, killing these desperados wouldn't lead to future accountability, and by responding to the ancient country's warrants, his identity would definitely be kept confidential. In such a scenario, earning a sizable bounty perfectly matched Lin Yuan's expectations. This didn't even include the personal wealth carried by the Yunshan 18 robbers themselves. "I understand," Lin Yuan nodded. The Yunshan 18 robbers, having recently perpetrated a major crime, were pursued by Witch Emperor-level powerhouses and had since fled to nearby areas. As the kingpin of the Luochuan gathering place, having operated here for many years, Jia Ran Gu had quickly pinpointed the general area where the Yunshan 18 robbers were likely hiding. "My lord, if you intend to handle the Yunshan 18 robbers, please be extremely cautious. They have trained in a combined attack technique that even Witch Emperors have to avoid," Jia Ran Gu cautioned softly. The bounty on the Yunshan 18 robbers, nearly 40 million witch crystals, was a fortune even Witch Emperors coveted deeply. Yet, over the years, the Yunshan 18 robbers had roamed freely, pursued by many Witch Emperors, all of whom returned empty-handed. Even a few Witch Emperors had been injured by these 18 robbers, suffering considerable losses. Jia Ran Gu revered Lin Yuan's power, but faced with such fierce foes as the Yunshan 18 robbers, abundant caution was never excessive. Dongyuan City. This was the closest city to the Luochuan gathering area and was a rare, large city. On its bustling and lively streets, Lin Yuan walked leisurely, his appearance and physique significantly altered. Since he planned to kill the Yunshan 18 robbers, Lin Yuan naturally had accepted the bounty in advance. If he killed first and then accepted the bounty, disputes might arise. This was an official reward-issuing point established by the Shuiyu ancient country. It was specifically used to pursue those utterly evil criminals, and anyone could also issue a bounty targeting someone here. When Lin Yuan entered Shuiyu Tavern, someone promptly appeared to serve him. Are you here to accept a bounty, or to issue one? The person serving Lin Yuan was a hunchbacked old man who watched Lin Yuan with a deep, steady gaze. Chapter 717, 16, Generous Bounty, please subscribe. 3. Chapter 717, Chapter 16, Generous Bounty, please subscribe. 3. Accepting the bounty, Lin Yuan glanced at the hunchbacked old man. Although this man made great efforts to conceal his strength, Lin Yuan saw at a glance that the opponent was a witch emperor. Of course, not a witch emperor in his prime, but an old, physically weakened one at the later stage of his life. In this two-dimensional world, there was no understanding of rules, and the foundation of strength was the physical body. Thus, once one entered old age and their vitality waned, their strength would rapidly decline. It was said that after advancing to witch ancestor, one's vitality would congeal as one, maintaining its peak until the moment of death. Whose bounty are you accepting? The hunchbacked old man asked. The Cloud Mountain 18 bandits, Lin Yuan said. Only here in Shuiyu Tavern, and by taking on the bounty of the Cloud Mountain 18 bandits, could Lin Yuan complete the goal and smoothly collect the reward. The reward was directly issued by Shuiyu Tavern in witch crystals, recognized currency in the 12 ancient countries, and there would be no issues. Upon hearing this, the hunchbacked old man looked at Lin Yuan with slight surprise and could not help asking, whose bounty are you accepting? The Cloud Mountain 18 bandits, each of them at the peak of Witch King, and their combined skills could even shake a witch emperor. To accept the bounty of the Cloud Mountain 18 bandits, one must at least possess the strength of a witch emperor. But was this young man in front of him a witch emperor? The Cloud Mountain 18 bandits, Lin Yuan repeated. The current bounty amount for the Cloud Mountain 18 bandits has reached 60 million witch crystals. To accept their bounty, you need to submit 10,000 witch crystals as a deposit, the hunchbacked old man said. It wasn't that you could just accept any bounty you wanted. Otherwise, if someone were to take on all the bounties at once, wouldn't that affect those real powerhouses who truly wish to accept bounties? So, Shuiyu Tavern had long established a rule. Those accepting bounties must submit an amount of witch crystals equal to a fraction of the reward as a deposit. If you successfully kill the bounty target afterward, the deposit will be fully returned. If not able to kill, a portion of the witch crystals deposit will also be returned. This measure was to raise the threshold for accepting bounties. 60 million? Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. He remembered that previously, the total bounty amount for the Cloud Mountain 18 bandits did not add up to 40 million, averaging just over 2 million witch crystals per person. But now, 60 million in rewards? Half a year ago, the Cloud Mountain 18 bandits plundered a treasury of the prince of the northern town of Shuiyu ancient country. Out of sheer rage, the prince personally contributed witch crystals, raising the bounty of the Cloud Mountain 18 bandits to 60 million, the hunchbacked old man said, giving Lin Yuan a meaningful glance. The Cloud Mountain 18 bandits were able to break into the prince's treasury so smoothly, their strength must be higher than imagined. Are you sure you still want to accept their bounty? Certain, Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. The strength of the Cloud Mountain 18 bandits higher than imagined? Even if all 18 of them collectively ascended to Witch Emperor, with Lin Yuan's strength comparable to that of a Witch Emperor, he could easily break through. This is the bounty order. After killing the Cloud Mountain 18 bandits, bring their critical parts here to collect the reward. The hunchbacked old man did not continue to persuade and stated the tavern's rules. Lin Yuan pocketed the bounty order and turned to leave Shuiyu Tavern. He appeared in a vast primitive jungle. Based on the information obtained from Jia Ronggu, the Cloud Mountain 18 bandits were last seen entering this jungle. Lin Yuan looked at the lush expanse of ancient trees in front of him and thought silently. Even for ordinary Witch Emperor powerhouses, let alone those at the level of Witch Emperor, finding the Cloud Mountain 18 bandits in such a vast jungle is no easy task. The Cloud Mountain 18 bandits, being fugitives for many years, must be incredibly cautious, attentive to any slight movement. But Lin Yuan was different. As a 10th rank evolver, although many of his abilities were suppressed, his keen sense of presence remained. Even from a great distance, he could still faintly sense them, an advantage held by all strong fighters in this two-dimensional world. At most, it will take half a day to search through. Lin Yuan disappeared from the spot and began moving silently at a stealthy speed toward various locations in the primitive jungle. In a certain valley of the primitive jungle, the 18 thieves of Yunshan were gathering here. Ha ha ha, plundering the treasury of the prince of the northern town was a real boon for us brothers. An exhilarated smile broke out on the faces of the 18. The prince of the northern town of the Shuiyu ancient country, a major figure among the 12 ancient countries, owned a treasury that could make even witch kings, let alone witch emperors, envious. Brother, with the resources from the treasury, at least 3 to 5 witch emperors can emerge among us brothers. By then, the renown of Yunshan 18 Thieves will significantly increase, said the sixth thief, unable to hold back, glancing at a burly man beside him. The burly man's expression betrayed a hint of a fierce temper, which he seemed quite pleased with at the moment. Just 18 witch kings forming the Yunshan 18 Thieves had already left many witch emperors of the Shuiyu Empire helplessly unable to interfere, and if 3 to 5 more witch emperors were born, the whole Shuiyu Empire, as long as they didn't provoke those few beings, wouldn't they be free to run rampant? All right. We were only able to escape from under the hands of the Prince of the Northern Town by completely relying on the unusual item brother has. Without that unusual item, even if we were 10 times stronger, we wouldn't have been able to make it out, said the second oldest among the 18, shaking his head. Indeed. It's all thanks to brother. Without brother's unusual item, we would have died long ago, said the rest of the group immediately. Was the treasury of the Prince of the Northern Town that easy to take? If not for the boss's unusual compass, which could point out a way to survive at critical moments, they would have been killed under the chase of the prince's subordinates long ago. Not to mention escaping to here? Ha ha ha. The boss, a brawny man, laughed heartily, feeling very pleased with himself. What is the Prince of the Northern Town anyway? From now on, following me, even the treasury of the Shuiyu Empire's imperial clan can be entered and exited 7 times without any issue. Boss is mighty. I have never regretted following Boss. The 18 Thieves immediately sang his praises. Right, big brother. What should our next move be? Although we are now far from the power of the Prince of the Northern Town, we cannot let our guard down, said the second oldest at this time. Let me see. The burly man nodded, approving of this idea. The Yunshan 18 Thieves have survived to this day not by strength, but by being cautious. Having said that, the burly man then took out a bronze compass from his bosom. At the center of the compass, a bronze needle was suspended. Whenever the burly man faced a desperate chase, he would take out this bronze compass, then follow the directions indicated by the needle on the compass to escape a dire situation. Compass, oh compass, which direction should we brothers head in next to continue our carefree journey? The burly man held the compass in his hand, dripping a drop of fresh blood onto it. Suddenly, the suspended needle in the center of the compass began spinning rapidly. The burly man waited patiently. They were very familiar with this. Usually, within a moment, the needle on the compass would stop. Then they would follow the direction it pointed, which was guaranteed to be safe. However, as time passed, half an hour had gone by in the blink of an eye, and the burly man and the other 17 were somewhat baffled, because the bronze compass in front of them was still spinning non-stop. Chapter 788, 17 Strange Compass, please subscribe. Chapter 788, Chapter 17, Strange Compass, please subscribe. What's going on? Why hasn't the compass stopped yet? The 18 Thieves of Yunshan looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. According to habit, the needle on the compass should have stopped quickly. Even when facing the pursuit of the forces under the Prince of the Northern Town, it usually stopped after just a dozen breaths at most. But now, it had been spinning for nearly half an hour? Had it not been for their previous experience with the miraculous nature of the bronze compass, the 18 Thieves of Yunshan probably would have grown impatient by now. Let's wait a bit longer. Exercising patience, the 18 Thieves of Yunshan continued to wait. Another half an hour passed. The bronze compass in front of the 18 people, with its copper needle suspended in the central position, was still rotating rapidly. Is there a problem with the compass? The burly leader stood up, scrutinizing the bronze compass closely. Compass, oh compass, in which direction should we brothers head to ensure our safety? The burly man, seeking an alternative approach, posed another question. Buzz, buzz, buzz. No sooner had he spoken than the copper needle in the center of the bronze compass began to spin even faster. What does this mean? This scene left everyone somewhat baffled. What was the compass trying to convey? The burly man's brows were tightly furrowed as he vaguely grasped at a possibility. But that possibility was too bizarre, wasn't it? Even when trapped in an assassination plot by the Prince of the Northern Town, they had been able to escape unscathed. But in this desolate place, we need to scatter and retreat immediately. The burly man put away the compass and said to the other 17 people in a deep voice, Yes. All right, boss. Although the 17 men did not understand why the burly man gave such an order, they had absolute trust in him after so many years. It was this trust that enabled them to turn danger into safety time after time. Whoosh. The next moment, old 18, the slowest among the thieves, was the first to pick a direction and sprint away. The remaining group also planned to choose directions to flee. Suddenly, rustle, rustle. A figure quietly appeared behind old 18 as he fled. Then, with ease, the figure snapped old 18's neck and casually tossed the body of this evil Witch King Peak expert to the side. This scene instantly made the remaining 17 look pale, and a sense of indescribable horror rose within them. Old 18's strength was not much weaker than theirs. They were all Witch King Peak powerhouses. Yet before this suddenly appearing figure, not even a struggle was possible, and his neck was snapped just like that? Finally found you? Lin Yuan looked toward the 17 Thieves of Yunshan. Well, it should now be the 17 Thieves, and said with a smile. With his current strength, he could have turned old 18 into a pulp with a single slap. but doing so would have made it difficult to confirm the identity of Old 18 as one of the Yunshan thieves, so Lin Yuan merely broke his neck, leaving the body intact. "Are you sent by the prince of the northern town?" The burly man steadied himself and asked in a low voice. The other 16 were dry-throated, staring intently at Lin Yuan. "Prince of the northern town? Don't know him." Lin Yuan shook his head. "But I'm quite interested in the bounty on you all." Bounty? The 17 thieves of Yunshan were slightly startled. To them, a powerhouse like Lin Yuan, even if not a witch emperor, was estimated to be close, ranking among the peak of the witch emperor peak realm. And he was interested in a mere tens of millions of magic crystals as bounty? "My lord, if you do not harm us, we are willing to offer 60 million, no, 90 million magic crystals as compensation." At that moment, the old 10 of the 17 thieves of Yunshan spoke up cautiously. As he did, he produced a box of purple magic crystals. In the two-dimensional world, magic crystals were a special metal, and the purple ones were of the highest quality. This box of purple magic crystals was estimated to be worth close to 100 million. So many magic crystals? Lin Yuan's eyes brightened slightly. He had already been overjoyed by the 60 million bounty on the Yunshan thieves, but now there seemed to be an even greater gain? "If you're not satisfied, we can add more." Although the remaining 17 thieves of the Cloud Mountain were bleeding inside, they still forced a smile and said 90 million witch crystals were indeed a staggering number for them, but they had no choice. The situation was pressing. As long as they could convince Lin Yuan, they were willing to pay an even greater price. "What do you think, sir?" "It's only 60 million witch crystals. We can offer more." Old 10 took a deep breath and continued to ask. However, snap. Lin Yuan's figure disappeared once again. By the time he reappeared, he was already standing beside Old 10. With a casual reach, he took the box of purple witch crystals and casually twisted Old 10's neck. "If I kill you, won't all this be mine?" Lin Yuan closed the box and solemnly put it away. "Let's go." Seeing this, the burly man didn't hesitate to burst away towards the back. The other 15 did the same, each choosing a direction to flee. "Think you can escape?" Lin Yuan opened his mouth and took a light breath. Rumble. Terrifying air currents surged from all around, entering Lin Yuan's mouth as if he was the eye of a storm. Trees within miles were uprooted and flew toward him. The 16 fleeing thieves were also restrained in place, unable to move. What? The halted thieves of Cloud Mountain felt their scalps explode at this sight. Is this still a human? Is this still a human? Could a mere breath cause such terror? At this moment, these peak Witch King experts felt their understanding of the world shattering. Die. Lin Yuan's figure disappeared, and in an instant he had twisted the necks of 6 Cloud Mountain thieves. "Explode for me." The burly man, who was the furthest away, didn't hesitate to start burning his essence blood. His aura soared as he stepped into the domain of the Witch Emperor. As the leader of the Cloud Mountain thieves, the burly man had many cards up his sleeve, and this method of exploding strength was one of them. Instantly skyrocketing in strength and stepping into the domain of the Witch Emperor, although there would be a price to pay afterward, as long as he could survive, it was all worth it. Run. After entering the Witch Emperor realm, the burly man didn't stay to cover for his brothers or restrain Lin Yuan, instead fleeing without hesitation. Although he didn't know the extent of Lin Yuan's power, after the burly man forcibly entered the Witch Emperor realm, he still felt a certain terrifying pressure facing Lin Yuan. This pressure was no different from when he was at the peak of the Witch King. Escape, escape, escape. At this moment, this was the only thought in the burly man's mind. He didn't know how much time had passed. Finally, the burly man stopped. Because Lin Yuan was standing silently not far ahead, looking at him. "My lord." Trembling inside, the burly man thought to himself that he had burned his essence blood and entered the domain of the Witch Emperor, yet he couldn't even get far away from Lin Yuan. Without thinking, the burly man knew that the rest of the Cloud Mountain thieves were dead. At that moment, many thoughts flashed through the burly man's mind, recalling the scene when the bronze compass spun incessantly earlier. So, the compass wasn't malfunctioning, the burly man realized with terror. The reason why the needle of the bronze compass didn't stop for a long time was because none of the 18 brothers had any avenue of survival. No matter which direction they went, death was certain, and they couldn't escape Lin Yuan's pursuit. Realizing this, the burly man couldn't help but kneel down and plead, "My lord, we should never have dealt with you. Just spare my life, and I will listen to everything you say, serving you for the rest of my life." The burly man wanted to live. If he could survive, he was willing to become a servant. "Serve me?" Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. No need. Lin Yuan had killed 17 of the 18 thieves of Cloud Mountain, who were said to be as close as brothers. Wouldn't the remaining burly man harbor any thoughts? Even now, the burly man might be daunted by Lin Yuan's power and dare not harbor any thoughts, but what about the future? Naturally, Lin Yuan didn't want to leave such a hidden danger by his side. It was simpler to kill him for peace of mind. As for subordinates, there were so many natives in this world. Was there a lack of people to serve under him? All 18 of you should go together. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and effortlessly twisted the burly man's neck. The burly man's eyes bulged as his breath rapidly faded. Cloud Mountain's 18 thieves, all dead here. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand. 60 million witch crystals, plus that box worth 90 million witch crystals of purple witch crystals, 150 million witch crystals in total, along with the savings of these 18 men, the resources needed to break through to the Witch Emperor realm are all gathered. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. This outing had fully met his expectations. He had thought he would need to take several more bounties to gather enough, but it turned out to be one-shot success. Lin Yuan began to search the belongings of the burly man. Suddenly, a bronze compass fell out. Lin Yuan looked at the bronze compass, and he felt a peculiar aura from it. Chapter 719, 18 Supreme Weapons, Seeking Subscriptions. Chapter 719, Chapter 18, Supreme Weapons, Seeking Subscriptions. This compass? Lin Yuan's expression revealed a hint of surprise. In the two-dimensional world, any supernatural power would be diminished, leaving only the purest physical form. But this bronze compass emitted a certain mysterious aura to Lin Yuan. This barely detectable feeling of surpassing the suppression of the two-dimensional world made Lin Yuan slightly more solemn. As far as he knew, so far, no level of life or treasure had been able to withstand the dimensional suppression, except ultimate existences. How do I use it? Lin Yuan keenly noticed the fresh blood remaining on the bronze compass. Is it with fresh blood? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. I'll study it slowly when I get back. Lin Yuan pocketed the bronze compass, checked the bodies of Yun Shan's 18 thieves several times to ensure nothing was overlooked, and then left with their vital organs. To claim the bounty for the Yun Shan 18 thieves, one must prove that they had indeed killed the other party, and here the proof generally consisted of the opponent's vital organs. Although Lin Yuan reaped great benefits from the bodies of the Yun Shan 18 thieves, he did not forget the bounty witch crystals on them. These were handed out for free, naturally not to be wasted. Dongyuan City, Shuiyu Tavern. The hunchbacked old man was dozing off, as a peak powerhouse from the ancient capital of Shuiyu ancient country, to avoid the enticements of many powers. He specially took the job as the tavern keeper in Shuiyu Tavern of Dongyuan City. Although Dongyuan City was a large city, it was far from the capital and the convergence of powers. Here, there weren't as many troubles, and the hunched old man had already decided to retire in this place. He was already very old, his vitality waning, and no longer suited to compete with those peak power witch emperors in their prime. Due to the Yun Shan 18 thieves moving to the surroundings, a large number of powerhouses from the ancient country have already gradually converged here. The hunched old man shook his head slightly, feeling quite helpless. The bounty alone for the Yun Shan 18 thieves reached 60 million witch crystals. Plus their original possessions and the accumulations over many years, even peak witch emperors were extremely eager. However, peak witch emperors were ultimately a minority. Most of those who came to hunt the Yun Shan 18 thieves were teams formed by many strong individuals. That young man is here again? The hunched old man's gaze shifted and saw Lin Yuan entering the tavern again. The hunched old man had a deep impression of Lin Yuan. First, because Lin Yuan dared to accept the bounty for the Yun Shan 18 on his own. Second, because Lin Yuan was not any of the strong individuals the hunched old man knew. Third, because the time Lin Yuan had been away was too short, less than a day. Inside a private room of the tavern, Lin Yuan sat opposite the hunched old man. How is it? Are you planning to give up on the bounty mission? The old man asked, without any hint of mockery. The Yun Shan 18 thieves were powerful and possessed numerous trump cards. Even in his peak period, he wasn't sure of defeating them, let alone Lin Yuan, who seemed very young. The hunched old man speculated that Lin Yuan must be a scion out for experience from some major family. On a whim, he wanted to take on the bounty for the Yun Shan 18, but after a day's journey, he found he couldn't even trace the Yun Shan 18, so he returned to the tavern intending to give up the quest. No, I'm here to claim the bounty, Lin Yuan said. To claim the bounty? The hunched old man looked at Lin Yuan, not reacting for a moment. Claim the bounty for the Yun Shan 18 thieves? This is their skulls. Lin Yuan opened the bag he carried, and 18 skulls rolled out. The proof of killing the Yun Shan 18 thieves required vital organs like skulls, not just any body part. Only such vital organs like skulls could be recognized by Shuiyu Tavern. Lin Yuan had, of course, figured all this out before accepting the bounty, so there wouldn't be any issues at this time. As for how to substantiate that these skulls came from the Yun Shan 18, Shuiyu Tavern had its own methods to verify this. Skulls? The hunched old man's expression became grave. Although he was not sure at the moment if these 18 skulls belonged to the Yun Shan 18, with his insight, he could directly judge whether these 18 skulls came from powerhouses close to the level of a witch emperor. Witch king, witch emperor, and even witch emperor showed great difference in the degree to which they fortified their bodies, which affected the hardness and texture of their bones. This was evident to anyone with a bit of experience. Please, wait a moment. The hunched old man's tone changed immediately. He swiftly called his subordinates to take the 18 skulls out. A moment later, the hunched old man walked into the private room quickly and spoke with a bit of respect. My lord, the skulls have been confirmed to belong to the Yun Shan 18. Lin Yuan nodded. The reputation of Shuiyu Tavern was indeed reliable. Lin Yuan chose to accept the bounty at Shuiyu Tavern precisely because of its leniency. Anybody could post and accept bounty missions at Shuiyu Tavern without declaring their identity. Though Shuiyu Tavern originated from Shuiyu ancient country over the long years, it had already become independent, serving all witches or stronger beings from all 12 ancient nations. This is Blood Rain tea, which only the imperial clan members of Shuiyu ancient country can enjoy. The hunched old man waved his hand, and immediately a cup of tea was brought forward. The tea was the color of blood red. Lin Yuan was not planning to drink it, but casually glanced at it and noticed mysterious auras flowing within. This tea? Lin Yuan's brow twitched. The mysterious fluctuation in the tea gave him a similar feeling to the bronze compass, though far less intense and mysterious. Had he not just encountered the bronze compass, Lin Yuan would probably have just thought the tea unique, not considering a direction of breaking free from the dimensional suppression of the two-dimensional world. Chapter 720, 18 Supreme Weapons. Subscribe please. To Chapter 720, Chapter 18, Supreme Weapons. Subscribe please. 2 Est, I'll take it back to drink. Lin Yuan packed the tea along with the cup into his bundle. The hunchbacked old man was taken aback upon seeing this, but dared not say more. If Lin Yuan could kill the Yunshan 18 thieves with such ease, even if he was not at the level of the Witch Emperor, he must be close to it. Even in a place like the capital where strong figures were many, he would be capable of commanding respect. Blood Rain tea comes from the Blood Rain tea tree, which is a heritage object of the Shuiyu ancient country, existing ever since the ancient country was founded. Drinking Blood Rain tea can slowly improve one's physique, and it's also beneficial for cultivation over a long period. Thinking Lin Yuan was interested in the Blood Rain tea, the hunchbacked old man immediately began to introduce it. Blood Rain tea tree. Lin Yuan memorized this name, considering that if its leaves contained a mysterious aura, then the Blood Rain tea tree as the source must be similar to the bronze compass, an oddity capable of resisting the dimensional suppression of the two-dimensional world. Here is the 70 million witch crystals reward. The hunchbacked old man swiftly produced a witch crystal note, issued by the 12 Kingdoms Bank and universally accepted. We're even. Lin Yuan nodded and took the witch crystal note. Would you be interested in joining us at the Shuiyu Tavern? With your strength, just by joining, you would become a grade A member of the tavern, enjoying priority in taking on bounties, and even higher commission rewards, the hunchbacked old man said immediately. The Shuiyu Tavern could issue any bounty, taking a cut from the bounty to sustain its daily operations. For example, the bounty for the Yunshan 18 thieves was as high as 70 million, but in reality, the Shuiyu Tavern took at least 20 million witch crystals as its cut. That is to say, by joining the Shuiyu Tavern, Lin Yuan would receive a reward of 90 million witch crystals. I'll think about it. Lin Yuan had no intention of joining the tavern, but did not reject the offer outright. The hunchbacked old man stood up to see Lin Yuan off. Only after Lin Yuan's figure had disappeared did he return and sit down again. Just then, a man with white hair and beard appeared beside the hunchbacked old man. Master of the tavern, the man with white hair exclaimed, the bounty for the Yunshan 18 thieves has been claimed? Yes, the hunchbacked old man nodded. Who killed them? The white-haired man was curious. The Yunshan 18 thieves were cautious and crafty. There had been Witch Emperor-level figures who tried to catch them in the past, but often they would escape before the Witch Emperor-level figures even arrived. To the outside world, the Yunshan 18 thieves seemed to have almost a terrifying intuition, often able to sense danger ahead of time and take the most prudent escape route. Unclear, the hunchbacked old man shook his head. Unclear? The white-haired man was even more astonished. Such a strong individual, and even the well-informed hunchbacked old man had no idea? Is it not very normal that I don't know, given how vast this world is? The hunchbacked old man glanced at the white-haired man and, after a moment of thought, continued, I guess he must be a strong figure from outside the Shuiyu ancient country. Inside the Shuiyu ancient country, the hunchbacked old man considered himself quite knowledgeable, but he knew nothing about Lin Yuan. The only possibility was that Lin Yuan came from outside the Shuiyu ancient country. The bounty for the Yunshan 18 thieves could be taken up not only by the strong figures within the Shuiyu ancient country, but also by those from other ancient countries, triggering widespread attention. All right, let's stop here with this matter. Do not mention that strong figure any further. The hunchbacked old man stood up and said, also, take down the bounty for the Yunshan 18 thieves. Since the Yunshan 18 thieves were already dead, there was no need for the bounty to remain, yes. The white-haired man was startled inside, but responded with respect immediately. Several days later, deep in the primordial jungle, the valley where the Yunshan 18 thieves had once holed up, over a dozen figures appeared there. According to the information, the Yunshan 18 thieves should have made a brief stop here, said one of the sharp-eyed men in a low voice. They were bounty hunters who roamed among the 12 ancient countries, specializing in hunting those with lucrative bounties. They were recently focused on the Yunshan 18 thieves because, after all, a bounty of 70 million, plus the treasures that the 18 thieves had looted from the Prince of the Northern Town's treasury, such a huge fortune was enough to attract their pursuit. A battle took place here. At that moment, a chubby man, after observing carefully for a while, suddenly spoke up. A battle? The others were slightly stunned. Could it be that someone had beaten them to it? Not a battle, the chubby man corrected, a slaughter. At this revelation, everyone exchanged looks of puzzlement. A battle and a slaughter, although only one word apart, meant entirely different things. And who slaughtered whom? The Yunshan 18 thieves should be almost all dead. The chubby man continued to scrutinize the subtle traces left at the scene, finally coming to a conclusion. Among the 18, one fled in that direction, while the other 17 are dead. The attack must have been carried out by a single person, the chubby man said in a calm tone, but the brutality and terror he implied were palpable. Everyone imagined a fearsome scene, a strong figure suddenly appearing just outside this valley, then one by one, the Yunshan 18 thieves fell dead. Despite any resistance they might have attempted along the way, escape from death was unlikely. In the end, one of the Yunshan 18 thieves managed to flee in that direction while the rest were being slaughtered. The chubby man glanced in that direction and set off after the trail. Before long, at the base of an ancient tree, the chubby man came to a stop. Chapter 721, 18 Supreme Weapons, please subscribe. 3. Chapter 721, Chapter 18 Supreme Weapons, please subscribe. 3. The one who escaped has also died, the chubby man solemnly reported. Upon hearing this, a chill rose in the hearts of the others around him. Even though they had planned to target the 18 bandits of Yunshan, they had never considered capturing all 18 at once. That was not realistic. The 18 bandits of Yunshan were not fools. Once they realized they were overmatched, they would definitely scatter and flee. With 18 men scattering, how could one capture them all at once? Moreover, according to the intelligence they had gathered, the 18 bandits of Yunshan possessed astonishing intuition, able to elude those stronger than them who often hadn't even arrived before they had fled. Really dead? Just then, the leading man spoke. This man's skin was black and he stood solid like a mountain, his gaze cold and steady. According to the traces left behind, all 18 bandits of Yunshan should be dead, the chubby man said. Can you tell anything about the background of the one who made the move? The leader continued to inquire. I can't tell. The 18 bandits of Yunshan died quickly, without even managing to struggle, the chubby man explained. If there had been a struggle, the traces of the fight might have given them some clues about the background of the attacker. But with no struggle, the 18 bandits of Yunshan were slaughtered by that powerful being, one slap per person. How could they discern the attacker's background from that? Just then, a slim figure sprinted over. Shuiyu Tavern has withdrawn the bounty on the 18 bandits of Yunshan, the slim figure immediately declared. Shuiyu Tavern had withdrawn the bounty several days ago, but the spread of the news was delayed, and the group only received the message just now. It seems the 18 bandits of Yunshan are indeed dead, the leading man nodded. Shuiyu Tavern would only withdraw the bounty when absolutely certain that all of the 18 bandits of Yunshan were dead. What a pity. We crossed 6 or 7 ancient countries, only to return empty-handed. Everyone glanced at each other, unsure whether to feel regret or relief. Although it was frustrating that another powerful being had intercepted their target, when they saw the traces of that being's slaughter of the 18 bandits of Yunshan, they actually felt relieved to have been preempted. Otherwise, wouldn't they have had to face that mysterious, powerful foe? Given how easily this person had slaughtered the 18 bandits of Yunshan, they had no confidence in resisting. While the others had their complicated thoughts, the leading black-skinned man was lost in deep thought. The one who could kill the 18 bandits of Yunshan so effortlessly must be at least a witch emperor. Yet a witch emperor, the black-skinned man pondered with a hint of doubt. How have witch emperor-level beings become so numerous in the last 2 decades? Having traveled through many ancient countries, he faintly realized that in the last 20 years, witch emperors, who usually took hundreds or even thousands of years to emerge, have started appearing frequently. Especially in the capitals of the great ancient countries, witch emperors who had never been heard of before, one after the other, seemed to appear like they were free. If not for the heritage left by the witch ancestor in these ancient countries, the current 12 ancient countries would likely have seen major upheavals already. Luo River gather site, deepest part of the cave dwelling. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. This operation should have been perfect. Lin Yuan began to reflect. From taking on the bounty at Shuiyu Tavern to the killing of the 18 bandits of Yunshan, he had left no traces that could potentially expose his identity. The bounty on the 18 bandits of Yunshan was rich, attracting the attention of the majority of bounty hunters from the 12 ancient countries. Lin Yuan's intervention at this time would only be considered the act of a strong being from the 12 ancient countries. That broadened the range. The only oversight was that Lin Yuan had once sent Jia Ronggu to investigate the traces of the 18 bandits of Yunshan. It was not that Jia Ronggu would betray him. Lin Yuan had conquered Jia Ronggu, leaving a trace of blood essence in his mind. With a thought, he could detonate it, controlling Jia Ronggu's life and death, leaving no room for betrayal. But the act of Jia Ronggu investigating the tracks of the 18 bandits of Yunshan for Lin Yuan was not foolproof. Lin Yuan thought about it and realized that this couldn't really be considered a hidden danger. Jia Ronggu, as the acknowledged leader of the Luo River gathering site, became aware that the 18 bandits of Yunshan had scattered to nearby areas. Taking a slight interest by investigating the bandits' traces, everything made sense. A teacup appeared before him. The teacup was crafted from expensive jade. Just this teacup alone was worth a witch crystal. But Lin Yuan's attention was not on the teacup, but rather on the blood-red tea inside it. Blood rain tea? Lin Yuan observed carefully. At Shuiyu Tavern, Lin Yuan had not dared to drink this tea, worrying it might contain something tricky. Though the likelihood was low, Shuiyu Tavern was renowned, and if they were to engage in underhanded tactics just because Lin Yuan took a bounty on the 18 bandits of Yunshan, how could they possibly have grown to such a scale? There's no poison. After repeated testing, Lin Yuan cautiously took a sip. The cold tea flowed down his throat, infusing his limbs and bones. Throughout this time, Lin Yuan remained extremely alert, ready at any moment to isolate all the tea in his stomach should anything unusual occur. It indeed has a slight beneficial effect on the body. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. It must be because Lin Yuan's physical body was too strong at this moment. If a Witch King level being drank this cup of blood rain tea, it would probably not be a slight benefit but a significant boost to their physique. Blood rain tea water? Lin Yuan pondered, eventually taking out that bronze compass. Still exhibiting a distinct mystical aura despite the dimensional suppression of the two-dimensional world, Lin Yuan's mind fluctuated, his suspicions growing. Even the most powerful Tier 11 life forms could not manifest any extraordinary powers in this two-dimensional world, yet this bronze compass did, which meant this bronze compass could very possibly be one of the supreme weapons. Chapter 722, 19 Major Gains, please subscribe. Chapter 722, Chapter 19, Major Gains, please subscribe. In fact, it's not entirely accurate to call it a supreme weapon. But at the very least, it is a 12-star level rare treasure. Only entities that transcend the 11 stars can withstand the rules of the two-dimensional world. Has this bronze compass been in this two-dimensional world for a very long time, a relic that was lost here from the past? Lin Yuan speculated. The two-dimensional world he was currently in was essentially a piece of white paper that had been ejected from the Taiyuan relic, far beyond the universe. After traversing the vast distances through the chaos void, it ultimately squeezed into the universe of human civilization. It was unknown through what places this sheet of white paper had passed, such as inhaling lives like Lin Yuan, how many powerhouses and treasures it had absorbed. But one thing was certain, only 12th rank lives that have stepped out of the river of time could rid themselves of becoming two-dimensional. As for the treasures and rare weapons at the 12th rank level, without a master in control, once they fully fall into the two-dimensional world, they might end up like the current bronze compass, its divine power unrevealed, merely with a faint mysterious aura circulating. Even the supreme beings, if they did not resist and allowed themselves to be absorbed into the two-dimensional world by the white paper, would probably have their strengths suppressed substantially. Go to nic.co. This bronze compass, a 12-star strange treasure, or even a supreme weapon, Lin Yuan found it hard to believe. In the main world, how precious 12-star strange treasures are, especially supreme weapons, which are the foundation of peak clans. Wielding a supreme weapon, one could unleash attacks at the supreme level. The eternal spatial rifts in the small and medium-sized battlefields of different races were created in this manner. So far, the only chance Lin Yuan had to come into contact with a 12-star rare treasure weapon was through passing the 5th floor of the demonic Jade Space Black Tower. Lin Yuan, who had reached the 9th rank and thoroughly understood the rule of time, was rewarded with a selection of 12-star treasures upon passing the 5th floor of the Black Tower. Lin Yuan could choose one from among them. Even so, Lin Yuan hadn't made his decision up to now because the opportunity was too precious. And now, a bronze compass, which was highly likely to be a supreme weapon, just appeared so easily before him. Lin Yuan believed this bronze compass was most likely a supreme weapon because it was clearly not naturally formed. It obviously had been refined later, otherwise it wouldn't have such a distinct shape as a compass. And a supreme weapon is often refined from several, or even dozens, of 12-star treasures. If I can leave this world smoothly, can't I take this bronze compass with me? Lin Yuan's heart pounded with excitement. This was a weapon of 12-star level rare treasures, right? In the two-dimensional world, it was ordinary, merely with a faint mysterious aura circulating. But once it left the two-dimensional world and appeared in the main universe, it would be a weapon of infinite divine power. In the main universe, because of that cosmic aurora, the supreme beings of human civilization and other peak clans nearly came to blows. One could imagine how precious treasures of this level were. Not just this bronze compass, the blood rain tea tree from the Shuiyu ancient country should also be a 12-star treasure, Lin Yuan suddenly thought. Merely some tea leaves could possess a slight mysterious aura. The blood rain tea tree, as the parent body, must be no less significant than the bronze compass. Do the Myriad Tribe's powerhouses know about this? Lin Yuan wondered to himself. At least he hadn't heard of it from Naylan. In fact, Lin Yuan's acquisition of this bronze compass was a very coincidental event. If the powerhouses of the Myriad clans had similar encounters, they would surely keep it secret. As for the national treasures of the ancient countries, such as the blood rain tea tree from the Shuiyu ancient country, so far, the strongest among the Myriad tribe's powerhouses was the Witch Emperor, with none stepping into the realm of the Witch ancestry yet. Under these circumstances, it was impossible to directly challenge the authority of the ancient countries. But Lin Yuan speculated that day would not be far off. As time passed, there would be a large number of powerhouses from the Myriad clans becoming witch ancestors. Even those at tier 11, through their mastery of power, could force their way well beyond the witch ancestor. By then, treasures like the bronze compass would definitely not be able to be kept secret. In this two-dimensional world, there should be a considerable number of similar 12-star treasures, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Just the 12 ancient countries alone each had their own national treasures, not to mention those scattered about, like the bronze compass in Lin Yuan's possession. Forget it. At least I've obtained one for now. Lin Yuan didn't have much interest in other 12-star treasures. At the moment, his attention was entirely focused on the bronze compass before him. Does using this compass require blood? Lin Yuan pondered. When he first discovered the compass, he had noticed bloodstains on it. Let's try. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and squeezed out over a dozen drops of blood, letting them fall onto the compass. Hum hum hum, at the same time. The copper needle suspended in the center of the compass began to spin rapidly. Soon, the copper needle stopped, and information suddenly appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. No dangers have been detected so far. Detect dangers? Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. Can this compass capture the dangers that are about to come and then point out a way to survive? The conclusion that Lin Yuan drew was not solely based on the information transmitted by the compass itself. It was also based on the past performance of the Yunshan 18 Thieves. Outsiders believed that the Yunshan 18 Thieves had an astonishing intuition. They could often leave in advance before the arrival of overwhelming powerhouses. Lin Yuan used to think this was the intuition of the Yunshan 18 Thieves. But now, seeing this bronze compass, it must be that the intuition of the Yunshan 18 Thieves came from this compass. It's a good thing indeed. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Although the use of the bronze compass was not that of those direct combat power-enhancing lethal weapons, but detecting dangers in advance was certainly a rare ability. The most important point was, this ability basically matched the main goals that Lin Yuan had set after landing in this two-dimensional world. Lin Yuan possessed against heaven's understanding. His limit in this world was far beyond those of tier 11 lives. Given time, Lin Yuan would sooner or later sweep through this two-dimensional world. Before that, the ability to detect dangers in advance and strive for growth time was crucial. This compass should be a premonitory type exotic treasure and weapon. Lin Yuan thought silently. The premonition of impending dangers was just the ability of the compass suppressed by the two-dimensional world. If it escaped the two-dimensional world, the full potential of the bronze compass would likely involve various premonitions of future timelines. Such treasures, not even within human civilization or the main universe, had Lin Yuan heard of. But in the Xuanhuang secret realm and the Demon Jade space, they were well known. Starting from tier 12, the goal of ultimate beings was to transform into perfect time beings, and perfect time beings, existing in the past, present, and future, could easily see each timeline's beginning and end if they so desired. This type of premonitory exotic treasure and weapon was a product that replicated the minor abilities of perfect time beings. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had gone by. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his body surging with vital energy like an ocean, the temperature around him soaring so rapidly that even ordinary Witch King-level powerhouses couldn't come close. After spending 5 years, I have finally devised a Witch Emperor-level cultivation method and successfully advanced to the Witch Emperor tier. Lin Yuan reined in his aura, nodding in satisfaction. With my against heaven's understanding to deduce and enlighten the Dao, the Witch Emperor-level cultivation method I've created is superior to all Witch Emperors in this world. In simple terms, Lin Yuan was now a Witch Emperor, but he was already invincible at that tier, and even those Myriad tribes powerhouses and 11th rank peak lives that fell into this world, as long as they were within the Witch Emperor's domain, couldn't defeat Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had stayed in the Witch King realm for more than a decade and had only recently advanced to the Witch Emperor tier, nearly exhausting every bit of potential at the Witch King level. However, to create my own Ancestor Witch cultivation skill, it would be best to review the Ancestor Witch cultivation skills compiled by the 12 ancient countries. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Each of the founders of the 12 ancient countries in this world was an Ancestor Witch, and the Ancestor Witch cultivation skills they passed down were the foundation of the royal families of the great ancient countries. With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, even without those Ancestor Witch cultivation skills for reference, he could create his own Ancestor Witch cultivation skill. But it would undoubtedly take much longer. Ancestor Witch cultivation skills were essentially the Ancestor Witch's exploration and enlightenment of the essence of the world. Lin Yuan reviewing those Ancestor Witch cultivation skills was akin to standing on the shoulders of past giants, greatly benefiting the creation of his own Ancestor Witch cultivation skill. It would at least save a lot of time. Currently, my power rivals the unconquered Witch King and is comparable to an Ancestor Witch. Lin Yuan made a clear assessment of himself. Purely in terms of combat power, he was no weaker than any ancestor witch of ancient and modern times. Of course, here, the term ancestor witch refers to native ancestor witches and doesn't include those powerhouses from myriad tribes. Some special 11th rank peak lives in the main universe. Once they become ancestor witches, leveraging their mastery of power, are definitely much stronger than those native ancestor witches of the past. But for those special 11th rank peak lives, once they step into the ancestor witch tier, their cultivation speed plummets as there is no path forward. Now, quite a few myriad tribes' powerhouses have successively become ancestor witches. Lin Yuan thought of the information he had learned over the years. The cultivation paths of those myriad tribes' powerhouses completely follow this world's cultivation system, so their speed is extremely fast, and there are no bottlenecks as the realm of their true bodies sets the stage. Lin Yuan's understanding was too profound. He ventured on his own path at the Witch King tier and even created his unique Witch Emperor's cultivation method, so in terms of pure cultivation speed, he definitely couldn't compare with those myriad tribes' powerhouses. However, Lin Yuan was not worried at all. Now, as a Witch Emperor, he matched an Ancestor Witch, and once he stepped into the Ancestor Witch tier, he might directly rival the few strongest 11th rank lives. In the main universe, Lin Yuan's strength was far from matching any of those 11th rank peak lives. The gap between them was as vast as a chasm. But this two-dimensional world seemed tailor-made for Lin Yuan. Provided enough time, those 11th rank peak lives couldn't catch up to Lin Yuan, even if they tried. See Chapter 723-20, The 9 Great Powers. Please subscribe. Chapter 723, Chapter 20, The 9 Great Powers. Please subscribe. Deep in the cosmic starry skies, the vast scroll slowly unraveled. All the supreme beings, ultimate existences, stood outside the scroll, carefully observing every little detail of the massive painting. Ever since that white paper squeezed into this universe, and then was fixed here, unfolding in the form of a scrolls, all the 12th stage powerhouses within the universe descended to this place. This white paper was truly too mysterious, too inconceivable, containing an entire two-dimensional world. Any being below the 12th rank that approached would be automatically dimensionally reduced. There's no way. Even if we joined forces and tried refining for hundreds of thousands, millions of years, it would still be impossible to refine this scroll. Correct. This scroll gives me the feeling of the vast universe itself. How could we refine it? Go to signysha.co. Perhaps we can't refine it from the outside, but if we descend into the scroll, there might be a chance to refine it. The ultimate existences quickly exchanged thoughts. In this period, they had basically used every method at their disposal. Not to mention refining the scroll, they couldn't even manage to shake it. What's more, that the scrolls eventually came to a stop was largely not because of the many supreme beings' interference, but because the scroll itself grew tired of flying. Descend into the scroll? The unicorn supreme being glanced at the other many supreme beings. Indeed, this method was the most promising one they had deduced, yet no supreme being was willing to try it. Supreme beings could resist the automatic dimensional reduction of the scroll, but if they gave up resisting, they would naturally fall into the two-dimensional world within the scroll. It's easy to fall in, but it won't be so easy to get out. If an accident occurred inside, leading to the demise of the descended avatar, the foundational loss would still synchronize with the Supreme Being's main body. For those 10th and 11th rank powerhouses who fell into the scroll, even if their avatars died within, it wouldn't have a significant impact on the forces behind them. The great alliance of peak clans would definitely not be shaken by the loss of a few 11th rank lives. But it was different for the Supreme Beings. If they suffered a drastic drop in strength, or were seriously injured, the impact would be extremely far-reaching, and could even change the current situation of the Starry Sky races. Let's wait and see. So many strong members of my clan have fallen in. Let's wait for the next opening of the Heavenly Gate to see if they can come out. Each supreme being, each ultimate existence, was very cautious. They all realized the extreme importance of this scroll. Whoever could refine it would be akin to gaining the combat power of 2 or 3 more supreme beings. But now, they couldn't rush the two-dimensional world. In Dongyuan City at Shuiyu Tavern, a hunchbacked old man was dozing off. Suddenly, just at that moment, the hunchbacked old man seemed to sense something and abruptly opened his eyes, only to see that a young man had taken a seat not far away at some point in time. "My lord," the hunchbacked elder's heart trembled, and he immediately stood up and said respectfully, "I've come here to make a deal with your Shuiyu Tavern." Lin Yuan spoke, his tone calm and steady. Over the years, he had gradually acquired many cultivation resources through Shuiyu Tavern, and the two of them had become quite familiar. Although Shuiyu Tavern originated from Shuiyu Ancient Country, it operated independently of the Ancient Country, with branches spread throughout the 12 ancient countries, maintaining an excellent reputation. Of course, to be completely safe, Lin Yuan would always use the bronze compass to confirm that there was no danger in this area before each visit. Upon descending to this two-dimensional world, Lin Yuan didn't really trust anyone. "Please, speak," the hunchbacked elder immediately said in a low voice. The more he interacted with Lin Yuan, the more he could sense Lin Yuan's terror. Initially, the hunchbacked elder thought that Lin Yuan was a powerhouse approaching the level of the Witch Emperor. But today, the Tuoba elder understood how ridiculous his original thought was. Approaching the Witch Emperor? With Lin Yuan's strength, he would be considered incredibly strong even among the Witch Emperors. As for Lin Yuan's youthful appearance, in this world there were some miraculous items, such as the Blood Rain tea tree from the Shuiyu ancient country and other relics capable of maintaining eternal youth. In the hunchbacked elder's mind, Lin Yuan must be some ancient monster who had remained hidden from the world for who knows how many years, and his youthful appearance was merely a facade. I want some cultivation techniques, ancestor witch cultivation skills, Lin Yuan said directly. Ancestral sorcerer level cultivation skills? The hunchbacked elder was shocked but also felt it made sense. With Lin Yuan's strength, it was probably only the ancestor witch cultivation skills, symbolic of the highest level in this world, that could catch his interest. My lord, any ancestral sorcerer level cultivation skill comes with a significant origin, if not from some ancient country, then from certain supreme forces. The hunchbacked elder was somewhat troubled. With the influence and power of Shuiyu Tavern, they were indeed capable of obtaining ancestral sorcerer level cultivation skills. But obtaining those skills was one thing. Whether they dared to sell them openly was another matter entirely. Ancestral sorcerer level cultivation skills had characteristics that were very distinct and were monopolized by the great ancient countries. Without the permission of these countries, anyone who spread ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills privately would be hunted by all 12 ancient countries. Rest assured, the ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills I acquire will have nothing to do with Shuiyu Tavern, Lin Yuan assured. Since the Lord has said so, it would be somewhat inappropriate for me to decline further. The hunchbacked elder's tone softened. There were some things he dared not say bluntly, but Lin Yuan picked up the implications in his words and promptly made assurances, making it easier for him to act. So far, my Shuiyu Tavern has collected a total of 8 ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills. Does the Lord plan to take all of them? The hunchbacked elder tentatively asked. Chapter 724-20, The 9 Great Powers, please subscribe. 2. Chapter 724, Chapter 20, The 9 Great Powers, please subscribe. 2. All of them. Lin Yuan nodded. The most significant meaning of the ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skill for him was not for cultivation, but to glimpse into the essence of cultivation in this world based on its principles. If we were to talk about strength, Lin Yuan, who had only descended into this world for slightly more than 20 years, had already surpassed all past ancestral sorcerers. Very well. The hunched old man respectfully turned and left. A moment later, he brought in a box. My lord, all 8 ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills are inside here. The hunched old man, using a specific technique, opened the box, which neatly contained a stack of booklets. Without the specific technique, even if someone else acquired the box, it would be useless, as forcing it open would only trigger the self-destruct mechanism inside. Go to 90I Esco 2. How many witch crystals? Lin Yuan glanced at it and casually asked. 1 billion witch crystals for 1 ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skill. A total of 80 billion for all 8, the hunched old man immediately replied. To obtain these ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills, the Shuiyu Tavern had paid a considerable price. The key point was that the Shuiyu Tavern, in selling these ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills, had to bear the risk of leakage. Put it on my tab. Lin Yuan casually picked up one of the ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills, glanced through it in just a few looks, then moved on to the next one. With the thought-processing speed of a 10th rank being from the outside world, memorizing these brief text descriptions of the cultivation skills could not be simpler. All right. The hunched old man nodded. Through years of interaction, he had come to trust Lin Yuan somewhat. Such a sorcerer-emperor peak powerhouse wouldn't stoop to defaulting on a debt of less than 100 billion witch crystals. By the way, my lord, the ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills obtained by Shuiyu Tavern are all somewhat incomplete. The core and crucial parts are traditionally passed down orally, making them very difficult to obtain, said the hunched old man, as if he had just thought of something. Without the most crucial core parts, it is difficult to practice these ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills deeply, and lacking certain key pieces of information could even lead to deviations, disasters. I know. Lin Yuan continued to rapidly flip through the booklets. He wasn't watching these ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills to cultivate them, but merely for reference. He just needed to grasp the overall concept behind each of the ancestral sorcerer cultivation techniques. A moment later, Lin Yuan had finished looking through all ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills. He then stood up and left. The hunched old man bowed to see him off. Once Lin Yuan had disappeared, the hunched old man pondered with a thoughtful expression. The Lord purchasing so many ancestral sorcerer cultivation techniques, could it be that? The hunched old man swallowed hard, faintly suspecting something. At the peak of a mountain, Lin Yuan's figure appeared, and he sat down cross-legged. These 8 ancestral sorcerer cultivation techniques' exposition of the essence of power is still not perfect. However, the represented direction does have many merits, Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself. especially the Chongqing cultivation skill from the mysterious Chongqing ancient country. This particular cultivation technique provided Lin Yuan with the greatest enlightenment, which was longevity. Those who stepped into the ancestral sorcerer realm with this technique lived twice as long as other sorcerers at the same level. Of course, the Chongqing cultivation skill had its drawbacks as well. It wasn't effective in direct combat. Although Chongqing ancestral sorcerer lived the longest, his combat strength ranked at the very bottom amongst all the ancestors in history. But with Lin Yuan's Against Heaven's understanding, he could completely extract its essence and enhance the longevity's aspect of his own cultivation body. He could even greatly boost the longevity's effect and shatter the theoretical limits of the Chongqing cultivation skill. Longevity, for all the myriad tribes' powerhouses that have fallen into the two-dimensional world, it is far more critical than one might imagine, and for Lin Yuan, it is an avenue of retreat. If, after 300 years, when the Heavenly Gate opens, Lin Yuan cannot sweep across all the 11th rank peak life forms and reach the gate, then he can only hope for the next opening of the Heavenly Gate. And each opening of the Heavenly Gate occurs at intervals of 10,000 years. Of course, that's the worst-case scenario. With Lin Yuan's Against Heaven's understanding, with an equal starting point after more than 300 years of cultivation, those 11th rank peak life forms couldn't possibly be his opponents. If I can fully integrate this Chongqing cultivation skill into my own, I can extend my life by at least 20 to 30,000 years, Lin Yuan silently mused. Here, the extension of life refers to the extension within this two-dimensional world. Living for 20 to 30,000 more years, he could almost experience 3 to 4 Heavenly Gate openings. With such an extended period, even if a supreme being descended, Lin Yuan was confident he could thoroughly overpower and crush them. Then there are the other 7 ancestral sorcerer cultivation techniques, which can enrich my ancestral sorcerer level Dao path in exploring the essence of power. Lin Yuan's mind swiftly processed the details and specifics of the ancestral sorcerer cultivation techniques, eventually assimilating them into his own and integrating them into the perfection of his ancestral sorcerer realm. Main universe. Virtual world. Lin Yuan and Nalan, the deputy tower master, exchanged information regularly. Nalan and the human evolvers had carved out a stronghold in the capital of an ancient country, using it to continuously develop and strengthen. When it came to gathering intelligence, they far surpassed Lin Yuan. Galaxy Master, among the myriad tribes' powerhouses present in the two-dimensional world, 98 have definitively stepped into the ancestral witch realm, and among them, 9 ancestral sorcerers possess much stronger abilities, creating a noticeable gap from other ancestral sorcerers, reported Nolan in a serious tone. 98 ancestral sorcerers? Lin Yuan's expression was solemn. In the history of the two-dimensional world, the birth of all ancestral sorcerers put together might not even total to 98. Moreover, these 98 ancestral sorcerers, although they belong to the ancestral sorcerer realm, undoubtedly have combat power far surpassing those native ancestral sorcerers from history. ECPC, Chapter 725-20. The 9 Powerhouses, subscribe please. Third Chapter 725, Chapter 20. The 9 Powerhouses, subscribe please. 3. After all, the realm of his true self was there. This is the most powerful collection of war videos from 9 ancestor witches I have gathered. Nolan, the Vice Tower Master, thought slightly, and an illusory screen appeared in front of him, beginning to play the video. The sources of these videos were the memories of powerhouses who had witnessed the battles of those 9 ancestor witches. Lin Yuan immediately looked towards the video. The first video displayed a 4-armed figure walking on a flat wasteland, with numerous presences lurking around him in all directions. "You ants, dare to surround and attack me?" The tone of the 4-armed figure was contemptuous as he stepped forward, his right foot stomping violently on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying power spread out in all directions, tearing the ground apart as if the sky had collapsed, and every one of the ambushing myriad tribes' powerhouses suffered heavy injuries. Just one stomping unleashed such fearsome power that the surrounding myriad tribes' powerhouses suffered heavy casualties. The 4-armed figure took another step forward and arrived in front of a powerhouse with 16 pairs of wings on his back. This 16-winged powerhouse was also at the ancestral witch realm, desperately defending against the 4-armed figure. Go to CGI.co. But in the end, the 4-armed figure just extended his 4 arms, and with a gentle rip, the 16-winged powerhouse was torn apart, blood splattering the ground. Nolan, the Vice Tower Master, explained, this battle stemmed from the Tianyu clan powerhouse's ambush plan. The one being ambushed was one of the 4 divine kings of the Star Alliance, a unique life in the universe, a tier 11 of the 6th tier, on the same level as the Mother of the Tree Realms. Nalan, the Vice Tower Master, expressed a hint of astonishment in his tone. Although he was also at 11th rank, he was still far from the perfection of the 4 divine kings at the 11th rank. Indeed very strong, Lin Yuan nodded. This 4 divine king had obviously become an ancestor witch for some time, and his grasp and use of his own power had reached an inconceivable extent. This four-divine king is, so far, the strongest among the myriad tribes powerhouses that have descended. Nalan, the Vice Tower Master, sighed. He continued playing the second video. It was a fight between two ancestral witch-level powerhouses. Both sides unleashed immense terrifying auras. One was burly like a small hill, whereas the other was slender but wielded a blood-colored long knife. From the auras, it was obvious that the burly figure was stronger, but the actual battle was incredibly fast. As soon as they clashed, the slender figure holding the blood-colored long knife sliced through the air, and the burly figure was cut in half. This? Lin Yuan's pupils slightly constricted. A one-hit kill? How could this be? Even the four-divine king, when killing the Tianyu clan's ancestor witch, had to make several moves. But now, the slender figure had killed his opponent in a second? Is it the knife? Lin Yuan instantly noticed the blood-colored long knife in the hands of the slender figure. The knife was so sharp it seemed to tear through the void. Is it an oddity? A supreme weapon? Lin Yuan immediately thought of the bronze compass he had acquired. Despite the distance of the video, the bronze compass gave him a similar aura. Yes, it's the knife, confirmed Nalan, the Vice Tower Master, nodding. The wielder is called Hu Zhu, an 11th rank powerhouse of the prison tribe, who was at about the 4th layer of Tier 11 before falling into the two-dimensional world. Hu Zhu's strength was not outstanding among the many 11th rank beings, but because of this knife, he soared to become the strongest next to the four divine kings. Nalan, the Vice Tower Master, paused for a moment and continued. In the two-dimensional world, there are many oddities. These oddities are likely at the 12-star level, capable of exerting some extraordinary power under the suppression of the two-dimensional world. So, that's how it is, Lin Yuan whispered. In fact, he had known about the existence of these special artifacts for quite some time, and he even still had one on hand. The effects of these artifacts vary, but they all have significant uses. Many ancestral witches are now searching for them everywhere, Nalan, the Deputy Tower Master, said. Take the Hoju of the prison tribe as an example, who soared to the heavens with the help of a blood-colored long knife. Next, Lin Yuan continued to watch the 3rd, 4th, 5th videos. So far, the strongest 9 ancestral witches recognized in the two-dimensional world include 6 special life forms. The remaining 3 are 1 from the prison tribe, 1 from the Yu clan, and 1 from human civilization. The Yu clan, among the peak clans, is arguably the most powerful, with 9 supreme beings like human civilization, but with a history far more ancient. They are a terrifying clan that was born at the dawn of the universe. Our human civilization's ancestral witch barely ranks 9th, Nalan, the Deputy Tower Master, said with a shake of his head. That's still not bad, as other peak clans like the Insect Race and the Tianyu clan didn't even make it into the top 9. Are there more videos? Lin Yuan wanted to see the battle videos of other ancestral witch-level powerhouses. There are, Nalan, the Deputy Tower Master, nodded. Lin Yuan continued to watch for a while. Sure enough, starting with the 10th ancestral witch, there was a significant gap in strength compared to the previous 9. Tuoba Ancient God, Lin Yuan looked at the 12th video. It meant that the powerhouse in this video was ranked 12th among the powerhouses of the myriad tribes. Tuoba Ancient God is also a special life form with a great innate talent, Nalan, the Deputy Tower Master, commented on the side. This time, the two-dimensional world is definitely the home turf for these special life forms. In terms of talent, they are unquestionably the strongest. By the way, Galaxy Master, what realm have you cultivated to now? Nalan, the Deputy Tower Master, asked with curiosity. Just entered the Witch Emperor realm, Lin Yuan shook his head. That is very impressive, Nalan, the Deputy Tower Master said in praise. Although Lin Yuan is known as the greatest evolutionary genius in the history of human civilization, he has just entered Tier 10, which is fundamentally different from those at Tier 11. Even so, to have stepped into the Witch Emperor realm after just over 20 years is on par with the cultivation speed of ordinary 11th rank life. Nalan, the Deputy Tower Master, had also only recently entered the Witch Emperor realm. In fact, of the more than 311th rank lives that fell into the two-dimensional world, the majority are still at the Witch Emperor level. What Nalan didn't know was that Lin Yuan's so-called entry into the Witch Emperor realm already allowed him to match an ancestral witch. And in terms of potential development, even the 4 divine kings, who are the strongest, are far from comparable to Lin Yuan. The 4 divine kings have already reached the ancestral witch realm, and their rate of cultivation will definitely slow down substantially, but Lin Yuan, who is just a witch emperor, still has a vast space for improvement. And the closer to the limit, the greater Lin Yuan's advantage becomes. After finishing his conversation with Nalan, the Deputy Tower Master, Lin Yuan continued to immerse himself in refining and developing the Ancestor Witch cultivation skill. Time flew by, and 100 years passed. Chapter 726-21, A Century Passes. Subscription request, Chapter 726, Chapter 21, A Century Passes. Subscription request, Luo River Gathering Place. It was bustling with noise and excitement. Compared to over 100 years ago, the Luo River Gathering Place had prospered many times over. Lin Yuan sat in front of a tavern, devouring the beast leg meat before him. In this two-dimensional world, there was no natural force or earth energy. The only way to replenish what was spent was to eat. The changes in these 100 years are indeed significant. After eating for a while and swallowing all the meat, Lin Yuan felt quite emotional. 100 or 200 years ago, the 12 ancient countries ruled vast territories as the absolute dominions. But ever since the powerhouses from the Myriad tribes descended, the ruling status of the 12 ancient countries had been continuously shaken until 94 years ago, when a powerhouse from the Myriad tribes of the main universe breached into the capital of one of the ancient countries, managing 7 in-and-out strikes, leaving many powerhouses of the ancient country helpless. Since then, the other ancient countries had been much lower key, go to Nishnado-ko, and the powerhouses from the Myriad tribes hadn't taken any excessive actions. They merely took the national treasures of the ancient countries, such as the likes of bronze compasses and blood-red long knives. The powerhouses of Myriad tribes had no interest in ruling this two-dimensional world. Their goal was clearly to increase their strength, using various methods to enhance their power in order to reach the end when Heaven's Gate opens and return to the main universe. 123 years ago, the powerhouses from the Myriad tribes who descended to this world exceeded 100 million. But now, even though there's no exact count, the surviving powerhouses from the Myriad tribes should not exceed 1 million. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The descended powerhouses from the Myriad clans suffered immense losses in the first wave, and, faced with such circumstances, as well as the mutual killings among the powerhouses of the Myriad tribes in recent decades, had drastically reduced their real numbers. 100 years of cultivation, without attending to external matters, my strength has long since entered the Witch Ancestor level. Lin Yuan had already broken through to the Witch Ancestor 87 years ago. As for his current realm, following the explorations of the Myriad clan's powerhouses of the realms beyond the Witch Ancestor, they had divided the levels of the Witch Ancestor realm into the first realm, the second realm, and the third realm, corresponding to the early, middle, and peak periods of the Witch Ancestor. Then Lin Yuan's true realm would be the Witch Ancestor 18th realm. According to the standard of 3 realms per great realm, Lin Yuan has exceeded the Witch Ancestor realm by 5 great realms. My current strength, even if not comparable to the 4 divine kings, is not far off. Another 100 years and I could catch up, and there are almost 200 years left until Heaven's Gate opens. Lin Yuan thought to himself, theoretically, 200 years later, his strength should surpass that of the 4 divine kings by a substantial margin. However, Lin Yuan hadn't completely let down his guard. To this day, nearly 1 million powerhouses from the Myriad tribes had survived. Who knew if there were any among them who had surpassed the 4 divine kings? The 4 divine kings were only the strongest known powerhouses among the Myriad tribes. But in secret, could there be others like Lin Yuan, stealthily increasing their strength, just waiting for the final battle when Heaven's Gate opens? And besides this possibility, one must also consider the influence of rare treasures. A single offensive rare treasure could elevate a powerhouse from the Myriad tribes by several levels, like Hoju of the Prison tribe, who was not outstanding among rank 11 lives. But with a blood-red long knife, he became a supreme powerhouse second only to the 4 divine kings. Take it slow, even if I can't make it this time, there's always next time. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry. His comprehension of the Chongqing cultivation skill had extended his lifespan to a tremendous extent. If not this time, then the next. Not taking even a slight risk. 1. But, in the recent decades, there have often been events in which groups of powerhouses from Myriad tribes ally and search all around for the rare treasures scattered in various corners. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. If they encounter other powerhouses from Myriad tribes, they take the opportunity to eliminate them. The Myriad tribes was essentially in competition for a slot in Heaven's Gate 200 years later. Eliminating unrelated competitors early on was only too normal. Indeed, 10,200 years later, there would be a second opening of Heaven's Gate, but most of the powerhouses from the Myriad tribes likely wouldn't withstand the millennia. Not every powerhouse from the Myriad tribes could easily deduce a method to extend life like Lin Yuan. And even if one could last until the second opening of Heaven's Gate, would the competition cease to exist? Of course, clearing the field was only incidental. The real goal of these powerhouses was still the rare treasures. In the two-dimensional world, rare treasures that could only manifest minute powers when placed in the main universe were 12-star treasure weapons. Even for someone like the 4 divine kings, a rank 11 perfect life, touching such a level of treasure was very rare. And now, such treasures were within reach even for 6th rank and 9th rank powerhouses. How could the powerhouses from the Myriad tribes not be driven mad? And the rare treasures obtained not only served great purposes when brought back to the main universe, but also significantly boosted their capabilities within this two-dimensional world. Over the past 100 years, it was common to see a powerhouse from the Myriad tribes leveraging an offensive rare treasure, slaying dozens of peers at the same level. Even if I can't make it out in the end, as long as a fellow tribesman makes it, I can hand over all the rare treasures to be taken out by them, Lin Yuan secretly thought. This way, even if his avatar perished here and his true self suffered fundamental losses, it wouldn't be too bad, as ultimately, a 12-star level treasure weapon would be taken out. The supreme beings among his tribe would not mistreat them. Rare treasures? Lin Yuan pondered internally. For over 100 years, he had been deeply immersed in seclusion. The furthest he had been was Dongyuan City, with little progress in collecting rare treasures. The only mystical object he had on hand was still the bronze compass. I could also find time to acquire some mystical objects for protection. Lin Yuan thought to himself, even with mystical objects, the enhancement to his own strength was limited. With Lin Yuan's current strength, even those powerhouses from the Witch Ancestor 13th and 15th realm wielding mystical objects were no match for him. Xiaoyu Evolution Tower. An avatar of Lin Yuan was sitting here, perceiving the cosmic aurora not far away. More than a year ago, Lin Yuan Taiyin Primordial Spirit had rushed here, and shortly after he left an avatar behind before departing. Perceiving the cosmic aurora with an avatar was enough, as there was no danger involved. As for the Taiyin Primordial Spirit, Lin Yuan immediately had it proceed to other large alien battlefields to maintain the speed of accumulating world-breaking origin force. Your perception is extraordinary. By watching the unknown aurora, your understanding of light rules deepened. Your perception is extraordinary. By watching the unknown aurora, your understanding of causality rules deepened. Your perception is extraordinary. By watching the unknown aurora, you've comprehended and fully grasped the causality fluctuation rules. 1C, Causality Fluctuation. Rules? A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. This fusion rule encompassed the space rules, light rules, causality rules among 4 different rules, and though it wasn't strong in direct combat, it possessed unimaginably powerful supportive effects. Causality fluctuation, causality line. As long as I'm willing to pay the price and erase someone's cause, then the ensuing effects will also disappear? Lin Yuan said in awe. Does this disappearance mean complete eradication to the extent that even supreme beings can't resurrect? However, the cost is quite substantial, and it requires enough medium too. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. Everything that deals with causality rules starts with paying a price. Causal curse killing requires a price, and now the causality fluctuation line does too. With my current life level, can I erase the causality of 6th rank or lower lives? Lin Yuan pondered to himself. Continue the perception. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan continued observing that cosmic aurora in the distance. 2-dimensional world. Lin Yuan was cultivating, just at this moment. Jia Ronggu rushed over in a hurry. Master, I received a message from Shuiyu Tavern. There have been frequent traces of brutal killings inside the Shuiyu ancient country recently, Jia Ronggu quickly reported. Traces of brutal killings? A slight shift occurred in Lin Yuan's heart. If it was something that alarmed Shuiyu Tavern and was directly relayed to him through Jia Ronggu, the brutality of the situation was certainly not ordinary. Could it be those powerful beings from Myriad clans have begun to search within the Shuiyu ancient country, scouring everywhere for treasures, and incidentally killing the common Myriad clan's powerhouses hiding within, to clear the ground for the heavenly gates opening 200 years later? Lin Yuan roughly speculated, thinking of this, the true body of Lin Yuan in the main universe. Quickly connected to the virtual world, entering the shared information network world established for those who fell into the 2-dimensional world of human civilization evolution. He began searching for information. This shared information network world provided timely intelligence about many affairs in the 2-dimensional world, and was also a major source of information for human civilization evolvers. Not long after, Lin Yuan found some relevant information. 6 months ago, in the 2-dimensional world, led by Tuoba Ancient God, a group of special beings began to collaborate and enter the territory of Shuiyu Ancient Country, searching everywhere for treasures. The human civilization evolver who posted this information also specifically warned that Tuoba Ancient God was very powerful, and the special beings cooperating with him were all at least from the Witch Ancestor's 10th realm. If any human evolvers were hiding inside Shuiyu Ancient Country, they must escape early. Otherwise, once discovered by Tuoba Ancient God and his group of special beings, it would be too late to escape. So far, Tuoba Ancient God and other special beings have allied with the Star Alliance and won't stop because of human civilization's deterrence. Tuoba Ancient God? Lin Yuan continued to look for the latest information about this ancient god. Tuoba Ancient God, who was ranked 12th among the powerhouses of Myriad tribes 100 years ago, even if his ranking has slightly fallen, still maintained a position within the top 20. His true realm is approximately in the Witch Ancestor 12th realm. It's worth mentioning that Tuoba Ancient God possesses a defensive treasure, which is also his greatest confidence booster. Defensive treasure? Lin Yuan was somewhat intrigued, not to mention bringing this defensive treasure back to the main universe, where it would be a defensive 12-star rare weapon. Just in this two-dimensional world alone, a defensive treasure could significantly enhance Lin Yuan's survivability, greatly increasing his margin for error. Tuoba Ancient God, an excellent opportunity to settle new and old scores together. Lin Yuan stood up and vanished from the spot. Chapter 727, 22 Crushing Tier 11, please subscribe. Chapter 727, Chapter 22 Crushing Tier 11, please subscribe. The master has left? Jia Rongu looked up and discovered that the figure sitting in meditation not far away had disappeared. It seems that the master doesn't care much about this matter, Jia Rongu thought to himself, while simultaneously a hint of concern arose in his heart. Zhueyu Tavern had passed on the information as soon as possible to him, which surely meant they had sensed something different. But Lin Yuan didn't even ask several detailed questions about it, which, in Jia Rongu's view, was perhaps a bit too complacent. Jia Rongu had no idea that Lin Yuan had already thoroughly understood the whole story through the information-sharing channels established by the external human civilization. He even knew who was behind it all. In the northwestern region of Zhueyu Ancient Country, it was a wasteland as far as the eye could see, filled with desolate gobi everywhere. On a sand dune, Lin Yuan stood quietly, his gaze fixed on a certain spot 100 miles away. Go to naishiag.co. Compared to the native witch ancestors, the powerhouses from the Myriad tribes not only possessed even more formidable combat power and near-perfect application of power, but they also had one more advantage. That was perception. When the Myriad tribes' powerhouses fell into the two-dimensional world, although all means were suppressed and they had to start over according to the rules of the two-dimensional world, the spirit will power originating from their true body still brought with it powerful perception. When Lin Yuan was at the peak of the Witch Emperor, he accepted the bounty of the Yun Mountain 18 Thieves, and with his perception, it only took him less than half a day in a vast primitive forest to lock on to the location of the Yun Mountain 18 Thieves. For the native powerhouses, this was something inconceivable. Even the formidable witch ancestor would find it difficult to locate the Yun Mountain 18 Thieves in such a short time. Of course, the perception of the Myriad tribes' powerhouses depended on the strength they possessed in that world. Now, as a witch ancestor of the 18th realm, Lin Yuan's perception enveloped everything within 100 miles. At the edge of the 100 miles, Lin Yuan detected several massive auras lurking, at least all existing in the witch ancestor's 10th realm, a domain that native powerhouses could never reach in their entire lives. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, a total of 6. According to the intelligence, the Tuoba Ancient God formed a group with 5 Tier 11 special lives to hunt and search for rare items, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Naturally, he had collected all the information about the Tuoba Ancient God and his group before making a move. In this small group, Tuoba Ancient God and another special life named Pei Shen were the strongest. They were probably at the level of the 12th realm of the Witch Ancestor, while the other 4 were between the 10th and 11th realm of the Witch Ancestor. And Tuoba Ancient God possessed a defensive rare item, while that Pei Shen had an offensive rare item. The latter was a pitch-black iron rod which, in terms of pure killing power, was not as strong as the blood-colored long knife of the Hozhu from the prison tribe, but it was still considerable. Just to be safe, let's take a look first. A thought crossed Lin Yuan's mind, and he produced a bronze compass, although from the intelligence, the group led by Tuoba Ancient God would not be a match for him. What can a witch ancestor of the 12th realm do against a witch ancestor of the 18th realm? Even with rare items, that too depends on the strength of the user. But Lin Yuan still decided to use the bronze compass to play it safe. It's always right to be cautious in everything. The use of the bronze compass was to premonition the danger that was about to come and to point out a path of survival for the user. This ability, which appeared to be passive, had been discovered by Lin Yuan after research to also have a proactive effect. For instance, at this moment, Lin Yuan was using the bronze compass. As long as the results showed that all was safe, it meant that the group led by Tuoba Ancient God wouldn't pose any threat to him. The copper needle suspended in the center of the compass quickly came to a stop. At the same time, a piece of information surged into Lin Yuan's mind. No danger has been detected at present. After glancing at the copper needle, Lin Yuan put away the compass. In a devastated gobi, 6 figures were either standing or sitting, their postures casual. As Tier 11 special lives, they were powerful ancient gods from the deep cosmic starry skies. Even after falling into this two-dimensional world and lying dormant for the first few years, they quickly rose to prominence. At the beginning of their descent, those 9th and 10th rank powerhouses from the Myriad tribes might have had a chance to encircle and kill an 11th rank powerhouse with sheer numbers. But now, after more than 100 years of adaptation, the 11th rank powerhouses had long since created a massive gap between themselves and the 9th and 10th rank powerhouses from the Myriad tribes. Over 100 years, those 9th and 10th rank powerhouses might just be entering the Witch Ancestor realm, but the 11th rank had at least cultivated to the 7th or 8th realm of Witch Ancestor. In this search of Zhueyu Ancient Country, for over half a year, we have eliminated more than a dozen powerhouses from the Myriad tribes, and have also obtained a rare item. One of the special lives spoke, the tone quite pleased. In the main universe, the value of a rare item could provoke a supreme being to act, like the cosmic aurora, for instance. But in this two-dimensional world, they, as Tier 11 lives, also had the chance to acquire it. It's just that we don't know what use this rare item has. Pei Shen, holding the pitch-black iron rod, shook his head slightly. That Ice Clan life would rather blow itself up than honestly disclose it. The Ice Clan is a powerful clan belonging to the Peak Clans and the U Clan Grand Alliance, and that Ice Clan life only had 10th rank strength in the outside world. But his luck was extremely good, having fortuitously obtained a rare item. Originally, this Ice Clan life intended to hide in Shuiyu Ancient Country and slowly study the capabilities of the rare item. However, he hadn't expected to be discovered by the group of special lives led by Tuoba Ancient God, and upon being killed, it was revealed that he carried a rare item, with the power of Tuoba Ancient God, a witch ancestor of the 12th realm. His perception covered a range of 50 miles. The Ice Clan life only realized that he had been targeted when Tuoba Ancient God approached within 10 miles range. Chapter 728-22, Crushing Tier 11, Seeking Subscriptions. 2 Chapter 728, Chapter 22, Crushing Tier 11, Seeking Subscriptions. 2. But by then, it was already too late. Until the very end, the life from the Ice Clan had never bowed their head. This being from the Ice Clan understood that the only hope for escaping from this two-dimensional world lay in the exotic treasure they held in their hand. Now that the Tuoba Ancient God had taken the treasure, even if they promised to spare their life, there was no way they could leave successfully. Rather than that, it was better to detonate themselves and leave the stage. These weaklings boast about their good luck and chance discovery of exotic treasures. Little do they know that these exotic treasures can only exhibit their true power in our hands. The Tuoba Ancient God spoke, his gaze frosty. In the coming time, let us comb through the Shuiyu Ancient Country thoroughly. If we can obtain any additional exotic treasures, you will also have a share. Good. The other unique beings exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Exotic treasures are naturally reclusive. Even if they are within their perception range, they could not be detected. So, directly searching for exotic treasures is very difficult because you fundamentally don't know what they look like. Go to ninai.co. But for over 100 years, as information about the exotic treasures spread among the Myriad Tribes' powerhouses, many of them searched for these treasures. The Myriad Tribes' powerhouses spread throughout the two-dimensional world. Widely searching for exotic treasures was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but searching for Myriad Tribes' powerhouses was not. Most powerhouses couldn't catch the eye of Tuoba Ancient God and other special beings, but it must be admitted that even the weakest from the main universe possessed good insight. If they were lucky, even a Tier 8 life has the hope of obtaining an exotic treasure. This was also why the Tuoba Ancient God and other special beings hunted the Myriad Tribes' powerhouses, first, to clear the field, and second, for the exotic treasures. As to whether they would encounter an iron wall by meeting stronger Myriad Tribes' powerhouses than themselves, the probability was very, very small. With the Tuoba Ancient God and other special beings joining forces, the only Myriad Tribes' powerhouses that could threaten them were the top 9 ranks among them. But these 9 strong beings were heavily watched by many other Myriad Tribes' powerhouses. They only needed to avoid those few areas, and they could be described as completely safe. Calculating the time, in at most 2 years, we would have searched through most of the Shuiyu Ancient Country. Pei Shen, who was carrying a pitch-black iron staff, was about to continue speaking when, suddenly, his complexion slightly changed. He abruptly looked in one direction. 10 miles away, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The owner of this aura seemed to rip through the air, approaching at nearly 10 times the speed of sound, causing a rolling, thunderous boom in its wake. Did a powerhouse discover us prematurely? Pei Shen's expression turned solemn as the owner of the aura headed straight for their location, the only possibility being that they knew of their presence here. Discovering them beforehand meant that the opponent's perceptual range was broader than theirs. The perceptual range generally correlates with one's strength and realm. Of course, Pei Shen wasn't worried. They were 6 in total, and both he and Tuoba possessed exotic treasures. Even if they really encountered Myriad Tribes' powerhouses stronger than them, as long as it wasn't at the level of the top 9 powerhouses, they feared nothing. The distance of 10 miles was very short, especially at nearly 10 times the speed of sound. In just the span of a breath, that figure had already arrived in front of Tuoba Ancient God and the group. Tuoba Ancient God and the other 5 special beings did not scatter to escape. Doing so would have given this Myriad Tribes powerhouse the chance to defeat them one by one. Lin Yuan stopped, looking warily at the 6 special beings scrutinizing him. When the Myriad Tribes' powerhouses fell into the two-dimensional world, not only were all their powers downgraded, but even their body shapes and sizes conformed to the appearance of mainstream humans in this world. Boom. Lin Yuan didn't waste words. He directly made a move, sweeping down with a palm strike. The air suddenly became viscous. Lin Yuan did not attack the strongest, Tuoba Ancient God and Pei Shen, but aimed at the other 4 slightly weaker special beings instead. It wasn't that he feared Tuoba Ancient God and Pei Shen, rather, he planned to leave all 6 behind. First to take out the weaker ones, preventing them from scattering and escaping later. Not good. The 4 special beings only felt their scalps tingle. Under Lin Yuan's palm strike, although no extraordinary phenomena appeared and no cosmic rules were manipulated, in their eyes, it was as if the heavens were falling. Although these 4 special beings were of the 10th realm and the 11th realm, being tier 11 lifeforms in the outside world, they still had the most basic awareness. The moment Lin Yuan attacked them, they realized that facing him head-on meant certain death. Retreat. The 4 special beings hesitated not a moment and scattered in all directions, but Lin Yuan's palm strike was far faster than their retreat. Shra. The special being on the far left was directly hit by the palm. Bang! This special being felt as if all his internal organs had been shattered. His body, refined over 100 years or more under that palm strike, was as fragile as thin paper, easily torn apart. Lin Yuan's palm strike penetrated one special being and did not stop, continuing at undiminished speed toward the second and third special beings. Take action. Pei Shen next to him decisively rushed out, wielding the pitch-black iron staff, aiming it at Lin Yuan. The pitch-black iron staff faintly radiated black light. In this two-dimensional world, only these inherently 12-star strange treasures weapons could somewhat break free from the world's oppressive downgrading. Boom. The next moment, the iron staff vibrated continuously, nearly flying out of Pei Shen's grasp. You? Pei Shen looked at Lin Yuan in shock. Under his full-force strike, Lin Yuan had not even stepped back, only slightly hindered in his assault. Chapter 729-22, Crushing Tier 11, Seeking Subscriptions. 3. Chapter 729, Chapter 22, Crushing Tier 11, Seeking Subscriptions. 3. But he himself had only sustained minor injuries, and he almost lost control of the iron rod's strange artifacts in his hand. So be it. First, I'll kill you. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted towards Pei Shen, and his figure silently disappeared. Not good. Pei Shen's heart raced, and before he could react, a figure materialized beside him. Die. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and reached out to grab Pei Shen. Get away. Pei Shen, in a mix of shock and anger, swung his pitch-black iron rod, desperately resisting. Clang. 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 Lin Yuan forcefully grabbed the iron rod glowing with pitch-black light. It abruptly stopped, then with a gentle tap, the iron rod smashed into Pei Shen's chest. Go to Maish.co. No. Pei Shen's eyes bulged, understanding the might of the pitch-black iron rod all too well. But in the next moment, the rod smashed into his chest. In a daze, Pei Shen felt his heart rupture and many other internal organs turn to dust, and even his consciousness quickly began to slip away. In the main world, Pei Shen was a powerful ancient god of 11th rank 5th tier, and even with his physical body shattered, he could easily recover. But in the two-dimensional world where everything was ordinary, his injuries such as organ dust were fatal, let alone a ruptured heart. He wouldn't survive long. The only reason he was not yet dead was because of the strong support of his spirit will. I possess an attacking strange artifact, Pei Shen could not comprehend. The attack of the strange artifact was unparalleled, yet each strike with the pitch-black iron rod was effortlessly blocked by Lin Yuan. What kind of monster was this powerhouse of the Myriad tribe's powerhouses? Pei Shen could not continue his thoughts as the brilliance in his eyes quickly faded, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Strange artifacts are not invincible. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, casually stowing away the pitch-black iron rod. 100 years ago, strange artifacts were decisive for the powerhouses of the Myriad tribes. At that time, Hu Zhu, who was ranked second among the 9 powerhouses, relied on a blood-colored long knife artifact. But 100 years later, while Hu Zhu still ranked among the 9 powerhouses, he had fallen to 9th place. The stronger the strength, the higher the tier, the weaker the effect of the strange artifacts becomes. Of course, in a battle of the same tier, the one with a strange artifact would definitely have a greater advantage. You? Not far away, Tuoba Ancient God couldn't help but take a few steps back, looking at Lin Yuan with some trepidation. Pei Shen's strength was not inferior to his, and with the pitch-black iron rod, his combat ability was downright terrifying. But in the hands of Lin Yuan, he couldn't even last 2 breaths. This scene made the originally planning to rescue Tuoba Ancient God tremble inside. He hadn't even made his move, and Pei Shen was already dead? Run. Tuoba Ancient God did not hesitate to turn around and run. The remaining 3 special beings also reacted, but they were quickly killed by Lin Yuan with a slap. You can't escape, Lin Yuan said as he chased after Tuoba Ancient God. In terms of sensory coverage, he was twice as large as Tuoba Ancient God, and in terms of full burst speed, he far exceeded Tuoba Ancient God. Soon, Lin Yuan approached Tuoba Ancient God from behind and slapped him directly. This slap, if placed on Pei Shen earlier, would have left him either dead or incapacitated. But it landed on Tuoba Ancient God's back, causing the latter's figure to tremble, and then, using the force of the slap, he escaped even faster into the distance. That defensive artifact? Lin Yuan was not surprised, having first dealt with those 4 special beings and Pei Shen. Putting Tuoba Ancient God last was because of the defensive artifact that Tuoba Ancient God possessed. Tuoba Ancient God, with his defensive artifact, was definitely the hardest to kill out of the 6 special beings. My lord, there is no deep hatred between us. As long as you let me go, I am willing to pay any price. Tuoba Ancient God pleaded while continuing his frantic flight. The any price here referred to what the true body of Tuoba Ancient God in the main universe was willing to pay. Any price? Lin Yuan was unmoved. Could any price be comparable to the defensive artifact on Tuoba Ancient God? Once this defensive artifact returned to the main universe, even supreme beings would envy it. If your honor is not satisfied, the terms are negotiable, Tuoba Ancient God said, anxiety filling his heart. In his eyes, Lin Yuan, bursting forth with such strength, was definitely a powerhouse on the level of Mother of the Tree Realms or the 4 divine kings in the cosmic starry skies. Tuoba Ancient God frantically fled, occasionally taking a hit from Lin Yuan, flying away like a rubber ball. The chase between the two quickly drew the attention of other powerhouses from Myriad clans, as Tuoba Ancient God and the other special beings searched the Shuiyu ancient country. Powerhouses from Myriad clans within the ancient country, having received the news, naturally steered clear well in advance, but the commotion from the chase was too great. The aura, far surpassing that of which ancestor, rippled out in all directions. Moreover, with the death of the 4 special beings and Pei Shen, when their true bodies in the main universe went public with this incident, it sparked extensive discussions among many powerhouses of the Myriad clans. Tuoba Ancient God, that's an 11th rank 5th tier special being. Pei Shen is also of the same level, and the two together, along with 4 other 11th rank beings, were chased by an unseen powerhouse from Myriad clans. Not chased, out of the 6 special beings, Pei Shen and the other 4 are already dead. Only Tuoba Ancient God remains. Right, Tuoba Ancient God's survival till now is probably due to that defensive artifact. Otherwise, he would have probably died just like Pei Shen at the hands of that mysterious powerhouse. Many powerhouses of Myriad clans exchanged words and couldn't help feeling schadenfreude. The vast majority of powerhouses from Myriad clans were 8th, 9th, or 10th rank, and they were extremely afraid of being hunted by special beings like Tuoba Ancient God. But now, Tuoba Ancient God and his peers were being overwhelmingly chased by that mysterious powerhouse from Myriad clans. These slightly weaker powerhouses from Myriad clans felt a sense of relief. Chapter 730-23, This is just the beginning, please subscribe. Chapter 730, Chapter 23, This is just the beginning, please subscribe. Boom, boom, boom. Tuoba Ancient God frantically fled, constantly under attack by Lin Yuan along the way. Even with a defensive artifact protecting him, it was somewhat hard to bear. Lin Yuan's each hit, though blocked by the defensive artifact by 99%, still had a slight impact force infiltrating. Here, slight refers to what would be a full force hit from Lin Yuan. For Tuoba Ancient God, that slight impact still caused his internal organs to churn. Accumulating hit after hit, Tuoba Ancient God was actually dragged to the verge of severe injury. This monster, who in the cosmic starry skies is an 11th rank perfect life, Tuoba Ancient God felt extremely aggrieved. Facing Lin Yuan, he had no ability to resist. If not for depending on the defensive artifact, he would have already collapsed. Being able to possess such strength in this two-dimensional world in just 100+ years, to Tuoba Ancient God, only those legendary beings at the extreme limit of level 11 perfection seemed possible. But Tuoba Ancient God was puzzled. He had lived through long ages, born since the beginning of the cosmos, and he was somewhat aware of any considerably strong 11th rank life within the universe. Go to Mayan.co. Just Lin Yuan? Tuoba Ancient God was merely puzzled since the powerhouses of the Myriad clans in the two-dimensional world, unless they spoke up themselves, were hard for outsiders to recognize. The top-ranked 4 divine kings were easily identified due to their extremely distinctive features and terrifying strength. As for other powerhouses, they came from various major peak clans and had interactions among themselves, which made it difficult to hide. Indeed, there were Myriad clans powerhouses who truly secluded themselves away from worldly affairs, but it was rare for someone like Lin Yuan to cultivate to such strength without ever showing themselves. Behind Tuoba Ancient God, Lin Yuan was in close pursuit. If it weren't for this two-dimensional world, how much time would I need to grow to my current state to the extent of chasing down Tuoba Ancient God? Lin Yuan felt slightly sentimental. In the two-dimensional world, even an 11th rank peak life was forcibly brought down in starting point. This allowed Lin Yuan, with just over 100 years, to surpass Tuoba Ancient God, a special life at the 11th rank 5th tier. You should know, every life that could step into Tier 11 was an extraordinary genius, far beyond the strong ones Lin Yuan had previously encountered in other dimensional worlds. It's time to end this. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly. The pursuit along the way, every hit Lin Yuan landed on Tuoba Ancient God was slowly accumulating, with the residual force all hiding deep within Tuoba Ancient God's body. Directly through the defensive artifact to attack Tuoba Ancient God, although it could exhaust the opponent to death, it would inevitably take a lot of time, but bursting from inside was much faster. Since the first hit landed on that defensive artifact, Lin Yuan had been preparing for this moment. Break. Lin Yuan struck again, his blood boiling, like a heaven-reversing seal pressing down on Tuoba Ancient God. Again? Tuoba Ancient God's heart trembled. The residual waves from the attacks along the way that had penetrated the defensive artifact had already severely injured him, and now facing Lin Yuan's attack, he actually felt an instinctual fear. But to completely kill me will not be easy. Tuoba Ancient God steadied himself. He was only severely injured now, still a distance from death, and according to the current path, if he could endure for another 2 days, he would be able to reach a base of the Star Alliance. By then, with the support of the Star Alliance powerhouses, he would certainly be much more relaxed. However, boom. This strike landed on Tuoba Ancient God, hitting that defensive artifact. The next moment, Tuoba Ancient God's expression drastically changed. The strike Lin Yuan made was almost the same as the previous attacks. But with this strike as the catalyst, the residual forces hidden within his body all began to erupt. In an instant, Tuoba Ancient God felt like his body was enduring a catastrophic flood. It's over. Despair filled Tuoba Ancient God's heart. Following that, as the bursts of residual forces gathered within his body, his flesh suddenly exploded and blood spattered. Whoosh! Lin Yuan stopped, reaching out with his right hand. A seemingly ordinary inner armor appeared in his hand. Is this the defensive artifact? Lin Yuan's eyes slightly heated up, with a powerhouse like Pei Shen at the same level as Tuoba Ancient God, lasting only a few breaths in Lin Yuan's hands, even while holding an offensive artifact. But Tuoba Ancient God, he had resisted under Lin Yuan's pursuit for half a day. What was the reason? Naturally, it was this defensive artifact. Unlike offensive artifacts, defensive artifacts are far more valuable. This was particularly true in the two-dimensional world. Pei Shen, with an offensive artifact, had killing power that was shocking, but if it didn't hit, it was all in vain. But a defensive artifact? He was almost destined to block most of Lin Yuan's attacks. Lin Yuan stowed away the inner armor, his expression suddenly shifting. In the exploded flesh of Tuoba Ancient God, under the tens of thousands of residual impacts from Lin Yuan, almost all items turned into dust, except for the inner armor, and a silver-white mirror. Is this mirror also an artifact? Lin Yuan picked up the mirror. To discern whether an item was an artifact, there was a very simple method. That was to attack. In this two-dimensional world, very few things could withstand a full-powered hit from one of the Myriad tribe's powerhouses, an artifact being one of them. Thinking this, Lin Yuan squeezed hard with his right hand. The silver mirror remained unscathed. It is an artifact. Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart and likewise stored the silver mirror away. It's time to leave. Lin Yuan glanced around. Having chased the Tuoba Ancient God for half the day, he noticed other Myriad tribes' powerhouses were cautiously spying from hundreds of miles away. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure disappeared from the spot. Main universe, deep within the cosmic starry skies, inside a secret realm. The Tuoba Ancient God's face paled. His originally near-perfect aura suddenly plummeted. With the avatar in the two-dimensional world falling, the Tuoba Ancient God's true self was affected, suffering a permanent loss of that avatar's spirit will. Why is my luck so bad? Tuoba Ancient God fumed internally. They were a group of 6 special beings, who together, apart from the 9 most powerful warriors of the Myriad tribes, could nearly sweep through the two-dimensional world. And out of the whole two-dimensional world, how many were at the level of the 9 most powerful warriors of the Myriad tribes? Yet, why did he have to encounter one? My defensive artifact, Tuoba Ancient God's heart, was bleeding. In his original plan, even if his avatar could not leave the two-dimensional world, he had hoped to entrust a departing powerhouse to take the defensive artifact out. Although it would definitely cost him greatly, even if Tuoba Ancient God only obtained 1% of the artifact's value, it would still be greatly beneficial to him. At least, the loss of spirit will caused by the fall of his avatar would be partially compensated. But now, the avatar had fallen, and the defensive artifact was gone too. Tuoba Ancient God might as well have fetched water with a bamboo basket, all in vain. However, from beginning to end, Tuoba Ancient God never considered retaliating against the Myriad tribe's powerhouse who had killed him. What a joke. Retaliate? In the two-dimensional world, without relying on artifacts, that mysterious Myriad tribe's powerhouse could easily slaughter him. Tuoba Ancient God instinctively believed that in the cosmic starry skies, that mysterious Myriad tribe's powerhouse's true self was certainly a formidable 11th rank perfect strong one. To seek revenge against such a powerful being was hopeless unless Tuoba Ancient God himself reached the ultimate realm. Meanwhile, as time passed, the battles fought by Lin Yuan, who had slain those 4 special beings as well as Pei Shen, Tuoba Ancient God, and others, were being gradually circulated among the Myriad tribe's powerhouses through recreated memory battle recordings. Over a serene lake. A 4-armed man sat on the surface of the lake. 4 divine kings. A few figures stood respectfully on the nearby shore. Facing the 4 divine kings, the despair of the 11th rank life, whether inside or outside the two-dimensional world, was profound. The 4 divine kings were too strong. 100 years ago, the Tianyu clan had concentrated all of its strong ones who had fallen into the two-dimensional world, trying to eliminate the four divine kings ahead of time, but they failed. Not just failed, the entire Tianyu clan was almost destroyed, causing the strong ones of the Tianyu clan in this two-dimensional world to never recover. A Peak clan had prematurely lost its right to leave through the Heavenly Gate after 200 or 300 years. That mysterious strong one who killed Tuoba Ancient God and Pei Shen among other special beings, these special beings had already allied with our Star Alliance. A tall man on the shore cautiously spoke. What? You want me to fight that mysterious strong one? The four divine kings opened their eyes, their tone icy. Let's forget about this matter. The four divine kings glanced at the few figures on the shore. I have seen that mysterious strong one's battle recording. His strength is not much weaker than mine. Now that he has gained the defensive and offensive artifacts, even if I put forth all my effort, I might not be able to kill him. The four divine kings paused for a moment and then continued. There are 200 years left until the heavenly gate opens. For these 200 years, I need to seize all the time to practice and break through. As for everything else, do not disturb me. Yes, the figures on the shore were startled. Even the four divine kings were not confident in killing that mysterious strong one. Also, if you encounter that mysterious strong one, remember to keep your distance, the four divine kings warned, then closed their eyes again. Inside a volcano, next to boiling lava, a thin old man sat. Wonder which old friend this strong one might be, the thin old man mused after watching Lin Yuan's battle video, his face showing contemplation. Combat in the two-dimensional world was completely different from the main universe, so identifying the real identity of a strong one based on their battle style was challenging. But the strength Lin Yuan displayed obviously gained the thin old man's approval, determining that Lin Yuan was a legendary 11th rank perfect being akin to himself. Well then, it's been a long time and I might as well go out and show myself, maybe collect a few artifacts for fun? With his mind made up, the thin old man stood up and left the volcano, deep underground. After Lin Yuan killed Tuoba Ancient God and the group of special beings, he didn't immediately return to the Luochuan gathering area. Instead, he hid in this place, starting to take stock of his gains. This mirror? Lin Yuan flipped his right hand, and the silver mirror appeared. The mirror was wholly silver, with a faint mysterious aura flowing throughout. This? Lin Yuan closely observed it, his expression subtly changing. Chapter 731, 24 New Rankings, please subscribe. Chapter 731, Chapter 24. New Rankings, please subscribe. The silver mirror appeared quite ordinary, imprisoned within the two-dimensional world, where even weapons that were 12-star strange treasures were subject to suppression. They could only display an insignificant trace of spirituality. Lin Yuan's bronze compass was like this. The protective inner armor of Tuoba Ancient God was the same, and Pei Shen's pitch-black iron staff was no exception. Yet this silver mirror, after careful consideration, Lin Yuan discovered the vast spatial fluctuations it contained internally. Space? Lin Yuan's expression became grave. The ability to contain such a degree of spatial fluctuations within this two-dimensional world. What would happen if it were in the main universe? This mirror is extraordinary, Lin Yuan thought to himself. But what is the use of this mirror? Lin Yuan had tried various methods for a good part of the day, blood among others, but still hadn't discovered anything. Tuoba Ancient God probably only got this mirror not long before. Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. He had pursued Tuoba Ancient God for so long, and the latter had desperately fled, never utilizing the mirror throughout. Go to tash.co. From this, one could infer that Tuoba Ancient God didn't know the capabilities of the mirror. Otherwise, in a life-or-death situation, any means would be used if it could save one's life. Take it slow, even if I can't figure it out here. Once I take it out, I'll eventually understand. The powers of the silver mirror were restrained within the two-dimensional world, and its many marvels could not be revealed. As long as Lin Yuan could take it out, all problems would naturally be solved. Even if Lin Yuan couldn't understand it, he could consult with the spirit of the Xuanhuang secret realm, as well as the stone statue Shenji in the Demon Jade space. With this thought, Lin Yuan solemnly stored away the silver mirror and then took out the inner armor of Tuoba Ancient God. This inner armor was extremely lightweight. When Lin Yuan wore it, he faintly felt his limbs and torso protected by a certain power. Any attack that bombarded Lin Yuan's body would be blocked by the inner armor itself, and even the residual force that infiltrated was dispersed and diluted. No wonder Tuoba Ancient God was so difficult to kill. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Wearing this inner armor virtually bolstered his defensive capability to its maximum. If I were to take this inner armor out into the outside world, I wonder what kind of might it would possess. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with vigor. Among all types of weapons and equipment, defensive gear is much more valuable than offensive gear. After all, survival is always the top priority no matter the circumstance. The only drawback is that the head is not within the protected range. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The coverage of the inner armor only extended to the limbs and torso, but the head? Unless matched with the corresponding helmet, it might as well be exposed. And in this two-dimensional world, There was no such thing as regenerating from a beheading. Once the head was exploded, even the strong perished. Of course, the head, being a vital point, is something that every powerhouse amongst the myriad tribes would surely guard well. Tuoba Ancient God had protected his head thoroughly when fleeing from Lin Yuan's pursuit. Moreover, while the head is indeed a critical point, the skull is also the hardest bone in the body. The myriad tribes' powerhouses pay extra attention to the tempering of their bones during body refinement. To directly shatter the skull of the head, at least someone of the same level would find it very difficult to accomplish. Penetrative power is unavoidable though, Lin Yuan thought to himself. When he killed Tuoba Ancient God, it was by relying on blows that penetrated into the body, before finally erupting. This silver mirror could act as a heart protection mirror. Lin Yuan took out the mirror and placed it against his chest. Although he hadn't figured out the use of the silver mirror, the mirror itself was incredibly hard and impossible to destroy, a commonality shared by all rare treasures in this two-dimensional world. With the silver mirror as a secondary defense, at least Lin Yuan's cardiac protection was significantly stronger than other areas. With the results of Lin Yuan's cultivation of the evergreen technique, as long as it wasn't the heart, head, or other fatal organs, even if other organs were damaged, they would be able to recover. Iron Staff. After equipping the inner armor and the heart protection mirror, Lin Yuan turned his attention to the pitch-black iron staff. The pitch-black iron staff boasted a simple ability, strength. The same blow, once amplified by the pitch-black iron staff, would see its might skyrocket 2 to 3 times. One might not think much of this amplification, but this was the two-dimensional world, where enhancing one's strength was incredibly arduous. An amplification of 2 to 3 times was enough to elevate a powerhouse amongst the myriad tribes' several levels. It's just too big, too conspicuous, Lin Yuan remarked as he caressed the pitch-black iron staff. Compared to the compactness of the inner armor and the silver mirror, the pitch-black iron staff couldn't stay hidden. Its nearly 2-meter length was exceedingly conspicuous wherever it was placed. This was also due to the inability of any of the exotic treasures within this two-dimensional world to be refined. Otherwise, given the properties of exotic treasures, variable size at will would be the most basic capability. Its size doesn't really matter, Lin Yuan thought after consideration. After all, the staff offered the most direct enhancement to his strength. What about the inner armor? Unless faced with an absolute crisis, Lin Yuan didn't think he would need to use it. The inner armor was meant to boost Lin Yuan's survivability, but in this world, there were very, very few who could force Lin Yuan to retreat for the sake of his life. Furthermore, as time passed, Lin Yuan's rate of increasing strength grew ever faster, and such powerful adversaries would quickly diminish. This move has been quite profitable, Lin Yuan concluded as he summarized the gains of this endeavor. First and foremost was avenging a grudge, causing Tuoba Ancient God to lose a part of his spirit will. Tuoba Ancient God was already an 11th rank 5th tier special being, with a minuscule chance of forcibly breaking through to the ultimate level. Now, with a portion of his spirit will gone, one could say that, barring any surprises, Tuoba Ancient God had completely cut off any opportunity to reach ultimate. Chapter 732, 24 new rankings, please subscribe. To Chapter 732, Chapter 24, new rankings, please subscribe. 2. It wasn't that he couldn't push forward, but that pushing forward equated to death, leaving almost no hope of reaching the ultimate level. This act of severing Tuoba Ancient God's future path was Lin Yuan's way of settling the score from being wronged before. Feng Qing, his good friend, also virtually died at the hands of Tuoba Ancient God. Even though revived by a supreme being, the animosity was established. If Lin Yuan had the capability, naturally, he wouldn't let the other party off. Next were the 3 strange items acquired, which enhanced Lin Yuan's strength in all aspects. Defense, attack, coupled with the premonitions from the bronze compass, almost made Lin Yuan a hexagon warrior with no weaknesses. If he could develop the capabilities of the silver mirror, employing spatial strategies, then Lin Yuan could completely traverse this two-dimensional world with ease. And the gains here were not limited to the two-dimensional world. As long as Lin Yuan could successfully return to the main universe, the gains would increase countless times over. The 3 items were equivalent to 3 12-star strange treasuries weapons. Just thinking about it exhilarated Lin Yuan. Continue training. I can feel that the Witch Ancestor 19th Realm is close, Lin Yuan thought to himself. He had been in the Witch Ancestor 18th Realm for a while now and had a lot of premonitions about the 19th Realm. Go to yagn.co, Virtual World. Nolan, the Deputy Tower Master, promptly contacted Lin Yuan to inform him of major events occurring in the two-dimensional world. This was also per Lin Yuan's request. Having hidden for a long time in the gathering places of Luochuan, distant from the core circles of the two-dimensional world, he didn't know much about many intelligence messages. That was why he requested this of Deputy Tower Master Nolan. Although Lin Yuan was confident that with his Against Heaven's understanding, he could surpass those Tier 11 perfection legendary beings, he wasn't so arrogant as to disregard everything entirely. Major events, major events. Deputy Tower Master Nalan's expression was grave. As soon as he saw Lin Yuan, he quickly started. Shuiyu ancient country has given birth to a mysterious, strong being who is not weaker than the 9 major powerhouses. Shuiyu ancient country wasn't very noticeable among the 12 ancient countries, although it also had many myriad tribes powerhouses dispersed throughout. It never produced any particularly impressive strong beings. That was why Tuoba ancient god and other special beings set their sights on Shuiyu ancient country. A soft persimmon needs to be pinched, and in the 12 ancient countries, Shuiyu ancient country undoubtedly belonged to the category of soft persimmons. Little did they expect that this time, Tuoba ancient god and other special beings would suffer a major setback. That mysterious strong being from Shuiyu ancient country is too terrifying, Deputy Tower Master Nalan said in awe. Bare-handed, he killed both Tuoba ancient god and Pei Shen, both of whom were strong beings wielding strange artifacts. Deputy Tower Master Nalan spoke with considerable surprise. Being at tier 11 himself, he had a significant gap compared to Tuoba ancient god and Pei Shen. If he encountered them in the two-dimensional world, it was uncertain whether he could even escape. Lin Yuan listened quietly on the side. He was the mysterious strong being mentioned by Deputy Tower Master Nalan, but he did not plan to publicly reveal this yet. There was no benefit in doing so. It would only attract countless attention. Besides, many of the strong beings that fell into the two-dimensional world are still hidden, practicing in the dark. The 4 divine kings and the other 9 major powerhouses are just a part of them, Deputy Tower Master Nalan said with emotion, having witnessed the 4 divine kings and other major powerhouses over the past 100 years and the recent battle from Shuiyu ancient country. Deputy Tower Master Nalan had almost given up the idea of his avatar leaving the two-dimensional world. What a joke. To leave the two-dimensional world, he would have to compete with the 4 divine kings and that mysterious strong being from Shuiyu ancient country. But what could he, Nalan, the Deputy Tower Master, use to compete with those monsters? Indeed, there are many strong beings hidden in the shadows. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Many of the strong beings that had fallen into the two-dimensional world shared his thoughts. These strong beings refrained from doing anything during the early stages, only making a move after the gates to heaven opened. However, even if some strong beings are hiding, the presence of the 4 divine kings, mysterious strong beings, and others definitely constitute the strongest circle inside the two-dimensional world, Deputy Tower Master Nalan said. Revealing one's identity early on wasn't necessarily weaker than those who hid their identities, it was just a difference in approach. Where does that mysterious strong being currently rank among the openly powerful in the two-dimensional world? Lin Yuan suddenly became curious, wanting to know his own strength positioning. I knew you would ask this, Deputy Tower Master Nalan said with a smile on his face. He wasn't puzzled by the question Lin Yuan posed. In fact, most of the strong beings from the Myriad clans in the two-dimensional world were curious about that mysterious strong being from Shuiyu ancient country. Who wouldn't be curious about a being who remained unnoticed before striking and then overwhelmed everything with his power? According to the latest rankings of the strong, this mysterious being is currently ranked 6th, Deputy Tower Master Nalan said as a holographic screen appeared before him, which he then pushed towards Lin Yuan. 6th? Lin Yuan looked down. Yes, Deputy Tower Master Nalan nodded. Actually, I think this mysterious being could rank even higher because he has made so few moves. And having never clashed with other major power-level beings, just overpowering Tuoba Ancient God and other special beings in one fight isn't enough to fully demonstrate his strength, Deputy Tower Master Nalan explained. The rankings of the strong in the two-dimensional world were based on many factors. Many strong beings had gone through countless battles, and their personal strength could be very well demonstrated, so their rankings were much more precise. But for that mysterious strong being from Shuiyu Ancient Country, having only chased and killed Tuoba Ancient God and other special beings in that one battle, the ranking based on that was bound to be a bit lower. Even so, the fact that this mysterious strong being was ranked 6th already illustrated the impact of that one battle. Chapter 733, 24 New Rankings. Please subscribe. Third Chapter 733, Chapter 24, New Rankings. Please subscribe. 34 Divine Kings. Lin Yuan scanned the rankings briefly, and the number 1 among the Myriad Tribes powerhouses still belonged to the 4 Divine Kings. The Myriad Tribes powerhouses ranking had been out for over 100 years now, with significant differences between the top 9 powerhouses of the early days and those of the present, almost a complete turnover. Only the 4 Divine Kings had always held the first place since the ranking's inception, never wavering. The most famous battle involving the 4 Divine Kings was undoubtedly the one where they swept through the Tianyu clan, a formidable peak clan that was actually breached. That battle laid the foundation for the 4 Divine Kings' revered reputation, which had a more significant impact on the outside world, almost causing a rampage among several ancestors of the Tianyu clan. The 4 Divine Kings are indeed very, very strong, Nalan, the Tower Deputy Master, said, and what's more, the 4 Divine Kings are different from us. Different? Lin Yuan was somewhat curious. He knew very little about the four divine kings, this legend of a level 11 perfect life from the Star Alliance, who was considered the most likely to become one of the ultimate 11th rank lives in the contemporary universe. I just heard about this myself. Nayland, the Tower Deputy Master, pondered. All of us powerhouses, whether human evolvers or powerhouses from different species, once we fall into the two-dimensional world, our forms and sizes are downscaled, and we take on the appearance of the mainstream humanoids of that world. That's right, Lin Yuan nodded. Some special beings, originally tens of thousands to millions of miles in size, but when falling into the two-dimensional world, are directly reduced to the range of 1 to 3 meters. The shape follows suit too. Go to no.co, no bizarre or grotesque forms would appear. Did you know why the four divine kings have 4 arms? Nayland, the Tower Deputy Master, said. 4 arms? Lin Yuan looked at Nayland, the Tower Deputy Master. All Myriad tribes' powerhouses, after plunging into the two-dimensional world, will converge towards the standard humanoid form of the world. 1 head, 2 legs, 2 arms, 2 eyes, 1 nose, 1 mouth. But the 4 divine kings, they have 4 arms, continued Nayland, the Tower Deputy Master. Could it be? Lin Yuan had a vague guess in his mind. The extra 2 arms of the 4 divine kings are in fact supreme weapons, which have merged with the body of the 4 divine kings. Even the two-dimensional world cannot fully suppress the spirit of the weapons, hence the 4 divine kings can have 4 arms, explained Nayland, the Tower Deputy Master. I see, Lin Yuan realized. When Lin Yuan first saw that the 4 divine kings possessed 4 arms, he had his doubts but did not give it further thought, assuming that the additional limbs were an anomaly. So, the 4 divine kings are different from us. Their strength not only stems from their own powers, but is also augmented by the supreme weapons, Nayland, the Tower Deputy Master, disclosed. The key difference between Lin Yuan's pitch-black iron rod and the weapons of the 4 divine kings was that the latter's weapons were a perfect fit for them. After all, the 4 divine kings' supreme weapons originated from the outside world, not randomly obtained within the two-dimensional world. A supreme weapon that perfectly suits oneself could exert a power beyond the imagination of other powerhouses. That was why, besides breaking through the Tianyu clan, the 4 divine kings had not made another move in the past 100 years, yet still occupied the top spot in the rankings. No wonder Lin Yuan now also felt some pressure. With 200 years left before the Heavenly Gate's opening, could he truly surpass the 4 divine kings who had a perfect match with their supreme weapons? More than 100 years ago, the Tianyu clan must have realized this and sought desperately to eliminate the 4 divine kings in their weaker days, Lin Yuan thought. That great battle involved not only the Tianyu clan, but also the covert support of other peak clans, Nayland, the Tower Deputy Master, said. In fact, some of the supreme beings of human civilization had also watched secretly, ready to seize the chance to kill the 4 divine kings if possible. But the unfortunate defeat of the Tianyu clan turned the hearts of the powerhouses of human civilization cold, and they decided not to continue their attack. In this new ranking, that mysterious powerhouse from Shuiyu ancient country has moved up to 6th, and the Hoju from the prison tribe has fallen to 10th, said Nayland, the Tower Deputy Master, after glancing at the new rankings and shaking his head slightly. Hoju of the prison tribe, merely a normal 11th rank life, managed to remain in the top 9 powerhouse positions for over 100 years thanks to a crimson greatsword. Two-dimensional world. In a desolate desert, a man wielding a crimson greatsword sat alone. My ranking has fallen to 10th. Clearly, I'm no longer first tier in terms of publicized combat power. The man was Hoju of the prison tribe. Everyone outside thinks my position among the top 9 powerhouses is based on luck, entirely due to the light of this wondrous artifact, thought Hoju of the prison tribe quietly. The 4 divine kings also relied on a supreme weapon, but no one questioned their strength. Without the supreme weapon, the 4 divine kings would still be level 11 perfect legendary lives. And the weapon of the 4 divine kings did not come from the two-dimensional world, it was brought from the Star Alliance. What about him, Hoju? He was just a lucky fellow. Without this crimson greatsword, Hoju was nothing. Therefore, he had always been the most gossiped among the top 9 powerhouses. Now that Hoju had fallen out of the top 9, it was almost predictable that he would face a lot of ridicule. Over the years, I've given up everything and concentrated solely on the comprehension of this crimson greatsword, delving into 9 major killing techniques within it, Hoju sneered. The profound mystery and the terrifying murderous intent contained in the greatsword even made Hoju tremble. Just wait. 200 years later, when the Heavenly Gate opens, I will show you all the true might of Hoju. Hoju took a deep breath. As an 11th rank life, he certainly understood the principle of restraint. All Myriad tribes powerhouses who have fallen into this two-dimensional world had one ultimate goal, the opening of the Heavenly Gate. And Hoju was no exception. He too awaited that day. Chapter 734-25, The Silent Shachen Supreme Being, please subscribe. Chapter 734, Chapter 25, The Silent Shachen Supreme Being, please subscribe, Virtual World. Nayland curiously asked, Galaxy Master, in the two-dimensional world, you must have entered the Witch Ancestor realm, right? Lin Yuan was the greatest genius in human civilization history, with an undisputedly brilliant aptitude. Thus, Nayland was almost certain Lin Yuan had become a Witch Ancestor. It is known that in the two-dimensional world for over 100 years, a significant number of 10th rank lives have only just entered the Witch Ancestor realm. At the initial advent in the two-dimensional world, 8th layer life, 9th rank life, 10th rank life, and 11th rank life all started at the same point. But as time elapsed, the disparities between them began to widen, and the gaps continued to grow. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. Witch Ancestor 18th realm, that is still a Witch Ancestor. In that case, our human civilization's 11th rank evolvers have compiled 17 methods of cultivation for stages beyond the Witch Ancestor realm. I'll send them to you to see. Nalan immediately sent them to Lin Yuan. In the two-dimensional world where special life forms prevail and human civilization is relatively weak, it is crucial to stay united. Sharing cultivation methods with each other is a norm, and as for the competition when the Skygate opens, as long as the majority of those who leave the two-dimensional world are human evolvers, then human civilization would be considered victorious. However, the prospect doesn't look great at the moment. Source.com updated on yah.co, not to mention those hidden figures like the mysterious powerhouse from Shuiyu Ancient Country. Just the 4 divine kings alone have almost guaranteed their spots for leaving during the first Skygate opening. Thank you. Lin Yuan glanced at the cultivation methods Nalan had sent over, his expression pensive. The creators of these post-Witch Ancestor cultivation methods were essentially 11th rank beings of human civilization, each an outstanding genius of their era, and their explored cultivation methods significantly moved Lin Yuan. They moved him more than those native Witch Ancestor cultivation methods from the two-dimensional world. It's just that my cultivation method might not suit you guys. Lin Yuan looked up at Nayland after skimming through the texts, his voice hesitant. The Witch Ancestor cultivation skill Lin Yuan was practicing was developed using his Against Heaven's understanding, tailored to his conditions. The advantage is that it could tap into the potential of every stage of his physical development, but the downside, it was uniquely suited to Lin Yuan himself. Other powerhouses could not emulate it even if they wanted to. In fact, the multiple post-Witch Ancestor cultivation methods that Nayland had compiled were also explored and developed by many Tier 11 evolvers based on their conditions. They also didn't have any universal applicability, but Lin Yuan, with his Against Heaven's understanding, could observe these methods from the most fundamental perspective. Don't worry. Nayland shook his head. Although Lin Yuan, you're the greatest genius in human civilization history, you're still just a 10th rank life compared to 11th rank evolvers. Your perspective is narrower and closer. Once this Skygate opens, I will specifically organize some cultivation methods for you all, Lin Yuan said thoughtfully. For now, the most important task for him was to enhance his strength as much as possible before the Skygate opened in 200 years. Creating specialized cultivation methods for other human evolvers would be a deviation from his goals. Such a task could wait till 200 years later. By then, Lin Yuan should have more free time, deep underground. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his presence undulating like a fathomless abyss. At a certain moment, Lin Yuan, like a steadfast rock emitting no aura, then suddenly erupted like a tsunami, horrifying fluctuations of vital energy spreading in all directions. If not for being underground, the disturbance could have alarmed countless myriad tribes' powerhouses within thousands of miles. Witch Ancestor 19th Realm. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his face breaking into a slight smile. After reviewing other 11th rank evolvers' explored paths in Witch Ancestor cultivation from human civilization, Lin Yuan's own accumulation had finally reached a qualitative breakthrough, advancing into the Witch Ancestor's 19th realm. My current power is 60% stronger than in the Witch Ancestor 18th realm. To hunt down Tuoba Ancient God again, it would take no more than 2 hours to penetrate his mystical inner armor and kill him. Lin Yuan felt the surge strength within his body, satisfied with the result. I wonder how strong the 4 divine kings are now, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The 4 divine kings possessed supreme weapons perfectly suited to them. Under such circumstances, utilizing these supreme weapons to comprehend the force of this world would likely far surpass other myriad tribes' powerhouses. It's time to go back. Lin Yuan stood up and left the depths of the underground, heading back to the Luochuan gathering area. Luochuan gathering area. Jia Ronggu stood there respectfully. Master, Jia Ronggu spoke respectfully. Just now, Jia Ronggu had again received news from Shuiyu Tavern, and the source of the rampant bloody traces within Shuiyu Ancient Country had been completely resolved. According to Shuiyu Tavern, a certain supreme powerhouse within Shuiyu Ancient Country had acted to suppress a group of powerhouses causing slaughter within the country. Shuiyu Tavern knew nothing about this supreme powerhouse, but Jia Ronggu faintly realized, could this be related to Lin Yuan? Especially since this great battle coincided with Lin Yuan's disappearance, and the matter had occurred after he had discussed it with Lin Yuan. Thinking of the terrifying traces on the battleground reported by Shuiyu Tavern, Jia Ronggu couldn't help but shiver. Could that truly be the power a person could possess? I need to continue my closed-door cultivation. Unless it's something important, there's no need to disturb me. Lin Yuan glanced at Jia Ronggu, instructing him. The changes in Jia Ronggu's emotions were clear as daylight in Lin Yuan's eyes, but Lin Yuan didn't care. Even if the identity of that mysterious powerhouse from Shuiyu ancient country were exposed, how would it matter if it were revealed to be him? Currently, his identity in the Luochuan gathering place has no connection whatsoever with his identity as the Milky Way galaxy master in the main universe. If it's exposed, so be it. Moreover, Lin Yuan did not believe Jia Ronggu would dare to spread their suspicions. In a world where phantasm reality alternated, 9 breaths surged out, forming 9 towering figures, precisely the 9 supreme beings of human civilization. With our human civilization's heritage treasure, Void Realm World, to replicate that two-dimensional world, even if it's only 10 to 20% similar, it's enough for us to deduce the cultivation methods, said the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being. The sheet from the Taiyuan relic was unfathomable, and even a Supreme Being dared not let themselves be drawn into it, risking a plunge into that two-dimensional world. But it doesn't mean there are no methods if Supreme Beings dare not risk it personally. For instance, human civilization could use the Void Realm World, simulate the two-dimensional world within the sheet, which allows Supreme Beings to enter and perceive its fundamental power. Void Realm World is one of the heritages of human civilization, capable of replicating and simulating the myriad rules of the main universe. Indeed, the two-dimensional world within the sheet completely retracted without giving away much aura. However, the treasure of human civilization, Void Realm World, can still replicate it through the little aura available. The two-dimensional world replicated by Void Realm World naturally can't compare to the real one, with a similarity of only about 10 to 20%. But that's enough. Supreme Beings can enter at will, and from the height of ultimate beings, even a 1% degree of similarity can help deduce many things. That old monster from the Star Alliance has merged a supreme weapon into that youngster of the 4 divine kings, rendering him nearly invincible in the two-dimensional world. Now we have utilized the Void Realm World to deduce the cultivation methods for our human civilization's evolvers. So far, we have conclusively deduced up to the Witch Ancestor 16th Realm cultivation methods, said the Void God Supreme Being with a smile. The cultivation methods they deduced were not restricted in any way and should offer considerable aid to human evolvers in the two-dimensional world. At the very least, they can serve as a guiding light, accelerating the cultivation pace of human civilization evolvers. Alright, I need to go back to instruct those juniors. The Shachin Supreme Being's form disappeared. The other Supreme Beings exchanged glances and gradually vanished as well. Noki Wei Main Star. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Shachin Supreme Being wants me to meet him? Lin Yuan opened his eyes, slightly surprised. In this past century, Shachin Supreme Being should have been entangled by some matter and would not usually contact him. There must be something, he thought. Lin Yuan immediately connected his consciousness to the virtual world and entered Xiaqin Supreme Being's personal world. Supreme Being, Lin Yuan bowed to Xiaqin Supreme Being, who was sitting on the throne. Lin Yuan, Xiaqin Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan, a smile emerging on his face. How is your cultivation in the two-dimensional world? Not bad, Lin Yuan replied. In just over 100 years, Lin Yuan had caught up with those at the peak of Tier 11 legendaries, which was indeed impressive. Indeed, those who could step into Tier 11 perfection were beings with heavenly-defying talents and attributes, unique and unparalleled in the vast universe. Next, I will explain to you the subsequent cultivation methods of the Witch Ancestor. Shachin Supreme Being got straight to the point. The Supreme Being explaining the subsequent cultivation methods of the Witch Ancestor? Lin Yuan was slightly stunned, his face filled with anticipation. Although unaware of how the Supreme Being deduced the following Witch Ancestor cultivation methods, without entering the two-dimensional world himself and perceiving the essence of the power inside, it was nearly impossible to decipher the specific cultivation methods. But since Xiaqin Supreme Being said so, he must be very confident. The cultivation of the Witch Ancestor period starts from the first realm, Xiaqin Supreme. Being quickly outlined the cultivation methods from the first to the 6th realm. How about this? Xiaqin Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan. Could you delve deeper? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. The methods from the 1st to the 6th realm Shachin Supreme Being outlined had indeed given Lin Yuan some insight, but the impact was not significant, especially since Lin Yuan was already at the 19th realm of the Witch Ancestor. The cultivation methods arranged by Deputy Tower Master Nalin had allowed Lin Yuan to break through smoothly to the 19th realm because of the accumulation of experience, needing only that final push. Even without the cultivation methods arranged by Nalin, Lin Yuan would have breakthrough to the 19th realm very soon. Delve deeper? Shachin Supreme Being was slightly surprised but did not hesitate and continued to explain the cultivation methods from the 7th to the 14th realm of the Witch Ancestor. Even deeper, please, said Lin Yuan after listening, his expression serious, as the methods from the 7th to the 14th realm indeed provided him with great insights, but it was still not enough. Deeper still? Shachen Supreme Being's eyebrows twitched, already at the 14th realm of the Witch Ancestor, and yet that wasn't deep enough? However, since Lin Yuan wanted to hear more in-depth, Shachen Supreme Being said nothing further and laid out the ultimate essence of power from the 15th to the 16th realm of the Witch Ancestor. Could we continue a bit deeper? Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, had some revelations. Deeper still? Shachen Supreme Being couldn't help but say, "What level of cultivation methods are you looking to hear? What level of cultivation methods?" Lin Yuan looked at Shachen Supreme Being. "Do you have those of the Witch Ancestor's 20th realm?" The Witch Ancestor's 20th realm? Shachen Supreme Being was filled with surprise and doubt, examining Lin Yuan for a while before falling into a deep silence. Chapter 735, 26, The Resolute Supreme Being, please subscribe. Chapter 735, Chapter 26, The Resolute Supreme Being, please subscribe. Shachen Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan, his mind racing with thoughts. As a 12th rank life, how fast could Shachen Supreme Being's cognitive speed possibly be? In just an instant, he deduced the many possible reasons why Lin Yuan would inquire about the Witch Ancestor's 20th realm. The most likely reason he came up with was that Lin Yuan had already reached the Witch Ancestor 19th realm. It would be normal for someone at the Witch Ancestor 19th realm to want to learn about the mysteries of the Witch Ancestor's 20th realm. But that reason seemed too incredible to believe. Witch Ancestor 19th realm? In the two-dimensional world, it was debatable whether any of those mythic perfect level 11 beings had reached that level. Lin Yuan was merely a 10th rank life, no matter how heaven-defying he was. Surely there had to be some limits. Beyond that possibility, Shachen Supreme Being also deduced many other potential reasons. For example, Lin Yuan might want to see further ahead, know the general idea of the Witch Ancestor's 20th realm, or he could just be asking out of pure curiosity, among others. What level of Witch Ancestor are you now? Shachen Supreme Being, after a moment of silence, couldn't help but ask. The two-dimensional world within white paper could block a Supreme Being's probing. Source.com updated on Jajako, so even Shachen Supreme Being couldn't determine Lin Yuan's specific realm level. I am now, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and didn't hide the truth, 19th realm. When facing a Supreme Being from his clan, instances like the door to the Myriad Realms and the mysterious gourd, which were opportunities far surpassing 12th rank, Lin Yuan would choose to conceal them. As for everything else, there was no need for concealment. In the world of the two-dimensional, one must accurately reveal their strength to receive guidance from Shachen Supreme Being. Lin Yuan held great admiration for Supreme Beings. Every life form that had become a Supreme Being was extremely resolute. Merely relying on innate talent was not enough to reach the ultimate level. Really at the Witch Ancestor 19th realm? Shachen Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan, although he had already anticipated it in his mind. But when Lin Yuan personally confirmed it, Shachen Supreme Being was still somewhat shocked. The 9 supreme beings of human civilization had joined hands to replicate a two-dimensional world within Void Realm World, descending within it to carry out deductions for nearly 100 years before they finally arrived at the cultivation method spanning from the 1st to the 16th realm of Witch Ancestor. And here was Lin Yuan, who had, on his own, stepped into the Witch Ancestor 19th realm. Admittedly, the two-dimensional world that the 9 supreme beings of human civilization descended into, created forcibly by Void Realm World, was only somewhat similar to the actual one, and the cultivation methods they deduced were not limited to any single being but could be popularized to some extent. In terms of difficulty, it was definitely higher than the cultivation methods figured out by the powerhouses within the actual two-dimensional world. But they were supreme beings, they were ultimate beings, they were 12th rank lives. The insight and eyesight of a supreme being were far superior to those of a tier 11 being, let alone Lin Yuan, who was merely 10th rank. Under these circumstances, it was understandable that those perfect level 11 legendary beings would explore up to the Witch Ancestor 18th realm and 19th realm, but Lin Yuan? You? Shachen Supreme Being sighed. You really surprised me. Initially, when one of Lin Yuan's avatars fell into the two-dimensional world, Shachen Supreme Being was extremely worried that it might affect Lin Yuan's prospects of reaching the ultimate level. The collaboration of human civilization's 9 supreme beings to stimulate Void Realm World and replicate the two-dimensional world was not without great cost. Nevertheless, Shachen Supreme Being insisted on acting out of concern that Lin Yuan's avatar might actually be lost in the two-dimensional world. But now it seemed that Shachen Supreme Being's concerns were completely unnecessary. If Lin Yuan truly possessed the strength of Witch Ancestor 19th realm, his life in that two-dimensional world must be quite comfortable. Indeed, it was not long ago that I barely stepped into the Witch Ancestor 19th realm, Lin Yuan said immediately. Not long ago? Barely? Shachen Supreme Being glanced at Lin Yuan. If you could cultivate to the Witch Ancestor 19th realm in such a short period of time, there was no need for our human civilization to actively seek the Star Alliance, Shachen Supreme Being stated with a smile on his face. Seek the Star Alliance? Lin Yuan was slightly startled. The Star Alliance was a coalition of many unique life forms within the cosmic starry skies, counted among the same level of power as the grand alliances of peak clans like human civilization. Without seeking the Star Alliance, it will be quite difficult to take out the treasures from the two-dimensional world, Shachin Supreme Being said. So far, the four divine kings of the Star Alliance are the ones most likely to go through the Heavenly Gate and return to the cosmic starry sky. The treasures attained by the evolvers of our human civilization in the two-dimensional world can be brought out only with the help of the four divine kings, explained Shachin Supreme Being. Those treasures would only show their greatest value once out of the two-dimensional world. However, human civilization's evolvers were not dominant in the two-dimensional world. At least based on the current situation, they were unable to compete with formidable beings like the four divine kings for a chance to enter the Heavenly Gate. But now, upon learning of Lin Yuan's strength, hope suddenly rose in Shachin Supreme Being's heart. Given Lin Yuan's current realm, even if he still wasn't a match for the four divine kings, he could completely set his sights on the opening of the Heavenly Gate after the next one. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan nodded. To beg the Star Alliance, to ask the four divine kings, would surely come with a greater price, as it was a plea after all. But human civilization had no other choice, given that in the two-dimensional world, the advantages of special life forms were infinitely amplified. Not just human civilization, but the insect race, the Tianyu clan, and other peak clans were similarly unable to compete with the special life forms of the Star Alliance in the two-dimensional world. Of course, if you can leave the two-dimensional world through the Heavenly Gate later on, and take out those treasures from our human civilization, you certainly won't be doing it for nothing. For each treasure, based on its value, you will get a 50% share. Chapter 736-26, The Unyielding Supreme Being, Subscription Request. 2. Chapter 736, Chapter 26, The Unyielding Supreme Being, Subscription Request. 2. Xiaqin Supreme Being immediately said, just taking out the extraordinary object and giving away 50% of its value does seem extravagant. But we must understand that if the extraordinary object isn't taken out, it's essentially a zero gain for human civilization. And this 50% value is not for the Star Alliance, it's still for our own people. Xiaqin Supreme Being is quite willing to do so. No problem, Lin Yuan immediately said. This is practically a giveaway. It's just that I don't know if I can actually enter the Heavenly Gate, Lin Yuan said with some hesitation. With your cultivation speed, as long as you avoid the four divine kings and focus on the second and third openings of the Heavenly Gate, there's still a great chance, Xiaqin Supreme Being said. Avoid the four divine kings? Source.com updated on Shachko Lin Yuan's heart stirred. Whether in the two-dimensional world or the main universe, the might of the four divine kings was immense. Yes, the supreme weapon of the four divine kings suits him perfectly. Even if your realm is higher and your strength greater, the overall combat power is another matter. With your potential and speed of cultivation, there's no need to compete with the four divine kings. The risk would be too great, Xiaqin Supreme Being said, shaking his head. Understood. Lin Yuan's thoughts were already in alignment with Xiaqin Supreme Being's. Unless he was absolutely certain, Lin Yuan would not take risks to compete for a spot in the first opening of the Heavenly Gate. Time was on Lin Yuan's side. The longer the time, the greater the advantage his against heaven's understanding would bring. In just over 100 years, Lin Yuan was close to catching up to those Tier 11 perfect legendary lives. In another 10,000 years, Lin Yuan himself didn't know to what extent he could reach. Right, since you've already reached the Witch Ancestor 19th realm, our derived cultivation method won't mean much to you. However, you can try to comprehend the essence of the power that was captured from the Void Realm world, a replica of the two-dimensional world, Xiaqin Supreme Being said. The essence of the power captured through the Void Realm world was the basis for the 9 Supreme Beings to derive the Ancestor Witch cultivation skill. Usually, such an essence of power wouldn't yield much insight even to those at the 10th or 11th rank of life. But after seeing Lin Yuan's performance, Xiaqin Supreme Being had a different opinion. After all, letting Lin Yuan comprehend it wouldn't be a loss anyway. The essence of power? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. In the two-dimensional world, understanding the essence of its power was slow due to the world's inherent suppression. But outside, without the constraints of the two-dimensional world, observing the essence of power could yield significant benefits. Right, your true body is on the Milky Way main star, yes? I will get Yudi to guide a thread of Void Realm world power for your enlightenment, Xiaqin Supreme Being said. Thank you, Supreme Being, Lin Yuan said with great appreciation. Having the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being run an errand like this was probably an honor few in human civilization's history had received. In the depths of the cosmic starry sky, a mysterious scroll slowly unfurled. Numerous towering figures stood in the vicinity. Xiaqin, how is it? Have you given it some thought? A colossal figure, stretching billions of miles high, transmitted a message to Xiaqin Supreme Being. Your human civilization has a decent relationship with our Star Alliance. For the opening of the Heavenly Gate within the two-dimensional world, as long as you're willing to give up 60% of the extraordinary objects, I can have the 4 Divine Kings bring out the extraordinary objects found by your civilization's evolvers. How about it? This deal is very lucrative. For the insect race and the Tianyu clan, I demand 70 to 80% of the extraordinary objects. The colossal figure looked at Shachin's supreme being, himself a 12th rank life leading countless special beings and rivaling several peak clan forces. I'll give it some thought, Shachin's supreme being said calmly. Give it some thought? The colossal figure was slightly startled. Xiaqin, you weren't like this before. The figure was somewhat puzzled. He had just negotiated with the Shachin supreme being not long ago, who had appeared quite enthusiastic. But now? The colossal figure clearly sensed a change in attitude. Your asking price is too high, Shachin's supreme being, now knowing Lin Yuan's true strength, was much more confident and was only stalling the other party. If the price is high, we can negotiate, the colossal figure immediately said. Then I'll give it some thought, Shachin supreme being repeated, bringing the conversation back to square one. All right, you think about it, the colossal figure said no more. But time is limited, and if you wait too long, it won't be just 60% of the extraordinary objects. The extraordinary objects within the two-dimensional world had extremely concealed auras. Even for beings as powerful as the four divine kings, they could only recognize them when they got close and used many methods. Therefore, as long as the human civilization's evolvers hid their harvested extraordinary objects in secluded places, even if the four divine kings slaughtered them all, they still wouldn't be able to obtain the extraordinary objects. Outside the Milky Way main star, an ephemeral presence coalesced, taking the form of the feather butterfly supreme being. This youngster, he actually cultivated to the which ancestor 19th realm? Feather butterfly supreme being looked towards the distant Milky Way main star, still pondering the matters Shachin supreme being had told her. How exactly did he cultivate? Without the high-level perspective and understanding of power of an 11th rank life, how could he possibly have such a rapid cultivation speed? Feather butterfly supreme being was astounded yet soon smiled. But this is good. At least in that two-dimensional world, my human civilization now has its own peak combat power. Void Realm World, with a slight thought from Feather Butterfly Supreme Being, strands of ethereal power, crossing infinite light years, descended upon the Milky Way main star, more precisely in the Star Lord's Great Hall. Chapter 737-26, The Unyielding Supreme Being, Subscription Request. Chapter 737, Chapter 26, The Unyielding Supreme Being, Subscription Request. 3. Star Lord's Great Hall. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Suddenly, wisps of ethereal power began to converge. What is this? Lin Yuan quickly opened his eyes. The clan suppression weapon of our human civilization, the power of the Void Realm World. The Void Realm World, famed for being able to replicate anything, capable of mimicking the countless rules of the universe, combined with the land beyond, significantly boosted the cultivation speed of 10th rank evolvers of human civilization. It was said that one of the 9 supreme beings of human civilization, the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being, acquired her supreme evolution path from the Void Realm World. The Void Realm World originated before human civilization's long period of dormant years, during that unprecedented greatest opportunity, when countless treasures and heritages fell like rain into the universe. Threads of illusory power continued to gather and swirl, faintly outlining the complete image of a miniature two-dimensional world before Lin Yuan. Source.com, updated on Muon.co. So this is the true appearance of that two-dimensional world, Lin Yuan observed carefully. The Taiyang divine spirit of Lin Yuan delved into that two-dimensional world, and for him, it was difficult to fully sense the entirety of the two-dimensional world. It was akin to the illusion of being deep in the mountains, unaware of the surroundings. However, Lin Yuan now had a concrete concept of this two-dimensional world, the fundamental power of the two-dimensional world. So, this is what it's like? Lin Yuan observed closely, as the Taiyang divine spirit felt the true breath of the two-dimensional world within it, the direct experience reflecting off the complete two-dimensional world itself. Your aptitude is against the heavens, sensing the essence of the mysterious world's power. Your own accumulation is slowly growing, compared to the supreme beings of human civilization, who could only sense the overall aura of the two-dimensional world individually. Lin Yuan's Dao primordial spirit was within the two-dimensional world. Comparing the two, his gains were much greater than those of the supreme beings. No, that's not right. How come I feel that the two-dimensional world replicated by the Void Realm World is incomplete, as if it's just a portion? Lin Yuan was slightly startled in his heart. With the Taiyang divine spirit as a reference in the real two-dimensional world, Lin Yuan immediately realized that the two-dimensional world replicated by the Void Realm World was vaguely incomplete. This was somewhat unbelievable to Lin Yuan. Given the depth of the two-dimensional world, it was normal for the Void Realm World to be unable to replicate it completely. The Xiaqin Supreme Being also specifically mentioned to Lin Yuan that the fidelity of the two-dimensional world replicated by the Void Realm World was only 1/10 to 1/20th that of the true two-dimensional world. But fidelity and completeness were two different matters. For example, when trying to replicate a famous painting, the copy might come nowhere close to the original in terms of the details of the artistry, but at least in terms of size, the copy should not be much different from the real painting. Yet now, the two-dimensional world replicated by the Void Realm world seemed much smaller than the true two-dimensional world. There are two possibilities. One is that I perceived it incorrectly. The other is that within the two-dimensional world there are vast hidden spaces that the Void Realm world cannot detect and thus cannot replicate. That two-dimensional world, Lin Yuan, looked up in a certain direction, precisely the final resting place of the white paper. Around the white paper, any matter would dematerialize on its own. If not for the intervention of a supreme being, likely 1% of this universe would turn into a scroll. Forget it. What kind of secrets are hidden within that two-dimensional world, and what does it have to do with me? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, no longer dwelling on it. His most urgent task was to enhance his strength as much as possible. Then, when the heavenly gate opens, defeat the other competitors, step out of the two-dimensional world, and return to the main universe. Two-dimensional world. Lin Yuan, while sensing the essence of heaven and earth, took out a silver mirror and gently stroked it. How exactly is this mirror used? Lin Yuan scrutinized it carefully. According to the information he had obtained, this silver mirror had belonged to a powerful member of the Ice Clan before it fell into the hands of the Tuoba ancient god. That Ice Clan powerhouse had possessed the mirror for decades and may have discovered some of its functions. However, after dying at the hands of the Tuoba ancient god, the true body of that Ice Clan member went into seclusion, and even Lin Yuan, concealing his identity, could not make contact. If blood doesn't work, let's try mental power. Lin Yuan carefully extended a wisp of mental energy. Within the two-dimensional world, even though all extraordinary powers were suppressed, mental energy, being the most fundamental force of life, stands apart from the physical strength in blood. Even in this two-dimensional world, the presence of mental power was still allowed. It was just like other extraordinary powers. Mental energy was also greatly suppressed. As a practitioner at the Witch Ancestor 19th Realm, Lin Yuan had accumulated a fair amount of mental energy, allowing him the confidence to expend some on the mirror. If it were other Myriad tribes' powerhouses, the loss of a wisp of mental energy might lead to a decline in condition and a considerable reduction in strength. Is this mirror absorbing mental energy? Lin Yuan's spirit was lifted as his mental energy came into contact with the mirror surface, experiencing a slight pull. Just as Lin Yuan was about to expend part of his mental energy to figure out the purpose of the silver mirror once and for all, Jia Rangu appeared outside, wanting to see Lin Yuan. "Come in." Lin Yuan put away the silver mirror and said, "Master." Jia Rangu spoke respectfully. "What's the matter?" Lin Yuan looked at Jia Rangu. Before going into seclusion, he had instructed that he should not be disturbed unless it was important. "The royal family of Xueyu Ancient Country wants to meet with the master," Jia Rangu quickly said. "The royal family of Xueyu Ancient Country?" Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm not interested." If it had been at the beginning when he first arrived, Lin Yuan might have been quite wary of the royal family of Xueyu Ancient Country. But now? Not to mention the royal family of Xueyu Ancient Country, even if the royal families of the 12 ancient countries stood together, Lin Yuan wouldn't bat an eyelid. "The royal family of Xueyu Ancient Country says they have a precious treasure to present," Jia Rangu added. "A precious treasure?" Lin Yuan's heart suddenly stirred. Chapter 738, 27, 200 years later, please subscribe. Chapter 738, Chapter 27, 200 years later, please subscribe. For a Myriad tribe's powerhouse like Lin Yuan, the only treasure of value in the two-dimensional world is an exotic item. Of course, the most precious is certainly the two-dimensional world itself, that is, the white paper. But even supreme beings cannot refine that white paper. The powerhouses trapped within naturally wouldn't harbor any thoughts about it. As for the exotic item owned by Xueyu Ancient Country, according to Lin Yuan, it was a blood rain tea tree. However, that blood rain tea tree had been taken away by several powerhouses who had stepped into the Witch Ancestor realm nearly 100 years ago. The miraculous aspect of the blood rain tea tree is no secret among the upper echelons of Xueyu Ancient Country. Upon realization of the value of exotic items within the two-dimensional world, the blood rain tea tree would definitely not have been overlooked and was eyed by powerhouses early on. It was simply beyond Xueyu Ancient Country's ability to retain. Could it be that Xueyu Ancient Country still hides other exotic items? Lin Yuan grew interested. When the royal family of Xueyu Ancient Country declared they had a treasure to offer, Lin Yuan naturally thought along these lines. Source.com updated on Xiaojiako. So be it. Let's meet then. Having made up his mind, Lin Yuan thought it was only appropriate to see for himself since it concerned an exotic item. "Yes," Jia Rangu immediately responded. "Since the master has agreed to meet, I shall notify them at once." Jia Rangu respectfully withdrew. Without Lin Yuan's permission, even the royal family of Xueyu Ancient Country would not dare to enter the vicinity of the Wochuan gathering place uninvited. Over the years, even though Lin Yuan rarely took action, just the occasional demonstration was enough to deter Xueyu Ancient Country. After Jia Ronggu went to notify the royal family of Shuiyu ancient country, there was some time before their audience. Lin Yuan continued to take out the silver mirror and pour his spirit will into it. Hum hum hum, accompanied by Lin Yuan using up a great amount of spirit will. The silver mirror in front of him gradually revealed its extraordinary nature. Faint silver radiance began to emerge. At the same time, Lin Yuan actually felt an extremely familiar fluctuation. Spatial fluctuation. It was purely spatial fluctuation, not involving any space rules. This is promising. Seeing this, Lin Yuan continued to maintain the infusion of his spirit will. Only a powerhouse in the Witch Ancestor 19th realm could possess such abundant spirit will. If it were someone in the 15th or 16th realm, they wouldn't even meet the prerequisite to activate this silver mirror. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, most of the day had gone by. Lin Yuan's brows slightly furrowed. Maintaining the infusion of spirit will, even Lin Yuan was feeling the strain. If this were to continue, it would likely impact his own strength. Just as Lin Yuan was contemplating whether to proceed, swoosh. The silver mirror seemed to undergo a qualitative change. It began to float up slowly. The surface of the mirror rippled like mercury, creating gentle waves. What? Lin Yuan looked at the silver mirror floating up before him, a look of shock on his face. The fact that the mirror was floating did not surprise him. With his current strength, a full force burst could also achieve brief levitation. It was simply a matter of letting one's blood and chi boil, unleashing a strong life magnetic field, thereby counteracting the force of gravity. What truly shocked Lin Yuan was the sensation of an independent space contained within the mirror. The space was not large, just about 10 square meters. But bear in mind, within the two-dimensional world, there is no concept of spatial depth. Everything is two-dimensional, everything is flat. And now, the space inside the mirror was akin to opening up a three-dimensional space within a two-dimensional plane. A notion utterly inconceivable, right? The direct size of my inner world has reached 2.331 billion miles in radius, and the number of layers and spatial layers exceeds 3 billion. Yet despite this, upon falling into this two-dimensional world, my inner world was instantly compressed into a sheets of paper, its existence nullified. Lin Yuan inwardly marveled. And now, within the silver mirror, there actually existed a standalone space being maintained. Should this standalone space return to the main universe and be completely unfolded, how vast would it become? Having the space in the mirror certainly does make things more convenient, Lin Yuan thought to himself, caressing the silver mirror over and over again. Although the space in the mirror was not large, it was more than enough to hold Lin Yuan's daily items, especially that pitch-black iron rod which was far too conspicuous to carry on his back. Now, he could place the iron rod inside it. Whenever he wanted to use it, he could take it out in an instant. Furthermore, for Lin Yuan, the silver mirror possessed a crucial ability for safeguarding his life. If he ever encountered an attack he could not withstand, he could completely hide inside the silver mirror. As for the silver mirror's body exposed to the outside, the silver mirror being an exotic item, a 12-star strange treasures weapon within this two-dimensional world, equates to an indestructible existence. Even if supreme beings were to fall in here, limited by the suppression of the two-dimensional world, unable to exert their full power, they still could not shake the silver mirror. Not bad at all. Lin Yuan heart felt elated. With this silver mirror in his possession, his means had once again become much richer. First, I will place the iron rod inside. With a thought from Lin Yuan, the nearly 2-meter-long pitch-black iron rod disappeared on the spot, being stored in the spatial area within the silver mirror. He then also put the bronze compass into it, a strange object that was of great use to Lin Yuan. Normally, he had to constantly pay attention to it when carrying it on his person. But once it was placed in the space within the silver mirror, he felt much more at ease. It didn't take long for Lin Yuan to understand the capabilities of the silver mirror. Members of the imperial family of Shuiyu ancient country hurriedly arrived. Coming to pay respects to Lin Yuan was the current emperor of the Shuiyu ancient country, a middle-aged man with an air of great dignity. "Greetings to your excellency," said the Shuiyu emperor, followed by several princes and ministers with profound respect. The young man seated cross-legged in front of them. His mere presence imposed an almost invisible pressure that came from the essence of life itself, causing the group to bear an immense burden as sweat continuously beaded on their foreheads. "Is this the mysterious powerhouse hidden within our Shuiyu ancient country?" the Shuiyu emperor swallowed nervously. The recently concluded battle in the desolate northwestern region of the Shuiyu ancient country not only spread widely among the powerhouses of the Myriad clans, but also reached the ears of the local power, the Shuiyu ancient country. Moreover, the royal family of Shuiyu ancient country, based on numerous clues, had vaguely inferred that this mysterious powerhouse was none other than this young man before them. For over 100 years, a succession of unparalleled powerhouses emerged from the 12 ancient countries, causing the traditional ruling royal families to tremble with fear. If it were not utterly necessary, the Shuiyu emperor truly did not wish to approach Lin Yuan because the pressure was too great to bear. "You may rise." Lin Yuan glanced at the respectful figures standing below, pausing slightly on one of them. That person was the prince of the northern town of Shuiyu ancient country. Initially, Lin Yuan's acquisition of the bronze compass could be considered somewhat fated due to the prince's involvement. Had the northern town prince not been pursuing the Cloud Mountain 18 bandits, they would not have fled around the Luochuan gathering area. Even if Lin Yuan had set out to claim the bounty, he wouldn't have ventured too far from the Luochuan gathering area, and it was very likely he would have missed out on acquiring the bronze compass. Even in this two-dimensional world, cause and effect exist, it's just almost imperceptible, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In the Shayu Evolution Tower, Lin Yuan had created an incarnation that was comprehending the cosmic aurora, rapidly enhancing his understanding of the law of causality. Now, meeting the northern town prince in such a manner could be considered a manifestation of karma. Excellency, these are the treasured items we wish to present. The Shuiyu Emperor took out 2 wooden boxes. One box was large, the other small. The large one was half a meter long, while the small box was only 10 centimeters in size. Jia Ronggu swiftly approached, taking the 2 wooden boxes and respectfully placing them in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan opened the 2 wooden boxes with interest. Inside the large box was an axe, carved entirely from jade, small and exquisite. A faint sharp aura circulated between the edges of the axe blade. Inside the small box was a piece of wood. Even without touching it, Lin Yuan could feel a tremendous vitality emanating from within the wood. These 2 treasures, Lin Yuan's expression was unchanged, but his heart was slightly excited. The small and exquisite jade axe was likely a supreme weapon, similar to the pitch-black iron rod. And that piece of wood was probably some 12-star rare treasures material which, if placed in the main universe, would likely provoke a supreme being to compete for it. Shuiyu Ancient Country, Lin Yuan glanced at the Shuiyu Emperor and his retinue below. Over the past century, the Shuiyu Ancient Country must have been scoured by numerous myriad tribes' powerhouses. Even so, they had still managed to retain these 2 treasures, clearly possessing some means. Speak, what do you want me to do? Lin Yuan asked indifferently. If the Shuiyu Emperor and his entourage had traveled thousands of miles to see him and even presented valuable exotic items, they definitely had a request to make. May I ask if your excellency is related to the chase that occurred a while back in the northwestern region of the ancient country? The Shuiyu Emperor asked cautiously. It was me, Lin Yuan answered directly. Now, with his power, there was no need to hide the truth. He simply admitted it outright. Your excellency's power is truly heaven-reaching, the Shuiyu Emperor said with genuine amazement. The traces left by the great pursuit in the northwestern region had shattered the perceptions of the powerhouses within the Shuiyu royal family time and again. Just state your business, Lin Yuan said with a calm voice. Yes, the Shuiyu Emperor composed himself. I hope your excellency will provide protection for our Shuiyu ancient country. Protection? Lin Yuan glanced at the Shuiyu Emperor. He had anticipated this request. For indigenous ancient countries in the two-dimensional world, there was bound to be a pervasive sense of panic facing the countless powerful beings descending upon them. This is what you'll do. From now on, you can simply announce to the outside world that I am your protector, Lin Yuan stated. Just like that, the Shuiyu Emperor was somewhat stunned. With such an announcement, other powerhouses won't dare to take any undue action, Lin Yuan said softly. Among the myriad tribes' powerhouses, news traveled astoundingly fast. Once they learned that the mysterious powerhouse ranked 6th in the standings was protecting the Shuiyu ancient country, no one with 1,000 lives would dare to cause trouble. Yes, the Shuiyu Emperor, though puzzled, dared not show any sign of objection. 1 month later. After the Shuiyu Emperor returned to the capital and made the announcement, the Shuiyu Empire indeed became much calmer, with the previously unruly powerhouses of the Myriad clans now significantly subdued. Many among the Myriad clan's powerhouses unanimously considered Lin Yuan to be a legendary being at Tier 11 perfection from the main universe. Who would dare to misbehave within the protective scope of such an entity? Time flew swiftly, and Lin Yuan continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Nearly 200 years flashed by in the blink of an eye. Only 2 months remained until the once-in-10,000 years opening of the Heavenly Gate. Chapter 739, 28 Majestic Heavenly Mountain. Subscribe please. Chapter 739, Chapter 28. Majestic Heavenly Mountain. Subscribe please. He was only 1.67 meters tall, yet his invisible aura was vast and immeasurable, his 4 arms hinting at a disharmony with the surrounding world. 4 divine kings, 4 divine kings, 4 divine kings. At the edge of the lake, dozens of figures whispered in a frenzied tone. 200 years ago, the power of the 4 divine kings had already far surpassed theirs. Another 200 years had passed, and the gap had only widened further. Is the celestial gate about to open? The 4 divine kings, the 4-armed man, slowly opened his eyes, which were profound as he spoke calmly. According to the time in this two-dimensional world, in 2 months the celestial gate will open. The leading figure at the shore immediately responded. Source.com, updated on ch.co. The celestial gate opens every 10,000 years, which is the grandest event in this two-dimensional world. Countless powerhouses will go to witness it. Before the arrival of the Myriad Tribe's powerhouses, only those at the Witch Emperor level were qualified to vie for entry, and only the Witch Ancestor level would dare to ensure they could reach the Celestial Gate. Now, with the intervention of the Myriad Tribe's powerhouses, the threshold has been raised infinitely. Understood. We will set off for the Heavenly Mountain in one day, the four Divine Kings said slowly. The Heavenly Mountain is the most towering peak in this known two-dimensional world. Every time the Celestial Gate opens, it appears above the Heavenly Mountain, which eventually led to its name. Yes. The dozens of figures at the lake's edge nodded immediately. Four Divine Kings. We, the leading figure, suddenly hesitated. Don't worry, you have handled so many trifles for me in this two-dimensional world. As long as I can leave, I will have a Supreme Being make a move and compensate you for your fundamental losses as much as possible, the four Divine Kings assured, looking at the many figures on the shore. These figures were all powerful and special beings, ancient gods who could dominate any part of the cosmic starry skies. Many thanks, four Divine Kings. We are in your debt, four Divine Kings. It is our honor to handle trifles for the four Divine Kings. The dozens of figures felt a slight relief in their hearts. Fundamental losses were irrevocable, but they could be compensated. As long as a Supreme Being made a move, and with a price paid, their losses could be reduced to a minimum. Of course, the Supreme Being was willing to act because the four Divine Kings would take all the extraordinary items from the two-dimensional world with them, and these items were partly their contribution. With the power of the four Divine Kings, who in this two-dimensional world could rival you, the leading figure spoke. The other figures agreed in unison. Although they were all 11th rank special beings, they knew they had no hope of leaving, first and foremost because they could not compete with the four Divine Kings before them. As for giving up this celestial gate opening and waiting for the next, that was a matter for the 9 strongest among them, not relevant to these somewhat mediocre special beings. And the current 9 strongest beings of the two-dimensional world all have similar status and are not subordinate to each other. Even if they were special beings, it was not possible. All right, you go down first and prepare, said the four Divine Kings. The figures quickly turned and left the lakeshore. Suddenly, the wide expanse of the lake was left with only the four Divine Kings. For 200 years, I've done my best to tap into the potential power of the ultimate weapon within me. In terms of combat power, I estimate that I have reached the upper limit of this two-dimensional world, the four Divine Kings thought silently to himself. Unlike the wonders of the two-dimensional world, his ultimate weapon had been brought from the outside world. This created a fundamental difference from the magical artifacts held by the Myriad Tribe's powerhouses. That is, the four Divine Kings' ultimate weapon had been refined. The other Myriad Tribe's powerhouses, even if they possessed magical artifacts as powerful as the four Divine Kings' ultimate weapon, could not refine them. They could only exert the lowest level of their power. Inside the two-dimensional world, many of the Myriad Tribe's powerhouses' techniques could not be executed, unable to refine magical artifacts. But the four Divine Kings' ultimate weapon had already been refined before entering this world. Even though having fallen into the two-dimensional world meant that many powers of the ultimate weapon were suppressed, the four Divine Kings were able to unite his mind with the refined weapon, and he slowly developed more of its powers. And this ultimate weapon was perfectly suited for the four Divine Kings, allowing the full extent of the highest combat power to be exerted. This time, the Celestial Gate opens. I must be able to leave. The four Divine Kings was filled with confidence. As a level 11 perfect legendary being, he was already among the strongest of the many powerhouses of the Myriad Tribes, especially with his ultimate weapon in hand. With such a significant advantage, if he still couldn't leave, the four Divine Kings did not consider this a possibility. In a volcano, before the boiling magma, a thin old man sat cross-legged, his figure like a seething flame, with the temperature around him soaring and the rock walls beginning to melt. That's about enough. I have reached a limit. The thin old man exhaled lightly, and the temperatures nearby began to cool rapidly. It's time to head to the Heavenly Mountain. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly. This time, during the opening of the Celestial Gate, the only ones who can contend with me are a few old fellows, including the four Divine Kings. He brought a true ultimate weapon with him, indeed difficult to deal with. The thin old man stroked his chin, deep in thought. Normally, Tier 11 beings do not qualify to possess an ultimate weapon, even if they are level 11 perfect legendary beings. Even for the peak clans, an ultimate weapon is a part of their heritage, and a Tier 11 life form possessing one might likely attract a supreme being to seize it. Chapter 740-28, Majestic Heavenly Mountain, please subscribe. Chapter 740, Chapter 28, Majestic Heavenly Mountain, please subscribe. 2S supreme beings, though disdainful of using their strength to bully the weak, will still not mind doing so if there is sufficient benefit, unless the ultimate weapon originated from another supreme being's gift. The four Divine Kings are highly regarded in the Star Alliance, treated as the next ultimate existences to be nurtured, which is why they were bestowed with an ultimate weapon. But in this two-dimensional world, even if one refines an ultimate weapon, how much of its potential can actually be unearthed? When the time comes, a few of us old-timers can join forces and simply take care of the four divine kings first, the thin, small elder thought to himself. In terms of sheer combat power, the four divine kings were definitely stronger than him, and among all the myriad tribes' powerhouses who had descended this time, the four divine kings were most likely the strongest. But the strongest does not mean invincible. As long as they are not invincible, there is a possibility that the four divine kings can be dealt with, suppressed. At least in the eyes of the thin elder, the four divine kings posed the greatest threat, and would certainly become his prime target when the time came. It can be foreseen that at the summit of Heavenly Mountain, the four divine kings will become the target of a collective assault. If the four divine kings are not taken care of first, a tier 11 perfect legend like the thin, small elder would not dare to go all out. Enough. This time it's the perfect opportunity to discuss with those old friends how to deal with the four divine kings. A smile appeared on the thin elder's face. Aside from those few other tier 11 perfect legends at the same level, he had not taken any of the myriad tribes' powerhouses seriously, outside the 12 ancient countries, a hidden world force. Within the two-dimensional world, the 12 ancient countries are only the largest forces. Beyond the 12 ancient countries, there are many hidden world forces, which in terms of heritage, are no less than the ancient countries themselves, all established by a witch ancestor. These forces have always lived secluded from the world, uninterested in the information and intelligence of the outside world. Boom, 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 just then. Within the depths of this hidden world force, a terrifying aura ascended, the massive power of chi and blood trembling. Witch ancestor. I have finally become a witch ancestor. An excited middle-aged man walked out. His name was Yan Fu, the strongest being of this hidden world force, who, after enduring strenuous cultivation, had finally stepped into the witch ancestor realm. In a two-dimensional world, for native beings to cultivate up to the level of witch ancestor is more difficult than ascending to heaven. In the past, whenever the heavenly gate opened, it was mostly contested by witch emperors. As for the witch ancestors, as long as a witch ancestor could be born, it was almost certain they would enter the heavenly gate. It's perfect timing that I entered the witch ancestor realm just before the opening of the heavenly gate. The task that my ancestors didn't accomplish, it falls upon me to complete. Yan Fu was emotionally stirred. For life in the two-dimensional world, entering the heavenly gate is the ultimate goal, the ultimate dream. Even for a witch ancestor, entry into the heavenly gate is not guaranteed. The heavenly gate opens every 10,000 years, but the lifespan of a witch ancestor is at most 2,000 to 3,000 years. Therefore, to enter the heavenly gate, even witch ancestors need good fortune. Yan Fu's ancestral witch ancestor was not so lucky. He became a witch ancestor only 800 years after the heavenly gate last opened, directly extinguishing all hope of entering the heavenly gate. Deep within the cosmic starry skies, a mysterious and ancient scroll gradually unfurled. Dozens of supreme beings observed solemnly, studying a piece of white paper in the distance. In the two-dimensional world, there are still 2 months left before the opening of the heavenly gate, but in the main universe, it's just a matter of a little over 10 hours. The flow of time in the two-dimensional world and the main universe is not consistent, with a ratio of 100 to 1. Heavenly Gate. This opening of the heavenly gate may be our chance to glimpse the essence of this white paper. Indeed, if the heavenly gate is truly an internal connection of the white paper to the outside world, during its opening, we can completely take the chance to uncover some hidden aspects of the white paper. It may even help us in refining this white paper. One after another, supreme beings await with grave anticipation. 2 years have passed, and they remained clueless about this white paper, so they put all their hopes on the heavenly gate that was about to open. Feather Butterfly, is the Void Realm world ready? Shachin Supreme, being looked toward the Feather Butterfly Supreme being beside him. Don't worry. Once the heavenly gate opens, if even a hint of breath leaks from the two-dimensional world within the white paper, it will be captured by the Void Realm world. By that time, the similarity of the replicated two-dimensional world will be even higher. The Feather Butterfly Supreme Being nodded, her evolution path as a Supreme Being originating from the Void Realm world, thus she naturally had mastery over it. That's good, Shachin Supreme Being said. I wonder what realm that youngster has cultivated to by now, Shachin Supreme Being suddenly thought. The youngster he mentioned was, of course, Lin Yuan. Ever since learning 200 years ago that Lin Yuan was already the terrifying 19th realm witch ancestor, Shachin Supreme Being had pinned all his hopes for the evolution of human civilization from the two-dimensional world on him. It couldn't be helped. 200 years ago, aside from Lin Yuan, the strongest evolver in human civilization was only at the 14th realm. As Shachin Supreme Being's thoughts were turning, a voice suddenly came through. Shachin, what have you decided? A Supreme Being from the Star Alliance looked over, transmitting his words secretly. He still did not want to give up on the marvels collected by the human civilization evolvers. As long as they are brought out through the 4 divine kings, the Star Alliance could gain greatly from it. Since the Star Alliance was not in a hostile relationship with human civilization, this supreme being, who achieved his ultimate being status through a unique life form, wasn't too concerned about human civilization profiting in the end. Chapter 741-28, Majestic Heavenly Mountain, please subscribe. 3. Chapter 741, Chapter 28, Majestic Heavenly Mountain, please subscribe. Furthermore, the Star Alliance's cut reached 60%. The more benefits human civilization obtained, the more the Star Alliance would receive. Let's wait and see, Shachen Supreme being said with a smile. Without Lin Yuan, he probably would have already cooperated with the Star Alliance. After all, those wonders within the two-dimensional world were meaningless to the clans unless brought out. Even if the Star Alliance took a cut and human civilization only received 40%, it was better than nothing. Wait and see? This Star Alliance Supreme Being looked at Shachen Supreme Being. Does the human evolver who fell into the two-dimensional world possess 11th rank perfect life? 2 years ago, when Shachen Supreme Being replied, "Let me think it over," this Star Alliance Supreme Being was just a bit puzzled. But now, with the Heavenly Gate about to open and Shachen Supreme Being still replying, "Let's wait and see," a Supreme Being of the Star Alliance was no fool. He immediately conjectured two possibilities. One was that the Human Civilization Alliance had already cooperated with other powers and entrusted the task of bringing out the oddities to these allies. The other was that the human evolver who fell into the two-dimensional world was confident enough to compete for the strongest, hopeful of obtaining a place to enter the Heavenly Gate. Compared to the first possibility, the Star Alliance Supreme Being was more inclined to believe the second. After all, so far he had a good idea of which forces possessed powerhouses close to the four divine kings within the two-dimensional world. It was very unlikely for human civilization to cooperate with them, and even if they did cooperate, the cut would certainly be much higher than what the Star Alliance required. Human civilization had no need to make things difficult by looking too far. You all know about the 11th level perfected evolver from my Human Civilization Alliance, don't you? Shachen Supreme Being retorted. He did not disclose anything about Lin Yuan, not even a hint of information. In the two-dimensional world, the higher the profile, the more dangerous it was, as it made one an easy target for concerted attacks. The four divine kings were like this, but they had supreme weapons integrated into their bodies, ensuring they could withstand an attack even if surrounded. You'll know when the time comes. The Star Alliance Supreme Being pondered for a moment and then stopped thinking further. Even if human civilization truly had an 11th rank perfected evolver in the two-dimensional world, it was unlikely they could rival the four divine kings. Even without the four divine kings, it would still be difficult to match those other 11th rank perfect legendary lives. In terms of pure combat power, human evolvers were generally at a disadvantage against powerful special beings within the same rank. 8th layer evolvers creating their inner world narrowed the gap between them and special beings, but it was only a narrowing, deep underground. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. His aura was completely retracted, almost merging with the surrounding soil, but within his flesh every drop of blood was exceedingly viscous, and his flesh and internal organs were nearly strong to an unimaginable degree. The 50th realm of the Witch Ancestor. Lin Yuan straightened up slightly, and the sound of his bones colliding was like thunder, twisting the air around him. It's time to go. Lin Yuan slowly stood up and threw a gentle punch, a terrifying force piercing dozens of miles, creating a wide passage between his current position and the ground surface. My current strength, I wonder how it compares to the four divine kings with their supreme weapons, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In terms of realm, he was confident he surpassed the four divine kings, but his combat power was uncertain as the opponent had a refined supreme weapon. Nobody knew how powerful it could be in this two-dimensional world. 200 years, ever since 100 years ago when I stepped into the 40th realm of the Witch Ancestor, I felt my progress slowing down, spending a full 100 years going from the 40 realms to the 50th. Lin Yuan sighed. The closer to the limit, the more difficult it was to take another step forward. Never mind. There are still 2 months before the Heavenly Gate opens. I can set off now. With a single step, Lin Yuan appeared on the ground surface moments later. This trip to the Heavenly Mountain, I'll see the strength of other powerhouses. If they are all far weaker than me, I'll sweep through and enter the Heavenly Gate directly. If there are those whose combat power is close to mine, I'll give up the opportunity for this opening of the Heavenly Gate and wait for the next one in 10,000 years. Lin Yuan set a plan for himself. The longer the time, the stronger his power would grow. In terms of realm advancement, Lin Yuan had Against Heaven's Understanding, undoubtedly far surpassing the Myriad tribe's powerhouses. Even 11th rank perfect legendary lives were far inferior to him, so there was no need for him to compete with other powerhouses during this opening period of the Heavenly Gate. Go straight to Heavenly Mountain. There is no need to stop by the Luo River Gathering Ground or the Shuiyu Ancient Country Capital. After settling on a direction, Lin Yuan strode forward. Ever since stepping into the Witch Ancestor's 20th realm, Lin Yuan rarely appeared in the Luo River Gathering Ground because his strength was too formidable. Mishandling it could lead to catastrophic consequences for the Gathering Ground. And the Shuiyu Ancient Country Capital, apart from visiting in the early years, Lin Yuan hardly ever went back. More than 10 days later, Lin Yuan was about to reach Heavenly Mountain. On this journey, I've already sensed the presence of quite a few Myriad Tribes powerhouses. Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself. The vast majority of the Myriad Tribes powerhouses came in groups. Over the past 200 years, strong powerhouses from the Myriad clans had often hunted other tribes, so those who survived now were grouped together. Those Myriad Tribes powerhouses who did not group up were mostly very confident, most likely Tier 11 beings. Since the descent of the Myriad Tribes powerhouses into this two-dimensional world, more than 300 years had passed, and no more than 200,000 of them were still alive. Among those 200,000, there were just over 200 Tier 11 powerhouses, down by one-third from just over 300 in the beginning. A moment later, Lin Yuan finally arrived at Heavenly Mountain. Is that Heavenly Mountain? Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks, gazing at the distant towering mountain, and his expression became slightly more solemn. Chapter 742-29, Numerous Wonders. Please subscribe. Chapter 742, Chapter 29, Numerous Wonders. Please subscribe. In the past 200 years, Lin Yuan had also visited Heavenly Mountain, but each time he observed, he still felt somewhat shocked. Heavenly Mountain was probably around 80 or 90,000 meters high, seemingly insignificant when compared with the vast stars in the cosmic starry skies. However, Lin Yuan could vaguely sense that the entire Heavenly Mountain was flowing with an inexplicable and mysterious aura. This aura reminded Lin Yuan of the similar feeling he had when he was on the ancestral star of human civilization. No, to be precise, the aura flowing from Heavenly Mountain was even more vast and profound than that of the ancestral star of human civilization. If Heavenly Mountain is already like this, I wonder what the scene will be like when the Skygate appears, Lin Yuan thought to himself quietly. Although he had seen descriptions of the Skygate in many ancient texts and records, the understandings of the Skygate by those native beings from the two-dimensional world couldn't even describe a tiny fraction of its reality. Just like the towering Heavenly Mountain in front of him, in the eyes of the natives from the two-dimensional world, it was merely a little taller and famous only because of the Skygate. But in front of Lin Yuan, it was infinitely mysterious. Sometimes, the higher one's level of existence, the deeper the feeling and the more one knows and sees. The core area of this two-dimensional world should be this Heavenly Mountain, Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. Here, the core area didn't refer to the physical core, but rather the place closest to the depths of the two-dimensional world. Just as Lin Yuan stopped and carefully observed the Heavenly Mountain not far away, whoosh, 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 one after another, formidable beings raced towards him. These strong entities exuded powerful auras, releasing them without restraint, but upon seeing Lin Yuan, their expressions subtly changed. Isn't that the mysterious powerhouse from Shuiyu ancient country? It should be him, the aura is similar, and he's carrying that dark iron rod on his back. I heard that 200 years ago, this mysterious powerhouse only took 2 breaths to kill Pei Shen, and even with his defensive artifact, Tuoba Ancient God only lasted half a day. 6 or 7 powerhouses from the Myriad tribes bowed respectfully from a distance towards Lin Yuan. This time, Lin Yuan came without concealing his appearance, mainly because when he had moved against Tuoba Ancient God and other special beings before, he had exposed his aura. Within the two-dimensional world, the aura of every living being can't be changed. In such a case, there was no need for Lin Yuan to hide his appearance, because he would be recognized anyway. As for the dark iron rod on his back, since he couldn't hide his identity, there wasn't much point in keeping this special object inside the independent space contained within the silver mirror. Because the enemies would certainly be wary of this move, it could expose the secret of the silver mirror instead. Inside the space of the silver mirror, Lin Yuan stored other trump cards, such as the Jade Axe, an extremely sharp artifact, which was completely different in style from the dark iron rod. Used at the right moment, it could completely play a role in changing the course of a battle. In the distance, the 6 or 7 powerhouses from the Myriad clans were still stealthily observing Lin Yuan. This mysterious powerhouse from Shuiyu ancient country, not having made a move in the past 200 years, still ranks among the top 9 powerhouses, and although he's only 9th, his strength is immeasurable. To not have made a move for 200 years and still be ranked 9th is terrifying. Who knows what strength he possesses now? These few powerhouses from the Myriad clans whispered amongst themselves. They came to see the Skygate this time with no intention of entering it, as the possibility was almost zero. It's time to meet up with the human evolvers. Lin Yuan glanced at the 6 or 7 powerhouses of the Myriad clans in the distance without paying them too much attention. Before his last retreat, the Xiaqin Supreme Being had instructed him to meet up with the evolvers of human civilization after reaching Heavenly Mountain. The purpose of this was to have all human civilization, evolvers fully assist Lin Yuan and strive for the possibility of entering the Skygate. Although no one from the human civilization evolvers had yet reached the level of the top 9 powerhouses, the efforts of many Tier 11 evolvers could still be somewhat effective. Most importantly, having these human civilization evolvers beside him meant Lin Yuan didn't have to feel too much pressure. As a peak clan, the human civilization, besides having the 9 supreme beings, had unity as their most important attribute. Going alone? Even those unique special beings were forced to establish the Star Alliance to confront the grand alliances of peak clans like human civilization and the insect race. Moreover, if he could enter the Skygate, Lin Yuan still needed to acquire some special objects from human civilization to take with him. He would have to make contact with the human civilization evolvers then. I have the silver mirror. With the independent space inside it, even some special artifacts can be easily brought out, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Other powerhouses didn't have the silver mirror, and, even for the four divine kings, at most, they could only take out ordinary artifacts. Abnormally sized artifacts, such as objects several meters in size, would become inconvenient. Without knowing whether they had to enter immediately after the Skygate opened, how could they carry an object of several meters in size with them? That would only be a hindrance and drag down their combat capability. Close to Heavenly Mountain, Yan Fu, who had just entered the Witch Ancestor realm, had harbored great ambitions, planning to showcase his strength at Heavenly Mountain to intimidate the 12 ancient countries. But before he even reached Heavenly Mountain, he couldn't help but tremble. Isn't it said that Witch Ancestor-level powerhouses are stable entrants into the Skygate? Wasn't it said that in past Skygate openings, the competing powerhouses were only Witch Emperors? Yan Fu couldn't understand. Along the way, he had cautiously sensed dozens of auras, all without exception at the Witch Ancestor level. And in Yan Fu's perception, it was far beyond the level of a Witch Ancestor like himself who had just entered the realm. This caused Yan Fu's mentality to somewhat collapse. Having stepped into the Witch Ancestor realm, he had originally thought he could dominate the world, but after sensing for a long time, he found himself to be the weakest among them. How could there be so many Witch Ancestors? Yan Fu could not comprehend. He had transitioned from a witch to witch king, then to witch emperor, and now to a witch ancestor. He knew all too well the difficulty of becoming a witch ancestor. Should I still go to Heavenly Mountain now? Yan Fu looked toward the distant Heavenly Mountain, whose outline was faintly visible, and for a moment he hesitated. The presence of dozens of powerful witch ancestor auras he sensed earlier made him somewhat fearful of the Heavenly Mountain in the distance. He hadn't even reached Heavenly Mountain yet, but with so many powerhouses around, once he got close, his life might even be in danger. Go. I have cultivated for 600 years just to witness the Heavenly Gate. No matter how many powerhouses there are, nothing can stop me from heading to Heavenly Mountain. Eventually, Yan Fu, a one-in-a-million existence among native lives, quickly adjusted his mentality and continued toward Heavenly Mountain. However, compared to before, Yan Fu was much more low-profile this time, not even daring to leak a hint of his breath, and he would stop every once in a while, survey his surroundings briefly, and then resume his journey. At the foot of Heavenly Mountain, within a manor, this was a stronghold of human civilization where the Heavenly Gate appeared. More than 200 or 300 years ago, evolvers from human civilization had rushed here to establish a base. This was the advantage of having a powerful backing. They didn't need to worry about minor matters, as specialized personnel had already taken care of them. At this moment, deep within the manor, more than 20 figures gathered. All these figures were Tier 11 evolvers from human civilization, sitting here as if they were waiting for something. The Supreme Being asked us to wait here, saying that an important figure from our human civilization would come. Who exactly is this important figure, for whom the Supreme Being specifically gave orders? The many Tier 11 evolvers were curious. Having cultivated to Tier 11, they already belonged to the top echelons of human civilization. Most of the powerhouses within the clans were well known to each other, yet they had no idea about this important figure mentioned by the Supreme Being. According to the Supreme Being, we need to assist this important figure to the best of our abilities, even if it means sacrificing this avatar. A tall female evolver spoke out, her tone slightly puzzled. For an important figure necessitating the sacrifice of an avatar for their assistance by these Tier 11 evolvers, who could it be? Could it be that this important figure has the qualifications to compete for the Heavenly Gate spot? One of the Tier 11 evolvers speculated. That must be the case. Yes, otherwise it wouldn't warrant the Supreme Being being so serious. Our human civilization has such a person among the powerhouses who fell into this two-dimensional world. The Tier 11 evolvers conversed with each other, all highly curious about the important figure mentioned by the Supreme Being. Among the more than 20 Tier 11 evolvers, Nalen, the Deputy Tower Master sitting in a corner, was just quietly listening. Although he was also a Tier 11 evolver, he had only recently reached Tier 11, and there was a difference in status and position between him and the seasoned Tier 11s present. I wonder where the Galaxy Master is now. Nalen, the Deputy Tower Master, pondered other matters in his mind. In his view, the Galaxy Master had incredible talent, but there was still a significant gap compared to those Tier 11 perfect legendary lives. The opening of the Heavenly Gate this time was probably just an occasion for observation. Suddenly, at that moment, a figure appeared outside the manor. All the Tier 11 evolvers present immediately noticed. Someone is outside? Is it the important figure mentioned by the Supreme Being? The more than 20 Tier 11 evolvers immediately rose to their feet and came outside the manor to greet the newcomer personally. When they saw the face of the arrival and felt the aura, they were immediately taken aback. The mysterious powerhouse from Shuiyu Ancient Country? Over 200 years ago, this mysterious powerhouse acted, killing both Tuiba Ancient God and Pei Shen, two Tier 11 special lives ranked in the 5th tier. My goodness, this mysterious powerhouse from Shuiyu Ancient Country comes from our human civilization? The tall female Tier 11 evolver stepped forward and communicated with Lin Yuan to confirm his identity, and the rest of the Tier 11 evolvers immediately erupted in excitement. May I ask how you were addressed? The tall woman spoke with a hint of respect. Her name was Xuanyuan Dua, and in the two-dimensional world she was one of the strongest evolvers among humans, being listed among the 9 greatest powerhouses during the early days of arrival. However, she was soon replaced. Just call me Shuiyu, Lin Yuan said casually. In the two-dimensional world, every powerhouse faced suppression, their aura completely different from the outer world, along with changes to their appearance and build, even altering their methods of combat. Unless one acknowledged their identity, it was very difficult for others to deduce who they truly were. Lord Shuiyu, the tall woman, Xuanyuan Dua, invited Lin Yuan into the manor and then opened a large chest, revealing many strange and wondrous objects inside. Then I shall leave these wonders in your care, Lord Shuiyu, Xuanyuan Dua said gravely. The 10 or so odd items in the chest were the results of what countless evolvers from human civilization had gathered and searched for over the past 300 years. According to the Supreme Being's intentions, all these wonders were to be handed over to Lin Yuan for safekeeping. These wonders, Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the many strange objects, his expression suddenly revealing surprise. Chapter 743, 30, Appearance of the Heavenly Gate, Subscription Request. Chapter 743, Chapter 30, Appearance of the Heavenly Gate, Subscription Request. The items inside the box were of various shapes, hammers, swords, armors, and more. With over a dozen of these extraordinary items gathered together, even in this two-dimensional world that suppressed all laws, Lin Yuan could feel a strong, extraordinary aura surging. Among them, what caught Lin Yuan's eye was a tower-shaped extraordinary item, which emitted fluctuations of aura somewhat similar to those of a silver mirror. This tower-shaped item probably also contains an independent space inside, though smaller than my mirror, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The aura emitted by the tower-shaped item was slightly inferior to that of the silver mirror. But haven't they discovered the use of this extraordinary item? Lin Yuan glanced at Xuanyuan Dua before him. If they could utilize the function of the tower-shaped item, they wouldn't have needed this box to store over a dozen items. They could have just stored everything safely within the independent space of the tower-shaped item, inconspicuously. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and then understood why this was the case. Initially, to develop the capabilities of the silver mirror, he had focused his mental energy into it for almost half a day. It nearly impacted his own strength. At that time, Lin Yuan was already at the Witch Ancestor 19th Realm. Lin Yuan's Witch Ancestor 19th Realm was achieved by perfecting each previous realm, ultimately stepping into the 19th Realm. That was probably equivalent to the normal Myriad tribes' powerhouses at about Witch Ancestor 25th Realm, meaning the minimum threshold to develop the tower-shaped item was the Witch Ancestor 25th Realm, and the currently strongest evolver within human civilization, Xuanyuan Dua, was barely at the Witch Ancestor 20th Realm. Unless she risked everything, depleting all her mental energy, she might have been able to activate the independent space inside the tower-shaped item. But Xuanyuan Dua would not do such a thing, as the risks involved were too great. Should she encounter an attack from other Myriad tribes' powerhouses during this period, human civilization might very well be ousted prematurely, like the Chenyu clan. Most of the evolvers within human civilization weren't like Lin Yuan, hiding in some inconspicuous corner. They established bases in the ancient country capital, needing strong warriors stationed at all times to prevent mishaps. I can keep half of these items if I can take them out, Lin Yuan thought to himself as he looked over the items. This was the promise given to him by Shachin's Supreme Being. The more items he could take out, the more he could keep. Of course, Lin Yuan could also choose not to take the items and instead exchange them for corresponding merit points to redeem other precious resources collected by human civilization. So far, submitting 12-star Strange Treasures weapons is one of the few means to earn a massive amount of merit points within human civilization. Because each 12-star exotic treasures weapon potentially aids the entirety of human civilization, its value naturally equates to merit points. Is there also an armor item? Lin Yuan looked at the ash-gray armor in the box. In comparison to the inner armor Lin Yuan was wearing, this armor was significantly bulkier and surely offered better defense than merely an inner armor. Never mind, the inner armor is sufficient for my needs. Lin Yuan gave up on the idea of wearing the oversized armor, as its bulkiness could impair his agility. Of course, that was a drawback specific to this two-dimensional world. If outside, these items could change size at will, as long as they could be refined, completely transformable according to one's desires. Then I'll take it. Lin Yuan activated the silver mirror and directly moved the box in front of him into the mirror. Lin Yuan had also mentioned the capabilities of the silver mirror to Shachin's Supreme Being, which is why the Supreme Being decided to entrust him with the custody of all the items. One reason was his strength, the other was convenience. Spatial fluctuations? Xuan Yuan Dua was startled when she saw this scene. To cause spatial fluctuations inside the two-dimensional world, not even an 11th rank evolver at their peak could achieve that. Does this signify that Lord Xueyu possesses an item containing a complete space? Xuan Yuan Dua thought, her expression growing more respectful. Meanwhile, she guessed which legendary evolver from human civilization Lord Xueyu might be. Undoubtedly, the name Blood Rain used by Lin Yuan was a casually chosen codename to conceal his true identity. Xuan Yuan Dua, hailing from the Xuan Yuan family, one of the strongest evolver families established by the offspring of supreme beings in human civilization, knew virtually all 11th rank evolvers in human civilization, but she failed to find any legendary evolver at perfect tier 11 resembling Lin Yuan. Could he be from that place? Xuan Yuan Dua's expression subtly changed. When Lin Yuan met with the human civilization evolvers, there was still a month and a half before the opening of Heavenly Gate. But to be safe, on that afternoon, Lin Yuan led a group of human evolvers to march towards the peak of Heavenly Mountain. In the past, whenever the Heavenly Gate opened, it always appeared above the peak of Heavenly Mountain, the place closest to the gate. Human civilization's powerhouses have arrived. The powerhouses from human civilization within this two-dimensional world this time aren't exceptionally remarkable, huh? Who is leading them? Why haven't we seen him before? Is he that mysterious powerhouse from the Xueyu ancient country? Why would such a mysterious powerhouse gather with human civilization? Could it be that this mysterious powerhouse comes from within human civilization? On their way to the peak of Heavenly Mountain, other powerhouses from the Myriad clans also noticed the group of human evolvers, and being part of the peak clans, they garnered attention wherever they went. Chapter 744, 30, The Heavenly Gate Appears, Subscription Request. First Acceptor 744, Chapter 30, The Heavenly Gate Appears, Subscription Request 2. When these powerhouses of the Myriad clans saw that Lin Yuan was the one leading the human civilization evolvers, their hearts were filled with astonishment. The mysterious powerhouse from Xueyu ancient country, although he had only made a move once 200 years ago, had stunned the four quarters and was still ranked among the 9 greatest powerhouses. Originally, many powerhouses of the Myriad clans had speculated about the identity of this mysterious powerhouse, and it was most likely that he was a unique special life form similar to the Mother of the Tree Realms and the 4 Divine Kings. But now, upon seeing him, this mysterious powerhouse actually hailed from human civilization? Worthy of human civilization. Terrifying human civilization possesses such a powerhouse, and yet there was no hint of it until today. It might not necessarily be a powerhouse from human civilization. Perhaps it was just a collaboration with human civilization. The powerhouses of the Myriad clans discussed among themselves, most of them clearly understanding that they had no hope of leaving the two-dimensional world. Their purpose in coming to Heavenly Mountain was to glimpse those lives strongest under the Supreme Being in the cosmic starry skies. Lord Xueyu was not our human civilization's powerhouse? Xuan Yuan Dua glanced at the surrounding Myriad tribes' powerhouses and subtly shook her head. From the tone a supreme being had instructed her, Xuan Yuan Dua was almost certain that Lin Yuan was from human civilization. If he were an outsider, a supreme being wouldn't possibly trust him to hand over all the rare items beyond the scroll. A supreme being of the Star Alliance glanced at Xiaqin Supreme Being and rapidly transmitted a message. So this is the confidence of your human civilization. As the powerhouses of the Myriad clans saw Lin Yuan leading the human evolvers towards the summit of Heavenly Mountain, they naturally spread the news, and a supreme being of the Star Alliance immediately knew of it. Xiaqin Supreme Being looked at the Supreme Being of the Star Alliance and said nothing. By this point, there was no need for concealment. In face of the Celestial Gate soon to be opened, all forces needed to be gathered. That's why he had Lin Yuan join up with the human evolvers. It wasn't that he thought Xuan Yuan Dua and other human evolvers could bring great help to Lin Yuan, but at least when other powerful entities were restrained, Xuan Yuan Dua and the other human evolvers could intervene. I watched the video of your human civilization evolvers' last battle. For an 11th level perfected evolver to possess such combat power is indeed rare, but this time, when the Celestial Gate opens, competing with us special beings, you are still lacking, said the Supreme Being of the Star Alliance again through transmission. He was speaking the truth. In the two-dimensional world, those strong special beings had far too great an advantage. Let's see after the Celestial Gate opens. Xiaqin Supreme Being shook his head. The Supreme Being of the Star Alliance thought Lin Yuan was some 11th level perfected evolver of human civilization. But in fact, Lin Yuan was a 10th rank evolver who had just entered the 10th rank not long ago. In just over 100 years, with the strength of the 10th rank, he had crushed Tuoba Ancient God and other 5th tier 11th rank special beings. Such talent and ability were unheard of by Xiaqin Supreme Being. The 4 Divine Kings, being 11th rank complete legendary life forms, probably wouldn't even qualify to be compared to Lin Yuan if it weren't for that supreme weapon they had brought along. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived at the summit of Heavenly Mountain with the human evolvers. The summit of Heavenly Mountain was vast and broad, where at this moment at least 100,000 myriad tribes powerhouses had gathered. 4 divine kings. Lin Yuan instantly spotted the 4-armed man sitting cross-legged in the central area of the mountain. Nobody from the myriad tribes powerhouses dared approach this 4-armed man, which was why Lin Yuan immediately noticed him. Is this who Shaoqin's supreme being warned me to treat cautiously, and if uncertain, to yield this celestial gate spot and prepare for the next opening? Lin Yuan observed the 4 divine kings carefully. In Shaoqin's supreme being's eyes, it wasn't the 4 divine kings himself that was fearsome, but the supreme weapon he had brought along. A fully refined supreme weapon might unleash a power far beyond the limits of the 2-dimensional world. His arms? Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on the 4 arms of the 4 divine kings. This was also where the opponent's supreme weapon integrated. They don't look strong, but it could also be that he's concealing his breath, not exerting his full strength, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Just like him now, as long as he doesn't deliberately exude his aura, the other myriad tribes powerhouses would not be able to detect anything. The reason those myriad tribes powerhouses feared Lin Yuan was entirely due to his dominant battle against Tuolba Ancient God 200 years ago. Let's observe a bit more. Lin Yuan shifted his gaze from the 4 divine kings, turning his attention to other myriad tribes powerhouses. Among them, a thin old man burning like flames and a 3-meter-tall robust man and a few other powerhouses caught Lin Yuan's eye. According to the intelligence he had obtained, these were all 11th rank complete legendary lives, though they didn't pose as much of a threat as the 4 divine kings with a supreme weapon. Still, they were not to be underestimated. In the outer world, these 11th rank complete legendary beings were simply not something Lin Yuan could contend with, but in the 2-dimensional world, things were unpredictable. Under equal starting conditions, even if competing with a supreme being, as long as there was enough time, Lin Yuan was confident of winning. In the central area of the summit of Heavenly Mountain, the 4 divine kings opened his eyes, glanced around, and slightly furrowed his brows. Too many. The summit of Heavenly Mountain was indeed vast, but at this moment more than 100,000 myriad tribes powerhouses had gathered, and the number was still increasing every moment, making the 4 divine kings somewhat irritable. 4 divine kings, how about we join forces and clear the field by screening? The distant, thin old man who seemed to be burning with flames spoke up, while the other few 11th rank complete legendary life forms looked over as well. Chapter 745, 30, The Heavenly Gate Appears, Subscription Request. 3. Chapter 745, Chapter 30, The Heavenly Gate Appears, Subscription Request. 3. Let's begin the selection then, nodded the 4 divine kings. The very next moment, a terrifying presence with the 4 divine kings at its center swept through in all directions. At the same time, 4 or 5 other 11th rank complete legendary lives also freely released their own auras. In an instant, a horrifying suppressive force enveloped the pinnacle of Heavenly Mountain, and all the myriad tribes powerhouses felt a vast force bearing down upon them. What's going on? What are the 4 divine kings doing? They're cleansing the field. The 4 divine kings are cleansing the field. Some of the myriad tribes powerhouses immediately realize something, their faces turning ugly. From now on, only those who can withstand our pressure for the time it takes an incense stick to burn will have the right to stand atop Heavenly Mountain, came the cold voice of the 4 divine kings. With their strength, if they joined forces with other 11th rank complete legendary lives, they could completely massacre the myriad tribes powerhouses present. But doing so would inevitably offend the forces behind these powerhouses. After 200 to 300 years of hunting, the surviving powerhouses of the myriad clans had grown wise and would not carry treasures on their person. If it were for treasures, the 4 divine kings wouldn't mind stirring up a massacre, but slaughtering these powerhouses of the myriad clans now was completely pointless. Hence, the 4 divine kings and other powerhouses chose to cleanse the field. Stand for the time it takes an incense stick to burn? I feel like I can't even withstand it for 10 breaths. Some of the myriad tribes powerhouses were trembling in their legs, not hesitating in the least to exit the range of the mountain summit. After 300 years of hard cultivation, I finally reached the Witch Ancestor's 10th realm, only to find I don't even have the right to watch the heavenly gate open from the summit, said a powerhouse of the myriad clans, his expression dejected. He was a 10th rank powerhouse in the outside world and had thought that falling into the 2-dimensional world would be an opportunity for him. After all, even 11th rank lives would be starting from the same point as him, but he hadn't expected the gap to still be so unimaginably big. Such a terrifying pressure, what realm are the 4 divine kings really at? A certain 11th rank powerhouse looked serious. He was confident he could withstand the pressure for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, but this was merely the pressure released by the 4 divine kings. Struggling so hard against the 4 divine kings' pressure, what hope did he have when facing their actual killing intent, let alone competing for a spot through the heavenly gate? The 4 divine kings have cultivated at least to the Witch Ancestor 30th realm, mused a grim myriad tribes powerhouse standing there. He was an 11th rank 5th tier powerhouse, and it was easy for him to withstand the length of an incense stick under the pressure of the 4 divine kings. but from the aura and suppressive force emitted by the four divine kings and other 11th rank complete legendary lives, one could vaguely estimate the true strength of the four divine kings on the side of human civilization. Lin Yuan stood quietly, his expression calm and without the slightest fluctuation. The four divine kings and other 11th rank complete legendary lives joining forces to clear the field did not cross Lin Yuan's bottom line. He even preferred to watch this scene, taking the opportunity to observe the true strength of the four divine kings and other powerhouses. Although they have released their auras, they have not yet activated that supreme weapon, Lin Yuan thought, gazing distantly at the four divine kings. Let's wait and see. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry, wanting to see the four divine kings use that supreme weapon before deciding whether he should compete for a spot through the heavenly gate this time. You all? Lin Yuan glanced at his surroundings. At this moment, apart from Xuanyuan Dua and others, the evolvers of human civilization looked somewhat strained. They would likely struggle to withstand it for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Under the combined suppressive force of the four divine kings and the few other 11th rank complete legendary lives, the myriad tribes powerhouses below the witch ancestor 18th realm could hardly hold on, especially Nalen, who had turned red in the face. As a newly promoted 11th rank evolver, he probably couldn't last even half the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Don't be distracted. With a thought, Lin Yuan began to help them bear the pressure. Suddenly, the faces of Xuanyuan Dua and other evolvers relaxed considerably. Thank you, Lord Xueyu. Xuanyuan Dua and the others immediately expressed their gratitude. At the central summit, the four divine kings appeared slightly astonished as they looked towards the side of human civilization. Interesting. The four divine kings faintly felt that the pressure they had released was being invisibly diluted as it encountered the vicinity of the human civilization evolvers. Accomplishing this was far more difficult than simply resisting his pressure. This evolver from human civilization shouldn't be underestimated. The four divine kings thought highly of Lin Yuan for a moment, but then ceased to pay attention. To them, Lin Yuan at most was on the same level as that skinny old man, an 11th rank complete legendary life, and not a threat to them at their current level. Soon enough. The time of an incense stick was almost up. At this moment, the summit of Heavenly Mountain, originally having tens of thousands of myriad tribes powerhouses, had plummeted to fewer than 300. Most of the myriad tribes' powerhouses had been driven to the mountainside, able to see the summit only from a great distance. The four divine kings are too tyrannical. We're not even trying to get close to the heavenly gate, so why clear us out like this? If you think the four divine kings are tyrannical, you can go challenge them. The many myriad tribes' powerhouses driven down from the summit showed discontent on their faces, but dared not take any rash actions. If at the beginning of their descent into this two-dimensional world, they had hoped to threaten the likes of the four divine kings by joining forces, then after more than 300 years have passed, powerhouses like the four divine kings have long since grown, far beyond what they could contend against with numbers. Thus, the myriad tribes' powerhouses below the summit were discontented, but not daring to take a step back onto the summit. Soon enough, the time of an incense stick had passed. Atop the summit, there were only just over 100 myriad tribes powerhouses left. All were 11th rank powerhouses. Now, it's much quieter. The four divine kings looked around with satisfaction and sat down cross-legged once again. In the distance, the 4 or 5 11th rank complete legendary lives also nodded slightly. Even though they were planning to join forces against the four divine kings, the notion of weak ones having no right to stand atop Heavenly Mountain and wait for the heavenly gate to open with them still coincided with the four divine kings without prior agreement. Lin Yuan and Xuanyuan Dua, along with the other human civilization evolvers, also stood in their places waiting. Time slowly passed by. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had gone. On that day, under the gaze of all the myriad tribes' powerhouses on the summit, a grand spatial fluctuation began to converge in the sky above the summit. Chapter 746, 31, Cross this line and die, please subscribe. Chapter 746, Chapter 31, Cross this line and die, please subscribe. The Heavenly Gate. The Heavenly Gate has appeared. This is the Heavenly Gate. I feel the entire two-dimensional world is trembling. I now believe that through the Heavenly Gate, one can truly leave this world. At the mountainside, many of the myriad tribes' powerhouses were visibly excited, staring intently at the sky above the mountaintop, where, under the surging force of space, a Heavenly Gate over 10 meters tall was gradually taking shape from its ethereal beginnings. Heavenly Gate? The four divine kings' gaze was solemn, and even though he considered himself invincible in the two-dimensional world, he was somewhat nervous now. The Heavenly Gate was critical to whether he could leave. Other myriad tribes' powerhouses who stayed in the two-dimensional world paid the price by losing part of their spirit will. But for him, the four divine kings, if he couldn't return to the universe, he would lose not only part of his spirit will, but an ultimate weapon as well. Even for a supreme being, obtaining an ultimate weapon that completely suited oneself was no easy feat. And what about him, the four divine kings? If he were to lose this ultimate weapon in the two-dimensional world, The four divine kings would probably have to wait until he became a supreme being to obtain another suitable ultimate weapon. But how long would that take? And there was no guarantee for the four divine kings to become ultimate, to achieve ascendancy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been dragging his feet until now. I will be the one to enter the heavenly gate this time. The four divine kings' expression was fierce, and between his four arms, an indistinct mysterious power was circulating. Is that the heavenly gate? From afar, Lin Yuan was also observing the heavenly gate. What a massive spatial fluctuation! Lin Yuan was astonished in his heart. The spatial fluctuation emitted by the silver mirror paled in comparison to the heavenly gate before him. It was like the light of a glowworm against the bright moon. The two were not on the same level at all. To leave the two-dimensional world, one must rely on the heavenly gate. Lin Yuan thought to himself that it was absolutely impossible for an individual alone to cause such a huge disturbance in the force of space, outside the scroll, just as the heavenly gate was gradually becoming more tangible. Dozens of supreme beings were on high alert, anticipating that if the heavenly gate was the portal connecting the two-dimensional world with the main universe, then when the heavenly gate appeared, the two-dimensional world, severed by white paper, would establish a conduit to the main universe. At that time, they, the supreme beings, could better observe the essence of white paper. They could even interfere with the two-dimensional world, for example, forcefully fishing out the myriad tribes' powerhouses who were deeply trapped within. With the barrier of white paper, the supreme beings couldn't affect the inside of the two-dimensional world. But if a connection were established, with the methods of a supreme being, fishing people out would be entirely doable. However, a moment later, the faces of the supreme beings outside the scroll turned ugly. What's going on? Why has the heavenly gate inside started to materialize, but there is still no change in the outside world? Based on the clan's reports, when the heavenly gate materializes, there is a massive fluctuation of spatial force. It's clearly the characteristic of establishing a spatial passage, so why is there no response from the outside now? Each of the supreme beings looked puzzled. Normally, with a spatial passage, if one side experiences a spatial fluctuation, the other side should as well, otherwise how could they connect? Did something unexpected happen? Let's wait a bit longer. Perhaps it's because the heavenly gate hasn't fully manifested, so it hasn't affected the outside world yet. Yes, let's keep waiting. Once the heavenly gate is completely formed, it should be about time. Many supreme beings exchanged glances and patiently began to wait again. Having lived through long eons, what they didn't lack was patience. At the summit of Heavenly Mountain, just as the heavenly gate was gradually taking shape, the four divine kings and 5 other 11th rank perfect legendary lives suddenly charged toward the heavenly gate. Boom, boom, boom. Terrible sonic booms reverberated in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, the 4 divine kings had exchanged hundreds of blows with the 5 other 11th rank perfect lives. We must take down the 4 divine kings first. The gaunt old man and the other 4 looked at each other and joined forces, pressing down towards the 4 divine kings. In their eyes, the 4 divine kings posed too great a threat. Keeping the 4 divine kings would only allow them to pick the spoils after the others had battled. You want to take me down first? You are not worthy. The 4 divine kings laughed madly, his 4 arms swirling with dense, vital energy. Rip. The 4 divine kings' arms were incredibly nimble, lightly reaching out and landing on the chest of the 3-meter-tall burly man. This 3-meter-tall burly man was also an 11th rank complete legendary life. His expression changed drastically as he began to retreat explosively, only stopping after 100 meters. Swoosh. The figure of the 3-meter-tall burly man disappeared, rejoining the battle against the 4 divine kings. Whir. Accompanied by the ferocious combat of the 4 divine kings and the gaunt old man with the other 4 powerhouses, their terrifying attacks had almost plowed through the entire summit of the heavenly mountain. They're too strong. How can the 4 divine kings be so strong? At the top of the summit, over 111th rank powerhouses, who had initially planned to get closer to the heavenly gate and perhaps sneak some benefits, but after seeing the exchange between the 4 divine kings and the other 5 powerhouses, didn't dare to approach. Anyone who dared approach the heavenly gate at this moment would become the target of the 4 divine kings and those 5 powerhouses. The outcome would almost be certain death. Not even a defense artifact could keep them alive. A defense artifact might block 99% of the attacks, but the residual shockwave penetration was enough to annihilate any of the myriad tribes' powerhouses. Damn it. At the central position close to the mountaintop, Hoju of the prison tribe, wielding a blood-red long knife, was filled with reluctance. He was one of the few strong contenders from the myriad tribes who dared to bring a mysterious artifact into the fray. But Hoju did not carry the strange object directly with him. His blood-colored long knife was placed inside a wooden box, and outsiders did not know what was inside. Originally, Hoju had planned to make a great show with the blood-colored long knife when approaching the heavenly gate. Yet, at the moment, he could not even get close to the battlefield of the 4 divine kings and Bozan at the mountain base. Over 100,000 powerhouses from the myriad clans watched the battle between the 4 divine kings and the other 5 strong contenders in utter shock. In this two-dimensional world, they can exert such strength. Aren't the four divine kings too freakish? Thank goodness I came down from the mountain prematurely. Otherwise, I would have been gravely injured by the aftermath of their clash, if not dead. Alas, it seems I have no chance to enter the heavenly gate now. The four divine kings and those 5 contenders have already occupied the 6 spots for the opening of the heavenly gate. I can't possibly live for 70,000 years in this two-dimensional world. While watching the battle, an air of desperation began to surge in the hearts of many powerhouses of the Myriad tribes. Even a small proportion of them directly extinguished their avatars. Since they were to suffer essential losses sooner or later, they might as well face it now. On the side of human civilization, Lin Yuan and the other revolvers watched the battle under the heavenly gate with trepidation. Lord Shuayu, should we give up this opportunity for the opening of the heavenly gate? Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask, truly frightened by the scene of the confrontation between the 4 divine kings and the other strong contenders. Let's wait and see, Lin Yuan said nonchalantly. So far, the 4 divine kings had yet to use their ultimate weapon. The fighting between the 6 contenders looked extremely brutal, but neither side had truly exerted their full power yet. The 5 11th rank complete legendary lives, led by the small and thin old man, had also not yet used a single mysterious artifact under the heavenly gate. Huff, huff, 6 figures were fighting fiercely. The heavenly gate is about to materialize. You 4 join forces and hold him off. I'll go check out the heavenly gate. The small and thin old man quickly broke away, intending to head towards the heavenly gate. According to the information within the two-dimensional world, only the life that stands in front of the heavenly gate first after it opens can attempt to push it. This meant that it was not directly related to strength, even though the individual strength of the 4 divine kings was the strongest. As long as they did not stand in front of the heavenly gate, there was a chance that the small and thin old man could enter it. How dare you? The 4 divine kings instantly went mad. A dimly luminous light suddenly appeared between his 4 arms, and an aura that shook the soul momentarily covered the entire mountain summit. The 4 divine kings are using that ultimate weapon. The small and thin old man who had originally intended to approach the heavenly gate immediately returned. His actions just now were solely to provoke the 4 divine kings, forcing them to use their ultimate weapon prematurely. If the 4 divine kings had endured a little longer and allowed the small and thin old man to approach the heavenly gate, the other 4 11th rank complete legendary lives would probably have been unable to sit still. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly exploded. The small and thin old man and the other 5 strong contenders also used their mysterious artifacts for the first time. In an instant, the battle beneath the heavenly gate escalated several levels, with the horrifying aftermath almost continuously eroding the height of the mountain summit. Ha 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 ha, you 5 useless things. You think you can deal with me by joining forces? The 4 divine kings waved their 4 arms, and every attack they launched shook the 5 11th rank complete legendary strength contenders. He's so strong? The small and thin old man looked troubled but did not back down. The heavenly gate was right before his eyes. Unless absolutely necessary, he was unwilling to give up. Now, the 4 divine kings were facing 5 at once and had the upper hand, but that didn't mean they could definitely beat them. Boom! The energy of the small and thin old man and the other 5 contenders surged once more, repelling the 4 divine kings' frenzied attacks. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. Hurry, let's go. The 11th rank powerhouses standing on the summit began to rush towards the middle of the mountain. They felt that if they continued to stay there, they might indeed be in mortal danger. Lord Shuayu, we should also leave quickly, Lin Yuan said urgently. Their ability to withstand the pressure emanating from the 4 divine kings and the others was solely due to Lin Yuan's protection. Most human evolvers did not have the right to stand at the top of the mountain, and now that the fight between the 4 divine kings and the other 5 contenders had escalated, it would be suicidal not to leave. Leave? Why should we leave? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, his gaze still fixed on the heavenly gate, which had mostly materialized. I originally thought that a refined ultimate weapon could unleash considerable power in this world. Turns out it's just this. What do you mean? Lin Yuan was somewhat baffled. She did not understand why, at this moment, instead of worrying about evading the aftermath, Lord Shuayu was talking about the power of the ultimate weapon. However, before Lin Yuan could recover her wits, Lin Yuan, who had been standing in front of her, casually stepped forward and vanished from the spot. Beneath the heavenly gate, where the 4 divine kings and the small and thin old man and other contenders had been fiercely colliding, suddenly everyone felt their scalps explode as if they were facing life and death decisions, and fear arose in their hearts. They started to retreat wildly in all directions without hesitation. Swish! A figure crossed over their former positions and appeared in front of the barely manifested heavenly gate. This figure, with his back to the 4 divine kings and the other 6 strong contenders, raised his right hand and gently drew a line behind him. A constantly trembling black aura encompassed half of the mountain summit, and the 4 divine kings and the other 6 strong contenders were all outside this thin line of black energy. It was only then that Lin Yuan even glanced at the 4 divine kings and the others. Cross this line and die. Chapter 747, 32. Why does this line move on its own? Please subscribe. Chapter 747, Chapter 32. Why does this line move on its own? Please subscribe. In front of the divine gateway, Lin Yuan approached for a closer observation. The two were less than half a meter apart. A black line of breath, seemingly substantial, prevented the four divine kings and other level 11 perfect legendary powerhouses from crossing. This sight was incredibly shocking, as even authoritarian beings like the four divine kings displayed looks of doubt and uncertainty, refraining from crossing the line. At the foot of the mountain, tens of thousands from the Myriad tribe's powerhouses widened their eyes. Within their view of the scene, originally, the four divine kings and 5 other powerhouses were engaged in a fierce battle. But in the next moment, they all stopped and retreated swiftly. Then a figure appeared in front of the divine gateway. With a flick of his hand, he drew a line and left the message, "Those who cross this line shall die." What was most unbelievable was that the 4 divine kings and the 5 other powerhouses really didn't cross that thin line. They just let that suddenly emerging figure stand in front of the divine gateway? What's the situation now? Why aren't the 4 divine kings fighting anymore? That figure in front of the divine gateway, is he the mysterious powerhouse from Shuiyu ancient country who emerged 200 years ago from human civilization, who suddenly made a move and deterred the 4 divine kings? So domineering, those who cross this line shall die? He really doesn't regard the 4 divine kings at all? The Myriad tribe's powerhouses rapidly discussed amongst themselves, currently situated on the mountainside, unable to sense the fluctuations of aura at the peak. They could only make judgments based on the reactions of the 4 divine kings and other powerhouses. At the mountaintop, the many 11th rank powerhouses who had not yet evacuated were watching Lin Yuan in absolute astonishment. He's too strong. How is this human civilization's blood rain so powerful? As soon as he took action, the 4 divine kings dared not continue. One by one, the 11 rank powerhouses got closer and sensed more, leading them to find the situation even more unbelievable. They had originally thought that among all the Myriad tribe's powerhouses, with the refining of the supreme weapon, the 4 divine kings would be the strongest. Even other level 11 perfect legendary powerhouses, like the Slender Elder and 5 others, needed to join forces to barely contend. Then Lin Yuan suddenly appeared. Note that the outside world had deemed Lin Yuan among the 9 great powerhouse levels. But there was still a significant gap between him and the 4 divine kings, the Slender Elder and the other 5 powerhouses. Lord Blood Rain, it's, on the side of human civilization's evolvers, Xuanyuan Dua and other evolvers were somewhat dazed. Just over a month ago, they were pleasantly surprised to learn that Lin Yuan also came from human civilization. Based on the strength that Lin Yuan had displayed 200 years ago, even if he wasn't quite at the level of superior powerhouses like the 4 divine kings, he was still strong enough to compete for entrance into the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th opening of the divine gateway. As for the first opening of the divine gateway, honestly, Xuanyuan Dua had no expectations at all. Accompanying Lin Yuan was just to witness the divine gateway for herself. After all, she was well aware of the strength of the 4 divine kings. Even if they joined forces with the Slender Elder and others to confront the 4 divine kings, the likelihood of entering the divine gateway would probably still be unrelated to Lin Yuan. Therefore, from the beginning, Xuanyuan Dua didn't think this opening of the divine gateway had anything to do with human evolvers. This was a competition among the innate mighty extraordinary beings, outside the scroll. The many supreme beings also paid close attention to the scenes atop Heavenly Mountain. Unable to peer into the two-dimensional world, they could only watch the shared memory images of the Myriad clan's powerhouses present on Heavenly Mountain. The 4 divine kings are indeed very strong. The spot for this divine gateway's opening should belong to the 4 divine kings. Truly the unique and unparalleled special beings, the treasures of the Star Alliance. The supreme beings carefully deduced the outcome of the battle through the memory images, which held no surprises for them. Originally, they were aware that the 4 divine kings should be the final victors after all, compared to other Myriad clans' powerhouses. Refining a supreme weapon completely suited to oneself held too great an advantage. The forces behind the Myriad clan's powerhouses had also considered extinguishing the 4 divine kings early on, only to end up with the Tianyu clan being slaughtered and eliminated prematurely. However, just as the supreme beings continued their observations, they were stunned, for through the memory images, they saw Lin Yuan appear and force the retreat of the 4 divine kings and the other 5 powerhouses. Is this an evolver from human civilization? How can he be so strong, surpassing even the combined force of the 4 divine kings? One supreme being after another displayed surprise, as even the 4 divine kings, to these beings of the 12th rank ultimate, didn't seem like much, merely a young individual with prospects of becoming ultimate. What surprised the supreme beings was the unexpected turn in the battle. Could there be someone stronger than the 4 divine kings? And this powerhouse came from human civilization? A frown creased the forehead of a supreme being from the Star Alliance, who was observing through the memory images of the 4 divine kings, and therefore knew more about the aura Lin Yuan emitted. Humph, no wonder you, Shachin, were unwilling to cooperate with me. Your human civilization has been hiding deeply. The Star Alliance's Supreme Being looked at the Shachen Supreme Being with some dissatisfaction and muttered under his breath. At this moment, he finally understood why the Shachen Supreme Being had previously acted so perfunctorily. It turned out that human civilization didn't need to rely on the four divine kings to enter the divine gateway. Although the four divine kings and other powerhouses did not directly confront Lin Yuan, their perceptions allowed them to deduce that the latter was stronger than them, much stronger. For this opening of the divine gateway, the most hopeful to enter had now shifted from the four divine kings to Lin Yuan. Ha ha ha, Shachen Supreme Being's face revealed a smile. Over the past 200 years, he also hadn't pressed Lin Yuan much on his capabilities, feeling that it would create pressure. Chapter 748-32, How Did This Line Move on Its Own? Please subscribe. 2. Chapter 748, Chapter 32, How Did This Line Move on Its Own? Please subscribe. 2. Regardless of whether he was asked or not, Lin Yuan's strength would not be affected. Shachen Supreme Being felt it was best to let Lin Yuan perform by himself. At least the Witch Ancestors' 35 realms. Shachen Supreme Being judged internally that Lin Yuan had easily forced back the four divine kings and the other 6 powerhouses, all of whom were from the Ancestor Witch's 30 realms or 31 realms. Being just 2 or 3 realms stronger wouldn't achieve this feat. Kai, how does human civilization have such good luck? Far away, several ancestors of the Tianyu clan looked at each other, feeling somewhat envious. From the very beginning of their arrival, the Tianyu clan had been eliminated. Now that the Heavenly Gate was open, the strong members of the Tianyu clan simply could not be bothered to come. This powerhouse of human civilization, compared to his performance in the two-dimensional world, even surpasses the four divine kings. The hope of reaching the ultimate level in future must not be underestimated. The insect queens were quite worried since human civilization and the insect race were absolute mortal enemies without any possibility of reconciliation. While there might be potential cooperation between the Star Alliance and human civilization, cooperation between the insect race and human civilization, even if they met without fighting, cooperation would be impossible. In the Insect Queen's view, if human civilization produced another supreme being in the future, the pressure they would have to bear would surge significantly. The four divine kings and the other 6 powerhouses wore expressions as solemn as water. They were the closest to Lin Yuan and knew very well what level of powerhouse they were dealing with. How is he so much stronger than me? A tumultuous wave surged in the heart of the four divine kings. For over 300 years he had not spent a day without enduring grueling cultivation, constantly seeking to merge the ultimate weapon within his body. He had originally thought himself invincible in this two-dimensional world, confident that he could handle even an 11th rank complete legendary strengths like the skinny old man. But Lin Yuan? A great fear kept emerging in the mind of the four divine kings at this moment. He had a feeling that he definitely could not defeat the other party. If he even thought of making a rash move, it could genuinely lead to life-threatening danger. What should we do now? Not far away, the skinny old man glanced at the four divine kings. While the 5 of them and the 4 divine kings were adversaries, they did not hesitate to join forces when confronted with a more formidable enemy. What to do? The 4 divine kings felt hesitant as well. The intention of the skinny old man was clear. Would the 6 of them join forces to test Lin Yuan, or simply leave right away? Let's leave, the 4 divine kings said after a deep look at Lin Yuan, slowly retreating down the mountain. He truly sensed a sort of life-threatening danger from Lin Yuan, so he decided to simply give up this chance at the opening of the Heavenly Gate. For the 4 divine kings, there was no point in fighting Lin Yuan for this chance at the Heavenly Gate. As long as he survived, there would be another opportunity to enter the Heavenly Gate next time. Why did he previously engage in combat with the skinny old man and others? It was entirely because the 4 divine kings felt no pressure and was fairly confident in defeating them. But now, the 4 divine kings had not a shred of confidence, and even faced the possibility of being brought down here, naturally knowing how to choose. To leave? Upon seeing the movements of the 4 divine kings, the other 5 powerhouses glanced at each other and began to retreat as well. The 5 of them had already had severe difficulty dealing with the 4 divine kings, let alone facing Lin Yuan, who dared not even engage. Couldn't believe none of us would be the ones to enter the Heavenly Gate, thought the skinny old man solemnly, his face tinged with sentimentality. The voluntary retreat of the 4 divine kings and the other 6 powerhouses caused tremors in the hearts of many watching from the myriad tribes. Retreating without fighting is a show of weakness. But are the 4 divine kings weak? How could they be weak? The mere pressure they emitted pushed 99% of the myriad tribes' powerhouses out of the mountain's waste. The residual impact from their previous wild engagement even caused many 11th rank powerhouses to feel numbness in their scalps, not daring to stay at the summit any longer. But now, the 4 divine kings and the other 6 had voluntarily retreated and given up the chance to enter the Heavenly Gate. The only possible explanation was that the human blood rain standing in front of the Heavenly Gate was beyond the limit of what the 4 divine kings and the others could handle. The 4 divine kings didn't even contemplate engaging. They just left like that? In front of the heavenly gate, Lin Yuan's attention was mostly on the gate, but he was still aware of the 4 divine kings and the other 6 powerhouses. The heavenly gate is right here, not even trying to probe? Lin Yuan was slightly astonished. After all, his statement of whoever crosses this line shall be killed was specifically intended to provoke the 4 divine kings and the others. The reason was that they carried many wondrous items on them. Other powerhouses from the Myriad tribes didn't dare to carry wondrous items for fear of being plundered, but for ones like the 4 divine kings and the skinny old man, beings of 11th rank perfect life, this wasn't a concern. Even to maintain their combat power, these 6 powerhouses carried multiple wondrous items on them. Therefore, from the start to the end, Lin Yuan had never intended to let these 6 powerhouses go. But if he were to attack and kill directly, there were many supreme beings watching from outside the canvas, and the 4 divine kings were associated with the Star Alliance, which did not have a bad relationship with human civilization. To kill without even asking would undoubtedly look a bit unsightly. Killing Tuoba Ancient God and other special beings was one thing. Those had a minimal hope of reaching the ultimate level. But the 4 divine kings? Lin Yuan knew that the 4 divine kings were treasures of the Star Alliance, their status not inferior to his own in human civilization. Chapter 749, 32. How did this line move on its own? Please subscribe. 3. Chapter 749, Chapter 32. How did this line move on its own? Please subscribe. 3. That's why Lin Yuan did what he had just done, crossing the line to infuriate the 4 divine kings among the 6 powerhouses. As long as the other side became provoked and collectively crossed the line to confront Lin Yuan, just like the frail old man and the other 4 powerhouses teamed up to confront the 4 divine kings earlier, Lin Yuan would then have a reason to slay them and snatch their wonders. I said, those who cross the line shall be killed. Now that you've all crossed it, my killing you wouldn't be excessive, would it? It's just that now, Lin Yuan hadn't anticipated that the 4 divine kings, along with the other 5 powerhouses, would be so cowardly. Did the aura I released just now scare them? Lin Yuan reflected on himself, roughly understanding the reason. Forget it, I won't pretend any longer. Lin Yuan sighed, no longer caring about appearance or reputation. The next moment, the black line that originally encircled most of the mountain peak suddenly began to expand. Almost in the blink of an eye, it had enclosed the 4 divine kings, the frail old man, and the other 5 powerhouses within it. The 4 divine kings had been planning to withdraw from the mountain peak, distancing themselves from Lin Yuan. But then they discovered, to their surprise, the black line drawn by Lin Yuan started to rapidly expand, and before he could react, he found himself already within its confines. How can the line move? The 4 divine kings were somewhat dazed. The frail old man and the other 5 powerhouses in the distance hadn't reacted either. They were moving away from Lin Yuan. How had they ended up within the black line? You? The 4 divine kings and the other powerhouses immediately realized something, turning to look at Lin Yuan, who stood before the gates of heaven. All right, since you've all crossed the line, don't blame me for taking action. Lin Yuan turned slowly, his gaze calm as he spoke unhurriedly. If you want to make a move, don't bother looking for a reason. The 4 divine kings' eyes gradually filled with madness. With his quick thinking, he realized that Lin Yuan had never intended to let them go. Buzz. The 4 divine kings' forearms glowed, emitting an aura far surpassing that of when they had clashed with the frail old man and the other 5 powerhouses. Whoosh! Lin Yuan appeared silently in front of the 4 divine kings, pressing down gently with his right hand. There was no intense collision, nor any ripple of strength released, as if it was merely a light touch, but the 4 divine kings' arms began to twist and deform, their limbs crumbled to dust, and they were sent flying backward, crashing harshly at the edge of the mountain peak. Supreme weapon, indeed, lives up to its reputation. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. If it hadn't been for the sudden protective force erupting from the 4 divine kings' arms just now, the opponent would have been annihilated by his palm strike. Even so, the current 4 divine kings had essentially lost 60% of their combat power. Go. Seeing this, the frail old man and the other 5 powerhouses, who initially planned to see if they could join forces with the 4 divine kings, saw the latter being severely injured by Lin Yuan and dared not linger any longer, fleeing in different directions. Think you can escape? Lin Yuan exhaled softly as a terrifying aura erupted from his body, the thick blood qi spreading in all directions, enveloping everything. Where the blood qi covered, the air turned viscous. The frail old man and the other 5 powerhouses felt as though they were carrying a massive mountain, their movements slowed to a crawl. In the 2-dimensional world, where the suppression degrades all extraordinary powers, the so-called fields and worlds simply cannot exist. The blood qi field Lin Yuan displayed wasn't a field or world, but a natural force field generated by his blood and physical strength reaching a certain level. Like in the cosmic starry sky, the larger the celestial body, the greater its natural influence and range. This was purely physical law, and it applied here in this 2-dimensional world too. Ah? The frail old man suddenly turned around because Lin Yuan had already appeared behind him. I have defensive wonders. You can't kill me. The frail old man didn't continue to flee, but stopped to face Lin Yuan's attack. The four divine kings, with their respective perfect weapons, had refined such treasures and thus showed no interest in wonders of the two-dimensional world. With his strength, the four divine kings never believed he would need such defensive wonders. But the frail old man was different. He was wearing two defensive wonders and believed that, no matter how strong Lin Yuan was, it would be difficult for him to be killed. However, Lin Yuan struck out with his palm again. Whoosh! The terrifying force penetrated the frail old man's two defensive wonders, leaving only 100,000th of the strength to land on him. But even 100,000th of the strength was more than the frail old man could withstand. In an instant, his internal organs were shattered, and he lost all resistance. Whew! Lin Yuan appeared instantly behind the third powerhouse, delivering another palm strike. The fourth, a palm strike. The fifth, a palm strike. The Myriad tribe's powerhouses who were watching the battle were shocked speechless at the one-sided slaughter. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that legendary level 11 perfect beings like the four divine kings and the frail old man could be so easily slaughtered, other than a supreme being who could achieve this. At the deepest part of the two-dimensional world. This area could no longer be considered part of the two-dimensional world but a more concealed space. On a vast expanse of land, an old man barely half a meter tall lay leisurely in an armchair, his eyes squinted, relaxed. In front of him was a huge scroll. The scroll was filled with mist, as if it contained a vast and real world. The half-meter-tall old man, who was previously sleeping, was suddenly disturbed as if something had interrupted his slumber, opened his eyes, and glanced at the giant scroll in front of him. In just over 300 years, breaking through the limit of 30 worlds, did I stumble upon a treasure this time? The half-meter-tall old man's eyes gleamed with surprise as he began to observe intently. No, this talent is too monstrous. I need to watch longer. After considering, the half-meter-tall old man thought, let's continue observing for another 10,000 years to see to what heights you can eventually reach. Chapter 750, 33, Pushing Heaven's Gate, Seeking Subscriptions. Chapter 750, Chapter 33, Pushing Heaven's Gate, Seeking Subscriptions, Cosmic Starry Skies. The facial expressions of the Supreme Beings changed suddenly. In the two-dimensional world, at the summit of Heavenly Mountain, they became aware of the unfolding events in real time. The four divine kings, a thin old man, and other 11th rank complete legendary strengths had barely come into contact with that human Shui Yu when they were gravely injured and near death. The two parties were simply not on the same level, with the former powerless to even struggle or resist in the presence of the latter. Even though they possessed defense treasures to protect themselves, in the two-dimensional world, these defense treasures could only exert minimal power and were utterly incapable of blocking Lin Yuan's attack. Xia Qin, have your human evolvers stop, a supreme being from the Star Alliance urged, unable to sit still any longer. The four divine kings were the most likely candidates in the Star Alliance to reach ultimate 11th rank life. If they died simply like this in the two-dimensional world from fundamental losses to their spirit will, no one knew how long it would take to recover. It might even be possible that they could not recover at all, which would lessen their hopes of reaching the ultimate greatly. Xia, let's talk this over. A supreme being from the Yu clan immediately communicated, as 2 of the 5 11th rank complete legendary lives came from the Yu clan. 11th rank complete legendary lives, even for the peak clans, were foundational, ranked on the reserve list for ultimate, and it was unknown how long one might take to emerge. Although dying in the two-dimensional world meant only the avatar perished, the fundamental loss would diminish the eventual probability of achieving the ultimate, which wasn't much different from a complete demise. The possibility of successfully achieving the ultimate was already minuscule, and further reduction made attempting to reach the ultimate no different from courting death. Oh, Shachin Supreme? Being glanced at the other ultimates who were continuously sending messages to him. We had already agreed not to interfere with our clan members' actions in the two-dimensional world. It's tough for me to do anything when you approach me like this, Shachin Supreme, being said indifferently. I'm willing to offer, a supreme being from the Star Alliance immediately spoke. In the end, the Star Alliance paid a price that greatly satisfied Shachin Supreme Being. Alright, let me ask first. Shachin Supreme Being glanced at the Yu Clan Supreme Being. My clan is also willing to offer. The Yu Clan's Supreme Being's heart was bleeding internally as he spoke stiffly. Virtual world. Lin Yuan stood in the personal world of the Supreme Being, looking up at Shachin Supreme Being seated on the throne. The Supreme Being asked me to spare the 4 divine kings for now, Lin Yuan thought to himself, guessing that Shachin Supreme Being might be negotiating with other ultimate beings. A moment later, a smile appeared on the face of Shachin Supreme Being seated on the throne. Ha 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 ha. This really made those old guys bleed heavily, Shachin Supreme Being began, sounding quite pleased. Bleed? Lin Yuan looked towards Shachin Supreme Being. Yes, Shachin Supreme Being nodded. How could they not pay a price to save their clan members? As he said this, Shachin Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan with satisfaction. About the 4 divine kings and others, there's no need to kill them now. I'll give you 80% of the compensation. Shachin Supreme Being had only asked him to spare the 4 divine kings and the thin old man's lives, and did not mention sparing their treasures. Lin Yuan could take all the treasures possessed by the four divine kings, the thin old man, and the other strong beings, then spare their lives. By the way, for that ultimate weapon embedded in the four divine kings' body, don't forcibly extract it, Shachen Supreme Being added. The one from the Star Alliance has agreed to trade for 2 ultimate weapons. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. To Lin Yuan, the four divine kings' ultimate weapon was no different from ordinary treasures. Trading 1 for 2 was absolutely a great deal. Two-dimensional world. Atop the mountain, Lin Yuan's vigor surged, enveloping the entire mountain summit. The four divine kings, the thin old man, and the other 6 strong beings had completely lost their ability to resist. The numerous powerhouses of the myriad clans below the summit were in utter turmoil. The strength displayed by Lin Yuan was terrifyingly formidable, far surpassing the gap between the four divine kings and these tier 10 and tier 11 powerhouses. Why has this person from human civilization, Lord Shuiyu, stopped attacking? Nonsense. It must be because the ultimate beings behind the four divine kings have reached out to the supreme being of the human civilization for negotiations, they speculated. Exactly. Other special life forms avatars, even if they die in this two-dimensional world, the Star Alliance wouldn't bother. But it's different for the four divine kings. He is their most hopeful candidate to become an ultimate. The myriad tribes' powerhouses were astonished internally, looking at Lin Yuan standing in the center of the summit, their souls trembling. If they had not been sure that those who descended into this two-dimensional world were tier 11 and below, they would even suspect that Lin Yuan was a supreme being. If he isn't a supreme being, how could he possibly suppress everything in this two-dimensional world, growing at a speed far surpassing the four divine kings? A gap of 1 or 2 realms could still be comprehended. 3 or 4 realms were reluctantly acceptable. But the gap between Lin Yuan and the four divine kings was probably 10 or 20 realms. Many would believe it if he were called a supreme being. In the middle of the summit, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, looked toward the four divine kings, the thin old man, and the other 6 strong beings, and said, "Hand over all your treasures, and you are free to leave." Hand over the treasures? The four divine kings and the others exchanged glances, slightly relieved inside. Although parting with their treasures was heart-wrenching, at least this avatar was preserved. "The strongest weapon merged within my body," the four divine kings whispered softly. "You may keep it," Lin Yuan glanced briefly at the other. This had also been specially instructed by Shachen Supreme Being. The strongest weapon within the four divine kings was of little significance to Lin Yuan. Very soon, 6 powerhouses handed over all the extraordinary items they carried. Among them, the four divine kings had 4 extraordinary items. The thin old man had 5, and the other 4 collectively had 18. From this battle alone, Lin Yuan had acquired 27 extraordinary items, which, added to those he had collected over the past 300 years, brought the total to over 30. This total didn't even include what other supreme beings had paid Lin Yuan to spare the lives of the four divine kings and the other 6 powerhouses. All in all, as long as Lin Yuan could make it out of the two-dimensional world smoothly, his gain would reach an unprecedented level, amassing a wealth that an 11th rank powerhouse couldn't accumulate in 10 lifetimes. After storing all the extraordinary items in the mirror's inner space, Lin Yuan voluntarily suppressed his own aura, gradually dissipating the blood and force field spreading over the entire summit. "You may leave now." Lin Yuan turned around, standing afresh before the heavenly gate. From attacking the four divine kings and the other powerhouses to completely suppressing them and receiving instructions from Shachen Supreme Being, not much time had actually passed. Even now, the heavenly gate in front of him had not fully materialized. "Are you a supreme being?" the four divine kings suddenly asked before leaving. If Lin Yuan were a supreme being, he could somewhat accept the defeat more gracefully, as losing to a supreme being wasn't shameful. A supreme being? Lin Yuan shook his head. "I am not." He was not only not a supreme being, but he wasn't even an 11th rank life. Not a supreme being, the four divine kings fell silent. Given Lin Yuan's capabilities, he seemed unlikely to lie, probably some hidden 11th rank evolver from human civilization. "I will remember this battle forever," the four divine kings said deeply, looking at Lin Yuan intensely before departing. Since their inception, they had never experienced such a crushing defeat, one so decisively executed. Whoosh! The four divine kings rapidly moved away. The injuries Lin Yuan caused had largely healed. For a power from Ancestor Witch's 30 realms, as long as the brain and heart weren't shattered, injuries to other organs would swiftly recover. We shall leave as well. The thin old man and the other 4 powerhouses also rapidly departed. For a time, the summit of Heavenly Mountain was left with only Lin Yuan. To be precise, at the edge of the summit there were also Chuanyuan Dua and several other human evolvers. Besides them, all powerhouses from the Myriad clans, including even those 11th rank powerhouses, had withdrawn from the summit's vicinity, only daring to observe from midway up the mountain. Too strong. Hoju of the prison tribe stood in a corner near the summit, staring at Lin Yuan standing before the heavenly gate, flooded with a sense of immense despair. Initially, he thought that with the mysteries within his crimson long knife, and after understanding many killing moves, he might try to compete for an opportunity to enter when the heavenly gate opened. but reality had harshly slapped him. Without mentioning the others, just the 4 divine kings and the thin old man could crush him, let alone Lin Yuan, who emerged out of nowhere and crushed the likes of the 4 divine kings. Lord Xueyu is so powerful? On the side of human civilization, Xuanyuan Dua and the other revolvers were bewildered. The surprise came too suddenly for them. How had they done nothing? Yet Lin Yuan was already standing before the heavenly gate, just waiting for it to fully materialize so he could enter. Why isn't the Galaxy Master here yet? Among the group of 11th rank evolvers, Nalen refocused and began to look around the middle slopes, searching for the Galaxy Master. Is this the heavenly gate? Compared to the shock of the many powerhouses from the Myriad clans, Lin Yuan returned his focus to the heavenly gate before him. The gate was now almost fully materialized. Its intricate, mysterious patterns, along with a faint oppressive force, made Lin Yuan's expression solemn. Although the heavenly gate's impression was far less compared to the door to the Myriad realms, it was still slightly stronger than Shachin's Supreme Being. Not long before, Lin Yuan had personally witnessed Shachin's Supreme Being reversing the river of time to resurrect past lives that had died. Time passed. Finally, at a certain moment, the heavenly gate fully materialized. At the moment the heavenly gate appeared, a terrifying, oppressive force spread in all directions. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. He felt something was off. With his strength, he could naturally easily withstand this oppressive force. But that was because Lin Yuan was at the Witch Ancestor's 50 realm, and this force had already surpassed what a normal Witch Ancestor at the 20th realm could handle. If every time the heavenly gate opened, it was with such oppressive force, what could the Witch Emperor and Witch Ancestor among those native lives use to enter the heavenly gate? Let's push the heavenly gate open first. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts, and as soon as the heavenly gate fully materialized, he just needed to push it open to enter. This was also the steps that native powerhouses had to perform after the opening of the heavenly gate in the past. Thinking this, Lin Yuan raised his hands, placed them on the heavenly gate, and then pushed hard. A few breaths later, Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed. He actually could not push the heavenly gate open. Chapter 751, 34, through the ages 8,000 words, please subscribe. Chapter 751, Chapter 34, through the ages 8,000 words, please subscribe. Can't push it? Lin Yuan frowned. The force he used to push the heavenly gate was not his full strength. But what was Lin Yuan's power? The 50th realm of the Witch Ancestor. And a Witch Ancestor of the 50th realm with each realm in complete perfection. Even if he used only a 10th or even a 100th of his strength, it was enough to utterly suppress and thrash the 4 divine kings and other 11th rank complete legendary lives. And now he couldn't move the heavenly gate? There's a problem. Lin Yuan withdrew his hands, carefully observing the heavenly gate before him. The force he had just exerted was perhaps tens of thousands of times that of the native Witch Emperors and Witch Ancestors, yet he couldn't budge the heavenly gate at all. So, how did the native Witch Emperors and Witch Ancestors manage to open the heavenly gate and then enter it in the past? Lin Yuan's thoughts diverged, and after pondering for a moment, he decided to try pushing the heavenly gate again. Placing his palms flat on the gate, Lin Yuan centered himself and quietly closed his eyes. Open for me. The originally calm Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, a terrifying aura bursting forth instantly. The air around him nearly solidified, his potent blood energy surging like a vast ocean, making the entire mountaintop seem as if it were teetering on the brink, ready to collapse under the force of Lin Yuan's outburst. All-out effort. This was the first time in 200 years that Lin Yuan had gone all out. Since stepping into the 20th realm of the Witch Ancestor, Lin Yuan had never unleashed his full power because there had been no adversary worthy of such respect, rumbling thunderously. The terrifying blood energy was boiling like scorching magma. Beneath the summit, many watching powerhouses from the Myriad clans were trembling uncontrollably in their souls. The aura that Lin Yuan released at this moment, compared to his earlier scuffle with the 4 divine kings, was absolutely different, terrifying beyond measure. What kind of power is this? The human blood rain just suppressed the 4 divine kings and didn't even use his full strength. The mighty 4 divine kings and 6 other 11th rank perfect lives, not only crushed by a human powerhouse, but also without forcing him to reveal his true methods? The shock among the Myriad tribe's powerhouses can be imagined. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that in this 2-dimensional world that suppressed everything, a powerhouse could elevate their strength to such a level, and that it was a human evolver, still can't push it open. Even after giving his all, Lin Yuan still couldn't move the heavenly gate before him. The amount of power I'm currently unleashing could penetrate this heavenly mountain beneath my feet, yet I can't open this heavenly gate? Lin Yuan found it absurd. If the heavenly gate was truly so difficult to open, then how did those native Witch Emperors and Witch Ancestors who managed to open it explain it? Could it be that this heavenly gate distinguished who was pushing it? Was there a different standard for powerhouses from the Myriad clans pushing the heavenly gate compared to the native powerhouses? Even if the standards were different, with Lin Yuan's current power he should have reached the threshold, right? I don't believe, with my current power, I can't open this mere heavenly gate. Lin Yuan's expression turned solemn, and having used almost all conventional methods, he was left with only the moves he would use in a life-and-death situation. Noki Wei main star. Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged, and everything happening in the two-dimensional world was no different from what his real body underwent. Divine skill, strengthening, Lin Yuan whispered, and in an instant, deep within his body, the divine ability imprint belonging to the strengthening divine skill began to spread pervasively, enveloping his flesh, soul, and everything else. In the two-dimensional world, where all supernatural methods were suppressed, including physical body divine abilities. Thus, the Taiyang divine spirit in the two-dimensional world couldn't activate any physical body divine ability. However, his real body outside the two-dimensional world could. The strengthening divine skill, once activated, would enhance everything about Lin Yuan tenfold, including his physical body, soul, spirit will, and so on. And while the Taiyang divine spirit in the two-dimensional world was isolated physically and spiritually, the spirit will was not. This meant that once Lin Yuan's true body activated the strengthening divine skill, the spirit will of the Taiyang divine spirit in the two-dimensional world would increase tenfold. Even though spirit will could not directly increase strength, it allowed more precise control over power, which could then unleash greater strength. Why do 11th rank powerhouses among the Myriad clans rise so much faster and grow quicker than those of the 9th and 10th ranks? Own realm was one factor, a strong spirit will was another. Therefore, the dramatic increase in Lin Yuan's spirit will significantly boosted his strength, rumbling thunderously. Accompanied by a tenfold increase in Lin Yuan's spirit will, the quasi-ethereal blood and fire surrounding him seemed to emanate an even more terrifying aura. At that moment, the many Myriad tribes' powerhouses watching from the mountainside were so shocked they were rendered speechless. To them, Lin Yuan felt even more majestic and imposing than the heavenly mountain beneath their feet, as if he were about to break the many constraints of the two-dimensional world and break free. A moment later, the aura emitted by Lin Yuan gradually retracted. Even after using the physical body divine ability strengthening, he still hadn't shaken the heavenly gate in the slightest, let alone opened it. After using the physical body divine ability strengthening, Lin Yuan would experience a brief period of weakness. Yet to the many Myriad tribes' powerhouses at the mountainside, this so-called weakness was barely noticeable, as he only temporarily fell from the Witch Ancestor 50 realm to the Witch Ancestor 45th realm. Chapter 752, 34, through the ages 8,000 words, please subscribe. To Chapter 752, Chapter 34, through the ages 8,000 words, please subscribe. 2. And for those amongst the Myriad tribes' powerhouses, there was no difference between the two. As for the main body outside the two-dimensional world, the Taiyan primordial spirit, it was not in a dangerous environment, and likewise, it was unhindered. Still can't push it open? Lin Yuan's expression was silent as he stared at the heavenly gate before him, frowning in deep thought. If even with all his methods deployed, he couldn't open the heavenly gate, then which of the powerhouses from the Myriad tribes within this two-dimensional world could? I am at the Witch Ancestor 50 realm, which is equivalent to the Witch Ancestor 60-70 realms of other powerhouses from Myriad clans. Combined with the amplification from the physical body divine ability enhancement, my strength in the short term could probably rival that between Witch Ancestor 90 to 100 realms. Lin Yuan looked at the heavenly gate before him, thinking to himself, below the mountain peak, many powerhouses from the Myriad tribes finally recovered from their shock. Soon, one of the powerhouses realized something. That was, the heavenly gate before Lin Yuan, was it still not pushed open? What does this mean? With the strength of the human blood rain, can't he push the heavenly gate open? Impossible. If even blood rain can't push open the heavenly gate, how did those witch emperors and witch ancestors enter it before? All the powerhouses from Myriad tribes were in an uproar, although most of them had no relationship with entering the heavenly gate. But now, seeing that the heavenly gate, which had been seen as the hope for leaving the two-dimensional world for over 300 years, was nearly impossible to push open, their hearts couldn't help but swell with a sense of desolation. If the heavenly gate couldn't be opened, then what was the point of these Myriad tribes' powerhouses madly cultivating and desperately enhancing their strength over these 300 years? Wouldn't their behavior of hunting everywhere for oddities be utterly laughable? If they collected all the oddities within the entire two-dimensional world, but couldn't take them out, wouldn't it be the same as garbage? As strong as the human blood rain is, if he can't open the heavenly gate, I might as well give up on this avatar. One after another, the powerhouses from the Myriad tribes began to fade away within the two-dimensional world. Giving up on an avatar was equivalent to a fundamental loss, and no powerhouse was willing to bear it. But if there really was no hope of leaving, it might be a relief to give up earlier. At least they wouldn't have to continue worrying and fearing within the two-dimensional world, outside the scroll. The complexions of the supreme beings were unsightly. The heavenly gate can't be pushed open? Under such circumstances, doesn't that mean there's no hope of leaving? How is that possible? Before, the heavenly gate could be opened, but now it can't. The supreme beings talked amongst themselves. They had originally deduced that the heavenly gate of the two-dimensional world would be the passage connecting the inside and the outside. but they had never expected that the heavenly gate could not be pushed open. Shachin, the supreme beings of the Star Alliance, and the Yu Clan supreme beings and others changed their expressions, looking towards Shachin's supreme being. Just now, to purchase the lives of the 4 divine kings, the skinny old man, and the other 6 tier 11 perfect strong ones, they had paid a significant price to Shachin's supreme being. But now, if the heavenly gate couldn't be opened, wouldn't that mean their price was paid in vain? Because if they couldn't leave through the heavenly gate, the fate of the 4 divine kings and other strong ones would still be death, with the only difference being whether they died in battle or of old age. All trades are done. How do you plan to back out? Xiaqin Supreme. Being glanced at the other supreme beings from different species without a hint of pleasure for having the upper hand. Because, if the heavenly gate couldn't be opened, not only did it mean the fate of the 4 divine kings and other strong ones, but Lin Yuan's fate would be the same. Unable to open the heavenly gate and trapped in the two-dimensional world, without the ability to control the rule of time to slow down the flow, they would have to die in, at most, 100,000 to 200,000 years. And 100,000 to 200,000 years in the two-dimensional world was equivalent to just 1 or 2,000 years in the main universe. Compared to facing a fundamental loss, Shachin's supreme being would rather have not had those gains. Gentlemen, the inability to open the heavenly gate is probably related to the fact that the powerhouses of myriad clans were absorbed into it, causing some changes to the two-dimensional world within white paper, said a one-horned supreme being, voicing his speculation. At these words, the other supreme beings nodded slightly. They also had similar thoughts. Otherwise, why could the witch emperors open the heavenly gate before the descent of the powerhouses from myriad clans? And now, even the blood rain of human civilization was blocked outside. Let's wait and see. There might be some other change. The supreme beings from Star Alliance and others, although they wanted to cancel the trade with Shachin's supreme being, had already sent out their treasures, so it was too late for regrets. With the strength of human civilization, to get those treasures back, they would have to start a full-scale war, which was almost hopeless. Even if they started a full-scale war, it would be a case of causing substantial damage to the enemy but suffering heavy losses themselves, absolutely meaningless. In the two-dimensional world, Lin Yuan stood in front of the heavenly gate but chose not to continue trying. Since even utilizing the physical body divine ability enhancement couldn't move the heavenly gate, any further attempts would be futile. Could it be that this heavenly gate is specifically targeting me? Lin Yuan suddenly thought, a conjecture that seemed incredible but now needed consideration, on the side of the human civilization evolvers. Xuanyuan Dua and the other 11th rank evolvers were equally puzzled as to why the heavenly gate hadn't been opened. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in their ears. Xuanyuan Dua, come here a moment. Yes, Xuanyuan Dua immediately realized that it was Lin Yuan calling her. She swiftly headed towards the heavenly gate. Lord Xueyu, before the heavenly gate, Xuanyuan Dua bowed slightly to Lin Yuan with some restraint. Before this day, Xuanyuan Dua certainly respected Lin Yuan, but it was merely respect. In her view, she was also an 11th rank life, and even the 5th tier of 11th rank life. Chapter 753-34, Through the Ages 8,000 Words, please subscribe. 3. Chapter 753, Chapter 34, Through the Ages 8,000 Words, please subscribe. 3. Even if Lin Yuan was stronger than her, the gap between them wouldn't be too large. But now, having witnessed Lin Yuan effortlessly defeating the 4 divine kings and other 11th rank perfect lives, as well as the earth-shattering aura he had just released. At this moment, Xuanyuan Dua's attitude towards Lin Yuan had changed. It was no longer respect, but reverence, and he almost treated Lin Yuan like a half-supreme being. In Xuanyuan Dua's view, Lin Yuan's strength in the two-dimensional world had already far exceeded the pinnacle that normal 11th rank life forms could achieve. Try to push the heavenly gate, Lin Yuan instructed. To confirm whether the heavenly gate selectively targeted him or not was simple, just let other powerhouses push it as well. Okay, Xuanyuan Dua did not doubt and walked to the front of the heavenly gate, starting to push it. Lord Xueyu, I can't push it, Xuanyuan Dua immediately said. You can't push it either? Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. Next, Lin Yuan randomly selected several other powerhouses from the myriad tribes. Source.com updated on Normarmarm 1. He had them all stand in front of the heavenly gate and try to push it open. The result was the same. They couldn't move it. Try with the natives of the two-dimensional world. After dozens of attempts, Lin Yuan confirmed it wasn't just him. Other powerhouses from the myriad clans couldn't open the heavenly gate either, so he decided to let the natives of the two-dimensional world have a try. On the mountainside, in a corner at the edge, Yan Fu, who had just entered the Witch Ancestor realm, was shivering under the unintentional release of aura by the numerous myriad tribes' powerhouses. Even so, Yan Fu felt his journey was absolutely worth it because, here, he witnessed a terrifying battle that had never occurred in past history. Especially that young man standing in front of the heavenly gate, his every move made Yan Fu feel an impulse to worship him like facing the vast universe. So strong, so strong. Even if all the witch ancestors who have ever existed were combined, they would not compare to a single hair of that powerhouse, Yanfu thought, filled with shock. Suddenly, a voice came through. Come here for a moment. Yanfu paused slightly, instinctively looking towards the mountain summit to Lin Yuan standing in front of the heavenly gate, and found that he was looking at him. Me? Yanfu was somewhat incredulous. Could it be that he, a mere ant, had attracted the attention of a powerhouse like Lin Yuan? Okay, time. For some reason, besides fear, a tinge of excitement rose in Yanfu's heart. What an honor it was to stand before Lin Yuan, a powerhouse without precedent. Soon, under the watchful eyes of many powerhouses from the Myriad tribes, Yanfu walked up to Lin Yuan. Sir, Yanfu bowed deeply to Lin Yuan with the utmost respect. Even though Lin Yuan's aura was restrained at the moment, not putting any pressure on Yanfu, he dared not act recklessly. The scene reminiscent of the heavens shattering was still circling in his mind. To him, Lin Yuan was an insurmountable mountain, so high that he couldn't even look up to it. Go and push the heavenly gate, see if you can open it, Lin Yuan said tersely. If Yanfu, a native witch of the two-dimensional world, could open the heavenly gate, that would mean that the threshold for Myriad tribes' powerhouses and native beings to open the heavenly gate was different. No problem. Yanfu steadied himself and walked to the front of the heavenly gate, beginning to push. A moment later, Sir, I can't open it, Yanfu said cautiously. I see, Lin Yuan nodded. He also came to a conclusion. There was no difference between the Myriad tribes' powerhouses and the native lives in terms of opening the heavenly gate. Is it because of our descent that has caused the difficulty of opening the heavenly gate to skyrocket? Lin Yuan thought to himself. At this point, that was the only explanation that made sense. How much has the difficulty of opening the heavenly gate skyrocketed? What kind of strength is needed to open it? Lin Yuan wondered, feeling for the moment just like the other powerhouses, aimless and uninspired, not knowing what his goal was. Is there something wrong with my state of mind? Lin Yuan immediately realized his change. The ripples that had constantly affected his state of mind suddenly became calm. In just over 300 years, I have already reached the Witch Ancestor 50 realm, and by the time the Heavenly Gate appears again, my strength will far exceed what it is now. Lin Yuan's gaze revealed a sharp determination. Even if I can't make it the next time the Heavenly Gate opens, there will be the time after that, and the time after that. With my extraordinary aptitude, as long as I have time, there are infinite possibilities, Lin Yuan thought, his state of mind more resolute than ever. As time passed, the manifested Heavenly Gate began to slowly dissipate. The Heavenly Gate is disappearing? It seems that even blood rain couldn't enter the Heavenly Gate. What do we do now? Is there still a need to stay in this two-dimensional world? The many powerhouses of the Myriad tribes felt an exceptional despair. The Heavenly Gate is going to disappear, said Lin Yuan, who was standing in front of it noticing the changes in the Heavenly Gate. However, Lin Yuan did not stop it, but quietly watched as the Heavenly Gate fully disappeared. Continue cultivating, set a goal. In 10,000 years, by the next opening of the Heavenly Gate, I must at least have reached the Witch Ancestor 100th realm, said Lin Yuan, decisively turning around and leaving the summit of Heavenly Mountain. What Lin Yuan didn't know was that he could not open the Heavenly Gate, and it had nothing to do with his own strength. It was because at the very depths of the two-dimensional world, a mysterious entity wanted to clearly see his growth rate over the upcoming 10,000 years. So, the Heavenly Gate that had opened this time was directly locked. No life form could open and enter it. Even if Lin Yuan possessed tremendous strength, unless he could completely break the restrictions and suppressions of the two-dimensional world, the Heavenly Gate would remain unopenable. And completely breaking the two-dimensional world's limits and suppressions was something even a supreme being could not accomplish. Chapter 754, 34, through the ages 8,000 words, please subscribe. 4. Chapter 754, Chapter 34, through the ages 8,000 words, please subscribe. 4. The 12th rank Supreme Being could indeed withstand being pulled into white paper, but once they fell into it, they'd similarly be suppressed, barely able to display some extraordinary powers, much like those oddities. There was still an immensely long way to go to break free from the suppression of the two-dimensional world. Luo River Gathering Area. After leaving the summit of Heavenly Mountain, Lin Yuan returned here. After Witch Ancestor 50 realm, the difficulty of advancing further vastly exceeds that before the 50 realms, Lin Yuan thought to himself. This was also the goal he had set for himself, which is why he aimed to only cultivate up to Witch Ancestor 100th realm before the next door to the Heavenly realm opened. It took over 300 years to reach the Witch Ancestor 50th realm, but the subsequent 10,000 years brought only an increase to the 100th realm because the space for progress after the 50th realm was too small. The difficulty from the 50th to the 11th realm would likely exceed that from the 1st to the 50th realm. Conventional seclusion doesn't have much effect, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In fact, even if I can't push open the Heavenly Gate, I still have a possibility to escape the two-dimensional world. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Supreme beings couldn't rescue anyone through white paper, but Lin Yuan, by using the door to the Myriad Realms, more precisely, the physical body transit of the door to the Myriad Realms, could indeed leave this two-dimensional world. It only cost 50 strands of world-breaking origin force, but there was still a problem with doing so. That was, after ending the transit, when his Taiyang divine spirit returned to the main universe, would it still appear inside the two-dimensional world? If it did appear again, such corporeal transit would be meaningless because it would still be suppressed by the two-dimensional world. Moreover, the spirit will's transit method of the door to the Myriad Realms faced this same issue of whether it would still appear in the two-dimensional world upon return. Let's continue observing. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan wouldn't easily resort to this method. Directly disappearing from within the two-dimensional world, current signs indicate that the white paper squeezed into the universe might possess an independent will. At the very least, it seemed to be an entity similar to the spirit of the mysterious realm in Shuang's secret realm. Otherwise, how could one explain the altered difficulty of opening the heavenly gate after the arrival of the Myriad tribe's powerhouses? Therefore, directly using the door to the Myriad realms to escape from the two-dimensional world, even if just temporarily, would certainly attract the attention of that being within the two-dimensional world itself. Escaping the suppressive restrictions of the two-dimensional world isn't something even a 12th rank supreme being can do lightly, and for Lin Yuan to do so would be too conspicuous. As for Lin Yuan, the worst plan would be to abandon his Taiyang divine spirit, even if it resulted in defects in the martial path evolutionary path, but with Against Heaven's understanding, it wasn't impossible to make up for the deficiencies. Even if he couldn't compensate, since Lin Yuan was able to pave a martial path evolutionary path, he could also develop other evolutionary paths not weaker than the martial Dao, simply switching to another evolutionary path. Given Lin Yuan's current status in human civilization, starting over would be much easier than before. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan's spirit turned back to cultivation. When activating divine skill enhancement, my spirit will significantly sharpens, furthering my control over power, and from there revealing more about the true essence of this world, Lin Yuan mused to himself. If I get a chance next, I might as well frequently activate physical body divine ability enhancement. The biggest risk of physical body divine ability enhancement is that after its activation, it leads to a brief period of weakness. But if one ensures being in a sufficiently safe environment, it can also serve as a method of cultivation. The strengthening of the spirit will not only greatly benefit Lin Yuan's understanding of the essence of the power in this two-dimensional world, but the comprehension of many laws by the true body in the outside world will also improve in efficiency as the spirit strengthens, enhancing performance in all aspects. As for the subsequent period of weakness, it's merely a weakening of strength, with no actual impact on the comprehension of laws. Xiaoyu Evolution Tower. Jiaqin's Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan, concerned, and asked, "Is the heavenly gate truly impenetrable?" The inability to open the heavenly gate had already been recognized by the Myriad tribe's powerhouses. Even the human blood rain, who dominated over the 4 divine kings, couldn't open it. It almost pronounced the death sentence of all the Myriad tribe's powerhouses within the two-dimensional world. However, Xiaqin's Supreme Being still wanted to understand more about the situation. "It can't be pushed open," Lin Yuan said, nodding his head. There was no need to lie or hide anything in front of a Supreme Being. "This is troubling," Xiaqin's Supreme Being said, somewhat headache-prone. If the heavenly gate couldn't be opened, it meant Lin Yuan couldn't leave the two-dimensional world on his own initiative. And outside the painting, these supreme beings couldn't influence the interior of the two-dimensional world either, equating to falling into a vicious cycle. While some supreme beings proposed to wait and see, perhaps there would be a change after the next opening of the heavenly gate, Xiaqin's Supreme Being was still quite worried. "What are your plans now?" Xiaqin's Supreme Being asked. "Continue cultivating, waiting for the next opening of the heavenly gate," Lin Yuan said calmly. "Good." Xiaqin's Supreme Being nodded, sensing that Lin Yuan's mindset had not been affected at all, which was quite exceptional. Many strong individuals could persevere in the face of adversity, but to remain unyielding in the face of a hopeless or deadly situation was exceedingly difficult. Undoubtedly, the 300 years before the arrival of the Myriad tribe's powerhouses in the two-dimensional world were the years of greatest strength improvement, already reaching the world's bottleneck. Even after another 10,000 years, the improvement in personal strength might not be as significant as in those first 300 years. Chapter 755, 34, through the ages 8,000 words, please subscribe. 5. Chapter 755, Chapter 34, through the ages 8,000 words, please subscribe. 5. Advance another step at the top of the 100-foot pole. How easy is that to say? Don't worry, I've already discussed it with the other Supreme Beings. If it really doesn't work in the end, we'll use the ancestral force to see if we can forcefully break through that white paper. The Xiaqin Supreme Being said solemnly. Ever since the white paper squeezed into the universe, the Xiaqin Supreme Being and other existences have been carefully probing without using any drastic measures. The first reason is the fear of causing more changes in the white paper. The second is to avoid damaging the white paper as much as possible. But now, with all the probing methods proving ineffective, there's only the option of breaking through by force left. Thank you, Supreme Being, Lin Yuan said. The ancestral force of human civilization definitely should not be used lightly, especially in the face of the white paper whose details are unknown. But Lin Yuan is too important to human civilization, and the 9 Supreme Beings, including Sha Qin, didn't want to see Lin Yuan's avatar fall in the two-dimensional world and suffer fundamental losses, leaving the personal world of the Sha Qin Supreme Being. Lin Yuan's true body then continued to sense the rule fluctuations. Out of the 12 guiding spaces on the Black Planet, I have taken 10, Lin Yuan mused. In the recent 2 to 3 years, he had gradually deduced 3 more pillar-level fusion rules. At Lin Yuan's level, it was easy to deduce pillar-level fusion rules. The difficult part was cultivating these pillar-level fusion rules to a higher realm. Lin Yuan's first comprehended life and death samsara rule still hovered at the 2nd realm, and even with the assistance of the Black Planet's guiding spaces, it was still a short distance from the 3rd realm. I am still too greedy. Lin Yuan shook his head lightly, forgetting that he was only at the 10th rank. The ultimate goal of a 10th rank strong person probably is just to comprehend 1 pillar-level fusion rule and rank as grade A. Yet now, speaking of pillar-level fusion rules, Lin Yuan could deduce them as he wished, and the pillar-level rules he deduced were powerful. Fusion rules merged from more than 3 pillar rules. Virtual world. Naylan, the Deputy Tower Master, found Lin Yuan. Galaxy Master, you really should go take a look at Heavenly Mountain. Naylan, the Deputy Tower Master, couldn't help but say. At the peak of Heavenly Mountain, when the Celestial Gate opened, Naylan, the Deputy Tower Master, searched for Lin Yuan among many Myriad tribes' powerhouses but couldn't find him. So, it was assumed that Lin Yuan didn't go to Heavenly Mountain, and that was quite normal. Not all Myriad tribes' powerhouses would venture to Heavenly Mountain. For example, the powerful members of the Tianyu clan hardly went to Heavenly Mountain, and some Myriad tribes' powerhouses who knew they had no hope of entering the Celestial Gate did not go to Heavenly Mountain either. In Naylan, the Deputy Tower Master's view, Lin Yuan was likely among the latter, and as the most powerful genius in the history of human civilization, his appearance at Heavenly Mountain would probably attract the attention of other Myriad tribes' powerhouses and thereby cause unnecessary trouble. The blood rain figure of our human civilization went on a killing spree at the peak of Heavenly Mountain, crushing supreme special beings like the 4 divine kings into the dust. Teska. Nalan, the Deputy Tower Master, spoke with a tone of emotion, and even now, the scenes from the peak of Heavenly Mountain kept flashing through his mind. It was just too domineering. Could the evolvers of human civilization actually be so dominant in the presence of those unique and special existences? Lin Yuan nodded, without offering much explanation. For a 10th rank being to thrash the tier 11 perfect special beings like the 4 divine kings, if such news were to spread out, it would definitely cause the pinnacle figures of the insect race and the Tianyu clan to lose sleep. Rather than that, it's better to keep it under wraps, which was also the advice given by the Sha Qin Supreme Being. Until one has sufficient strength, it is best to lay low. It's not that human civilization couldn't offer protection, but it would save a lot of trouble. Human civilization, too, grew to its current strength through a long period of laying low. I wonder which evolver of human civilization the Blood Rain is, and if I have the privilege to meet them, Naylan, the Deputy Tower Master, said with a hint of longing in his voice. He was also an 11th rank evolver, but he didn't dare to feel any pride in the presence of the Blood Rain figure. Meet the Blood Rain? Lin Yuan glanced at Nalan, the Deputy Tower Master. Without saying anything, two-dimensional world. After a short period of seclusion, Lin Yuan took the initiative to leave the Luochuan gathering area and began to travel around every corner of the two-dimensional world. Past the Witch Ancestor 50 realm, simple seclusion no longer had much effect on strength improvement. What Lin Yuan needed to do was to walk every place in the two-dimensional world, to observe the essence of its power from different angles, continuously break the constraints of the world, and further improve his strength. Years flowed gently by. After that, Lin Yuan never showed up again, having traversed each phase of the 12 ancient countries and eventually leaving their territories, exploring towards the even more vast, desolate regions. Atop the mountain ranges, in the depths of the wilderness, beneath the vast seas, Lin Yuan passed by, as if an observer detached from the world. Time flowed like water, and before he knew it, 10,000 years had passed. Chapter 756, 35, Transformation of Power, please subscribe. Chapter 756, Chapter 35, Transformation of Power, please subscribe. Black Planet, the Life and Death Samsara Guidance Space. An incarnation of Lin Yuan sat in this place, observing the ceaseless cycle of life and death before him. Life is death, and death is life. The cycles of life and death are merely different aspects of the samsara rule. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan was spirited. His understanding of the life and death samsara rule had broken through certain shackle, reaching a new level. The fourth realm of the life and death samsara rule. In the two-dimensional world, a millennium had passed, while a century had gone by in the main universe. 150 years ago, Lin Yuan comprehended the life and death samsara rule. 100 years ago, the life and death samsara rule reached the second realm. Now, after another 100 years, Lin Yuan's understanding of the life and death samsara rule had surpassed the third realm and attained the fourth realm. The life and death samsara rule, although it only encompasses two pillar-level fusion rules of life and death, essentially, it explicates the samsara rule. Without being in this guiding space, I estimate it would take over 10 times longer to reach my current level. Lin Yuan felt quite emotional inside. Due to his heaven-defying understanding, no bottleneck or shackle could block his path for long. If it were any other evolver, it wouldn't just be a matter of time. They probably couldn't cross over even at the end of their lifespan. Not to mention other races. Among human civilization alone, there are not a few 11th rank evolvers stuck in the third and fourth realm of pillar-level fusion rules. To cultivate to the tier 11, each is without exception the strongest genius of their era. This guiding space is of no use to me now. At this moment, Lin Yuan looked around at the intertwined and fused rules of life and death, feeling no further impact in his heart because he had now reached a realm in this fusion of rules that equaled the height of the guiding space. Simply put, Lin Yuan had fully comprehended this guiding space. Now that the life and death samsara rule has reached the fourth realm, and several other pillar-level fusion rules like the Great Destruction rule are at the third realm peak, I could step into the fourth realm at any moment. He thought to himself that while concurrently contemplating multiple fusion rules could disperse one's focus and energy, the simultaneous advance and collision among the different fusion rules often brought about unexpected propulsion effects for Lin Yuan. Whether it was the life and death samsara rule or the Great Destruction rule, they are all part of the chaos rules with the same origin. I can tell the Shachen Supreme Being to arrange for 10th rank evolvers from human civilization to take my place. Since this guiding space was no longer effective for Lin Yuan, then he might as well rent it out. After all, according to the price previously agreed upon with the Shachen Supreme Being, a guiding space is worth 100 million merit points. Let's go. Lin Yuan turned and left the guiding space. Outside the guiding space, the figure of Lin Yuan appeared. The next moment, not far away, a figure with a stern face, wearing a black robe, materialized. Why have you come out? The black-robed figure was taken aback and frowned at Lin Yuan. The Black Planet's 12 guiding spaces, each life was only allowed to enter a certain guiding space once. In other words, they cannot be re-entered. Lin Yuan had spent just over 100 years in the life and death samsara guidance space before he voluntarily walked out. According to the rules of the Black Planet, he could not re-enter the life and death samsara guidance space again. This made the black-robed figure somewhat regretful. It took Lin Yuan only 50 years to break through from the first realm to the second realm in the life and death samsara rule. Regarding talent and aptitude, he was absolutely the most monstrous, the most aberrant 10th rank life in the black-robed figure's memory. But even if one was that monstrous and aberrant, it was extremely foolish to leave the guiding space before reaching the fourth realm of the life and death samsara rule, because this guiding space is no longer of any use to me. Lin Yuan glanced at the black-robed figure and spoke. No longer of any use? The black-robed figure was a little slow to react, then looked at Lin Yuan with disbelief. You've reached the fourth realm? Only those who had reached the fourth realm were qualified to say that the guiding space was of no use to them. 100 years ago, Lin Yuan's life and death samsara rule reached the second realm, and he unintentionally revealed his aura, disturbing the balance of life and death within the guiding space. This allowed the black-robed figure to surmise that Lin Yuan had reached the second realm. After that, Lin Yuan reached the third realm, and just now the fourth realm, without revealing any aura or disturbing the balance of life and death within the guiding space. Obviously, the black-robed figure did not know Lin Yuan's exact level. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded, raised his right hand, lines of life and death coiled around his fingertips, and in a vague sense, a vast great wheel of samsara appeared. Really the fourth realm? Seeing the great wheel of samsara at Lin Yuan's fingertips, the black-robed figure had no more doubts in his heart, but even so, he was still struck with a sense of incredulity. So this is the fourth realm? On the surface, it seemed that Lin Yuan spent 50 years to step from the first to the second realm, and another 100 years from the second realm to the third, and then from the third to the fourth realm. The time spent breaking through each level was 50 years. It appeared to be straightforward. But the breakthroughs in realms are far from being so simply calculated. The higher the level, the more time it requires to elevate just one minor realm. Among the numerous evolved geniuses of human civilization, only Lin Yuan had taken several hundred to 1,000 years to cultivate from the first rank to the 7th rank, but from the 7th to the 8th rank, they stalled for tens of thousands of years, even hundreds of thousands of years. It's even more so with the comprehension of fusion rules. In the black-robed figure's estimation, it would take Lin Yuan 50 years to step into the second realm and between 500 to 1,000 years to step into the third realm. Chapter 757, 35, Transformation of Power, please subscribe. Chapter 757, Chapter 35, Transformation of Power, please subscribe. 2. Step into the fourth realm, it almost takes 10,000 years. This was still based on the premise that Lin Yuan had advanced into the second realm within 50 years prior, showing such an awe-inspiring and unequaled talent. But as for Lin Yuan, he spent 50 years from the first to the second realm, another 50 years from the second to the third realm, and 50 years from the third to the fourth realm. This meant that Lin Yuan's comprehension speed was getting faster and faster, showing an exponential surge. Can you send me out? Lin Yuan looked at the slightly distracted man in the black robe and spoke. On the Black Planet, the roads behind the 12 gates are all one way. Entering is possible, but to leave, it requires the power of the man in the black robe. Leave? Okay. The man in the black robe quickly recovered. He took a deep look at Lin Yuan, waved his right hand, and sent him to the surface of the Black Planet. For a moment. Outside the guiding space, the vast emptiness held only the figure of the man in the black robe. How could such an aberrant life be born within this universe? The man in the black robe muttered to himself. Most of his memories were incomplete, but he also realized that Lin Yuan's cultivation speed was extremely unreasonable. Outside the Black Planet, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. Let's go back. Lin Yuan stepped out and left the Black Planet. At present, he was merely an incarnation, and compared to a primordial spirit avatar, an incarnation's combat power was very weak, so most evolvers' attitude towards an incarnation was to directly dissipate it after use. But in Lin Yuan's view, even a mosquito was still meat. With the strength of his incarnation, even if it was far inferior to his true self, by leveraging the use of space rules, he could still travel hundreds of light years in one step, quickly returning to the Milky Way main star. Then merging into his true self, he avoided the slight loss from an incarnation dissipating. Battlefield A11, under a certain eternal spatial rift. Lin Yuan Tai-Yin Primordial Spirit opened his eyes. The battlefield A098, where the Taiyang Divine Spirit had been, was forcibly reduced to a lower dimension by the white paper that entered the universe and no longer existed. Even the Taiyang Divine Spirit fell into it. But no matter what, the accumulation efficiency of world-breaking origin force couldn't decrease. After confirming that the Taiyang Divine Spirit couldn't come out in a short period, Lin Yuan let the Tai-Yin Primordial Spirit choose another large alien battlefield to accelerate the accumulation of world-breaking origin force. Compared to the absolute safety within the guiding space, a large alien battlefield is full of crises, so it must be an avatar that goes, as for an incarnation. A moment of carelessness could lead to death at the hands of different species. The intensity of the wars has indeed lessened quite a bit over these 100 years. Lin Yuan glanced at the center of the battlefield and thought. Not just this large alien battlefield, but the intensity of wars has dropped significantly in other large alien battlefields, and even in medium-sized and small-sized otherworldly battlefields. The reason for this has to do with that white paper extending deep in the cosmic starry skies. Over 1 billion myriad tribes' powerhouses fell into it, which has no small impact on the alliances of the peak clans. At least shortages are starting to appear in war reserves. Even if a vast number of myriad tribes' powerhouses return from the white paper inside the two-dimensional world facing fundamental losses, it would take a considerable amount of time to attempt recovery. Add to that, supreme beings are studying that white paper. The impact from the top down has caused the intensity of battles in all battlefields to decrease. Lin Yuan was naturally pleased with this, as the safer the environment, the more conducive it was to accumulating world-breaking origin force. The quantity of my world-breaking origin force has reached 900 strands. Lin Yuan thought of the world-breaking origin force stored in the door to the Myriad Realms, and a smile appeared on his face. In 100 years, according to the accumulation speed of world-breaking origin force, 1 strand every 90 days beneath the eternal spatial rift of a large alien battlefield. Lin Yuan had accumulated 405 strands of world-breaking origin force. Add to that nearly 500 strands of world-breaking origin force he already possessed 100 years ago. The combined total made Lin Yuan's quantity of world-breaking origin force near 1,000 strands. So much world-breaking origin force, Lin Yuan let out a slight sigh of relief in his heart. With such a vast amount of world-breaking origin force at his support, even if the Taiyang Divine Spirit had indeed perished within that two-dimensional world, Lin Yuan would still have enough confidence. Even if the Taiyang Divine Spirit were to be fundamentally erased, and his own against heaven's understanding was unable to restore the Taiyang Divine Spirit, he could still perform custom traversal, letting the door to the Myriad Realms take him to a world where his Taiyang Divine Spirit could be restored. In the myriad realms of the heavens and countless dimensions, there is always a world environment that could restore his Taiyang Divine Spirit. It's merely a matter of how much world-breaking origin force it would take. With my current strength, I should be comparable to an 11th rank life of the 3rd tier. In 100 years of cultivation, Lin Yuan had reached the 4th realm in pillar-level fusion rules, but it's important to know with his own powerful foundation. Lin Yuan, in the 1st realm, could wield the power of the life and death samsara rule at the 2nd or even 3rd realm's might. Now that he had reached the 4th realm, he estimated he could be on par with the peak 5th realm of pillar-level fusion rules. The threshold for the 3rd tier of an 11th rank is elevating a certain pillar-level fusion rule to the 5th realm. An advancement of 1 tier in 100 years? Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The 6 levels of 11th rank life, for any 11th rank powerhouse wishing to cross them, The time spent on each tier is counted by millions or tens of millions of years. This is still the case without facing any bottlenecks. Otherwise, it would be far more than millions or tens of millions of years. Lin Yuan, having cultivated for only 100 years, was now comparable to the third tier of an 11th rank, which was an utterly astounding rate of advancement. Chapter 758, 35, Transformation of Power. Please subscribe. 30 Chapter 758, Chapter 35, Transformation of Power. Please subscribe. 3. The most crucial aspect was that Lin Yuan wasn't cultivating as an 11th rank life, but instead he had bridged this gap at the 10th rank life level. Comprehending many of the fusion rules went smoothly, but with the space-time rule, there seemed to be some difficulties. With a shift in thought, Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. The space-time rule, formerly known as the spatio-temporal fusion rule, is among the most arduous and abstruse of the fusion rules, without equal, and comprehending the spatio-temporal fusion rule is one of the thresholds that an 11th rank powerhouse must cross to reach the ultimate existence. The importance of the spatio-temporal fusion rule, thus, can be imagined. Comprehending the spatio-temporal fusion rule means that the space and time of one's inner world are unified, resulting in a more stable and perfect transformation towards the inner universe, ensuring a steadier transition. Moreover, the spatio-temporal fusion rule plays a significant role in freeing an 11th rank life from the constraints of the river of time, allowing an 11th rank life to step out of the river of time for longer periods, thereby fighting for more time to strive for the ultimate. Perhaps it's somewhat unrealistic for me to want to comprehend the spatio-temporal fusion rule at the 10th rank, Lin Yuan thought to himself, that even for an 11th rank life, once the spatio-temporal fusion rule was comprehended, one would instantly rise to the 4th layer, and by raising the spatio-temporal fusion rule to the 5th realm, one would be qualified to challenge the ultimate. What Lin Yuan wanted to do at the 10th rank was something only an 11th rank life at the 4th layer could achieve, and this wasn't simply a matter of combat foundation, but rather a pure comprehension of the rules. Ultimately, 10th rank life was still somewhat inferior. It didn't have the same ease as an 11th rank life in sensing the fluctuations of the space-time rule. Enough, even without mastering the spatio-temporal fusion rule, with my perception, once I step into the 11th rank, I will be able to comprehend it quickly. Lin Yuan ceased his contemplation. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan's true body sat cross-legged. 10th stage martial Tao chapter? Decades ago, Lin Yuan had been contemplating the inception of the 10th rank chapter. Since comprehending the life and death samsara rule, Lin Yuan was considered grade A at the 10th rank, the peak of 10th rank, qualified to embark on the 10th stage martial Tao chapter, all the more so now that Lin Yuan's life and death samsara rule had long reached the 4th realm. My 10th stage martial Tao chapter must be unique. Over the decades, Lin Yuan had attempted to create hundreds of beginnings for the 10th stage martial Tao chapter, but none proved satisfactory. The evolutionary path of human civilization, from 1st rank to 11th rank, doesn't see the 10th rank as the most crucial nor as the strongest in combat power, but it still serves a pivotal role in bridging the past and unlocking the future. Especially for the martial path evolutionary path, the 10th rank chapter is of utmost importance. The 10th rank path I've taken cannot be replicated, so the 10th stage martial Tao chapter should address all 10th rank evolvers, Lin Yuan thought rapidly in his mind, continuously forming the various intricacies of the 10th rank chapter. Outside the Milky Way main star, a young-looking man with eyes that bore a hint of world weariness suddenly appeared. I spent all the merit points I've accumulated, and also borrowed 80 million merit points in the name of my clan from human civilization, bringing the total to 100 million merit points in exchange for an opportunity that could bring me one step closer. The man with the vicissitudes in his eyes was named Xuanyuan Fan, an ancient 10th rank evolver from the Xuanyuan family. In terms of strength, Xuanyuan Fan ranked among the top 10 of all 10th rank evolvers in human civilization and was much stronger than Nalan, the assistant tower master, before her breakthrough. Because Xuanyuan Fan had comprehended 2 pillar-level fusion rules, among which the life and death samsara rule had reached the peak of the 1st realm. However, without stepping into the 2nd realm, Xuanyuan Fan could not challenge the 11th rank, and to elevate the life and death samsara rule to the 2nd realm was no longer a matter of arduous cultivation but required the aid of an external force. According to the ancestor's intention, the Galaxy Master holds a heritage site that could further my life and death samsara rule, but it requires a payment of 100 million merit points. Xuanyuan Fan felt somewhat pained. Even as an evolver from the Xuanyuan family, constantly fighting on the battlefield for human civilization, he had only amassed 20 million merit points until now. Had it not been for his family's reputation, he wouldn't have been able to gather close to 100 million merit points. Even if he did gather enough, he would still need to repay 80 million merit points to human civilization. Even if Xuanyuan Fan luckily stepped into the 11th rank, it would take him millions to tens of millions of years to repay that amount. I wonder which heritage site could be worth 100 million merit points. But the ancestor wouldn't deceive me, Xuanyuan Fan thought. It was precisely on the advice of the Xuanyuan family's ancestor that he had made such a choice. The ancestor of the Xuanyuan family was one of the 9 supreme beings of human civilization. The Galaxy Master, the strongest genius of human civilization to date, who stepped into the 10th rank 200 years ago. Xuanyuan fan's mind flashed through Lin Yuan's information. What a lucky fellow, Xuanyuan fan envied in his heart. A heritage site that was worth 100 million merit points for just a single entry. Its true value was immeasurable. Shortly after Xuanyuan Fan arrived at the Milky Way main star, he contacted Lin Yuan through the virtual network. A moment later, a young man appeared not far away. Galaxy Master, Xuanyuan Fan looked at the quietly arriving young man, his expression changing slightly. His own perception of the life and death samsara rule had also reached the peak of the first realm, so he vaguely sensed the great wheel of samsara condensing within Lin Yuan. In front of this vast great wheel of samsara, Xuanyuan Fan felt like an ant which could be obliterated at any moment. Wasn't the Galaxy Master just at the initial stage of the 10th rank? Why is his aura so terrifying, and his comprehension of the life and death samsara rule so profound? Xuanyuan Fan was shocked. Although he didn't know to what extent Lin Yuan's life and death samsara rule had reached, it was undoubtedly far beyond his own. It's terrifying. Is this the first genius of our human civilization? Originally, Xuanyuan Fan didn't pay much attention to Lin Yuan, but at this moment his spirit couldn't help but quiver. Galaxy Master, here are 100 million merit points, Xuanyuan Fan said with utmost respect and transferred 100 million merit points to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded and also sent over the coordinates of the Black Planet. The star domain where the Black Planet was located now belonged to Lin Yuan. Without permission, any citizen who trespassed on the Black Planet was violating the laws of human civilization, and 11th rank evolvers were no exception. 100 million merit points received. Lin Yuan watched Xuanyuan Fan leave with respect, feeling quite pleased. He then gazed towards a certain part of the cosmic starry skies, the location of the two-dimensional world. Chapter 759, 36, The Reappearance of Heaven's Gate, Seeking Subscriptions. Chapter 759, Chapter 36, The Reappearance of Heaven's Gate, Seeking Subscriptions, Two-Dimensional World. Heavy snow whirled through the air, covering everything in a blanket of white. Within Sea Moon City, Lin Yuan walked the streets, occasionally stopping to sit at a nearby table and chairs to sample the delicacies of Sea Moon City. Sea Moon City, established by the Sea Moon tribe, is far from the 12 ancient countries. There are few conflicts here. The people of the Sea Moon tribe dislike fighting amongst themselves and are very friendly to outsiders. While tasting the food, Lin Yuan pondered to himself. Having spent 10,000 years, Lin Yuan had basically explored this two-dimensional world once over. This was his second visit to Sea Moon City, the last time being 8,000 years ago. He would only come to a place a second time if he especially liked a particular city. And the cuisine of Sea Moon City was distinctive. Lin Yuan had revisited to experience the flavors here once more. 8,000 years have passed. Generations of the original citizens of Sea Moon City have come and gone, but the taste of the food hasn't changed much. Lin Yuan sipped his drink, which was blended from dozens of unique fruit juices, offering a truly unique flavor. The snow is getting heavier. Lin Yuan set down his drink, gazing at the snowflakes continually drifting down from the sky. The snowflakes of the two-dimensional world, each piece was like a work of art, resembling glittering jewels. Lin Yuan reached out to catch the falling snowflakes, closely observing their intricate structures, maze-like, incredibly complex, yet the resulting snowflake was utterly perfect, just like a simplified version of this two-dimensional world. The more Lin Yuan observed, the more he was engrossed, completely immersing his mind in it. Your perception is defying heaven, studying the nature of the snowflake, deepening continuously. Lin Yuan was engrossed in the perfect structure of the snowflakes, completely unaware of the snow falling ever more heavily, as others quickly sought shelter inside stores, leaving him alone outside. Mom, is that man a foreigner? A little girl inside the shop curiously watched Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's dress was quite distinctive from that of other citizens of Sea Moon City, making him recognizable immediately. How silly that foreigner is, the snow is falling so heavily, and he doesn't come inside to take shelter. The little girl blinked and couldn't help but speak. You shouldn't judge others like that, the little girl's mother scolded immediately, though her voice was somewhat gentle. This was also a characteristic of the women of the Sea Moon tribe, appearing weak, but the citizens of Sea Moon City, men and women alike, were all fiercely spirited. All right, the little girl bowed her head in admission, sounding aggrieved. But if he continues to stay out in the snow like that, he'll surely catch a cold. The mother furrowed her brow slightly, glancing at Lin Yuan sitting in the snow with some hesitation. Just then, your perception is defying heaven, observing the essence of the snowflake, breaking through to which ancestor 36th realm. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled, feeling the changes in his body's inner chi, and he instinctively burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Although Lin Yuan tried to contain his energy, the horrifying sound waves nevertheless caused the air to surge, and everyone in Sea Moon City, including the city's lord, who was a witch emperor, bore expressions of terror. What is this? Everyone inside the store felt the same, clutching their heads in agony. Fortunately, Lin Yuan quickly halted his laughter, preventing any harm to the citizens. It's time to leave. Lin Yuan glanced around and vanished. Back in the store, the little girl and her mother finally recovered. Mom, that foreigner's laughter was really scary. The little girl trembled, hiding in her mother's embrace. That foreigner must be an extraordinarily powerful being. The mother's voice also trembled, then sternly eyed the little girl. Haven't I taught you so many times not to judge others lightly? Fortunately, that powerful person didn't take it to heart. The mother was somewhat frightened. The mere laughter causing such a reaction, even the strongest city lord couldn't achieve that, could they? If Lin Yuan had minded her daughter's remarks from earlier, their mother and daughter pair would have faced severe consequences. I understand, Mom. Tears swirled in the little girl's eyes, clearly understanding her mistake. Outside Sea Moon City, a figure stood in the air. The heavy snowfall melted rapidly within 100 meters of this figure, evaporated by the immense vitality. 10,000 years, Witch Ancestor 136th Realm. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. It took him over 300 years to reach Witch Ancestor 50 Realm from an ordinary person of the two-dimensional world. But advancing from Witch Ancestor 50 Realm to Witch Ancestor 1 took 10,000 years. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied with this, knowing each leap in realm from Witch Ancestor 50 Realm was not merely normal advancement but a struggle against the heaven and earth itself, seeking to break free from the constraints and suppression. Originally, Lin Yuan's plan was to reach Witch Ancestor 100th Realm in 10,000 years, but now reaching the 136th Realm far exceeded his expectations. In these 10,000 years, the powerhouses of myriad tribes have become fewer and fewer. Lin Yuan stood in the air, watching the snowflakes fall, pondering silently. By his estimate, the total number of myriad tribes' powerhouses in the two-dimensional world should not exceed 1,000. It was not that other powerhouses from myriad tribes had been exterminated, but that most realized that even if they remained, they couldn't possibly go outside. Rather than dying of old age in this two-dimensional world, they might as well give up early and willingly extinguish their avatars. In this two-dimensional world, unable to comprehend many laws, staying longer wouldn't provide any real enhancement to their true bodies outside. It's about time to head for Heavenly Mountain. Lin Yuan thought to himself, with half a year left until the gates to heaven opened once again. Luo River Gathering Place. After 10,000 years of evolution, the former Luo River Gathering area had long since become Luo River City, and the city master was a descendant of Jia Rongu. As for Jia Rongu himself, he had died of old age long ago. However, because of Lin Yuan's connections, Jia Rongu had a very comfortable life and even lived longer than other powerhouses of the same level. Before heading to Heavenly Mountain, Lin Yuan deliberately stayed in Luo River City. My old residence is still preserved, unaltered. Lin Yuan glanced and saw the cave where he used to meditate. In this two-dimensional world, I no longer have any acquaintances. Lin Yuan only stayed in the ancient city of Luo River for a short while before he left directly. Immediately after, Lin Yuan also made a special trip to the capital of Shuiyu ancient country. Just like Luo River City, the Shuiyu emperor had been replaced many times, and the title of Prince of the Northern Town had been reclaimed by one of the Shuiyu emperors. 10,000 years, times change, people change, even the myriad tribes' powerhouses, most of them find it difficult to survive that long, let alone the normal lifespan of a witch ancestor, which is just 2,000 to 3,000 years. To live past 10,000 years, one must at least reach the 20th realm of witch ancestor, which only a few top-tier 10th rank and 11th rank powerhouses can manage to achieve. Lin Yuan silently observed all this, then finally left the capital of Shuiyu ancient country. This time departing, even if he still couldn't open the heavenly gate, Lin Yuan would not come back again. On the summit of Heavenly Mountain, many myriad tribes' powerhouses had arrived early, compared to the bustles when the heavenly gate first opened. This time, the summit of Heavenly Mountain was much colder. Scattered around were several hundred myriad tribes' powerhouses. After 10,000 years, I've far exceeded the exploration of the supreme weapon within me compared to 10,000 years ago, and I estimate it could rival the 60th realm of a witch ancestor. At the summit of Heavenly Mountain, the four divine kings stood quietly, their gazes emitting a hint of fighting spirit. In a two-dimensional world, after myriad tribes' powerhouses cultivate to the 10th realm of a witch ancestor, they will be suppressed by the heavens of this world, finding it hard to progress any further. But this restriction, which applies to the myriad tribes' powerhouses, relaxes greatly when it comes to the suppression of supreme weapons. The supreme weapon within the four divine kings indeed shares some essence of a supreme being. Excavating the power of that supreme weapon is much easier than elevating one's own realm and power. Without this supreme weapon, even over the past 100 or 200,000 years, the four divine kings could never have cultivated to the 60th realm of a witch ancestor. Now I should be able to compete with the human Shuiyu, the four divine kings enthusiastically declared. Human Shuiyu, your biggest mistake was not killing me back then. The four divine kings steadied their spirits, their eyes blazing with fiery combat intent. Suddenly, at that moment, in the central position of the summit, someone appeared unnoticed. Human Shuiyu. Human Shuiyu has arrived. The surrounding Myriad tribes' powerhouses perked up, all turning their attention. In fact, most of the Myriad tribes' powerhouses had come to catch another glimpse of Lin Yuan, to see if Lin Yuan could push the heavenly gate this time. Human Shuiyu, the four divine kings were spirited, while also looking towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan seemed to sense something, his gaze flickering towards the four divine kings. Boom! Just a single glance caused the four divine kings' minds to thunder, their legs shaking uncontrollably. If not for fiercely relying on the power of the supreme weapon within, they might have collapsed on the spot. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? The four divine kings couldn't help but roar inwardly, one gaze from Lin Yuan causing them to utterly falter, indicating that the gap between them and Lin Yuan had grown far wider than it had been 10,000 years before. At least 10,000 years ago, facing a glance from Lin Yuan wasn't nearly as unnerving. How could human civilization give birth to such a freak? The four divine kings finally managed to stabilize after stepping back several times. Lin Yuan glanced back at the four divine kings, also sensing some fiery emotion from the latter towards him. In fact, Lin Yuan didn't care much about the four divine kings. 10,000 years ago, the four divine kings were far from his match, and the gap between them had only grown over 10,000 years. For Lin Yuan now, the only opponent in this two-dimensional world was that heavenly gate. Time slowly passed, finally. Above the summit of Heavenly Mountain, intense spatial fluctuations emerged once again. A heavenly gate was slowly outlined, materializing in front of the many Myriad tribes' powerhouses, deep within the two-dimensional world. In a vast space, in front of a giant scroll, a half-meter-tall old man yawned and slowly opened his eyes. For him, 10,000 years in the two-dimensional world was nothing more than a short nap, incredibly brief. Let's see how far 10,000 years can go. The half-meter-tall old man stretched, looking towards the giant scroll in front of him. The scroll was cloaked in mist, encompassing a vast, real world. What? The moment the half-meter-tall old man looked, he was somewhat bewildered, as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 760, 37. Pushing the door open. Please subscribe. Chapter 760, Chapter 37. Pushing the door open. Please subscribe. In front of the massive scroll, the half-meter-tall elder seemed somewhat dazed. He could freely manipulate everything within the two-dimensional world of the scroll, with the entire two-dimensional world appearing as an extension of his own body, down to the smallest detail. As for the many powerhouses of the Myriad clans who had fallen into the two-dimensional world, in the eyes of the half-meter-tall elder, there were no secrets, as he could see through them at a glance. However, it was precisely because of this that the half-meter-tall elder was all the more astonished, his gaze piercing through the entire two-dimensional world, continuously sizing up Lin Yuan, who stood before the heavenly gate. Originally, I just wanted to watch for another 10,000 years, to see what this little fellow could do after breaking the limit of the 30 layers of worlds, the half-meter-tall elder silently thought to himself. Merely 300-some years after Lin Yuan's arrival, he had already broken the limit of the 30 layers of worlds, which left the half-meter-tall elder somewhat uncertain. According to his thoughts, as long as Lin Yuan could continue to break the 30 layers limit within the next 10,000 years, that would be enough. The higher one goes with world limits, the more difficult it becomes to break them. The first 30 layers of world limits are not at all the same concept as the next 30 layers. That's why the half-meter-tall elder had specifically set aside 10,000 years. I thought I had overestimated enough, that in 10,300 some years, breaking through 60 layers of world limits would be enough. I never expected this little guy to far exceed my estimates. In just 10,000 years, he actually broke through 99 layers of world limits? The half-meter-tall elder steadied his mind. That is to say, in the 10,300 years since Lin Yuan arrived, he had broken through a total of 129 layers of world limits. Even a 12th rank life, transcending the shackles of the river of time and falling into this low-dimensional space, couldn't possibly break through so many world limits in just over 10,000 years, right? The half-meter-tall elder still couldn't quite believe it. Even 12th rank lives that fell into low-dimensional space could still use some extraordinary methods to accelerate their cultivation speed. But even so, to reach Lin Yuan's current level, it would probably take 100,000 or even 1,000,000 years. Is he really just a long river inner life? The half-meter-tall elder confirmed repeatedly. Life below the 12th rank is also called long river inner life, meaning they need to be bound by the river of time. Even within the chaos void, long river inner life and long river outer life are fundamentally different, with the latter far surpassing the former in every aspect. This is determined by the essence of life itself. The beings within the river of time are limited in their perceptions and experiences, which are extremely narrow. Whereas 12th rank lives outside the river of time can see and feel a universe that is immensely vast and grand. This is truly terrifying. Having confirmed that Lin Yuan was still caught within the river of time, the half-meter-tall elder's expression was one of utter amazement. At this moment, the speed of cultivation that Lin Yuan displayed was the strongest of all long river inner life since the creation of this two-dimensional world, and he had established a cliff-like gap with the second in line. Even among the many formidable existences outside the River of Time, Lin Yuan's cultivation speed was astonishingly fast. No need to continue watching, I suppose. Just let him come in. The half-meter-tall elder glanced at the heavenly gate that was rapidly taking shape. If he continued to watch, the half-meter-tall elder even worried that Lin Yuan might continue to break even more world limits, eventually breaking free from the two-dimensional world suppression and leaving. Although the probability of this happening was almost zero, an absolutely impossible feat. But before this, the half-meter-tall elder had also never imagined that Lin Yuan could break so many layers of world limits within 10,000 years. At the summit of Heavenly Mountain, Lin Yuan stood before the heavenly gate, his heart slightly stirred by the gate that was rapidly materializing. All the efforts he made during the 10,000 years in the two-dimensional world were for this moment, to open the gate before him. Only by opening the heavenly gate was there hope to leave this two-dimensional world. Only by leaving this two-dimensional world could he avoid intrinsic losses and preserve his Taiyang divine spirit. Only by leaving this two-dimensional world could the countless mysterious artifacts Lin Yuan acquired display their true value. The heavenly gate gradually materialized, also pulling at the hearts and minds of other powerhouses of the Myriad clans. These powerhouses of the Myriad clans, although competitors with Lin Yuan, especially the four divine kings and other 11th rank perfect lives, had been living under the shadow cast by Lin Yuan for 10,000 years. But all the powerhouses of the Myriad clans sincerely hoped that Lin Yuan would be able to push open the heavenly gate. Only if Lin Yuan could open the heavenly gate would it mean that the gate could be opened, and they too would have the possibility of opening it. And only after Lin Yuan opened the heavenly gate and left this two-dimensional world would the chance for the four divine kings and other 11th rank perfect lives truly come. As long as Lin Yuan did not leave, no power in this two-dimensional world could compete with him. The four divine kings had some confidence initially and wanted to challenge Lin Yuan seriously this time, but just a single sidelong glance from Lin Yuan brought him back to reality. Lord Shuiyu, on the side of human civilization, Xuanyuan Dua and other 11th rank evolvers from human civilization watched Lin Yuan before the heavenly gate with anticipation. In these 10,000 years, they had not even met face to face, but it did not prevent everyone from pinning their hopes on Lin Yuan. In the depths of the cosmic starry sky, many a supreme being paid close attention to the scrolls that stretched out beneath the stars. The heavenly gate is about to open. Hope it can be opened this time, right? The many supreme beings rapidly communicated, and while there weren't many of the Myriad tribe's powerhouses left alive in the two-dimensional world, they were practically all the real elite or even the heritage of the major races and forces. Chapter 761, 37, Pushing the Door Open. Subscribe, please. 2. Chapter 761, Chapter 37, Pushing the Door Open. Subscribe, please. 2. Boom, boom, boom. Just at this moment, the 9 supreme beings of human civilization suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura, recklessly stirring the space-time fluctuations of hundreds of thousands of light-years nearby. Human civilization? Have they activated the clan suppression weapon? Activating the clan suppression weapon comes at no small cost. What does human civilization intend to do? What to do? Naturally, to protect that blood rain, right? The thoughts of the supreme beings processed at an astonishing speed, immediately understanding the reason behind the actions of the 9 supreme beings. If Lin Yuan could push open the heavenly gate this time, freeing himself from the two-dimensional world and returning to the main universe, he would inevitably be exposed right under the noses of the many supreme beings present. And with Lin Yuan's stunning performance in the two-dimensional world, there would definitely be supreme beings who couldn't control themselves and would directly attack, such as the insect race, the matriarch of the Tianyu clan, and the ancestors. Or maybe some other ultimate beings, if given the chance, would certainly seize the opportunity to strike. Humph, for a mere life within the River of Time, such a grand mobilization, the supreme beings of human civilization, TSK, a grand mobilization, if you had offspring like Blood Rain, I reckon it would be even more exaggerated than what human civilization is doing now. The many supreme beings communicated with each other, but they didn't have any objections or aversion to the actions of Xiaqin's supreme being and the other 8 supreme beings. In fact, they even voluntarily backed off a bit, showing their sincerity. One reason was that since Lin Yuan had freed himself from the constraints of the two-dimensional world and returned to the main world, even if his avatar died, there would be no fundamental loss, hence, the significance of killing him wasn't significant. Secondly, they too had tribe members trapped in the two-dimensional world. After Lin Yuan left the two-dimensional world, the other powerhouses of the Myriad tribes would also successively push open the heavenly gate and leave. If they struck at Lin Yuan now, when their tribe members left the two-dimensional world, would the 9 supreme beings of human civilization just let it go? Rather than killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of themselves, it was better to take a step back. Of course, this was just the idea of the majority of ultimate beings. A few ancestors of the Tianyu clan thought differently. because the Tianyu clan powerhouses who had fallen into the two-dimensional world had been eliminated right from the beginning and had no chance of leaving the two-dimensional world at all. Yet merely relying on the few ancestors of the Tianyu clan would not shake the 9 supreme beings of human civilization who had activated the clan's suppression weapon. No suspicions have been raised. Shachen's supreme being and the other 8 supreme beings exchanged glances and slightly relaxed. Currently, the aura of human civilization's clan suppression weapon still pervaded half of the scroll, so even a supreme being could not decipher the aura of the blood rain who had escaped the two-dimensional world. The reason Xiaqin's supreme being and the other supreme beings acted this way was only partially guessed by the ultimate beings present. The real reason was to cover up Lin Yuan's true identity. If the many ultimate beings sensed that the blood rain escaping the two-dimensional world was merely a 10th rank life, then likely all the ultimate beings present would have thoughts of attacking. What a joke, for a 10th rank life to beat and crush legendary lives of 11th rank complete like the 4 divine kings. Even the 9 supreme beings of human civilization were somewhat frightened and admitted that if other forces had such a monstrous figure, they would also take action to eliminate them. Luckily, the many ultimate beings did not think in this direction at all and just assumed the 9 supreme beings of human civilization were purely protecting that blood rain. In fact, this assumption was not wrong. If Lin Yuan had not actively revealed himself, the 9 supreme beings of human civilization would also have regarded that blood rain as a legendary life of 11th rank perfection. The two-dimensional world. Atop the heavenly mountain, Lin Yuan stood quietly in front of the heavenly gate, which was gradually materializing from the ethereal. Soon, the heavenly gate was completely manifested. The thick fluctuations of spatial power rippled outward in all directions like ripples. Lin Yuan stood before the heavenly gate, not yet pushing it open, but instead letting the memories of the past 10,000 years flicker through his mind. 10,000 years, it certainly was the longest period Lin Yuan had experienced since he identified himself as an evolver. Although only a century had passed in the main universe, the 10,000 years in the two-dimensional world were still real. Lin Yuan only needed to think back slightly, and everything that had happened over the past 10,000 years appeared before his eyes. Even if I still can't push it open this time, I will still wait for the next 10,000 years and the next one beyond that. Without yet beginning to push the heavenly gate, Lin Yuan had already prepared for the worst scenario. After all, the last time the heavenly gate opened, Lin Yuan had exerted all his strength, yet he could not move it at all, even though his strength had indeed increased significantly since then. But whether he could ultimately open the heavenly gate or not, Lin Yuan still had no confidence. Let's begin. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and gently placed his hands on the heavenly gate. The next moment, the originally sealed heavenly gate slowly began to open. Lin Yuan was slightly startled. He had just placed his hands on the heavenly gate without even applying any force, yet the gate had opened. Even Lin Yuan felt that even if it weren't him standing before the heavenly gate, but rather an ordinary person, they could still easily push it open. What exactly is going on? Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated. 10,000 years ago, he hadn't used his physical body divine ability enhancement, yet he couldn't move the heavenly gate at all. Now, he just placed his hands on it, and it easily opened. This stark contrast made Lin Yuan involuntarily speculate. Whether the heavenly gate could be opened was not related to one's own strength. Was it about whether the heavenly gate itself was willing to be opened? Chapter 762, 37, Pushing the Door Open, Request for Subscription, 30, Chapter 762, Chapter 37, Pushing the Door Open, Request for Subscription. 3. The term Heaven's Gate here is broadly defined and does not specifically refer to the Heaven's Gate before us. Perhaps it refers to some other existence? Rustling. The Heaven's Gate slowly opened. Following a brief silence, the crowd of Myriad Tribe's powerhouses around it burst into an uproar. Heaven's Gate. Heaven's Gate has been pushed open. I knew it. Heaven's Gate could definitely be pushed open. Last time was just an accident. The many exhilarated Myriad Tribe's powerhouses chatted among themselves, knowing that even though the Heaven's Gate could be opened, most of them would still not be able to enter. But at the very least, they could obtain rare items through the Myriad Tribe's powerhouses who did enter the gate. Even if most of those items were to be taken by this particular Myriad Tribe's powerhouse, it was still far better than being left in the two-dimensional world. Heaven's Gate. New confidence surged in the eyes of the 4 divine kings. With Lin Yuan here, his chance to enter the Heaven's Gate this time was non-existent. But next time, once Lin Yuan had left, who else in the entire two-dimensional world could compete with him for a position at the next Heaven's Gate, before the Heaven's Gate? Lin Yuan did not step in immediately. The different difficulties in opening the Heaven's Gate twice made Lin Yuan develop other thoughts about what was inside it. Since it's been pushed, after contemplating for a moment, Lin Yuan turned back to look at the excited human evolvers and then stepped in with his right foot. If this two-dimensional world were truly governed by some spirit will that could easily alter the difficulty of opening the Heaven's Gate, then whether Lin Yuan stepped in or not was meaningless. As of now, the Heaven's Gate was his only hope of escape, and no matter his apprehensions, he had to enter. Whoosh! Lin Yuan stepped inside the Heaven's Gate. Immediately after turning tangible, the Heaven's Gate began to slowly close, fading away. The tumultuous force of the spatial energy at the summit of Heavenly Mountain quickly settled as if it had never existed. Cosmic Starry Sky. At the moment Lin Yuan pushed open the Heaven's Gate, Shaoqin's Supreme Being and other 9 Supreme Beings of human civilization stood ready, activating their clan suppression weapon, ready to envelop Lin Yuan the moment he appeared. Other ultimate entities could not sense Lin Yuan's presence through the clan suppression weapon, thus the greatest secret about Blood Rain was preserved. As the aura of the 9 Supreme Beings from human civilization spread, other ultimate entities also cooperated extremely well, withdrawing their perception and focusing solely on white paper itself. Time passed. Xiaqin's Supreme Being and the 9 Supreme Beings of human civilization immediately sensed that something was amiss, because until the Heaven's Gate reclosed and faded away, they had detected no spatial fluctuations outside the canvas, let alone found any trace of Lin Yuan. What's going on? Where's Blood Rain? Didn't he enter the Heaven's Gate? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Not only were the 9 Supreme Beings of human civilization confused, but the other ultimate entities also felt that something was wrong. The space fluctuations stirred by the Heaven's Gate manifested in the two-dimensional world within white paper. Isn't it a spatial channel leading to the outer world? If it doesn't transport to the outer world, then where does it lead? The many Supreme Beings furrowed their brows, wondering whether Lin Yuan could successfully leave the two-dimensional world, a concern not only for human civilization. It was also a concern for many Myriad tribes' powerhouses still in the two-dimensional world. If Lin Yuan entered the Heaven's Gate but did not return to the main universe, didn't that mean that when the Heaven's Gate was opened again, other Myriad tribes' powerhouses who pushed open the Heaven's Gate would still be unable to return to the main universe? Xiaqin, where has Blood Rain gone after entering the Heaven's Gate? Xiaqin, if he has not escaped the two-dimensional world's constraints, where does that Heaven's Gate actually lead? One of the ultimate entities immediately turned to Xiaqin's Supreme Being and asked, since Blood Rain came from human civilization, Xiaqin's Supreme Being could definitely contact his true body. Thus, it was vital to determine the current whereabouts of Blood Rain who had entered the Heaven's Gate, and this was something that many ultimate entities at the scene were eager to know. What's the rush? Xiaqin's Supreme Being, with furrowed brows, glanced at the other ultimate entities and did not immediately try to contact Lin Yuan. Although unclear about the specific location within the Heaven's Gate, Xiaqin's Supreme Being speculated that it must be a crucial place. Lin Yuan needed to gather his energy to cope. Contacting him now and disturbing Lin Yuan was not a good thing. Xiaqin's Supreme Being believed that once Lin Yuan had a moment to adjust, he would take the initiative to contact him. After Lin Yuan stepped inside the Heaven's Gate, he quickly felt his spirit will being elevated, supporting a shift from two-dimensional to three-dimensional space. At the same time, Lin Yuan also became more aware that he was detaching from some world, a vast, boundless giant canvas containing a broad and vast cosmos from which he was rapidly escaping. Is that the two-dimensional world one fell into? Lin Yuan immediately realized that the giant painting was the two-dimensional world that had trapped him for over 10,000 years. The feeling of ascension, the feeling of descent, Lin Yuan felt it very peculiar. When drawn into the painting, he hadn't had the chance to fully perceive what being demoted meant. But now, extricating from the giant painting and becoming a normal life form again provided a clear experience. Lin Yuan carefully felt for a while, then his expression subtly changed, because he then discovered that although he had escaped the two-dimensional world, he had not returned to the main universe. Where is this? Lin Yuan looked around. It was a vast space. Further away was an infinite expanse of murky gas, with only the giant canvas standing out prominently. At that moment, Lin Yuan also noticed an old man sitting in front of the giant canvas. In comparison to the canvas, this old man was extremely tiny, only half a meter tall, which was why Lin Yuan had initially ignored him. While Lin Yuan was observing the half-meter-tall old man, this old man was also looking at Lin Yuan with a peculiar gaze, continuously sizing him up. Chapter 763-38, Replication of Understanding of Rules, True Versatility. Please subscribe. Chapter 763, Chapter 38, Replication of Understanding of Rules, True Versatility. Please subscribe. I've seen my elder. Lin Yuan immediately greeted. Although he didn't know exactly who the half-meter-tall elder was, the fact that he was sitting in front of the scroll suggested that he was most likely the true master of that two-dimensional world. His arrival at the Heavenly Gate and appearance here were probably by the elder's intent. Indeed, you are polite. A smile appeared on the elder's face. He had not communicated with a living being for too long, and though there were many lives in the two-dimensional world, none could pique his interest. Polite? Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Facing an entity of unknown depth, was it not better to be polite rather than start a conflict? Lin Yuan was not foolish. Very well. You should now understand that this vast scroll in front of you represents the low-dimensional space you currently inhabit, the half-meter-tall elder slowly explained. This low-dimensional space is one of the earliest ones created, replicating as closely as possible a lower-dimensional world envisioned by the creator. The elder continued. Lin Yuan listened quietly. He had already gathered basic information about this low-dimensional space from the six-armed silhouette in the Xuanhuang secret realm and stone statue Shenji in the Demon Jade space. The creator fashioned this low-dimensional space to help explore even lower-dimensional worlds, also designing it as a game world that could accommodate quintillions of lives at once, said the elder. Half-meter-tall elder glanced at Lin Yuan. Any life that falls into this low-dimensional space is considered a participant in this game, where the loser forfeits the spirit will they invested, and the winner receives a reward. These are the rules of the game. A game world? Lin Yuan thought to himself. The six-armed silhouette of the Xuanhuang secret realm mentioned that low-dimensional spaces are divided into entertainment and gambling types, and the gaming world the elder spoke of seemed to be of the gambling sort since it involved penalties. Now, you have emerged victorious from this game, becoming the sole winner, the elder said with a smile. The sole winner? Lin Yuan looked surprised. You don't think that the other participants in the low-dimensional space could leave, do you? There's no such possibility. From the beginning, there could only be one winner in this game, the elder stated calmly. The Heavenly Gate, indeed, was a means to leave the two-dimensional world, but it only permitted one of the Myriad tribe's powerhouses to enter. Lin Yuan remained silent. He had planned to create a specialized cultivation method for himself and for beings like Xuanyuan Dua, a Tier 11 evolver, to strengthen themselves and increase their chances of accessing the Heavenly Gate after leaving. Compared to the Supreme Being Shaqin and other human civilization Supreme Beings, who replicated 1 to 2/10 of the two-dimensional world in the Void Realm world to ponder and innovate cultivation methods, Lin Yuan, who had truly experienced every bit of the two-dimensional world, had more first-hand experience than any Supreme Being, but now it seemed this plan was likely to fail. According to the elder, besides Lin Yuan, no other Myriad tribe's powerhouses could leave the two-dimensional world. All right. Since you are the victor, you may now choose your reward. The elder's tone shifted as he suddenly asked. Tell me, what kind of reward would you like? The elder looked at Lin Yuan. If it were any other victor, even those like the 4 divine kings at 11th rank complete legendary life, the elder wouldn't have shown such interest. But Lin Yuan, the perceptiveness he demonstrated was truly frightening. In the low-dimensional space, where everything resets to square one, the path one takes depends largely on their insight, of course. Even among insights, those from higher life levels are stronger than those from lower ones, which is perfectly normal. Lin Yuan's life level wasn't the weakest among those who fell into the low-dimensional space, but it had no relation to the strongest. Yet, to break the limit of 129 realms in just over 10,000 years, the elder felt he should indeed treat him differently. A reward? Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. The six-armed silhouette of the Xuanhuang secret realm had also mentioned that those who win in the gambling-type low-dimensional space would receive a corresponding reward. However, the rewards available differed depending on the dimension of the space. I'm not sure what the rewards are, Lin Yuan tentatively asked. The rewards correspond to the punishments. The elder spoke with slight verbosity. The punishment is the permanent loss of the spirit will avatar that falls here. Therefore, the reward is the ability to take over various aspects such as the physical bodies, souls, memories, and insights into the rules, among others, of all participants in the low-dimensional game. Physical bodies, souls, bloodlines, memories, and insights into rules, among other aspects? Lin Yuan looked slightly puzzled. That is, if you choose the physical body, you can copy anyone's physical body from those who participated in the game for your contemplation. Choosing memories works the same way, copying corresponding memories for your viewing, the elder patiently explained. The low-dimensional space could permanently strip participants of their spirit will avatars, essentially acquiring these avatars, and then part of these are bestowed upon the victor. Is that so? Lin Yuan thought quickly. The guiding space within the Black Planet was essentially a part of the understanding of fusion rules from a 12th rank life, forcibly segmented for other beings to comprehend. Currently, the half-meter-tall elder meant to segment the spirit wills of the Myriad tribe's powerhouses who had fallen into it, allowing Lin Yuan to choose. Clearly, the segmentation in the blank paper two-dimensional world was somewhat more refined than that of the Black Planet. Which should I choose? Lin Yuan's thoughts whirred. Many of the Myriad tribe's powerhouses that fell into the two-dimensional world were special existences, many of which were uniquely special. If their flesh and bloodlines could be perfectly segmented, it would undoubtedly be of great help to Lin Yuan, at least elevating his physical body to another level. Elder, Lin Yuan pondered carefully and made up his mind. I want the part that pertains to the understanding of rules. For Lin Yuan, his physical body and bloodlines were less important than the understanding of rules. The deeper his understanding of rules, the more perfect and stable his inner world would become, which would, in turn, greatly benefit his physical body. It might even increase Lin Yuan's chances of reaching the ultimate stage. Understanding of rules, huh? The half-meter-tall elder nodded. Indeed, this aspect was the most precious. Your insight is among the highest I have seen, the elder thought for a moment and continued. So I'll give you 2 more options. Do you want all the rule understandings of a certain life that participated in this game, or do you want the understanding of a particular rule from all lives participating in the game? The elder looked at Lin Yuan. Decide for yourself how to choose. Which two? Choose? Lin Yuan also fell into thought. The so-called all-rule understandings of certain participating life, the subject is life itself. For instance, if Lin Yuan chose the 4 divine kings, then he could obtain all rule understandings that the 4 divine kings had. Whereas the understanding of a particular rule from all participating lives, the subject is the rule itself. For example, if Lin Yuan chose the life and death samsara rule, then he could acquire all understandings of the life and death samsara rule from all myriad tribes powerhouses who fell into the 2-dimensional world. Different lives, even if they contemplate the same rule, have different understandings and insights. Just as the space rules have many facets, comprehending the complete space rules is only understanding one aspect. Even supreme beings cannot master all aspects of space rules. The same goes for other rules and fusion rules. Even powers like the 4 divine kings cannot guarantee that their perception of rules is the most perfect or comprehensive. It can only represent themselves. If the understanding of a certain rule from all myriad tribes powerhouses who fell into the 2-dimensional world could be integrated and interact with each other, it might not be perfect, but it would most certainly be much stronger than that of any individual powerhouse. Pillar-level fusion rules are differentiated from 1st realm to 9th realm, indicating the depth of understanding of a particular pillar-level fusion rule. Without a doubt, the higher the realm, the more comprehensive and perfect the understanding of such pillar-level fusion rules. I choose the rule. I want the complete understanding of the spatio-temporal fusion rule. Lin Yuan spoke. The spatio-temporal fusion rule was one of the most complex and obscure among all fusion rules. Actually, to say that isn't quite accurate. The most obscure and complex fusion rule isn't the spatio-temporal fusion rule, but the chaos rule. However, the chaos rule isn't considered a fusion rule anymore. It is the origin of all rules, and none of the myriad tribes powerhouses who fell into the 2-dimensional world, to Lin Yuan's knowledge, have any insight into the chaos rule, hence his choice of the spatio-temporal fusion rule. The spatio-temporal fusion rule? The elder nodded. Choosing this, you might need to wait a bit longer. No problem. Lin Yuan immediately said. Having waited for 10,000 years, he didn't mind waiting a little longer. After finishing, the elder's gaze returned to the vast scroll, while Lin Yuan sat cross-legged next to him, quietly waiting. The flow of time here seems to be no different from that of the main universe. Lin Yuan's true body and the Taiyin primordial spirit were in the main universe, able to sense the flow of time between them. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan's true form opened his eyes. His consciousness began to connect to the virtual world, applying for entry into Shaqian Supreme Being's personal world. Lin Yuan's application was almost instantly approved, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of Shaqian's Supreme Being. Supreme Being. Lin Yuan bowed slightly, aware that Shaqian's Supreme Being had been waiting for him. How did it go? Shaqian's Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan and asked with concern, what exactly is beyond the gateway? I didn't notice any spatial fluctuations from that white paper. Where were you sent? And are you safe now? Shaqian Supreme Being quickly asked. I am very safe now, Lin Yuan immediately said. That's good to hear. Shaqian Supreme Being sighed in relief. As long as he was unharmed, there was room for easing the situation. I have met the true dominion of the white paper 2-dimensional world. Lin Yuan pondered for a while before speaking. The true dominion? Shaqian Supreme Being was startled. Chapter 764, 39, Fusion of Time and Space thanks to the Alliance Hierarch Reward from the Book Friend. Chapter 764, Chapter 39, Fusion of Time and Space, thanks to the Alliance Hierarch Reward from the Book Friend's Virtual World. With a solemn expression, Shaqian Supreme Being spoke from his throne. Are you saying that the white paper already has an owner? In the main universe's past, objects from beyond often squeezed through the eternal spatial rift. Most of these objects were inanimate. For instance, the recent cosmic aurora from beyond. However, a small portion were living beings. During the years when human civilization lay dormant, an odd life form squeezed through the eternal spatial rift on the large battlefield carved out by the insect race and the Tianyu clan. This odd life form nearly brought an irreversible disaster to the cosmic starry skies. In the end, over a dozen supreme beings joined hands and barely managed to exile the odd life form back to the outside of the universe. In comparison, the uncertainty of living beings is far greater, enough to make even the ultimate beings vigilant. If what Lin Yuan said is correct, then the white paper already has an owner, and it resides within the white paper itself. Then, these ultimate beings would have to reassess how to deal with it. It cannot be said to have an owner, but at least it has birthed a spirit, possessing an independent will. Lin Yuan spoke of his conjecture. According to the half-meter-tall elder's words, the 2-dimensional world within the white paper was likely created by an existence close to that of a perfect time being. Yet, the half-meter-tall elder himself did not seem like one close to a perfect time being. He was more like an existence akin to a spirit, or perhaps a caretaker casually created by the original being close to a perfect time being. As long as it possesses an independent will, it is considered a living being. Shachen Supreme Being furrowed his brows. No wonder these past 100 years, our multiple attempts at refining it have yielded no results. With the means of ultimate beings, if it truly were ownerless, it wouldn't completely be refined, but at least there would be some hope. But in reality, their methods of refining the white paper were completely without any feedback. There is another matter. Lin Yuan hesitated before continuing. The evolvers of my human civilization, once entered into the two-dimensional world, will likely not be able to come back out. Immediately, Lin Yuan repeated the half-meter-tall elder's words. Only one from the Myriad clan's lives that fall into the two-dimensional world can ultimately walk out, Lin Yuan conveyed truthfully. So that's how it is, Shachen Supreme. Being fell silent for a while before swiftly accepting the fact. If Lin Yuan were not involved, the human civilization's evolvers would have had no chance of leaving based on normal progression. If Lin Yuan hadn't fallen into the two-dimensional world, it should have been the stage for special life forms, and the ultimate victor would have likely been those of legendary special beings like the four divine kings. Lin Yuan becoming the final victor inside the two-dimensional world had already pleased Shachen Supreme Being immensely, if only because it meant not facing fundamental loss. Moreover, Lin Yuan mentioned that the final victor would receive a corresponding reward. Of course, as for what that reward was, Shachen Supreme Being didn't ask further. It was Lin Yuan's own fortune. It's very good. Do not feel burdened. It's not because of you that they can't come out. Shachen Supreme Being offered a few words of comfort to Lin Yuan. The fact remained just that, and even Lin Yuan's appearance had mitigated some of the loss. After all, he had brought out many strange objects. Even if Lin Yuan took half, and human civilization took a portion of what remained, to each human evolver, these objects were still immensely precious. Even if they couldn't restore the fundamental loss of numerous human evolvers, they could compensate for most of it in other ways. No one else knows about this, right? Shachen Supreme Being suddenly inquired. They should not, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding. Even he only speculated this from the difficulty change when the heavenly gates opened twice, and after entering the gates seeing the half-meter-tall elder to have it fully confirmed. As for other Myriad clan lives, they never even had the chance to be in contact with the heavenly gates, let alone think in this direction or be aware of the issue. Two-dimensional world. Lin Yuan sat obediently in the corner, secretly observing his surroundings. Are you wondering, the lives that entered the heavenly gates depicted in the scroll, where are they now? The half-meter-tall elder glanced at Lin Yuan before the massive scroll and casually commented. I'm just a bit curious. Lin Yuan admitted he had been pondering this. How long is the history in the two-dimensional world? It's likely calculated in cosmic eras. Going by the heavenly gates opening every 10,000 years, there should have been a large number of lives leaving the two-dimensional world. The creator of this low-dimensional space, that existence close to a perfect time being, was benevolent, believing that even the most insignificant low-dimensional life should have the freedom to break free from all. Hence, the heavenly gates open once every 10,000 years, said the half-meter-tall elder. Any life that steps through the heavenly gates can shed the nature of a low-dimensional life. I usually toss them into a nearby universe. Oh, and for your universe I've thrown in quite a few. A large number of them have already died off, the half-meter-tall elder said casually. The initial intention behind creating this low-dimensional space was to explore even lower dimensions. Secondly, it was discovered that if one parts with a sliver of spiritual will, it enables a comparison of understanding from the same starting point. This latter purpose gradually became the main use of this low-dimensional space. Over the long years of continuous improvement, a complete low-dimensional world was fostered, with endless low-dimensional lives proliferating within it. Later, following a major upheaval, this low-dimensional space fell silent within the Taiyuan relic. As cosmic eras passed by, it was ejected again by the various forces within the relic, and it automatically began to absorb all nearby lives, sucking them into the two-dimensional world. Chapter 765-39, Fusion of Time and Space thanks to the Alliance Hierarch Reward from the Book Friend. 2 Chapter 765, Chapter 39, Fusion of Time and Space. Thanks to the Alliance Hierarch Reward from the Book Friends 2T, as long as the number of lives that fall into the two-dimensional world is sufficient, this low-dimensional space will slowly come to a halt and start a new round of the game. These fixed programs are imprinted at the very depths of white paper, that even the half-meter-tall elder must abide by. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan fell into a brief silence. Actually, escaping low-dimensional space isn't necessarily a good thing for those lives within the two-dimensional world. The Witch Emperor and Witch Ancestor, who once commanded great power in the two-dimensional world, might become extremely feeble in the main universe. Though their potential is substantially increased, how many can actually reach that potential? Just as the half-meter-tall elder said, the majority of lives thrown into nearby low-dimensional spaces would die in a short time, and the few who lasted a while longer would also perish. Lin Yuan looked into the distance at that huge scroll and faintly sensed changes occurring within the scroll. The flow of time? Lin Yuan's expression was grave, as he felt fluctuations in the flow of time within the scroll becoming tumultuous. In order to take away all understanding of rules from the game participants, they naturally need to be dead, the half-meter-tall elder rarely explained. 100-fold time flow rate is too slow, I'll speed it up a bit. As soon as the half-meter-tall elder finished speaking, Lin Yuan noticed that the rate of time within the scroll had reached 1,000,000 to 1, 10,000,000 to 1, inside the two-dimensional world. The four divine kings and many other myriad tribes' powerhouses witnessed Lin Yuan entering the heavenly gate, which then quickly dissipated. They each left Heavenly Mountain, waiting for the next time the heavenly gate would open. Being 11th rank life, their aptitude for comprehension was naturally top-notch. After expending vast amounts of time and energy, they had also conceived some methods to extend their lifespan. Moreover, with the Ancestor Witch's 30 realms and the 40 realms lifespan extension abilities, it wasn't difficult to survive tens of thousands or even 100,000 years. Next time the heavenly gate opens, it must be me who enters. The four divine kings had ample confidence in their heart. Just then, the complexion of the four divine kings changed slightly. Through the coordinates of their true bodies outside, they clearly felt the changes in the flow of time within the two-dimensional world. From the original 100 to 1, it began to skyrocket without limit. A little over 10 minutes in the main universe. 10,000 years passed within the two-dimensional world. The third opening of the heavenly gate arrived. This time, when the heavenly gate opened, the four divine kings swept all corners and stood in front of the gate. However, what awaited them was the heavenly gate, immovable. 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 50,000 years. 100,000 years. Time and time again, the four divine kings stood in front of the heavenly gate, only to find that they could not push it open, eventually dying as avatars with great unwillingness in the two-dimensional world. What's going on? Why has this white paper undergone such a change? The difference in the flow of time is so vast? Outside, many ultimate beings were enraged, especially the supreme beings of the Star Alliance and those of the Yu clan, who had paid a huge price to allow their kin to survive under the hands of Blood Rain, and they died inside after all? What then was the price they had paid earlier for? Shachin, what exactly is happening? The supreme beings of Star Alliance immediately looked at Shachin's supreme being, as the change in the flow of time within the two-dimensional world of white paper had occurred after Blood Rain entered. If they were to say there was no connection at all, the ultimate beings present would not believe it. How am I supposed to know what's happening? Shachin Supreme, being shook his head. After my human evolver Blood Rain entered the heavenly gate, we lost control over the avatar, suffering a foundational loss. Shachin's supreme being quickly made something up. After all, such a matter cannot be proven. Anything goes. You don't really think that a mere 11th rank life can control this white paper, do you? Shachin's supreme being retorted. Any ultimate being could see that the white paper contained vast energy, certainly well beyond that of an individual supreme being. Otherwise, it wouldn't have left dozens of ultimate beings at a loss for over 100 years. I suspect that this white paper is actually a living being with its own will. The fate of all the lives that fall into it is already predetermined, Shachin Supreme Being said. Ever since hearing some information about this white papers from Lin Yuan, Shachin Supreme Being had thought up an explanation. A living being, the ultimate beings glanced at each other. This speculation was not impossible, especially now that the flow of time within white paper was actively changing, which clearly signified a will driving this event. Could that will belong to that human Blood Rain? Blood Rain had just entered the heavenly gate. Moreover, at the level of an 11th rank life, the thought of refining this white paper was nothing short of a fantasy. Inside white paper. Lin Yuan watched as tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years passed by in the blink of an eye within the huge scroll. Even for ultimate lives that had stepped out of the river of time, maintaining such an exaggerated ratio in a short time would come at a cost, let alone the half-meter-tall elder maintaining the range of time ratio for an entire two-dimensional world. Whoosh! The half-meter-tall elder constantly played with both hands on the huge scroll, with resplendent light emerging from within the scroll which then gathered in the elder's hands. Time went by slowly. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Now, in the hands of the half-meter-tall elder, a fist-sized luminous sphere had condensed. Lin Yuan merely glanced at it from a distance and felt an infinite essence of time and space flowing over it. Is that the understanding of the spatio-temporal fusion rules from all the myriad tribes' powerhouses within the scroll? Lin Yuan's spirit was slightly uplifted, Chapter 766, 39 Fusion of Time and Space thanks to the Alliance, Hierarch Reward from Cinersor. 3rd Chapter 766, Chapter 39, Fusion of Time and Space, thanks to the Alliance Hierarch Reward from Thur. Stripping away one's understanding of a certain rule, especially if it's done forcibly, seems like an impossible thing to do. Within the Black Planet, the fusion rules of the 12 guiding spaces are directed by Ultimate Life and are also voluntarily stripped away by Ultimate Life itself. But now, the understandings of the spatio-temporal fusion rule by more than 100 million powerhouses of the myriad tribes have all converged into that luminous orb. Lin Yuan speculated that this was achieved through the means of dimensional reduction, by degrading the essence of life, then cutting it out. This method could only be useful for life below the 12th rank. As for the 12th rank ultimate being, they could completely resist the power of dimensional reduction. Even if they fell into a low-dimensional space, it would be impossible to sever their understanding of the rules. The essence of a 12th rank life is there, not as easily manipulated as an 11th rank life. Alright. The half-meter-tall elder looked at the luminous orb in his hand and then turned to Lin Yuan. Senior. Lin Yuan immediately stood up. This is yours now. With a gentle toss from the half-meter-tall elder, the luminous orb flew towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, merely looking at it up close and not yet touching it, was already engrossed. An endless flood of insights about the spatio-temporal fusion rule poured into his mind. Your perceptiveness is against the heavens. Watching the origin of the fusion of the rule of time and space rules, your understanding of the spatio-temporal fusion rule has greatly increased. Over the past 100 years, Lin Yuan, in addition to perceiving the 12 pillar-level fusion rules on the Black Planet, would also ponder the spatio-temporal fusion rule. After all, the spatio-temporal fusion rule has a significant connection with the assault on the ultimate, and being able to perceive the spatio-temporal fusion rule at the 10th rank could make his own inner world more perfect. In the future, when Lin Yuan challenges Tier 11, the benefits gained from the Chaos Void origin infusion will be even greater. Whether it's the infusion of cosmic origin or the Chaos Void origin infusion, essentially, it's about filling a basin with water. Whether that basin is only half a meter in size or as large as a lake, ultimately it will be filled with the origin that is poured in within 333 seconds. Hence, the larger the basin, the more water it can hold, the more terrifying the transformation that occurs. The basin here essentially refers to the inner world. And perceiving the spatio-temporal fusion rule is tantamount to being able to make the inner world more perfect and complete, so as to withstand more of the origin. Originally, Lin Yuan's perception of the spatio-temporal fusion rule progressed slowly, and he even had no hope of perceiving it at the 10th rank. This was only to be expected, as it's nearly impossible for a 10th rank life to perceive the rule of time, let alone the fusion of space and time rules. In this cosmic era, and even in the past 10 cosmic eras, such a thing has never happened. But now, looking at the luminous orb before him, Lin Yuan truly felt that his understanding of the spatio-temporal fusion rule was improving every second. Your perceptiveness is against the heavens. Watching the origin of the fusion of the rule of time and space rules, your understanding of the spatio-temporal fusion rule has greatly increased. Lin Yuan intently gazed at the luminous orb before him. At this moment, his entire spirit, including his true body, the Taiyan primordial spirit, and many incarnations, all gave up what they were doing to start comprehending the luminous orb. In front of the huge scroll, after the half-meter-tall elder tossed the luminous orb to Lin Yuan, he noticed that the latter's attention was completely immersed in it. He's actually started having a sudden enlightenment? The half-meter-tall elder raised his eyebrows, but he was not surprised. For any powerhouse, sudden enlightenment is a rare opportunity, during which one's understanding could skyrocket. Even for 12th rank life, it is extremely difficult to experience such enlightenment. But Lin Yuan, the half-meter-tall elder, had deep impressions. Without being a 12th rank life, his perceptiveness was stronger than most 12th rank lives, and by quite a lot, completely defying any logic. Lin Yuan falling into sudden enlightenment actually seemed entirely normal to the half-meter-tall elder. I wonder how great the improvement from this enlightenment will be. Regarding the rule of spatio-temporal fusion, perhaps he can make further progress? The half-meter-tall elder speculated with interest. Even with such direct understanding of the rules like the luminous orb, absorbing it is not an overnight affair. It's like a person who is extremely hungry in front of a cart of steamed buns. To satisfy the hunger, even if they open up their stomach without any restrictions, from putting the buns in the mouth to swallowing them and then digesting, time is required nonetheless. Of course, this time frame compared to normal comprehension, that is, the complex processes from making a bun from scratch, planting the wheat seeds, growing the wheat, making it into flour, and finally making the buns, is much simpler by far. But no matter how simple, it still takes time. Your perceptiveness is against the heavens. Watching the origin of the fusion of the rule of time and space rules, you have perceived the spatio-temporal fusion rule. On the Milky Way main star, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, and the numerous inspirations about the fusion rule of time and space that emerged in his mind finally led to a qualitative change. At that moment, time and space completely lost their boundaries before Lin Yuan, and the two could easily fuse together. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan's expression showed realization, as strands of the rule of time and space rules' power continuously merged, converging into a new force that possessed both aspects of space and time, yet was more than that. This was the power of the spatio-temporal fusion rule. Among the many fusion rules, the spatio-temporal fusion rule is definitely the most powerful, so that's how it is. Within white paper, Lin Yuan's expression also revealed a look of realization. Raising his right hand, the forces of time and space seemed like playthings, intertwining and merging at his fingertips. He has perceived the spatio-temporal fusion rule just like that? Not far away, the half-meter-tall elder, observing Lin Yuan, couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment. Chapter 767-40, Setting Sail Again, end of this volume, thanks to the Alliance Hierarch reward, from CW Chapter 767 Chapter 40, Setting Sail Again, end of this volume, thanks to the Alliance Hierarch reward from Sita, what a monstrous talent, the half-meter-tall old man marveled to himself, for he had discerned that Lin Yuan's comprehension of the spatio-temporal fusion rule was not profound, when he was in the two-dimensional world. There was an unimaginably long distance to go before he could enlighten the spatio-temporal fusion rule. This time, by offering Lin Yuan the insight into the spatio-temporal fusion rule he had cut off, he merely speculated that Lin Yuan would take a big step toward that enlightenment, at most. But who could have imagined that Lin Yuan would directly enlighten the spatio-temporal fusion rule? As long as he can overcome the challenge of the 12th rank life, perhaps he may one day grow close to the heights of a perfect time being? The half-meter-tall old man silently pondered. Being close to a perfect time being was the highest praise he could think of. As for a real perfect time being, they could easily traverse numerous timelines, able to reverse the past and alter the future at will. A perfect time being is an existence that transcends dimensions and cannot be described in terms of normal life. Milky Way main star. After Lin Yuan enlightened the spatio-temporal fusion rule, his consciousness immediately descended into his inner world. Source.com updated on 0Y0 boom boom boom. As time and space completely merged, his inner world began to transform. And while its superficial size remained the same, the number of spatial layers instantly reached 100 billion. And seemingly intangible, every aspect of his inner world saw significant improvement. My inner world now, if I were to undergo the Chaos Void Origin Infusion once more, it would withstand an Origin Infusion over 10,000 times more than when breaking through from the 9th to the 10th rank. Lin Yuan had an idea. His enlightenment of the spatio-temporal fusion rule had brought him an enormous boost. Even within the ranks of 11th rank lives, this was a metamorphosis, entering the 4th layer of the 11th tier. That crystal light group, Lin Yuan's spirit, was exhilarated. Encased within the crystal light group were the comprehensions regarding the spatio-temporal fusion rule from all the myriad tribes' powerhouses that had fallen into the two-dimensional world. This naturally included the insights from legendary lives like the 4 divine kings and the skinny old man, who were at the level 11 perfection regarding the spatio-temporal fusion rule. And these legendary lives had all reached the 5th realm in the spatio-temporal fusion rule. In other words, the minimum threshold for that crystal light group is to elevate Lin Yuan's understanding of the spatio-temporal fusion rule to the 5th realm. And the limit? With over 100 million myriad tribes powerhouses different facets of understanding the spatio-temporal fusion rule, a quantitative change could induce a qualitative change, possibly enabling Lin Yuan to step into the 6th realm in the spatio-temporal fusion rule domain in one fell swoop. It's known that fusion rules range from the 1st realm to the 9th realm. A 7th realm in an ordinary fusion rule is the maximum level obtainable by an 11th rank life, and the 7th realm in pillar-level fusion rules is the domain of ultimate beings. As for the 7th realm in a top-level fusion rule like the spatio-temporal fusion rule, let alone the 7th realm, even the 6th realm is something only ultimate beings can enlighten. If Lin Yuan were to practice the spatio-temporal fusion rule to the 6th realm, it would mean that he could, in some aspects, stand shoulder to shoulder with an ultimate being. The space-time fusion rule 6-fold realm is still too far away. Lin Yuan steadied his spirit. Such a leap into the space-time fusion rule 6-fold realm was in theory only. A quantitative change inducing a qualitative change is true, but if understanding from merely 100 million myriad tribes powerhouses could achieve the 6th realm, then the domain of ultimate beings would seem rather cheap. And among these 100 million myriad tribes powerhouses, the vast majority were 8th and 9th rank, with a rather one-sided understanding of the spatio-temporal fusion rule. Within the white paper. After enlightening the spatio-temporal fusion rule, Lin Yuan collected his thoughts and bowed slightly towards the half-meter-tall old man. Thank you, Elder. Although it's true that Lin Yuan's insights into the spatio-temporal fusion rule came entirely from the rules of the low-dimensional space, it's always right to be polite. No need to thank me. All this is what you deserve. The half-meter-tall old man looked deeply at Lin Yuan, the same spatio-temporal fusion rule insights that could take other strong beings centuries to absorb just a portion and thereby enlighten the spatio-temporal fusion rule, yet Lin Yuan only spent less than half an hour. The gap is something anyone could see. Now that the game is over, as for those participants who died, the essence and mysteries of their physical bodies, their understanding of other rules, their soul core, and so on, keeping them myself would be of no use. Would you want them? The half-meter-tall old man asked after a moment of silence. Ah? These I can have? Lin Yuan looked at the half-meter-tall old man in bewilderment. Weren't we supposed to choose only one? Why can we choose everything now? According to the rules, you can only choose one, but I have the authority to handle the rest, and keeping them here would be a waste, the half-meter-tall old man explained. Then I want them, Lin Yuan immediately said. What a joke. Given the exaggerated effect of watching the crystal light group just now, if Lin Yuan were to hesitate, he'd truly be a fool. It's like an enormous stroke of fortune falling from the sky. Then they're yours, the half-meter tall old man said without hesitation, waving his right hand, and 4 more crystal light groups appeared, flying towards Lin Yuan. Compared with the crystal light group that represented the understanding of the spatio-temporal fusion rule, these 4 light groups were much murkier and nowhere near as pure as the former. These 4 parts I did not especially purify. You might encounter some disturbances during your comprehension, the half-meter tall old man cautioned. Understood, Lin Yuan nodded. Even if they were murkier, comprehending them would be far simpler than directly understanding the fusion rules, equivalent to a shortcut to the heavens. If possible, try to comprehend the chaos rules before you challenge the 12th rank, the half-meter tall elder pondered for a while before he spoke. Chaos rules? Lin Yuan put away the 5 sparkling orbs and looked toward the half-meter tall elder seated before the huge scroll. This was not the first time Lin Yuan had heard of the Chaos Rules. Shen Ji from the Demon Jade Space, the spirit of the Xuan Huang Secret Realm, and Xia Qin, the Supreme Being, had all mentioned the Chaos Rules. Correct. Of course, don't pursue the Chaos Rules too eagerly. After all, for lives below the 12th rank, they are but a legend, said the half-meter tall elder. Seeing Lin Yuan's displayed perceptiveness, combined with the understanding of rules from over 100 million powerhouses, gave the half-meter tall elder an inexplicable confidence. All right. Lin Yuan nodded. To comprehend the chaos rules would be greatly beneficial for challenging the ultimate. If possible, Lin Yuan would naturally do his best to understand them. This game is over. It's time for me to leave, the half-meter tall elder sighed. He controlled white paper and stayed within this universe, which seemed to the outside world as if he were being prevented from leaving by the actions of many supreme beings. But in reality, it was after absorbing enough lives into the scroll, followed by the start of the game, that he stopped, which was more a matter of going with the flow. Leave? Lin Yuan looked at the half-meter tall elder. Yes. How do you plan to leave? Will you head out directly, or should I send you to a hidden location? The half-meter tall elder asked. Aware of many 12th rank lives peeking outside the scroll, he had naturally taken notice well in advance. Therefore, he made a point of asking Lin Yuan. Send me to a hidden location, Lin Yuan said without hesitation. Going out directly would be like exposing himself to numerous ultimate entities. If it were before, when the many powerhouses of the myriad tribes in the 2-dimensional world were not yet dead, there probably wouldn't be any serious trouble, as long as the 9 supreme beings of human civilization swiftly concealed Lin Yuan's aura to prevent it from leaking the life aura of the 10th rank. But now, in the 2-dimensional world, apart from Lin Yuan, the other powerhouses of the myriad tribes had died out, becoming nourishments for Lin Yuan's growth. The spatio-temporal fusion rule was comprehended directly, not without the support of the 4 divine kings and many other special lives. Going out at this time is not to say that the 9 supreme beings of human civilization could not protect him, but it would definitely trigger a grand battle at the level of the 12th stage powerhouses. No problem, said the half-meter tall elder with a nod. He had a way to elude the perception of the 12th rank powerhouses. Previously, when he sent out the native lives that had entered the celestial gate in the 2-dimensional world, it was also done quietly, without any ultimate entities knowing, outside the scroll. The numerous supreme beings covertly surrounded the mysterious scroll. Ever since their own people died in the 2-dimensional world and after Xiaqin, the supreme being, guided the reasoning towards white paper being a living creature, the many supreme beings were considering using force against white paper. At that moment, buzz, buzz, buzz. Under the astonished gazes of all the supreme beings, the slowly unfolding mysterious scroll began to sway slightly. Every sway stirred up millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of light-years of space-time fluctuations. Not good. The white paper wants to leave. The numerous supreme beings changed their expressions, immediately sensing white paper's intent. But it was to no avail. Even with the combined efforts of all the supreme beings to suppress it, they still couldn't stop white paper. Boom. Immense powers of space-time churned, and white paper, breaking free from the supreme being's suppression, began to fly through the cosmic starry skies at a terrifying speed. Soon, a vast crack appeared, and white paper smoothly rushed into the fissure, leaving this universe. The next moment, the numerous supreme beings arrived in time to see the now vanished white paper, their expressions turning ugly. Supreme beings receive too many gifts from the universe. Once they enter the chaos void, they will face the repulsion of the entire universe, so no supreme being dares to pursue. We've suffered a great loss this time, the Supreme Being from the Star Alliance thought bitterly. In this event, the unique lives of their Star Alliance faced fundamental losses, and even the hopes that was the 4 divine kings with their prospect of reaching the ultimate would see reduced chances of challenging the ultimate because of this event. Besides, the Star Alliance also lost a supreme weapon, the one that the 4 divine kings had taken into the 2-dimensional world. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan looked towards the space rift that white paper had entered from afar. White paper squeezed into the universe and now extricated itself from it in just over 100 years, but its impact on the starry sky races was profound, particularly for Lin Yuan. Compared to the other starry sky races, the losses of strength for the various peak clans, Lin Yuan's gain can be described as unprecedented.